some ideas to end the war. He says they're going to need international security guarantees to prevent future conflicts, and he is asking for reparations for the damages that Iran has suffered from this war. We'll see how that goes, Trace.
Nate Foy, live for us in Tel Aviv. Nate, thank you. Let's bring in national security and military analyst Dr. Rebecca Grant and retired Air Force Brigadier General Robert Spalding. Thank you both for coming on. Joan, to you first. I want to play some sound. This is the CENTCOM commander, Admiral Brad Cooper. He said this today. Watch.
I characterize our strikes as being unpredictable, dynamic, and decisive.
What's that?
Wednesday.
Since the first 24 hours of this campaign, Iranian ballistic missiles
It's Thursday, technically, it's midnight, but yeah.
drastically.
Oh.
In short, U.S. forces continue delivering devastating combat power against the Iranian regime. I've said this before, but it bears repeating. U.S. combat power is building, Iranian combat power is declining.
Yeah, I know, General, you have said that you think airstrikes can only bring you so far. When you hear the CENTCOM commander, do you want to amend that at all, or you stand behind that statement?
No, I do. I think we're doing a lot of degradation of their traditional combat forces, but if anything, Russia and Ukraine has taught us that we have completely non-traditional ways of warfare now, particularly with drones. And I think that's the thing that we're going to have to guard against. And that's a lot harder. The weapons that they're using in Iran today were not really made for that kind of threat.
Yeah. I want to move on. This is President Trump. He said this today. Watch.
Certainly doing. We got to finish the job, right? After Midnight Hammer, then we left. We figured that'll be the end of them for a while. But they started again. That's why we got to finish it, right? We don't want to go back every 2 years.
I mean, Dr. Rebecca Grant, to you, it's a good point. They don't want to go back. We did Midnight Hammer back in June, and right away, apparently they started to rebuild. We don't want to have to go back every 2 years. I mean, this thing needs to be finished.
Yes, and there's going to be nothing to go back to. General Dan Kane has talked about the strikes basically on Iran's military-industrial base. And right now we're in that phase of dynamic targeting, fresh intelligence, aircraft on patrol that are finding new targets, a drone factory you didn't know about, something like that. And I think President Trump is right to keep Admiral Cooper in the driver's seat as they evaluate day by day the progress they're making, fresh targets that are popping up, and then the ability to just completely wipe this out. And that puts the U.S. in the end ahead on the chessboard, ahead of China, ahead of Russia's influence in the Middle East. This is the only way to do it. They got to keep going.
Here's a couple of sound bites. One is the Senator Richard Blumenthal, followed by Paul Morrow, talking about, what you would expect the president to say and not to say.
The president, almost in a single breath, says it's almost done, and at the same time, it's just begun.
It's funny, when Trump does it, it's a meltdown from the collective legacy media. There's no endpoint, there's no clear resolution. When Obama did it, it was strategic ambiguity. It was a genius thing that resided in the clouds.
I mean, General, do you think, or does anybody expect the President of the United States to offer us, to give us precise deadlines one way or the other?
No, I think actually this is one of the president's strengths. His ability to talk on both sides of the issue really confuses and puts the enemy on their back heels. So I think it's a great way to deal with the Iranians. It's a great way to deal with the Chinese and the Russians, and I think he does a great job at it.
What about you, Dr. Grant? Because I think it really is one of those things where the presidents want to keep their cards close to the vest because there's a lot of things they don't want to let out, especially in a situation like this. And this is among them. And for a senator to come out and say, he keeps telling us different deadlines. Well, of course he keeps telling you different deadlines.
Yes, because President Trump is watching this in real time. He hasn't made a decision about what day this is going to stop. He's going to decide that when they've reached the objectives, getting rid of the missiles, the drones, any nuclear, and degrading Iran's capability. When they hit the mark that they're happy with, that's when he'll decide. President Trump is doing a good job of keeping this campaign running as it should be.
When you talk about the regime, General, talking about being on their heels that you did moments ago, the IRGC, the Basij, whoever on their heels, and then you look at the other side of the spectrum, which I was talking with the panel earlier about the Iranians themselves rising up. Do you see that scenario playing out, or is it too tall an order?
Well, it is, in the past, when we've had long air campaigns, typically the population is with you in the beginning, but as they continue to face the full force of those bombing campaigns, they start to turn. So it's really important that we balance how and what we target and how we enforce this war, because you can end up pushing the population into the arms of the regime.
Yeah, Dr. Grant, last words on that. Would you agree or disagree with that?
I agree, and that's why it's so important to take out that military capability and to weaken the IRGC at every point, their business interests, their military capability, all of it. That's what offers Iran a new chance down the road.
Robert Spalding, Rebecca Grant, thank you both. We appreciate it. Meantime, back here in California, the Fox News and Bad Common Sense Department is surprised to hear that LA Mayor Karen Bass is surging police officers into downtown Los Angeles. Her goal, wait for it, is to go after criminals. The final straw was apparently a street takeover where a crowd shut down major intersections to perform car stunts. The takeover led to a brawl. The brawl moved into an upscale apartment complex where people and property were damaged. The mayor calls it despicable, saying, quote, anyone who thinks they can come downtown and cause trouble, LAPD will be downtown in force to arrest you. Common Sense thinks the mayor is sending mixed messages because not long ago, people in LA were encouraged to cause trouble. Shutting down intersections wasn't despicable, it was respectable, because that trouble was aimed at Trump and his surge of ICE and the California National Guard. Now the mayor has zero tolerance for trouble. Then the mayor had zero tolerance for Trump. The old trouble showed that Los Angeles was able to fight a king. The new trouble shows LA is violent and unprepared to host World Cup and the Olympics. The Trump surge was assaulting democracy. The mayor's surge is helping humanity. But when the big events are over, Common Sense knows that California will always side with Trump over Trump. Coming up, President Trump making the rounds ahead of the midterms, touting the ongoing success of Operation Epic Fury.
We gotta finish the job, right? Over the past 11 days, our military has virtually destroyed Iran.
And later in the nightcap, AAA says the average price of a gallon of gas is up to $3.58 in California through 016. Are you okay with the temporary pain at the pump if it means a successful mission in Iran? Let us know. X, Instagram, at Trace Gallagher will read your responses coming up in the nightcap. We are coming right now.
I wish I could just watch live sports at home. I wish I could watch live sports at home at a low price. Well, I wish I could watch live sports and pause my subscription when my team sucks and still get hundreds of channels for free.
Choose and customize your channel lineup, or pause and watch for free. Sling lets you do that. These have to play.
IRS. 3 letters that strike fear into everyone. And for good reason. The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth. And being in debt to the IRS can have serious consequences. Oftentimes it begins with the IRS sending you a collection letter, but then escalates. And before you know it, you're having your paycheck turned, your bank account seized, even your home or business can be at risk.
My problem was I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I was trying to take on the IRS by myself. I have 5 children, trying to take care of my kids with a lot of stress.
I owed the IRS over $10,000. They told me the possibilities of garnishing my wages to resolve this debt that I owed them.
I owe a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000, but there was nothing I could do about it. I was just overwhelmed with what to do.
These stories are all too common, but thankfully, there's Optimus Tax Relief, America's #1 most trusted tax resolution firm. Optimus experts have helped thousands of people with stories just like these resolve their tax debt.
I owe $15,000. I only had to pay $3,500, and now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything. It was easy, like 1, 2, 3.
Since I've settled everything through the IRS, with Optima Tax Help, I'm going to be able to succeed instead of just worry.
They sent the paperwork in for the debt to be cleared, the liens to be taken off. Now I'm a happy camper. If you owe the IRS, don't want to loan, give Optima Tax a call.
So don't wait. Today you have options. Tomorrow you might not. Optimus tax professionals are standing by, ready to help you now.
For a free consultation, call 800-587-3950.
Our family started Cane Brew with a dream and a lot of hard work. Now we're thriving, growing, and hiring. Artificial intelligence has made all the difference for our business. We're a case study for how AI is strengthening American manufacturing. Washington needs to help AI flourish. It's vital to our economic security. We cannot let China dominate these technologies. America must innovate and win. Let's protect our competitive edge.
Oh, that new Cologuard Plus test. 10 out of 10.
Now I detect 95% of colon cancer, similar to colonoscopy.
Somebody's just working on himself. Girl, those blue arms say I got you. The Square Justice Trust.
And the free return label says, I'm going places.
The Cologuard Plus test, non-invasive, no prep, and better than ever. For people 45 plus and average risk, it's the box that checks all the boxes for screening. False positive and negative results may occur, not for those at high risk. Ask your provider or request Cologuard Plus online.
Inside Operation Epic Fury.
It's being exquisitely executed.
Jesse details the latest developments in the Middle East on a must-see primetime.
Relief hotline, tell us where it hurts. Feeling nauseous. Had a big night out? Start with Nausine. Nausine's formula is just right for effective nausea and upset stomach relief. Nuclear hot ones. That'll do it. So why actually healthcare? If it hurts, we help.
During an asthma attack, every second feels like an eternity. Primatene Mist works fast. It's clinically shown to open airways quickly. Get the #1 FDA-approved over-the-counter asthma inhaler. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again.
Has been dark for quite some time. Then I let in the light to help see more of the light inside me.
I needed more from my antidepressant, so my doctor had Caplyta, proven to provide greater relief from depression symptoms than an antidepressant alone. Building on my progress without starting over. Weight gain and reported sexual side effects were not common.
Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Caplyta is not approved for dementia-related psychosis. Call your doctor about new or sudden mood changes, behaviors, or suicidal thoughts right away. Antidepressants may increase these risks. Report fever, confusion, stiff muscles, which may be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements, which may be permanent. High cholesterol and weight gain may occur, as can high blood sugar, which may be fatal. Common side effects are sleepiness, dizziness, nausea, dry mouth, feeling tired, and diarrhea. These aren't all the side effects.
Ask your doctor about Caplyta.
Help see more of the light inside of me.
President Trump taking his economic message to voters in Ohio and Kentucky, insisting that rising oil and gas prices are temporary. The senior national correspondent Kevin Cork live in D.C. with the latest on this. Kevin, good evening.
Even trace President Trump balancing the foreign conflict in Iraq, and of course, as you point out, still keeping an eye on his domestic agenda during those visits to Kentucky and Ohio. Yeah, he's talking about sacrificing, and he's saying that the pain at the pump will be temporary.
Oil will be coming down. That's just a matter of war. That happens where you can almost predict it. I would say it went up a little bit less than we thought. It's going to come down more than anybody understands.
Now, so it would be very good news for consumers. The president is also announcing a bit of action to help bring down those gas prices because of the conflict in Iran, with the 32 member nations of the International Energy Agency agreeing to release reserves
That also includes 172 million barrels of oil from the U.S.'s Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Here is the Energy Secretary, Chris Wright.
We will release collectively 400 million barrels. This is to tide the world over while these flows are restricted by Iran. But ultimately, the United States military will prevail.
Wright says he is hopeful for a return to normalcy in a matter of weeks. We can all hope. Last Sunday, oil prices topped more than $100 a barrel. They've fallen way back down to the low 80s. Meantime, AAA is reporting gas prices are up slightly, $3.45 a gallon in the last month. Again, just ever so slightly. The White House also said to be working overtime to find other ways to, reduce prices, including risk reduction by offering insurance for those shipping companies that are trying to get through the Strait of Hormuz. There's also an indication the president is set to invoke the Defense Production Act. That, according to Bloomberg, and in doing so, that would help allow some offshore drilling off the coast of the Golden State. Here. Trace, back to you. Still $6 outside. Yeah, but it's always $6. It's always outside. That's true. Let's bring in former California, Kevin, thank you. Let's bring in former California GOP chairwoman Jessica Malott Patterson and former White House senior policy strategist May Mailman. Thank you both for coming on. May, to you first. The president was in Kentucky today. Play one more sound about him talking oil prices.
My administration, as you know better than anybody, is also working to keep the oil flowing. It's flowing all over. We knocked out, they wanted to drop some mines. We knocked out as of, every hour I have to change because they knock them out so fast. But oil prices are already coming back down and it's going to come down, but we're not leaving until that job is finished.
What's your takeaway on this, man?
Yeah, so oil prices right now have gone up a little bit, but they're still not even to 2024 levels under Joe Biden. Because when you think about the policies that Joe Biden and the Democrats enacted, including the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, it is not just to make gas more expensive, it's to make gas unavailable through things like suing oil and gas companies for hundreds of billions of dollars, asking them to account for every weather event, not only in the past, but in the future. So when President Trump says he's brought oil prices down, he has created the policies that have allowed energy dominance to thrive in this country.
Yeah, Jessica, a little bit of trivial pursuit right now. Guess which California governor is now blaming high gas prices on President Trump? Put this up on the screen. Trump's Iran war is costing Americans $1.5 billion more, says Gavin Newsom at the pump this week alone. And what are Americans getting in return? Not better roads, not cleaner air, just higher prices as corporations pocket the higher prices and cash in on Trump's chaos. The roads have never been good, and the gas prices are always the highest. But here's the other thing, I found this. So Politico wrote this in July of 2025. University of Southern California professor Michael Meach produced an estimate of $8.43 per gallon well before the war by 2026 based on refinery closures plus the rules. And when he says rules, he means all the California rules that you got to jump through to buy a gallon of gas around here.
I cheated because I saw the picture. It was Gavin. But I could have guessed without it.
Yeah.
Listen, you talked about it. We have the highest gas prices in the nation. We pay $1.50 to $2 more per gallon than the rest of the country. And why is it? It is because of high gas taxes. It is because of special fuel mandates. It is because of regulations here in California, policies that have been created by the Democrat supermajority and championed by Gavin Newsom. 63%, despite the fact that we have the natural resources here in California, 63% of our gas is still imported from outside of California. The problem with that is we do it better, we do it cleaner than anywhere else in the country. So even if you are trying to make it an environmental argument, you're getting dirtier gas from our enemies. The global conflict is not the problem today. The policies of Californians and real leadership would have said, if I care about the price that people are paying at the gas pump, I would suspend the gas tax tomorrow. Gavin Newsom would not do that.
Yeah, and if you want to run for president, credibility is one of the key issues people look for in that. And when you're saying stuff like this, when gas prices have been high forever, it just comes across as very disingenuous. Meantime, back to you, May. You have the GOP Senator James Lankford saying this about Democrats and DHS funding. Watch.
Literally, Democrats
hate ICE enforcement more than they're frustrated with Iran. They don't see Iran as a threat, but they do see ICE as a threat. That is the difference between the two parties, and it could not be more stark.
I mean, it really does kind of feel like that they would pick sides in this thing. You're just trying to get it safe, and we can debate it later. But right now, you got people waiting in line. It's just a mess, man.
Right. Fund DHS in this moment where America's enemies are hoping for any moment of weakness to come after us. And here's the thing, it's America. You're entitled to have bad opinions, like that ICE should not be allowed to protect the homeland. But you gotta go through the process. You've got to pass a bill. And the Democrats don't want to present to the American public the idea of handcuffing ICE because they know that that's not popular. So instead, they want to hold DHS hostage, hold travelers at the airport hostage, and create so much chaos that they can force through their bad policies in a way that it's not supposed to be forced through.
Yeah. Meantime, we have the Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer caught red-handed talking about the SAVE Act. But
it allows ICE to kick tens of billions of people off the rolls.
So long as they are lawful, so long as they are a legal American citizen, they will be able to stay on the voter rolls. And so when Senator Chuck Schumer says that tens of millions of Americans will be removed from the voter rolls, did he say the quiet part out loud? Did he allude to the fact that perhaps tens of millions of non-citizens are on the voter rolls?
I mean, I learned today you can't even see an R-rated movie unless you have an ID. It's just crazy, this whole conversation.
It is, and common sense should prevail here. What we know for a fact is that if you are not supposed to be on the voter rolls, this could have been fixed in the front end by voter ID. And what the SAVE Act does is it enforces a law that is already on the books. Federal elections are for U.S. citizens, period. End of story. We do not need the Democrat Party to constantly come to us as minorities, as women, and tell us that we are not capable and insult us in a way that we wouldn't be able to get an ID to go and vote. We know how to do that. We need the SAVE Act because it puts the confidence back into elections.
Jessica Malone Patterson, Nate Mailman, thank you both. Well, beyond the headlines, here's what we are scrolling through tonight. A Florida teen hailed as a hero after tackling an axe-wielding man, threatening him and his younger brother outside a car wash where the boys work. The suspect arrested and facing charges that include felony aggravated assault. The teen hero, by the way, happens to be an MMA-trained military recruit. Be careful who you pick. More than 1,000 feet of lava shooting into the air as Hawaii's Kilauea volcano erupts, prompting major highway closures and flight cancellations. It marks the volcano's 43rd episode in less than 2 years. It is beautiful to watch. It's a bit dangerous, but we got our eyes on it. Coming up, millions across the nation still under tornado warnings after multiple twisters causing extensive damage on Tuesday. We are live with the breaking information on that and more next.
Somewhere out there, someone's paying $30 for a single plate of steak and shrimp. What? At a lobster tail, and they're pushing $50. Really?
But here, it's only $7.99.
In here, we're balling. It's actually fire. What is it?
Yeah, fire.
Yeah, it's fire. It's fireball.
My name is Noah. I am 11 years old. I'm a St. Jude patient.
Noah means everything to me. He is just my whole heart. My whole heart. After Noah's original diagnosis, initially it was this moment of praying for a miracle because it was a massive tumor in the left side of his brain.
Every minute matters for the children at St. Jude. They need your help. For just $19 a month, you can become a St. Jude Partner in Hope and help save lives. Call, go online, or scan the QR code with your gift.
As a parent, you trying your best could be not enough. And seeing the 3-year-old going through what she's going through, it's tough.
I try not to think into the future, but then when your child loses their hair, that was hard. You just want to help your child.
Please don't wait. For just $19 a month, you can make a difference in the lives of these kids.
I thank you guys from the bottom of my heart. Everybody that gets to St. Jude, They have to keep doing what they're doing because without them, these babies wouldn't make it.
Join with your credit or debit card for only $19 a month, and we'll send you this St. Jude t-shirt you can proudly wear to show your support.
It has been a very tough journey for such a small little girl if it wasn't for St. Jude. And the donations, I don't know where Macy would be.
And brave.
And courageous.
And courageous.
Yeah. Love you.
Love you.
Help St. Jude find more cures for more children. Please donate now.
Back pain. When you've got it, you know it. Introducing X-Back from Copperfit, America's #1 back support brand. Our groundbreaking technology designed for compression support of your lower back and core like you've never experienced before. Engineered with our most innovative patent-pending advanced X compression system, evenly distributes the support across a broader surface area of your back for relief of lower back aches and pains. A super lightweight mesh fabric, ventilated to increase airflow and release excess heat. An orthopedic design alloy support panel and 4 built-in flexible stabilizers to help improve alignment and promote better posture. The all-new X-Pack from Copperfit, the most customizable support for relief of lower back pain you will ever wear. Guaranteed or your money back. Get yours now at getxback.com or call 1-800-717-3148. Order right now and your shipping is free. Copperfit. Feel the difference.
Hello! Introducing Wonder Gel, the all-natural pain relief, scientifically formulated using ancient herbs, designed to go right to the source of pain.
I have 2 herniated discs in my lower back that have caused me pain for the last couple of years, and I had a friend suggest that I try Wonder Gel. I don't want to be without it now. I'm Christine, and I love Wonder Gel.
Get a free sample today at freewondergel.com. What do you got to lose? Pain?
The Lumify effect. One drop dramatically reduces redness for brighter, whiter-looking eyes that make you go, wow. Lumify works in 1 minute and lasts up to 8 hours. See what all the hype is about with the one and only Lumify.
My dad had never been in better shape. He had a stroke and passed away. He had a life insurance policy. Ethos.com. In 10 minutes, you can be covered with life insurance.
Check your price today at ethos.com.
For the love of your life, have your engagement ring custom made by the Jewelry Exchange. 1 carat certified lab diamonds, $4.99, or natural GIA for $15.90. 14K mounts are $4.99. Thousands of choices, always the best deal. The Jewelry Exchange Direct.
The game of survival is in your hands. Good luck.
They came out here to win $250,000.
Let's go!
You're playing a totally different game than we're playing in the wilderness. You all want to hate me? That's fine.
Start scheming, boys. I need some goodies. Please hit that button.
Oh my God.
I should have applied for the floor. Bravo wouldn't do this.
Extracted. All new Mondays on Fox and watch anytime on Hulu.
Well, heavy rain and high winds damaging structures in the Baltimore area this evening. The bout of severe weather is part of a massive storm system stretching from Louisiana to western New York. Chandler Painter is live for us in New York with more on the dangerous conditions. Chandler, good evening.
Hey, good evening, Trace. This is the same system that triggered an EF3 tornado in eastern Illinois last night, landing a direct hit on the town of Kankakee before it crossed into Indiana and killed at least 2 people. Newton County officials confirmed today that an elderly couple was killed in their home in Lake Village, Indiana. Folks there are without power as line workers have rolled in to try to restore electricity as soon as possible. But first, crews have to move down power poles off the closed roadways, so many of which are not passable. One local resident summed up the damage for Fox Weather.
Once I started hearing the hail, I knew it was just gonna happen. And then just heard the wind whipping and trees falling. The house behind us got hit really bad. The walls were ripped off, siding. It's horrible. There's buildings ripped up, cars are damaged, trees are falling over.
And back in Kankakee, Illinois, where this same tornado first touched down, the sheriff's office reports extensive damage with trees uprooted, windows shattered, vehicles smashed, and roofs torn off. This is where the supercell has been preliminarily measured as a powerful EF3.
All teams are activated from municipalities. Kudos to every neighboring community. They're offering help from all over. And just stay home, be safe, and allow the team some time to get everything cleaned up for you.
And Trace, fortunately, the system hasn't generated anything quite so severe tonight. Back to you.
A little bit of good news. Chandler Benner live for us in New York. Chandler, thank you.
When those players were silent at the start of their first match in Australia, that silence was heard as a roar all around the world. We responded by saying the invitation is there. In Australia, you can be safe, you will be welcomed, you will be at home.
Australia's Minister of Home Affairs on the silence from the Iranian women's soccer team that spoke volumes. He said a roar. Let's bring in the anchor of Fox News Sunday, the former anchor of this show, and the author of the new book, Nothing is Impossible with God, Shannon Bream. Shannon, it is so great to see you. You know, I've been fascinated by this Iranian women's soccer team story because you had 6 of them that decided to finally defect. They stayed in Australia, and you had 1 staff member that also did the same, but you had 20 of the female soccer players that decided they were going to go home. And it's got to be an agonizing decision when you know that the regime is potentially threatening your family, threatening your life. I mean, it's one of those things. I wanted to get your take on it that you think, wow, this is a heavy moment. I think it was my child, I would say you're staying, but you know, a lot of kids are like, nope, I'm going home to my family.
I know, and we can't imagine what that process must be like trying to make that decision. And you know, my husband and I were talking about this last night. I bet they had these conversations before these women ever left the country and knew there might be a possibility for something like this in Australia. And what a gut-wrenching decision to have to make. Do I go back to my family? Are they going to be harmed if I don't go back? But and as you said, as a parent, you're probably going to say in many cases, I want you to be free. I want you to have this opportunity. They have these handlers with them all the time. You know, Brian Yanis has this amazing interview with this woman as an activist who said she's been working on this for a year to make sure any of these women who wanted this opportunity would have it.
Yeah, it really was an amazing interview. People are waiting hours in TSA lines, and these kids are trying to go on spring break. You're talking about, you know, Iranian drones that are potentially on the coast of California in some capacity, you know, imminent threat. And, you know, we see all this happening, the DHS funding, and then we learn from Eric Schmidt, they're not even really talking about this. Here's what he said.
You can cry about it. You can whine about it. You lost an election over it. The White House has dealt with you in good faith. You want to prolong this until you get another incident. While your activists are on the street confronting ICE agents in sanctuary jurisdictions, hoping they get some viral moment.
I mean, it does not appear to be a quick fix to this yet.
No way. And listen, as we've been reporting this, you've been telling people ICE is fully funded. It has all the money it needs in a big, beautiful bill, if you want to qualify that. Others in DC, more disparaging name for the bill, but the money is there. It includes money for body cams, which everybody seems to agree, okay, let's do that. It's got money for de-escalation training, all the things that people say that they want. They're going to continue fighting over things like judicial warrants, but they're not going to stop ICE. What they're doing is this. And there are people who are missing paychecks. We know that 60+% of Americans, including many federal workers, live paycheck to paycheck. It is unfair to do this. And listen, I ask all over Washington. I can't get a Democrat or Republican to tell me that anybody is talking.
Yeah. Then again, nothing impossible with God, Shannon. I mean, that's the name of the new book, your new book. The excerpt, I mean, really could have been part of this conversation. It says, quoting here, Daniel never tried to bargain with his enemies or God. He quietly led a devoted, honorable life, bolstered by the community of God. He refused to cave or crumble. A foreigner in a strange land, he held to what he knew was true because he understood that God was always with him. Your books on religion have been fantastic, Shannon. What's the message here?
Well, all of the people you'll meet in this book are overcomers, and every one of them faced something really, really difficult and challenging, just like Daniel did, being ripped from his home, put into a different culture that tried to drown out his faith. But whatever you're facing, there is a way through. God may not answer your prayers the exact way that you think he should or want him to. I think I've had that experience, probably all people of faith have. But he's always working, and I hope you'll be encouraged by these stories and equipped too, because they're really practical things for whatever you're walking through.
Do you aim, when you write these books, Shannon, do you aim for a message? Is there a takeaway at the end that you want people to kind of look back like, yeah, or is everybody takes something different away from your books?
Yeah, they can. This was this group of overcomers. That's the common theme of all of these folks that I wanted to tell the story. And I always had in the back of my mind, like one day I hope to do a book that's going to be a collection of this specifically, because everybody faces something, they're walking through something now, or it will come. And so if you know that you can have the steadiness of faith and know that there is something bigger and better guiding your path, I think that's very comforting. I hope people will get that.
No, nothing is impossible with God. It's going to be great. All your books have been fantastic. Shannon, thank you for coming on the show.
Thank you,
We appreciate it. Good to see you.
You too.
Well, AAA says the average price of a gallon of gas is up to $3.58 a gallon. Are you okay with the temporary pain at the pump if it means a successful mission in Iran? Let us know. Instagram, at Trace Gallagher. We're back with the Nightcap crew. It always includes you. It's next.
I'm feeling more confident about the future after reviewing my choices with Voya. Have you updated your workplace benefits and retirement savings?
No, but I am really going to think about it at some point.
Well, if you evaluate your benefits and investment options together, it can help you make the right choices for today.
That's great. I'd love to think more about that. Maybe next week or even the week after. I don't know, this year.
Don't just think about a strong future. Plan for one with Voya. Plan, invest, protect.
This is an important message for victims of asbestos exposure. Even if you smoked, if you or a loved one underwent a lung biopsy or had fluid drained from your lung and were later diagnosed with mesothelioma or lung cancer, even if you smoked, call the Victims Justice Group now. You may be entitled to significant money damages. Many workers were exposed to dangerous asbestos fibers in the 1950s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. If you or a loved one served in the Navy or other armed forces, or worked in any of the industries or trades listed on your screen, and were later diagnosed with mesothelioma or lung cancer, even if you smoked, call our asbestos exposure helpline now. The attorneys and staff working with Victims Justice Group have decades of experience and fully understand the complexities of filing a claim to get you the maximum payment for your pain and suffering, securing over $1 billion for mesothelioma and lung cancer victims and their families. There are strict deadlines to file a claim.
Don't delay and call 1-800-395-1165. That's 1-800-395-1165 right now.
I wish I could just watch live sports at home. I wish I could watch live sports at home at a low price. Well, I wish I could watch live sports and pause my subscription when my team sucks and still get hundreds of channels for free.
Choose and customize your channel lineup, or pause and watch for free. Sling lets you do that. Big fact required.
When you're selling your home, there's one thing that'll get it sold fast and at the highest price.
Ready?
Find the best real estate agent to sell it. Simple, but how do you find the best agent? Ready.com. On Ready, the best agents compete for your business. And get this, they pay you just for the opportunity to sell your home. They put up their money to be your agent. $2,000, $10,000, find out. Go to Ready.com or call 888-551-REDY.
Men, how many bathroom trips are you making each day? Try Super Beta Prostate Advanced, the #1 selling formula in its category. Made with Prostafend, a triple action blend to help reduce urges to urinate. Find it at Walmart or these retailers.
Welcome to the World Baseball Classic.
U.S. and Israeli planes continue to hammer the Iranian regime.
The branch of Iran's military that has been hit the hardest is the Navy.
America is watching.
Not all awards carry the same weight. That's why at Plexiderm, we set out to create the best of the best. A product so effective, you'll see results in just minutes. In almost no time, those dreaded under-eye bags, fine lines, and wrinkles visibly disappear from view.
Plexiderm works. Took away all the wrinkles, all the puffins. You can see it in my face.
Wow, that's incredible. There's been creams, there's been lotions, concealers. Nothing works like this.
Are you serious? Like I look 15 years younger. Are you sure it's not the mirror?
Plexiderm won Editor's Choice Awards from E! Elle Magazine, and most recently, Women's Health. Now, those are real trophies. And now you can try Plexiderm for just $14.95 with free shipping. Go online, call now, or scan the QR code on your screen. Join the millions who've discovered why Plexiderm isn't just good, it's the best.
Can you tell me what I'm doing here? Let's see. We're standing inside a secret prison that houses the Nazi high command. I'm gonna put Herbie Goering on trial. Get out of here. These people let it happen. And look, it escapes at any instance. Putting Goering on the stand gives him everything he wants. Knowing what we know now, would you still thought of Adolf Hitler?
Now available with Dish on Demand.
Back with the Nightcap crew, Chanley Painter, Christina Coleman, Dr. Sheila Nazarian, Shirin Yadigar, Rabbi Chaim Mentz, and Jessica Milan Patterson. AAA says the average price of gas, $3.58 a gallon. Are you okay with the temporary pain at the pump if it means success in Iran? Chanley.
Yes, the key word there being temporary, Trace. I think it's good to have a short-term economic discomfort if it means achieving long-term national security goals.
Rabbi, we have to be empathetic for the people that can't afford it. But we must go through this because it's for a great cause.
Sure.
Californians are used to high gas prices and we have potholes, so I say yes, we can do this for a temporary time frame to have peace in the world.
Sure. Sheila.
We just talked about how there's drones off the coast of California. If you think the threat isn't here and it's not worth, like, I remember when gas was $5, $6 a gallon here in California. If it's not worth 50 cents higher, I don't know what is.
Absolutely right. The war is coming to us. We need to make sure that we take care of it over there.
And
yes, I've already been dealing with long-term pain at the pump here in California.
Ian says, have you checked California? We'd be happy with $3.58. JC, yes, absolutely a very small sacrifice for us and a huge liberation to freedom for them. Joanna, gas prices currently have absolutely nothing to do with Iran. Greed push 100%. Leon, we lived through Bidenflation. We can live through this. It's worth it. Wendy, I will definitely sacrifice and pay higher gas prices. It's the least I can do, especially since the military is sacrificing their lives. Thank you for watching America's Late News, Fox News at Night. I'm Trace Gallagher in Los Angeles. We'll see you right back here again tomorrow night.
Think about what is actually on your computer this tax season. W-2s, 1099s, bank statements. Your PC isn't just a machine. It is a digital vault holding your life's work. But here is the scary truth. Standard antivirus software leaves the vault door cracked open. They let unknown programs enter first and then check if they are bad. By then, it's often too late. You need PCmatic. We use American-made default deny technology. It's simple. If we don't recognize a program, it doesn't run. We lock the door tight. And because your data needs to travel safely to the IRS, we have a massive offer. Buy PCmatic antivirus today and you'll get our premium PCmatic VPN absolutely free. Total security for your hard drive and total privacy for your connection. American-made security for homes, businesses, and government agencies. Lock down your financial life. Visit PCmatic.com to claim your offer today.
Back pain. When you've got it, you know it. Introducing X-Back from Copperfit, America's #1 back support brand. Our groundbreaking technology designed for compression support of your lower back and core like you've never experienced before. Engineered with our most innovative patent-pending advanced X compression system, evenly distributes the support across a broader surface area of your back for relief of lower back aches and pains. A super lightweight mesh fabric, ventilated to increase airflow and release excess heat. An orthopedic design alloy support panel and 4 built-in flexible stabilizers to help improve alignment and promote better posture. The all-new X-Pack from Copperfit, the most customizable support for relief of lower back pain you will ever wear. Guaranteed or your money back. Get yours now at getxback.com or call 1-800-717-3148. Order right now and your shipping is free. Copperfit. Feel the difference.
Leaf Filter is America's #1 gutter protection system because it's built right. And you know me, I don't just take their word for it. I visited their lab and I was impressed. I saw how Leaf Filter is engineered to keep debris out of the gutters and water flowing, helping prevent costly damage. All backed by Leaf Filter's clog-free guarantee. When it's built right, it shows. That's why it's Homes Approved.
Schedule your free gutter inspection today. Call 877-77-HOMES or visit leaffilter.com/homes.
What's the most important thing when you're in pain? It's getting out of pain. Hello, introducing Wonder Gel, the all-natural pain
powerful anti-inflammatory properties, allowing the body to heal itself quickly. Let me help you get out of pain. Get a free sample today at freewondergel.com. What do you got to lose? Pain?
This one goes better with the walls.
This is so much easier than the home improvement store.
There's the measurement fee, delivery fee, restocking fee.
And installation.
Oh, no, that's not my department.
With Empire's Home Floor Advantage, we have clear, all-inclusive pricing. No surprises. And installation is on your schedule.
Call or visit EmpireToday.com and get the home floor advantage.
800-588-2300 Empire.
Today. My dad has never been in better shape. He had a stroke and passed away. He had a life insurance policy. Ethos.com. In 10 minutes, you can be covered with life insurance.
Check your price today at ethos.com.
We love being outside, but the sun makes our deck and patio too hot to enjoy.
Thanks to our new Sunsetter retractable awning, we can select full sun or instant shade.
It's 20 degrees cooler, and you get protection from harmful rays and sun glare.
When you call, we'll rush you a special $350 discount certificate with your free awning idea kit. You'll get your Sunset for as little as $1,200. But this is a limited time offer.
For over 20 years, Sunsetter has been the best-selling retractable awning in America.
Call now for this free awning idea kit packed with great awning solutions. Plus, get this $350 discount certificate that will bring you your manual Sunsetter for less than $1,200. There are so many incredible styles to choose from. Get a custom-built awning without the custom-built price. Turn your patio into an instant oasis. Add LED lighting for evening enjoyment. Call now for your free awning idea kit with local dealer info and $350 discount certificate. Life is better under a Sunsetter.
The perfect gifts. The Jewelry Exchange has diamond pendants, $99. Diamond clusters, $249 per carat. 5-carat diamond tennis bracelets, $8.99. 1-carat studs and solitaires, $2.99. Great service, selection, and prices. Factory direct. The Jewelry Exchange.
We begin this morning with a Fox News alert. Branded video shows American forces destroying an Iranian aircraft, but the regime is fighting back, launching a cyber attack on a U.S. company and targeting our tech industry. How this could impact you ahead.
And overnight, Iran unleashing a major drone and missile attack on a government facility in Bahrain, with the FBI now warning that attacks like this could be coming to California. A live report in just a few moments.
And President Trump working to keep oil prices down as concerns grow that the war could mean more pain at the pump. How he plans to tackle rising prices. You are watching Fox and Friends First on this Thursday morning on Partnership.
And I'm Todd Pyro. First, we go to Trey Yates live in Tel Aviv with the latest on the war with Iran. Trey.
Todd Farley, good morning. The Iranian regime and its proxies continued attacks against Gulf countries and Israel overnight. We saw the largest amount of rocket fire from the Iran-backed Lebanese militant group Hezbollah since Operation Epic Fury began. An IDF official telling Fox News more than 100 rockets were launched over the border overnight, triggering sirens across northern Israel. This was a significant attack, but led to just a few injuries on the ground. A top military spokesperson here in Israel reacting to the operation by Hezbollah.
Hezbollah is under pressure today. It works for its Iranian master. It acts contrary to Lebanese interest. It not only does not defend Lebanon, it harms Lebanon. We see the statements of Lebanon's government leaders. It harms the state of Lebanon.
We know that the Israelis immediately responded, striking targets in the Dakka neighborhood of southern Beirut. Also other areas you can see here, massive Israeli strikes hammering Hezbollah positions. I do want to shift the focus to the Persian Gulf now, where overnight 2 oil tankers were on fire after reportedly being hit by Iranian explosive vessels just off the coast of Iraq. At least 1 person was reportedly killed. Other crews evacuated to the shoreline nearby. This was a significant development on the ground, and you just see the flames here spewing from one of those tankers. This is coming from Iraqi port authorities. All of this taking place in another part of the Gulf. An Iranian drone slammed into an Omani oil storage facility, the largest one in the country of Oman. The drone was soaring through the skies in a previous video and then slammed into one of these storage units. President Trump was asked yesterday about the impact in the Persian Gulf and had this to say.
And my administration, as you know better than anybody, is also working to keep the oil flowing. It's flowing all over. We knocked out, they wanted to drop some mines
very friendly people, mine, so boats blow up. And we knocked out every hour I have to change because they knock them out so fast. I've never said that. Think of it. They knocked out 54 ships in 2 days, and they're real ships.
A significant development for CENTCOM as they go after all of these Iranian vessels in the Persian Gulf and in the Gulf of Oman. We do expect these strikes to continue, and again, American forces are going after Iran's Air Force in the days ahead as they try to take out the capabilities of the Iranian regime. Todd Carlin?
And Trey, Israeli and U.S. forces are also going after a group called the Besieged. They're a paramilitary group that basically acts as kind of like an iron fist, keeping the people of Iran in line with the regime's goals, which is obviously to not have people out on the streets. What more can you tell us about this group, Trey? And each attack on this group, does that get the people one step closer to going back out in the streets and actually leading to the uprising that we've all expected from the people of Iran to ultimately overthrow the regime?
So the short answer is yes, as it relates to the ability for people to go to the streets in the future. The besieged forces were directly responsible for cracking down on protesters earlier this year. President Trump said it led to the deaths of 32,000 Iranian civilians. And we saw those images as the security forces took to the streets of Tehran and other major cities. So the besieged forces are getting hit hard right now. A number of their headquarters in the capital of Tehran were taken out in U.S. and Israeli strikes. And also the command structure was targeted just yesterday as well in an effort to ensure that the Iranians have less capabilities on the ground if Iranian civilians do decide to go to the streets once again. We also heard from a security official in Iran yesterday who called protesters enemies of the state, promising to crack down if they tried to demonstrate against this government again.
And obviously crackdown means if you go out there, you're probably going to be shot, and that is not something that anybody wants to see now. But at some point, we do want to see those individuals in the streets of Tehran and throughout Iran. Trey Yeeks, thank you, sir. Meantime, the FBI is warning of an alleged Iranian surprise drone attack plot on a target in California in retaliation for the U.S. strikes on Iran.
Mark Meredith joins us live from Washington with all the details. Hi, Mark.
Carly and Tom, good to see you both. American cities coast to coast remain on alert for any potential terror attacks amid the war with Iran. And there is a particular concern in California where officials are on the lookout for any potential drone attacks. For years, Iran has relied on drones to carry out deadly airstrikes across the Middle East. Today, there's concerns a similar attack could be launched off U.S. shores. There was a bulletin issued a week ago, but it was not released publicly at first, which says, we recently acquired information that as of early February of this year, Iran allegedly aspired to conduct a surprise attack using unmanned aerial vehicles, UAVs, from an unidentified vessel off the coast of the U.S. homeland, specifically against unspecified targets in California, in the event that the U.S. conducted strikes against Iran. We have no additional information on the timing, method, target, or perpetrators of this alleged attack. President Trump, he too, was asked about this possibility on Wednesday.
The big investigator, but you have a lot of things happening, and all we can do is take them as they come. The war itself is being prosecuted as well as anybody has ever seen. Now, this is other countries telling me too. Big countries, powerful countries, that's it. They've never seen anything like it.
The LA County Sheriff's Office also weighing in on this, saying in light of global events, the department remains at an elevated level of readiness and is maintaining increased vigilance as we continue to protect our residents of Los Angeles County. We're also hearing from the Democratic governor of California, Gavin Newsom, who says he's in constant coordination with his emergency team to monitor potential threats to California, including those tied to the conflict in the Middle East. While we are not aware of any imminent threats at this time, we remain prepared for any emergency in our state. And while federal and state officials this morning are downplaying the risk of a surprise attack, there are still concerns for a sleeper cell attack somewhere in the U.S. and, of course, as Trey was just mentioning, throughout the Middle East. Todd and Carl?
There certainly are those concerns. Mark Meredith left for us in Washington. Mark, thank you. Let's bring in decorated Navy Top Gun graduate, FA-18 fighter pilot, and founder of No Fallen Heroes Foundation, Matthew Wiz-Buckley. Thank you so much for joining us. What should we know about this alert and the possibility of something like this actually happening?
Oh, good morning, Carly. Always a possibility when you leave the southern border wide open for the past 4 years. It's just an absolute disgrace. Not only wide open, but I remember Fox showing footage of the then Biden administration actually having forklifts lift up barbed wire that secured our border and letting people stream in. I had a buddy I flew Hornets with who, after he got off active duty, he flew for Customs and Border Patrol. And he said, Wiz, you wouldn't believe how many prayer rugs and Korans we find in the desert. So these sleeper cells are in this country, they are active. On 9/11, we had terrorists sitting in first class or buying airline tickets. Why would they do that to get into this country when they can just walk in? It's an absolute disgrace. I strongly recommend everybody keep their head on a swivel, and it's not just a glib saying. If you see something, say something, because you might just save a life.
So it sounds like your concern is more the possibility of a lone wolf attack as opposed to something like this that we just found out about yesterday, about the possibility of a drone strike off the coast of California, some more organized, large-scale attack from Iran?
Both. I'd absolutely be looking at both. It was the job of our government to contingency plan. Before I went flying an F-18 Hornet, I said, what realistically could go wrong on this mission that I can think about right now in the air conditioning? So I guarantee you the FBI, the Department of War, all of these partners are sitting in a room in front of a whiteboard going, hey, what is realistic? But to pull off an attack like that, it obviously needs a lot of people, it needs a lot of material, so I would hope that the FBI is on top of this, but you never know. There's potentially thousands, if not tens of thousands, of enemy agents in this country. That's a fact. Whether they can band together and execute a mission like this, I don't want to find out.
Well, let me add another unfortunate concern to the mix. Yesterday, there was a cyber attack targeting a medical device company called Stryker, and Iran is believed to be behind it. This is from the Wall Street Journal. They write, thousands of employees at Stryker woke up on Wednesday to find their cell phones and laptops were suddenly disabled by a major cyber attack. The hackers behind the digital assault said they were retaliating on behalf of Iran. And then on top of that, Iran is also reportedly honing in on attacking, not cyber, but militarily, major tech companies like Microsoft, Palantir, IBM, and NVIDIA with offices in the Middle East. So how disruptive do you think all of this could be?
It'll be disruptive, but again, these large companies, this isn't their first day at work. I mean, the Chinese are notorious for stealing everything that's not nailed down, from trying to get into the Department of War. It's always interesting when they launch a new fighter or new aircraft carrier or a piece of military machinery, it's a copy and paste of the United States. So our companies have to be vigilant. They have to have their walls up for these potential attacks, but non-state actors, you're always going to have this type of stuff. They might be executing on saying they're doing this on behalf of Iran. It might not be the Iranian military or any of their intelligence agencies. They're fleeing right now, Carly. These people have targets on their back. There's no way there's a long line at the Iranian Navy or missile launch, recruiting offices.
They got to work with who they have right now. But you're right. The FBI and law enforcement, they have to get it right every single time, and we thank them and you so much for your service as well. Matthew Wisbuckley, we appreciate your time and expertise as always.
Good morning. Thank you.
All right, a deadly wave of tornadoes tearing across Illinois, ripping apart any homes and buildings in its path.
Crews actively assessing the damage. A live look from the ground. Next.
Another day. Same pain, same meds, same struggling for symptom relief. Injections like Humira and Enbrel work similarly to treat moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis or psoriatic arthritis. But if your symptoms haven't improved enough, Rinvoq works differently. It's a once-daily pill that can rapidly relieve RA and PSA joint pain, stiffness, and swelling, as fast as 2 weeks for some. Even after 3 years, many people felt this relief. In PSA, Rinvoq can leave skin noticeably clearer.
Rinvoq can lower ability to fight infections. Before treatment, test for TB and do blood work. Serious infections, blood clots, some fatal, cancers including lymphoma and skin, serious allergic reactions, GI tears, death, heart attack, and stroke occur. See the event risk increases in age 50 plus with a heart disease risk factor. Tell your doctor if you've had these events: infection, Hep B or C, smoke, or pregnant or planning. Don't take if allergic or have an infection.
Do something different. Ask your doctor if switching to Rinvoq is right for you.
Eye bags, dark spots, wrinkles.
There's one product that can fight them all. Only one. Particle Face Cream. Particle Face Cream, engineered for men, made for our skin, and backed by science, and it actually works.
My eye bags before This was me, and this is me today.
Dog spots used to be brutal. Now, they're barely there.
My wrinkles were deep. Look at the difference.
I honestly didn't think a cream could do this, and it literally takes 2 minutes a day.
1 minute in the morning and 1 minute at night. Super easy.
Super effective.
And compared to everything else I considered, it's actually inexpensive.
It's everything I need.
In one bottle. If you've had enough of those eye bags,
Dark spots, wrinkles, there's only one product you need.
visit article.met and use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off, free shipping, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Article.met.
Oh, gum problems. You need new Parodontax Gum Strengthen and Protect with hyaluronic acid. It strengthens the gum seal for long-lasting gum protection. So gum experts, I'm Cassandra, and I started Kitsch by making handmade hair accessories out of my apartment with one goal: rethinking how we care for our hair. 15 years later, millions of people around the world trust us with their hair care routines. One of my favorites is our rice water shampoo and conditioner bars. They're carefully handmade and packed with proteins, vitamins, and amino acids to support healthy hair growth. They lather just like traditional shampoo and conditioner and deliver salon-quality results at home. Find out more at mykitsch.com.
My dad has never been in better shape. He had a stroke and passed away. He had a life insurance policy. Ethos.com. In 10 minutes, you can be covered with life insurance.
Check your price today at ethos.com.
Inside Operation Epic Fury,
It's being exquisitely executed.
Jesse details the latest developments in the Middle East on a must-see primetime. Your neck is one of the first areas to show signs of aging, but now there's an easy way to turn back the clock. Introducing Decladerm, a clinically studied cream designed to smooth and firm the skin on your neck and décolleté area.
I have these lines, these folds in my neck. And now since I've used Decladerm, I realize that it really smoothed out the skin.
Decladerm combines the power of retinol with the natural benefits of bakuchiol, a clinically studied duo that visibly resurfaces your skin. In as little as 2 weeks, you'll feel your neck become smoother. In 4 weeks, you'll start seeing a new revitalized you. And after 12 weeks, you'll understand why so many people love their Decladerm results.
In 30 days, I saw visible results. I saw the skin texture change. I saw a lot of the sagginess start to tighten. It's a game changer.
Try Decladerm for only $19.95 plus free shipping. Call the number on your screen. 800-689-7197.
Hi everyone. If you've been injured in an accident, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by, and you can find out how much your case is potentially worth. I'm here with Super Bowl winner Vernon Davis. So Vernon, tell everyone who should be calling right now.
Well, Gina, anyone who's been injured in an accident, give us a call right now and find out how much money your case is potentially worth.
Thanks, Vernon. You heard it. Go ahead, call now to see how much you qualify for.
We are back with a Fox weather alert. At least 2 people are dead and nearly a dozen others injured after 4 suspected tornadoes tore through Illinois and Indiana, leaving a trail of destruction in its path.
Fox Weather's Katie Byrne live in Arundel Park, Illinois, with more. Katie.
Hi, Carly and Todd. Good morning. We are in pitch black, as you can see, but crews are working through the night to restore power here. You can see some of their trucks behind me. They've been working around the clock trying to get this power back for folks. We moved to a more residential neighborhood here in Kankakee. It's called Aroma Park. It's seen some of the worst damage. Dozens of homes here are totally destroyed. Incredibly, no one was killed. The mayor tells us less than 10 people were hurt with minor injuries. And many neighbors I've spoken to tell me how they hid in basements or a crawl space. They heard the sound of trees snapping and glass shattering. Some had to be pulled out from underneath debris. Michelle Roth has lived here for more than 20 years. Her roof was ripped right off her home.
It was pretty terrifying. The windows shattering and the neighborhood is destroyed. This is a wooded subdivision. It's beautiful, beautiful in the summer, beautiful in the winter with snow lightly and all the large trees that are not here anymore. So
A lot of emotion from people who live in this community and say it looks so different right now. The National Weather Service, of course, sent teams out to survey this damage Yesterday, they gave it a preliminary EF3 rating, which means winds were at least 136 miles per hour, and officials are warning people it could take a week for power to be fully restored. Guys?
All those memories just gone, and tornadoes are horrific. Katie, thank you. Meantime, speaking of horrific, a former University of Kentucky cheerleader facing several charges, including first-degree manslaughter after her newborn baby was found dead in her closet. Officials say Lakin Snelling gave birth to a baby boy at her off-campus home in Lexington back in August. Now, according to the medical examiner, he was born alive but later died from asphyxia. That mother has pled not guilty, but if convicted, she could face more than 3 decades in prison. Joining me now to break this all down, Fox News contributor and host of the Crime and Justice podcast, Donna Rotuno. Donna, I can't help but think that prosecutors in a case like this, a horrific case like this, are not only trying to make an example of this person with the charges that have been levied, but also really using the notoriety of this case to remind other mothers out there that there are options like adoption in a situation like this. What are your thoughts?
Well, first of all, Todd, good morning. Thank you for having me. I will say that this situation to me, I think she got lucky. These charges to me, it could be worse. She could be facing first-degree murder cases where she absolutely never sees the light of day. So the fact that there's a manslaughter charge here, I think means she got off easily. Frankly, I mean, the minute you put a newborn baby in a plastic bag, how do you not know that they are going to die from asphyxiation? That's what's going to happen. So frankly, she's lucky that it didn't get worse. Also, in terms of options, yes, there are options. And not only adoption, but Todd, most states have safe haven laws, where you can drop your child off in front of a fire station, in front of a police station, with no questions asked. She wouldn't have had to identify herself. She wouldn't have had to get involved in any way. She just could have left a healthy, intact baby for someone loving to adopt or take care of.
And it's such a tragedy all around. But in light of what you just said, that everybody who's in college at least should know that putting a baby in a bag is not going to end well. What's the defense in this case?
You know, I think the defense is probably acting without thought, right? I mean, I think it's going to be very difficult to say that it wasn't her. I mean, she's not going to be able to say someone else did it unless someone else did. But frankly, I think it's going to be distraught, not thinking well, some type of postpartum, maybe the fact that she didn't tell anyone about this and that she just didn't know what to do. It was a split-second decision. She didn't have the guilty mind. I mean, I think that's probably where they're going to go. I'm not so sure it's going to go very far. My guess is we will see a plea here.
Understood. Meantime, the Georgia teen charged with fatally running over a teacher in a prank gone horribly wrong is breaking his silence. 18-year-old Jaden Wallace saying, quote, "I pledge to live out the remainder of my life in a manner that honors the memory of Coach Hughes by exemplifying Christ. He will never be forgotten." Let's be clear about this. The widow in this case wants the charges dropped. The DA coming out and saying he's going to look into dropping these charges. Is that where this case is most likely headed, Don?
I think it is, and wow, I mean, what an incredible, extraordinary woman that she is looking at this through this lens. I mean, this is a horrific thing that happened to her and her family, and yet in the moment she's saying, I don't want to compound this tragedy by ruining these young kids' lives, and that's not what my husband would have wanted. I mean, her own children are without a father. I find her extraordinary, and I think that in some ways she's probably right, but you know, at the same time, there are consequences for actions even when you don't intend them. So I think this story teaches a great lesson to many young kids across the country that you really have to think before you take part in these silly pranks, because you never know what can break bad.
Yeah, I mean, I just think about the math teacher, golf coach who lost his life. You know, he was participating. He went out there to kind of just engage in the fun, slipped on the pavement because it was raining out, and then it ends like this. You just never know in life, and this is a perfect example of that. Donna, as always, thank you. Remember, you can listen to Donna on new episodes of Crime and Justice, which drop twice weekly on YouTube, Spotify, Apple, and wherever podcasts are found. You can also watch the brand new episode of The Weekly Rap Sheet. See the folks there, Paul Morrow, Josh Ritter, and of course, Donna Rotuno, available tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern on Fox Nation. Catch new episodes every Friday. Donna, as always, a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani facing backlash for fighting an anti-Israel protester, a well-known one, to his home instead of the hero officers who foiled last week's terror plot.
One of those officers speaking out after going viral for taking his oath to serve and protect to new heights. Look at him there. Watch.
It's one of those things you can never let your guard down. You never know when it's going to happen. This is what we train for.
COPD isn't pretty. From the struggle to breathe to getting stopped in their tracks. But with Trelegy, I can finally move forward. With 3 medicines in one inhaler, Trelegy keeps my airways open for a full 24 hours and prevents future flare-ups. Once daily Trelegy also improves lung function, so I can breathe more freely all day and night.
Trelegy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trelegy more than prescribed. Trelegy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
Ask your doctor about once daily Trelegy with COPD, because breathing should be beautiful all day and night.
Jillian Michaels here with a truth bomb. One key reason that we look older is because our bodies make less collagen as we age. It's time to start taking Alaya Multi-Collagen, a powerhouse formulation of 5 different types of collagen that helps restore your body's youthfulness. Alaya can support fuller, more luxurious hair, dramatically diminished wrinkles, and stronger, healthier nails. Alaya Collagen even supports joint health so you can stay active and comfortable. Add Alaya to your smoothie, coffee, any of your favorite recipes because it's flavorless and it goes with everything. I've made Alaya Multi-Collagen a part of my daily routine religiously because it helps me look and feel my very best. Go to getalaya.com now and use the promo code to receive 30% off plus free shipping. The sooner you order, the sooner you can get relief and support your overall wellness. Go to getalaya.com now. Prioritize your body inside and out with Alaya.
Fox News is proud to bring you this cheesy hero moment.
To be on Skipper Show, you have to be a certain type of person. We describe this job as others before self, and things like Skipper Show.
We have to be prepared for anything and everything that this mountain throws at us.
In this dynamic environment, it takes a lot of fortitude, especially in the avalanche rescue world. We really go that extra mile to truly dig in. We're adventure athletes, but also first responders. If you can see her, you can be her.
Gravite sets you apart. Because Gravite isn't built on notes you already know. It's built on seduction, on the force of attraction, on the way presence pulls people in before a word is spoken. It's about trusting the reaction, the pause, the look, the shift in the room. Gravite doesn't ask to be tested. It's chosen. Gravite. Visit trygravite.com and use the coupon code on your screen to get 25% off. We offer free shipping and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Trygravite.com.
President Trump has delivered time and time again. And now, thanks to Trump, Americans are going to pay the lowest prices for prescriptions ever by cutting out middlemen markups.
These unprecedented price reductions will be available through a new website, TrumpRx.gov. This represents the greatest victory for patient affordability in the history of American healthcare.
Find your lowest price today. Visit TrumpRx.gov. Another America First win thanks to President Trump.
Are you one of the millions of Americans who suffer from an upset stomach after a big meal? Try Pepto-Bismol. Unlike some products, Pepto coats and soothes your digestive system to provide fast 5-symptom relief. Stock up on Pepto today.
Hi, I'm Laura Geller, and today I'd like to show you my daily routine. Each product is so easy to apply. This routine gives you natural looking coverage and a beautifully fresh look. Learn more about daily routine at laurageller.com.
Iranians now fighting to flee the chaos as the war in the Middle East intensifies, with many escaping into neighboring Armenia.
Steve Harrigan joins us live from the Armenian-Iran border, where he has been speaking with refugees fleeing this conflict. Hi, Steve.
Good morning. I'm here with Fox producer Simon Owen and photographer John Templeton. We've been talking with Iranians who crossed over the border. It's just a trickle. Often there'll be someone carrying a suitcase getting dropped off by taxi and then walking through the open border here into Armenia. And one of the first things they often talk about is fear of being in the war zone of Tehran, a city of 17 million. One man said, "It's sometimes scary for my children. My daughter's very afraid of these noises. And yes, of course, we're scared of this." In addition to the fear, a lot of people have been talking about Iranian protesters. Why don't they stand up and try and knock this regime out themselves? This man said what they're up against. We asked him why he decided to leave the country instead of going out on the streets and protesting. Here's what he said. "I'm not sure you can protest this regime. They have a religious view. So anybody who protests against them is God's enemy. They say protesters are heretics and you can kill them. They killed 40,000 protesters in 2 days. And in their point of view, they go to heaven for doing this." So that's what potential protesters feel they're up against inside Iran. Guys, back to you.
It's disturbing. Steve Harrigan, thank you. Meantime, back here at home, the brave NYPD chief went viral after leaping over a fence to chase down the Gracie Mansion bomb suspects is now breaking his silence.
We just immediately begin running towards this threat, right? We see this happening, we see this device. We know we have to do something. It's one of those things you can never let your guard down. You never know what's going to happen. This is what we train for. This is what we prepare for. And unfortunately, that day, the entire department just sprung its action and did what we were supposed to do. And, I think we achieved the best possible outcome.
A remarkable person, a remarkable moment, and that picture just captures it all. But meantime, look at this. Mayor Zoran Mamdani facing heat for inviting anti-Israel activist Mahmoud Khalil, who is facing deportation for alleged green card fraud, to his home. One New York Post op-ed reading, quote, "Having the two finest at a Gracie Mansion meal the next evening would have signaled major respect for the men and women in blue who keep the city safe, and a rejection of the hateful brand of Islam that inspired the suspects."
Joining us now, Fox News contributor and senior writer for the Washington Examiner, Joe Concha. Joe, what do you find more disturbing? The fact that the mayor did not invite these hero cops to dinner at the mansion, at the mayor's home that these cops were ultimately protecting, or that Mamdani could not care less about the optics of inviting a Hamas sympathizer the very next day to dinner instead?
Wow, those are very good choices now, are they, Todd? I think in the end, Zoran Mamdani, the mayor of New York, does not care about the optics. This is all intentional. As Freud once said, there are no accidents. There are no consequences. This was intentional. This sent a signal to everybody in New York and around the country and the world, quite frankly, that this mayor sympathizes with, obviously, the wrong side here. If the mayor was going to have dinner with anyone, it should have been any and all members of the New York City Police Department who literally saved lives, especially Chief Aaron Edwards, who we just heard from in that soundbite. This guy ran towards possible death in one of the most heroic things you'll ever see to protect the people that he swore to protect. And then Zoran Mamdani, as you saw in his statements over the weekend after these bombs were nearly detonated or found in the back of a car near Gracie Mansion, the first things he talked about was Islamophobia and anti-Muslim rhetoric before he ever got to the part about, these are ISIS sympathizers who tried to literally kill people in New York City in a rerun of the 2013 Boston bombings. If you're a New Yorker right now, you don't feel very safe, Todd, Carly, as far as who's running the city and where his sympathies lie. That is certainly for certain.
Yeah, I think this op-ed just makes such a fantastic point. And we're talking about two police officers, and one was captured in this incredible image of him literally leaping over a fence to try and guard an area that the mayor lives in. And he didn't know if there was more IEDs involved in the situation or if these terrorist sympathizers had a suicide vest on. He just went in there and did it anyway and potentially protected many more people. So that's one group in this narrative, and the other is somebody who, I guess at the very best description, could be considered an anti-Israel activist. Some would call him a Hamas sympathizer. And I think the bottom line here is really which group gets a seat at the table, quite literally, in terms of the mayor's priorities and what his signals moving forward.
Right, Carly, and you're right, who has a seat at the table? Well, it's Khalid, who literally was running protests at Columbia University. And if you want to protest Israel or any sort of government posture towards them, well, that's fine, but this is far, you could have that person for dinner. Don't do it the day after, obviously, this terror attack should have warranted quite frankly, you know, when we talk about the Canyon of Heroes, Tom, remember the New York Yankees where, you know, they would have a ticker tape parade for people? That is who we should be celebrating in that kind of fashion. The New York City Police Department, who's been treated so poorly under, obviously, other people like Bill de Blasio, the mayor here, and now Zoran Mamdani. These are the people that are keeping this city together. And instead, when you see images like you see on your screen right now, it's why so many people, hundreds of thousands, are fleeing New York City citizens because they just don't feel safe here anymore. They rather go to places where the mayor appreciates law enforcement over the type of people he has literally at Gracie Mansion for dinner.
Yeah, I mean, we've hit the main point of this, but a sub point. If you do this and save me in my house, I mean, I understanding he wasn't there at the time, but like, you're coming to dinner at my house within 24 hours without a doubt. I just don't.
At least
I
more
don't
than a
understand.
verbal thank you.
Exactly. Joe Concha, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Joe.
All right, switching gears entirely. Adam Klotz has successfully climbed not one, not two, but 6,000 feet to the top of Mount Washington, braving the bitterly cold conditions.
Yeah, that's him with an ice pick. That's how serious this was. Now he's inside the legendary Mount Washington Observatory and getting a close-up look at how forecasters track extreme conditions on what has been dubbed the home of the world's worst weather. Adam, we gave you a couple days to catch your breath, and it's good to see you after your long climb up.
Yeah, guys, that climb was exhausting back on Tuesday. That means all day Wednesday, we were here at Mount Washington with some of the wickedest weather in the entire world. Kind of in a fortress, really, because we've been sleeping downstairs. Walls here 3 feet thick. You need that kind of protection for the kind of weather we've been seeing. This is the weather room. Meteorologists are working here around the clock. And boy, they are busy, and they've been busy here at least the last 24 hours because we climbed up in really nice weather. That weather shifted drastically yesterday. These are some of the readings that they've got here over the last, in some cases, 10 minutes, in some cases, 24 hours. But we were outside yesterday, and we saw winds up over 100 miles an hour. Recently, gusts have been up to 80 miles an hour. They're actually forecasting winds again to get back up to 100 miles an hour over the next couple of hours. So we're going to be out here all morning experiencing that. This is Maddie. She's one of the meteorologists here. She's been working all night long, getting these observations in. As the weather continues to be absolutely wicked out here, we obviously are going to go back outside. And guys, this has been quite the experience to see what these folks deal with on a day-to-day basis. And, you know, we're going to get back down here today, and I'm going to come back down. It's a little bit calmer weather, which I'm looking forward to. And Todd, I know you only pay attention to my forecast, know what's going to happen on your drive home. It looks like a rain-snow mix by the time we get into this evening.
Well, put that aside.
Oh.
My number one goal right now is to make sure Adam gets one of those Mount Washington bumper stickers that people so famously put on all their cars, like, I climbed Mount Washington. So if you don't get one, I'll be very disappointed.
There you go. And thank you for showing us Maddie, one of the unsung heroes of the weather world. And we thank her so much for what she's doing and for you as well, Adam.
Stay safe, Collins.
Yes, bingo, stay safe. All right, 7 Democrats want top White House officials to testify on Capitol Hill over the Iran conflict. If they don't get their way, they're threatening to shut down Senate business.
Florida Senator Ashley Moody reacts to the Democrat outrage next.
Thanks for coming in to talk about Doug Jr.
Of course. Third Braves Women on Liberty Mutual could save you hundreds by customizing your car insurance.
Why don't you come sit with us?
Oh, listen, only pay for what you need. Liberty, 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 liberty.
Have you ever thought of getting a walk-in tub for you or someone you love? Now is a great time to take a look at getting a Safe Step walk-in tub.
With Safe Step's standard heated seat and new fast fill faucet,
you can enjoy a nice warm bath up to 20% faster. And the convenient touchpad control is right at your fingertips.
Each tub comes standard with a dual hydrotherapy system. The 10 water jets can help increase mobility, relieve pain, boost energy, and improve sleep, while the MicroSoothe advanced air therapy system oxygenates and softens skin.
SafeStep walk-in tubs are built to maximize safety so you can stay in your home and enjoy the comforts of bathing again.
So call now for more information and a free, no-obligation consultation.
When you call today, you'll also receive our limited time offer. Don't wait to enjoy safer bathing. Call now.
1-800-677-1133.
Eye bags, dark spots, wrinkles.
There's one product that can fight them all. Only one. Particle Face Cream. Particle Face Cream, engineered for men, made for our skin, and backed by science, and it actually works.
My eye bags before, this was me, and this is me today.
Dark spots used to be brutal. Now, they're barely there.
My wrinkles were deep. Look at the difference.
I honestly didn't think a cream could do this, and it literally takes 2 minutes a day.
1 minute in the morning and 1 minute at night.
Super easy.
Super effective.
And compared to everything else I considered, it's actually inexpensive.
It's everything I need in one bottle.
If you've had enough of those
Eye bags,
Dark spots, wrinkles, there's only one product you need.
Visit particle.met and use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off, free shipping, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Particle.met.
Entyvio is the only gut-focused treatment for moderate to severe Crohn's and UC. Gut-focused Entyvio works right where you need it to block inflammation in your gut. With a legacy of more than 10 years, Entyvio offers the experience you need, lasting relief and steroid-free remission. And some people experience rapid symptom relief. Infusion and serious allergic reactions can happen during or after treatment. Entyvio may increase risk of infection, which can be serious. Although unlikely, PML, a rare brain infection that can result in death, cannot be ruled out. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, sores, or are prone to infections. Liver problems can occur. With Entyvio, you may be able to pay as little as $0 per dose. Ask your doctor if Entyvio, including the Entyvio pen, is right for you.
Gut Focus Entyvio.
Tonight on Amber Mangle, iPads in kindergarten. Do we have teachers anymore or just digital babysitters? We have a lot on that tonight on the Angle.
I love my work caring for people. I often assist women who struggle with urinary incontinence, women who have fallen trying to reach the bathroom, or who have damaged skin from too much wetness. It can take a toll on them. At home, I worried for my mother. A lack of sleep due to bladder leakage affected her life. That's why I'm so glad the Purog system is available for home use. It's an innovative option for women who experience moderate to severe bladder leakage. This external system uses a soft, flexible wick placed outside the body to draw urine away from the body and into a collection canister. It's non-invasive and designed to keep the skin dry and stay in place. We trust it to help her throughout the night, so we're all better rested and can enjoy the things we love together.
Order yours online at PureWickedHome.com or call 800-891-9632 today. New external catheters for women and men available for home use. Call 800-891-9632 today.
Do you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book. Call for your free writer's guide, 800-516-3459, or scan the QR code now.
Oh boy, an awkward encounter unfolding between Bill and Hillary Clinton. Video shows the former Secretary of State appearing to scold her husband as he nudges her towards a busy intersection in New York City. Well, the incident comes just days after the Clintons wrapped up their testimony in a probe related to the government's case against Jeffrey Epstein.
Presidents and first ladies.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
The U.S. set to release 172 million barrels from the Strategic oil reserve.
This comes after the International Energy Agency agreed to release 400 million barrels of oil to address Iran's war supply disruptions. Fox Business host Cheryl Casoni is here with the very latest on this. Hi, Cheryl.
Good morning, and this is a global effort. The IEA, of course, the United States, going into not just the SBR, but other countries are saying, okay, we're going to release our reserves. We haven't seen something like this happen since 2022 when Russia invaded Ukraine. And there was a temporary, obviously, drop in oil prices at that time. Oil right now is kind of reacting to the news that you guys have been reporting on this morning. Those reports from Trey about the fires, the attacks by the Iranians on the tankers. When oil traders see oil tankers on fire, there's a reaction to that. So right now, looking at oil, I'm looking at the WTI, that's above $92, but that's about a 5.7% increase. And then Brent, which is that global contract, at one point it was over $100. Right now we're at 97.45. Again, that's almost a 6% increase, but it's been really volatile this week with oil prices. So I understand what the president is doing here because there are nerves here at home about gasoline prices. President Trump says he basically did reveal when he will tap into the SPR. Watch this, his exchange with our own Peter Ducey.
Give us a timeline on when you're planning to tap your strategic petroleum reserve, a timeline when that could happen.
We're going to be doing it very quickly, and then we'll fill it up. We'll fill up our reserves, so we're going to tap it out.
So let's look at gas prices right now. The average gas price, we're at $3.59 according to AAA. So obviously we have seen a double-digit increase in gasoline prices. But look, I mean, that SPR, where is it? It's down in the Gulf Coast. That's where the storage facilities are. It'll be a timed release, organized, etc. One thing, the United States, we're a net exporter of oil. We are producers. Drill, baby, drill. And I always try to remind people of that this is not the 1970s. We're not dependent on the Middle East. Certainly there are disruptions. Certainly there are issues. I'm not going to deny reality. But since 2015, we have seen a tenfold increase, us, as exporters of oil. We're producing like 10 million barrels per day. This helps our allies.
Yeah.
They don't have to be as dependent on Russia and the Middle East. They've got us.
Yeah, I mean, even the signals the president is sending with the new refinery in Texas that's going to be built, I mean, all of this is further proving that, of course, this president does put oil production at the top of his list, unlike past administrations.
Speaking of rebuilding, Cheryl's new special, Hitting Home Rebuilding the Dream, drops on Fox Business this Wednesday. That means it's going to air. She didn't drop anything. Don't miss Cheryl, of course, on Mornings with Maria. As always, Casoni, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
You do such a great job with those, so I'm excited to see that.
Thank you.
Love it. Meantime, Senate Democrats not loving this, ramping up the pressure campaign for public hearings on the war with Iran, threatening to hold up votes and other Senate floor business until senior officials testify. Florida Senator Ashley Moody joins me now. Senator, what's your response to your colleagues across the aisle who say we need to hear more from the White House on Iran?
Yeah, I mean, this should be shocking to no one. It's another day in the life of the drama Dems. I mean, right now we're in the middle of historic obstruction on Senate business in modern history is one of the reasons why Americans are so frustrated with the Senate right now. And I want to remind everyone, we have been briefed. Not only have the leaders of the relevant committees and leadership in the House and Senate been briefed, more often the full Senate has been briefed by senior officials. I am sure we will be again, but it should surprise no one that they're waking up with, again, another issue where the Dems say we're going to throw a fit, and I'm not trivializing what's going on. We need to be briefed. We will be briefed. We are being briefed. But, every day they want to obstruct and shut down the floor of the Senate and shut down business. I mean, they're shutting down funding to TSA in the middle of warnings about sleeper cells taking action within our country. They hate Trump so much, they want to shut down funding to our cyber agency that is protecting us from cyber attacks when some of our major corporations and others are being hacked. I mean, they do not care about actually getting business done and serving the American people. It is a play, it is a drama every single day, and we've got to address it, or the American people are going to stop having faith in the Senate.
Yeah, I think you're right on this. I don't think there's any amount of information that would satisfy these Democrats. I truly believe that Hegseth could go walk over there, give them the full battle plan, and they'd still be holding a press conference and say, we don't have enough information. But speaking of the Senate and trying to get things done, it has been over a month since House Republicans passed the Save America Act. Politico reporting that Republicans in the Senate planning for a marathon debate over the bill. Quote, the strategy is emerging after GOP leaders signaled they will bring the Save America Act to the Senate floor next week. But Majority Leader John Thune has admitted the votes just are not there to pass this thing. This is not exactly the talking filibuster that we heard so much about. It really is an effort by Republicans to get Democrats on the record saying they do not want safe voting in America. Your thoughts on this as to where it's all headed, Sam?
My thoughts are we have to be aggressive. Right now, the polls are showing 96% of Republicans support the Save America Act, 70% of Democrats, 84% of independents. This is something the American people want. Our founding fathers never envisioned that the Senate wouldn't be able to move because of what has happened in terms of modern day obstruction by the Democrats. And so whatever that plan looks like, and number one, we have to get people on the record. We have to get senators on the record to show where they stand on voting integrity. The who can vote and when we're voting, that is a federal responsibility. We should have a say in that, and we need to get senators on the record saying we want to save America and pass this legislation. So important. It's common sense. But second, we need to be aggressive in order to close the trust gap between people and our Congress. If this is something the American people want, we've got to be aggressive, and that means addressing the filibuster and moving forward on this issue. It's overwhelmingly popular. We need to be aggressive, and we'll see how that plays out next week.
And on the other side, you have individuals like Majority Leader John Thune, who said, I'm very sacrosanctly holding the filibuster. So obviously there's a sort of a disagreement there amongst the Republicans. It'll be fascinating to see how this all plays out. Florida Senator Ashley Moody, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Great to be with you.
Now, Brian Kilman is a look at what is coming up on Fox. Hey, Brian.
Yeah, we're just getting it set together right now. Just a quick look behind the scenes. This is our living room. It's going to be gradually moved out. Lawrence says, keep that just for him. And of course, Lawrence is in the green room. He's just out of the shower. I'm going to buy some time. Let me tell you what's happening in the world right now. New danger in the skies over Israel. Iran's missile allegedly carrying cluster bombs now. The controversial weapons that Hezbollah is using, that Iran's using, that could to have widespread destruction, and how Israel's going to respond. Plus, you hear about those hero NYPD officers covered in the New York Post who ran towards the danger to stop the alleged ISIS-inspired attack? Well, they're speaking out, and you're going to love to hear from them. I'm going to bring you those interviews with Fox. A major college sports shakeup. Did you watch him last Friday? Randy Levine is going to be vice chair of the Saving Sports Roundtable. He's going to tell us the inside story how to fix college sports. After all, if you're not Alabama, one of these big schools, can you even compete? What if you're not in a major sport? Can you even play college sports? We're not going in the future unless we can fix it. Randy Levine here live. All that in the top of the hour. I cannot wait for the show. You know, it's got to fix some stuff behind the scenes too.
What can $34 get you these days? It could send you overseas, drop you in your ancestral village, and give you a taste of your heritage passed down through the generations. It can open a whole new world of faraway places and fascinating people that make you who you are today. That's a big adventure for a small price.
Lunch is on eBay.
Awesome. Why?
I have some extra cash right now. I started using Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait, are you saying you get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash.
Right? You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back?
It's like free money. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Use this promo code and get an extra 25 cents a gallon cash bonus on your first tank.
Thanks.
Download the free Upside app now. Earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TIME25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first take.
Lunch is on eBay.
Awesome. Why?
I have some extra cash right now. I started using Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait, are you saying you get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash.
Right? You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back?
It's like free money. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Use this promo code and get an extra 25 cents a gallon cash bonus on your first take.
Thanks.
Download the free Upside app now. Earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TIME25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first take.
Growing up in a small town taught me it's not about how many products you have, but whether they truly work. That's why we created Kitsch, to offer hair care solutions that work as hard as you do. Our first product was a simple hair tie, and now we have products like our rice water protein shampoo and conditioner bars. They're packed with amino acids, vitamins, proteins to encourage growth and add shine. At Kitsch, we're here to be your best friend in beauty, so you can be the hero of your day. Find out more at mykitsch.com.
Warning, your hands are making you look older. Those dark spots, they add years you never asked for. That changes now. Introducing Particle Dark Spot Hand Cream. It's engineered for men's skin, and it works where others don't. Reduces the appearance of dark spots. Restores a healthier look, more even skin tone, and hydrates without a greasy feel. You'll see a visible improvement in weeks. Rub the years off your hands with real results. Particle Dark Spot Hand Cream. Visit particlehand.com and use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off your order. We've got free shipping and 30-day money-back guarantee. Give your hands the attention they deserve. Particlehand.com.
The Lumify Effect. One drop dramatically reduces redness for brighter, whiter-looking eyes that make you go, wow. Lumify works in 1 minute and lasts up to 8 hours. See what all the hype is about with the one and only Lumify.
Hey, supervillains. Punch her? You're joking. Looking for a fight? Well, look no further. Cops, all new episodes. Streaming now on Fox Nation.
Pope Leo's back in addition, a warning for Catholics looking to get plastic surgery to improve their looks. They released a document advising against the cosmetic procedure, saying Catholics shouldn't want the surgeries just for vanity, while also preaching that the body is made in the image of God, writing, quote, "The ideal body is exalted, sought after, and cultivated, while the real body is not truly loved, being a source of limitation, fatigue, and aging." Interesting. All right, today is National Working Moms Day, so congratulations to all the moms out there. And to celebrate, President Trump and First Lady Melania are opening the White House doors to the women of America who are raising the future generation. Our next guest will be in attendance at the White House today. Alexandra Bauer with Moms for Liberty joins me now. Alexandra, it's going to be a big day. You'll be at the White House. So tell us what this day means to you and why you think it's significant to highlight working moms.
Well, first of all, we're just so absolutely excited to be there with everybody today. And, you know, often motherhood is overlooked as a leadership role. And the fact that this administration, our president, our first lady, they acknowledge the fact that not only is it a leadership role, but it's our civic duty to raise the next leaders of America. And, you know, we're juggling so many different things. We're juggling our careers. We're juggling our homes, our marriages. We're writing policy now. We wear so many different hats. And we've actually had a wonderful role as the First Lady. She shows us, she does it beautifully with such grace, such class. And so to be invited to have this seat at the table really acknowledges how important motherhood is and just being a working mom.
Yeah, and I think that every mom is a working mom. I'm sure most people are going to say not to go into an office to be a really hard worker. And this administration has championed the Family First initiative. Do you think that they are successful in that, in putting families first, and coming up with some policy ideas that will make it easier to be a working mom in this era?
I definitely think so. And I mean, we get to work with the administration closely as Moms for Liberty, and they really listen to us, putting parental rights first, putting different policies in place to help working moms so that, we're not just stuck at work all day, but that we're actually able to, leave and rear our children and bring them up in the values and the faith that we believe in. So they've been absolutely wonderful with us, and we're lucky to be a part of an administration that knows what a woman is.
No, there's also that, and they certainly do, and they champion that message every single day. What was your reaction to getting invited to this event, and what do you hope to get out of it?
I was so excited. I have been, honored to and, blessed to have been there before, but this one really hit home. I'm a working mother. I have 3 beautiful children. I work alongside other mothers that, we really do put our family first and our country first. And so it was just pure excitement. We all called each other up and we said, oh my gosh, we're so excited to go. So we're just, again, very, very honored to be a part of this and have a seat at every table, to make this country better and to make our lives better, our families better.
Yeah, and it's an event that all parties in this country can celebrate working mothers, and it's interesting that it's going to be highlighted, and you'll be there to get a whole lot out of it in terms of memories and pictures that you can show your proud children as well. Alexandra, thank you so much for joining us. Have a great day. We know you're going to have a very good one, a memorable day.
Absolutely.
All right, Fox and Friends starts right now. Have a great day, everybody.
All right, buckle up. It's 6 a.m. on the East Coast, and it's Friday, Thursday, March the 12th. Now, this is Fox and Friends. Iran launching new attacks on ships in the Strait of Hormuz. This as oil prices are surging. We have team coverage live in the Middle East.
Plus, the Senate tries again to end the DHS shutdown as new concerns grow about attacks here at home and travel chaos threatens spring break.
And some heroes wear capes. This one wears blue. A brave NYPD chief speaks out after jumping into action, literally, during an alleged ISIS, do we have to say alleged? ISIS-inspired terror plot.
I hope that shows, the residents in New York, the city, that, they're police power, and we're gonna go after the bad guys, and nothing's gonna stand in our way.
Okay, Fox and Friends starts right now. So here we go. President Trump touting the success of Operation Epic Fury to date. He's on the road as U.S. and Israeli forces continue to devastate and dismantle the Iranian regime.
We've knocked out their Navy, we've knocked out their Air Force, we've knocked out all of their anti-defense. We've taken out 60 mine boats, 69 mine boats. Nobody has ever seen anything like it. We have the greatest military in the world by far, not even close. You know what? They've inflicted 47 years worth of damage to the world, and now they're paying a big price.
And the regime will keep paying that big price. CENTCOM releasing new footage showcasing how U.S. forces are decimating Iran's capabilities day by day.
So this all comes as reports of Iranian drone threats here in the United States are deemed not credible after Americans on the West Coast were warned to brace for a surprise Iranian attack.
Meanwhile, you got oil prices, they're going up as the regime launches new attacks on ships in the Straits of Hormuz, despite President Trump's warnings.
We have team coverage this morning as Steve Harrigan is live from the Iran-Armenia border, where Iranians are fleeing.
But first, Trey Yanks is in Israel with the latest on the ground. Good morning, Trey.
Lawrence, good morning. The Israelis say just last hour they launched a new wave of strikes against the Iranian regime, hitting new targets across the country of Iran. This comes as Iran's largest proxy in the region, Hezbollah, overnight got more directly involved in this war. According to an IDF official that I spoke with, more than 100 rockets were fired over the border into northern Israel. in a period of less than an hour. There were also a number of drones launched as well. Much of this incoming fire intercepted by Israel's Iron Dome, but there were some reports of injuries on the ground in northern Israel. A top spokesperson for the Israeli military saying this about the situation.
Hezbollah is under pressure today. It works for its Iranian master. It acts contrary to Lebanese interests. It not only does not defend Lebanon, it harms Lebanon. We see the statements of Lebanon's government leaders. It harms the state of Lebanon.
The Israelis quickly striking back, hitting the Daqqa neighborhood of southern Beirut, as well as a number of other launching positions across the country of Lebanon. Hezbollah, they say, will pay a heavy price for these attacks on civilians in northern Israel. I want to shift now to the Persian Gulf, where we have some new videos of tankers on fire overnight just off the coast of Iraq. There were coordinated attacks by Iran's small navy that is left in the aftermath of decimating CENTCOM strikes against this country. But you can see some of the flames spewing from one of these tankers here. At least one person was killed, according to reports. And other videos show crew members from these two tankers being evacuated to the shoreline nearby. Also in Oman, we saw a significant attack by an Iranian drone yesterday that targeted fuel storage facilities. Some aftermath video here, and there were videos circulating showing these drones slamming into these storage facilities in the country of Oman. President Trump talking yesterday about the impact on energy prices and oil markets.
And my administration, as you know better than anybody, is also working to keep the oil flowing. It's all flowing all over. We knocked out, they want to drop some mines. Very friendly people, mines, so boats blow up. And we knocked out as of, every hour I have to change because they knock them out so fast. I've never said anything. Think of it. They knocked out 54 ships into this, and they're real ships.
The Trump administration clearly focused on the energy markets here amid this conflict, but doing what they can to ensure that prices don't change at the pump and ensuring that as this war continues, the Iranians are not able to issue more threats and actions against the Persian Gulf. Guys?
Hey, Trey, did he catch the Israelis by surprise that Hezbollah would have launched 100 rockets in on that type of velocity, that type of density? Do you think they're caught by surprise by that?
Yeah, absolutely. And we looked where these rockets were fired from. We talked to a resident along the border who indicated these rockets were launched very close to the Israel-Lebanon border, an area that was previously controlled in the past couple of years by Israeli ground forces who had launched this ground operation against Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. And so it's quite interesting they're still able to fire these rockets from areas close to the border. And also the Israeli military today saying that the public should have been notified further in advance because there was some intelligence circulating that Hezbollah and Iran were going to coordinate in an attack last night against Israel.
So is there any update from the Gulf states where potential offensive response?
No updates, but I did hear from the Qataris last night who indicated they shot down a number of ballistic missiles that were fired toward their country. These countries are coming under significant attack. The Iranians, while they can't get off as many of the long-range ballistic missiles, they still have drones and shorter-range missiles positioned in western Iran that allow them to target these countries. But as they continue to get off what they can, we've seen a massive reduction in their ability to fire drones, cruise missiles, and ballistic missiles. And B, the Americans and the Israelis going after these launching positions in western Iran. And we'll continue to see this in the days ahead. But you see this video here from the Qataris, a local news agency, as they're shooting down these drones and missiles that are soaring through the skies of their country. And so, again, this will continue in the days ahead. But each and every day that passes, the United States and Israel are decimating Iran's ability to respond. And again, these numbers are going to trickle off as the days continue and Operation Epic Fury continues to inflict heavy blows on the Iranian regime.
Trey, I think you touched on gas prices. How is what's happening there? How long will that affect gas prices here in America? The president yesterday, when he was speaking, he said the International Energy Agency has agreed to coordinate to release 400 million barrels of oil from the reserves around the world. But look at that. Right now, the price of a barrel is about $97. So it's fluctuating. We saw 120 earlier in the week or last week, and then it went down to the 80s. Now it's back up to almost $100.
Yeah, it's a great question. And look, not just International Energy Agency, but also the United States Strategic Petroleum Reserve estimated to release around 172 million barrels of oil. The issue here is ensuring that the markets can stay stabilized while the Persian Gulf is effectively closed. But as these military options for the Trump administration are actually used, and we see the video from CENTCOM going after the boats that could lay the mines from the Iranian regime, the effort here is to try to control this strait and ensure that tankers are eventually going to be able to travel through again. So there will be uncertain days ahead as this war continues, and the timeline is going to be very important to look at here. But as we can see, the Trump administration is doing what they can, not just for the United States and the petroleum reserve there, but also international countries who have the ability to ease oil markets and basically ensure that consumers know that there are things being done behind the scenes to try and stabilize those markets while the war continues.
All right, Trey, thanks so much. We'll check in with you next hour. So the one thing to keep in mind too is that they've lost the ability to regenerate, make short range, medium range, long range missiles. So when they shoot them, they're done. And so you can't say where they're bottomless. No, there's a bottom. And how about no money is actually going to the Hezbollah or Hamas, because Iran's been basically cut off. And the other thing to keep in mind, do you remember when yesterday when the Prime Minister said, get ready, Iran, to take this, time's coming soon to take the country back?
Yeah,
I think it's Prime Minister of Israel. It's related directly to what's happening. Now reported on the ground, the Besiege, which is a division of the IRGC, the domestic plainclothes, brutal police force that walks around, grabs your phone if you have anything negative about the administration and puts you in jail. If they find you doing things or positive, they kill you. The Besiege, their commander was just killed. They're being targeted. The checkpoints they formed to intimidate the masses, they're being blown up and targeted now. That's why he's saying that. The other thing that could happen, I think is taking place, is arming the civilian population to take their country back.
Which is huge, Hanson. So the president's back on the road, talking with American people, making the case. It's really in contrast. We were talking before we got on air about the rooting against America from some of these networks and analysts of not supporting the military. I mean, I remember doing a 9/11. We're attacked, and George Bush gives that speech saying we're going after him. It's like, I'm a Republican now. I'm supporting this administration. I'm supporting my country. That hasn't been the view of a lot of Democrats, but not our president. He's saying that he's not leaving. Our military is not leaving until we finish the job.
We don't want to leave early, do we? We got to finish the job, right? Over the past 11 days, our military has virtually destroyed Iran. It's tough country. Their air force is gone, totally gone. That took the better part of about 3 hours. They no longer have radar. They don't have anti-aircraft equipment. They don't have anything. Their missiles are down 90%. Their drones are down 85%. We're blowing up the factories where they're made left and right. And then after midnight hammer, then we left. We figured that'll be the end of them for a while. But they started again. That's why we got to finish it, right? We don't want to go back every 2 years. We're not leaving until that job is finished, and it's going to be very fast. It's going to be very fast.
He was asked also about the sleeper cells, because people are worried about that, how that could affect us, how what's happening over there could affect us here at home if there are the radicals that are here that want to do something to all of us. And he says he's been briefed. He said, we have our eye on all of them, all the sleeper cells. He says he's not worried about Iran attacking us on U.S. soil. He blamed their entry into the United States on the Biden administration and says, quote, we've been very much on top of it.
What I don't understand is why we're letting the Iranian tankers leave. They're using the strait and getting out. Now, part of the reason it hasn't been heavily mined, number one, the president said, warned them. Number two is they don't want to hit their own tankers. They don't want to hit the Chinese tankers. I don't know why we're letting them do what Venezuela was not able to do. So just stop them from being able to export oil, number one. Number two, I think it's really important to point out that we have wiped out their Navy, but the way they're hitting the tankers is through land, which is part of the reason why we have not escorted through the Strait of Hormuz. It's so narrow, it's hard for our destroyers to be able to guard against some of the short-range drones and short-range rockets, and they don't want to make them targets. If one of our ships is disabled in the strait, it bottles it up, and nobody gets through. So their goal is to make the energy prices $200 a barrel in the hope that pressure gets on America to stop. But I am so impressed with our allies who said, no, I'm going to tap our strategic oil reserves, 32 nations, 400 million barrels out there. What did we do yesterday? 172 million out there.
hold on tight. We're about to take down this regime. If anyone doubted what they're up to, they're showing you. They're hitting civilian targets, they're hitting banks, and they're going for oil refineries and oil tanks in Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE especially.
All right, let's go to Steve Harrigan. He joins us live from the Armenian-Iran border, where he's been speaking with the refugees who are fleeing Iran to go over the border. Steve.
It's interesting to talk to Iranians who crossed over out of Iran here safely into Armenia, yet many of them are still so scared of their own government, they are hesitant to talk on camera. One man told us off camera what his government's main goal is in Iran. He said they want to keep their power badly, and if the American Air Force and the Israeli Air Force come to kill them, they will sacrifice all the people of Iran and all the resources of Iran to remain in power. Another tough question we put to people who were fleeing, who crossed over here, many of them just holding suitcases. How do you feel about the fact that the U.S. and Israel are right now attacking your country? Here's one man's response. The U.S. Air Force and the Israeli Air Force are coming to kill our enemy, but at the same time they attack our oil facilities. We don't want this. We just want to get rid of the Islamic Republic, not our own resources. So hit the government, not the infrastructure, and this man calling that government our enemy. Guys, back to you.
Love it, Steve. Thanks so much. Who knows if it's going to be a flood there? Turkey says, I don't know if I'm going to get refugees like the Syria, like Syria when they had their revolution. You're welcome, Steve, always. But I would just add one other thing. As these people leave, if they leave, they feel that families could be targeted. So if they're safe, it really doesn't matter if your family's going to be targeted if you left.
There was one other quote, Ainsley, that Steve did during the 5 o'clock hour, where one of the people said that they're radicals. And they feel like they're going to get their 100 virgins in heaven.
That's right. I saw that.
And it's one thing when we sit on the couch studying these folks and what they've done to radical Islam, but when you have people that live inside of the country that are telling you there's no negotiating with these people.
And they believe if they are radical and they kill people who have different religious views than they do, then they're going to heaven.
That's right. Just two things. I look for them to do what John Fetterman called for yesterday, kill the new Supreme Leader. He's already wounded. And number two is, I think there's operations underway to go get that uranium. And that's as big as killing
What makes you say that?
There's just movement about, they seem to know where it's located. And I have unbelievable amount of faith in the idea to the end of Assad for knowing what's on the ground and see what's possible.
And yesterday with Benjamin Netanyahu saying that you will be free.
We're close.
We're close. Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff you can't see. We'll show you, they can show you tapes, but there's a lot of stuff happening on the ground. You cannot see the progress we're making. So make your own decisions. Don't be picking at the New York Times and saying how bad things are.
Right, happy. And you put that and voted.
It's Ainsley and Brian. Good morning, friends. Today on Capitol Hill, the Senate is expected to take another test vote to find out whether a 27-day long lack of money flowing. Also created trying to get a deal. Important to the national The White House also not happy with the stalemate. A statement saying holding TSA officers hostage for political purposes is irresponsible and dangerous. Their work is critical to protecting our homeland and national security.
No, I just heard you sneeze.
More to the story.
Democrats' position here
I don't
is
think
simple.
that lady
We
gave me a
want
flu
free
shot.
flows to rain and
And
ice
she
and border
did
patrol.
bullshit me
We
when I
also
out
want
to.
TSA and
Something
FEMA
I should have
funded,
paid for
but we are
$100.
not going to be blackmailed
No,
into
no,
kind of
nothing,
blank
okay.
check for ICE.
All it was a little pink. Okay,
Next
you're
week,
good
the
to go.
Senate will consider Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, a confirmation
Didn't
hearing for
even
the next Secretary of
read the
Homeland
thread.
Security. He is expected to have a fairly smooth confirmation despite the political drama impacting DHS. And today, Oklahoma's governor, Republican Kevin Stitt, is expected to meet with President Trump to discuss who he'll fill Mullen's seat with. All signs point to the governor appointing a temporary placeholder as Mullen would head over to the Department of Homeland Security. Lawrence is in Brett.
All right, thanks so much, Mark.
I got Taylor over to Carly. She has some headlines for us. Hey, Carly.
I do, guys. We're starting here with a Fox News alert. A pro-Iranian hacker group is claiming responsibility for a major cyber attack on a U.S. medical device maker, marking the first notable pro-Iranian hack against U.S. infrastructure since Operation Epic Fury began. The company, Stryker, releasing a statement saying, quote, "We are continuing to resolve the disruption impacting our global network resulting from the cyber attack. At this time, there is no indication of malware or ransomware, and we believe the situation is contained to our internal Microsoft environment only." To a Fox weather alert, at least 2 people are dead, nearly a dozen others hurt after 4 suspected tornadoes tore through Illinois and Indiana this week. An elderly couple in Indiana died after their home was struck by a twister. The severe weather damaging multiple houses, cars, buildings, and wires. A Virginia mother is demanding accountability from prosecutors in Northern Virginia, sharing her message to the Fairfax County prosecutor who dropped several charges against an illegal migrant before he allegedly went on to kill her daughter last month.
Do your job. Do what you said in your vision. He needs to do something. He needs to help protect the people and get these people off the street any way he can.
Abdul Jallo, who has been arrested more than 30 times, is accused of killing Stephanie Minter as she was waiting for a bus in Fairfax County. And happening today, closing arguments begin in the landmark social media trial. The plaintiff is suing Meta and Google, which owns YouTube, stating the companies knowingly designed addictive features that harmed her mental health. Meta claims the plaintiff's home life is to blame, while YouTube claims the plaintiff did not spend a lot of time on the app. So closing arguments, guys, begin today. Those are your headlines. Back over to you on the couch.
All right, great. It'll be about 20 minutes after the hour. New dangers in the skies over Israel. Iran's missiles allegedly carrying cluster bombs. How these controversial weapons work, causing widespread destruction if they hit.
Plus, the hero NYPD officers who ran toward dangers to stop an alleged ISIS-inspired terror plot are speaking out.
We just immediately begin running towards this threat.
You know, sometimes you just don't think about it, you just do it.
I have active psoriatic arthritis, but want to move with more freedom. So I'm ready to jump in with Skyrizi. Along with clearer skin, Skyrizi helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And it's just 4 doses a year after 2 starting doses.
Don't use Allergic. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and TB. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi.
Lowe's knows when you need a new appliance, you need it fast. So we offer next-day delivery of hundreds of appliances. Plus, never save more. And we'll haul away your old one. When you need it fast, we've got you covered. Shop Lowe's today. We help, you save.
I'm Viola Davis. We just wrote a powerful novel, Judge Stone.
It's about a courtroom drama that will remind you of To Kill a Mockingbird.
There's a shocking murder.
A raging fire.
The whole world is watching a small town in Alabama. Everyone's breathlessly waiting for the verdict.
And now the whole world is reading Judge Stone.
I love this novel.
Me too, Viola.
All rise for Judge Stone.
My audio hearing aids help me get my life back. I can hear my wife, I can hear the engine roar, and I can hear my granddaughter yell. They're affordable, you can get them over the counter, I don't need a prescription, and they're easy to set up. I'm proud of my life, and I'm proud of my audience.
Your sister's already early.
Early? This headache.
We've got an hour. Try PainQuil, the max strength liquid pain reliever that starts working fast. PainQuil, the aches pain, strains, head pounding, back aching, fights pain fast. Medicine.
Kibble. It's been the standard for decades, and it's failing our dogs. That's why we created Badlands Ranch Superfood Complete. It's gently air-dried, locking in the nutrients, and the flavor dogs go wild for. Visit your local pet food retailer today.
Boys and girls all over the world are being abused and tortured.
The worst moments of these children's lives are being videotaped and they're being shared with other offenders all over the world.
Many people would refer to this as CSAM, child sexual abuse material.
They are suffering and they don't think that anyone is coming to help them. But we can. We can build that army and we can go get them.
Give monthly and fuel the fight all year long.
For 250 years, this land has shaped who we are. From generation to generation, fishing has always been a part of the American story. Today, Bass Pro Shops and Cabela's carry on that tradition with our biggest fishing and boating sale of the year, the Spring Classic Fishing Sale. Trade in your old rotten reel for a new one. Plus, club members enjoy special financing. Bass Pro Shops and Cabela's, celebrating 250 years of freedom, family, and fishing.
Inside Operation Epic Fury,
It's being exquisitely executed.
Jesse details the latest developments in the Middle East on a must-see primetime.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis? With fewer symptoms from moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, where would you go? Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. With Tremfya, clear skin is possible. And for adults with active psoriatic arthritis, Tremfya goes beyond the skin. Less joint pain, stiffness, and swelling is possible. And Tremfya even reduced fatigue. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and TB. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Ask your doctor about Tremfya.
That's my go-to guy. Can you fix my smartphone?
Yes.
Fix car batteries? What about golf car batteries?
Of course.
Battery from Depot?
Absolutely.
My boat?
Huge variety.
Toy boat?
Sure.
Motorcycles?
You bet.
My apartment boat?
Whole building.
Do you have batteries for my party lights?
Yeah. Batteries Plus, the experts in charge.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
So right now, Israel's got on high alert again as Iran is firing cluster munitions, not only from Iran, but they're also firing from Lebanon, where Hezbollah is located. So it's a weapon difficult to intercept, so deadly they're widely banned and may violate the laws of war. Not that Iran cares about that. I'll give you an idea fundamentally on what they are. Comes over like a ballistic missile, right? Try to block it. If you do in fact intercept it, it doesn't mean the rocket stopped. It means some of the bomblets that are inside can go to the ground and they can be just as dangerous, and they all don't detonate at the same time. As you see, the doors open on this rocket. It's happened about 11 times so far, and then out come all the bomblets, and they'll spread out wide and far. Random targets, really, I guess you're saying that they're in a situation where they're trying air forces and armies in the world, Israel and the U.S. Let's bring a retired battalion commander, Lieutenant Colonel Gary Gow. Colonel, good to see you. First off, on these cluster munitions, does it surprise you Iran and Hezbollah has gone to this?
Right, not at all. I mean, I guess if you're looking for the difference between America and Israel and Iran, this cluster munition is exactly the difference between us. We go to great pains and great lengths to ensure that we don't cause civilian casualties and damage to infrastructure that isn't necessary to our objectives. In Iran is, they don't consider civilian casualties to be an issue. They're going to go ahead and bomb whoever they have to and take in all the non-combatants and kill as many as they possibly can. So that's the difference between them and us. I'm not surprised at all that they're using these now.
What do your sources say is the success we're having so far in hitting the missile sites, the rocket sites, the drone sites, and now targeting commanders in the IRGC?
Brian, is just the numbers, the sheer numbers of what's happening right now with regards to missiles, drone launches, and everything is down to about 5%. It was at the beginning, and that happened very rapidly. You're still going to see these happen, of course. It's not perfect yet. We haven't covered the entire nation, But when you just look at how much Iran is launching Iran almost was
states, the Gulf states, have missile defense, I'm sure with the coaching of the Russians. They'll kill the eyes by striking the warning radars, kill the aim by targeting the radars and the guide interceptors, and third, destroy the batteries by hitting the launchers themselves. What kind of success have the Iranians had in doing that in Oman, UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar?
Limited success. I've only heard of a couple of those, but not only is Russia helping, China is helping as well. It's in both of their best interest to see, the Gulf go up in flames essentially, and us be weakened in general. But overall, though, I say that the air that place fairly quickly, and you see that with our ability to drone launcher systems as well as the logistics in support of it. That's the reason why you see Trump saying today that we're so close to being able to just, call an end to the military side of this and move on to, in my opinion, what was actually one of the harder phases of this is what comes next.
Right. We have wiped out their Navy, but they have those fast boats, and there's like 70 to 80% of them are still in existence, and they're hitting the tankers from land. They're not hitting them from the sea. Thanks so much, Lieutenant Colonel. I appreciate it. Lieutenant Colonel Gallup, thank you. Meanwhile, still ahead of this show, the hero NYPD officers who stopped an alleged ISIS-inspired plot, well, they're speaking out. Why they didn't hesitate when running towards danger. Plus, Adam Klotz hiked Mount Washington, and now he's joining us live from the legendary observatory where forecasters face extreme conditions at the home of the world's worst weather.
Did you know you can relieve everyday aches and pains with odor-free Aspercrane? Maximum strength lidocaine targets nerves fast for soothing and numbing pain relief. Try Aspercrane, the #1 pharmacist recommended topical anesthetic.
They say the rodeo arena is where you separate the contenders from the pretenders. Well, our arena doesn't have stands or spotlights, just pastures that need mowing and fences that need mending. But we still need a powerful ride, and that's where Mahindra comes in, with a range of tough models born and bred to handle the hardest jobs. From maintaining a few acres to running a ranch, Mahindra is outworking the field, while the rest fight for runner-up.
Right now, get 0% plus $2,000 cash back on all 1,100 and 2,100 series tractors.
This one goes better with the walls.
This is so much easier than a home improvement store.
There's the measurement fee, delivery fee, restocking fee.
And installation.
Oh, no, that's not my department.
With Empire's Home Floor Advantage, we have clear, all-inclusive pricing, no surprises, and installation is on your schedule.
Call or visit EmpireToday.com and get the Home Floor Advantage.
800-588-2300 Empire. Today.
Thank you both for coming in. I'm a bit worried about Doug Jr. I know how important Liberty Mutual is to your family.
Not customized car insurance to save people hundreds.
Right. Well, Doug Jr. keeps writing this. Oh, Chris Jr.
Well, at least he spelled insurance right, right?
He did not.
Only pay for what you need. Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Hun, take Airborne. It'll help fill those holes your immune system may have.
Holes. Take Airborne. It gives you 7 key immune-supporting nutrients, including vitamin C, D, and zinc. It's our most complete support yet.
It's time to rethink what a complete multivitamin can do, like support you as you navigate a new country. Taking Centrum Silver daily is clinically proven to help slow cognitive aging in older adults. You did it. With the Chase mobile app, things move a little more smoothly. Deposit checks easily and send money quickly. That's convenience from Chase.
Ever worry that you're drinking too much? Take back control with ORHealth. ORHealth provides access to medication proven to help. A daily pill to drink less. or to quit drinking altogether. Text Fox News to 710-710 to learn more.
I got 2 words for you. Loyalty program. Snag this hotel for $250 a night. You didn't check Trivago? I got it for $155. Yo, Benny, this guy didn't check Trivago. No, you have to check Trivago. Look, on Trivago, you can compare prices from multiple different sites and loyalty programs and prices from hotel websites. Same hotel, $100 less. 2 words. Check Trivago.
Benny.
Check Trivago to compare prices and save up to 40%. Hotel Trivago.
Can you believe this, man?
Everyone's getting that new Simply Safe outdoor monitoring. Now they can help prevent crime before it even happens.
How do we compete with AI-powered outdoor cameras that alert live agents of an intruder?
Stop. This is Simply Safe. Police are on the way.
Whoa, I didn't even see those guys.
So what about us now?
Luckily, I'm pretty adorable. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
See this? Your mom told you to find a job.
Hello?
You made a company instead. To keep your growth going, you need an advisor built for the middle market. Accounting, advisory, insurance, and more. See this? Insights that impact.
Hey, vacation next week, Lisa. 5 days, nice. Big win for your own water. Thanks, congrats, bro. How you stay? Ted, still behind on mandatory training. It's good enough out.
How does he know everything?
I wonder, how long does Pat Brown live here? Pat, 7 years next month. Thanks for the hard work.
I want Paycom's command-driven AI.
So Dale, you really need to get that colon cancer screening.
Yeah, it's been forever. I need to be in there. Wrap it up. Come on, doctor. New program. How much longer? Finish now.
Dale, don't worry. We can do it with just a blood test. Shield.
Okay, let's do it.
Shield is for people 45 plus at average risk, not high risk for colon cancer. Ask your doctor about FDA-approved Shield from the company trusted in blood tests for cancer for over a decade.
Meteorologist Alan Klotz is live at the legendary Mount Washington Observatory, getting a close look at how forecasters track extreme conditions on what has been dubbed the home of the world's worst weather. Adam, good morning.
Hey, good morning, LJ. What a trip this has been. It was back on Tuesday that we hiked all the way up this mountain, 4,200 feet of elevation climb. It was a beautiful kind of bluebird type of day. The weather has changed drastically since then, and we have been living here in the Mount Washington Observatory. This is the weather room where the meteorologists work basically around the clock, getting up-to-date observations. Some of those observations over the last 24 hours have been super impressive. Again, we climbed up here, the weather was fantastic, but in the last 24 hours, wind gusts of 107 miles an hour. The wind's still gusting up to 71 miles an hour. Those could climb back up here while the morning continues on. Now, right now, we're indoors because we're waiting for the sun to come up. You can tell maybe rain batting against those windows. Eventually, though, about half an hour, the sun will come up. We will come outside, and we might be in for some more pretty big weather. Maddie here, she works the overnight shift. She's a meteorologist. Maddie, first off, what is it about Mount Washington that makes this such a unique place for such extreme weather when you could be anywhere in the world, really?
Yeah, totally. So one of the big things is just our position in the United States. Us being in the Northeast, we're in the path of a lot of exiting storm systems as they exit. And two is our unique position in the White Mountains themselves. So just our topography here puts us in a prime position for getting these high winds that we're getting today.
So it's been a fairly active night. What have you seen overnight? And as I step outside here in the next 30 minutes and for the next couple of hours, what kind of weather will I be experiencing?
Yeah, well, we're in the clouds. We're in the fog. We've been in the fog since yesterday. We got up to 107 miles per hour last night. Took a bit of a low right now, but we're forecasting winds above 100 miles an hour again this morning. So with some rain.
What does your friends and family think that you come and you live in such a wild place and this is what you want to do for your career?
They think I'm insane, for sure. But they also know me and know that I love this kind of thing.
Yeah, awesome. Well, I think the folks back in the studio think I'm a little insane because I'm going to be stepping out there, LJ, in just the next 30 minutes or so.
That's exactly what I said yesterday, Adam, but you did it, man. You made it to the top. Good to see you.
Thanks, brother.
So, here are NYPD officers speaking out as this viral picture highlights their bravery jumping the barrier to chase down a pair of terror suspects throwing homemade bombs here in New York City.
we just immediately begin running towards this threat, right? We see this happening, we see this device, we know we have to do something.
I don't want that picture to be about me. I want it to be about the day. I want it to be about what we did. I want that picture to be a reminder to New Yorkers that, your cops, the members of the NYPD, we're going to be relentless in pursuing justice.
It's just an everyday thing. Like we respond to dangerous situations. We handle a lot of different situations, and sometimes you just don't think about it. You just do it.
That's what cops do. Joining us now, our panel of former NYPD officers, former Chief John Schill, retired Lieutenant Joe Cardinelli, and Blue Lives Matter co-founder Joe and Patrice. Gentlemen, thanks so much for joining the program. Chief, it's good seeing you in a gray suit. I'm used to you being in blues. Tell us, you saying look good. That's right, you looking good, Chief. Retired, that looks good on you. So tell me, these cops out here, they don't want the credit. They just want to go out there and do the job. What do you make of what happened?
Look, they take an oath when they graduate the academy to protect and serve, and that's what they did. Think about this. It's not a normal thing to run towards IEDs. And the chief, the sergeant, the cops, all those cops converged to save people, and it was a selfless act of bravery. They're all heroes. And thank God those IEDs did not explode, because they would have lost their lives. And that's what people have to understand.
Here's Sergeant Navarro talking about becoming a police officer. This is why he did it. Watch.
This job has given me a lot. I grew up in Washington Heights. I grew up in the Bronx. I didn't have much growing up, and this job has, changed my life around. The same places that I used to frequent when I wasn't on the job, when I wasn't a police officer, you see it in a different light and say, okay, I used to hang out there, but this happens there a lot. Or I used to go here, but something happened over there. So you actually see it on the back end where, this place might not be the best place where I should have hung out growing up.
Joe Cardinelli, he essentially said, I come from the streets. I wanted to make a difference in my community, and that got me to this moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great, it's a great look for the NYPD. It's good for recruitment. We hope it, inspires others to get out there. The job needs that right now. They need heroes like this, Not everybody can do what the chief did, though. I mean, nobody's going to clear that hurdle like he did.
Well, he talked about that. He said this story could have went differently if he would have failed.
No, but he nailed it. He nailed it. And as the chief said, I have to tell you, that device, just by impact alone, could have went off by throwing it to the ground. They are so lucky, and the people, and that's, you said it before, we run to danger. We don't run away from it. And that's the difference when people look at them in different, lights. I mean, the snowball fight, you look at one thing about it, then you see this, and people have to understand that. They're out there for a reason. Put their lives on the line every single day.
So, Joe and Patrice, we got to talk about the elephant in the room. You got these hero cops. You got a 2-star jumping hurdles, which doesn't happen. But then you have the mayor that is dining with radicals at Gracie Mansion, but these cops didn't get an invitation to go.
Well, that's why politics should never get involved. Officers don't need to worry about that stuff. What I love hearing is the we. It wasn't about I. We got to take a step further. The officer that tackled the individual, that didn't know if there was a secondary device. He didn't know if the gentleman had a vest on that could have been detonated. He and so many others, not just these two, everyone did a great job going out there, keeping the city safe, and showing that at the end of the day we're human, but when we wear that uniform, when we keep moving forward to continue to make these streets safe.
Let's play a little sound from the chief, and he talks about what happened during 9/11 and how he signed up for the job. Let's play it.
It's something to be said that on Saturday, it's the reason why I joined this department was watching those first responders, rush in on 9/11, and when I was presented with something that was extremely challenging, extremely difficult, my first reaction was to just rush in and help, pursue the bad guy, and just really take care of business. And it feels like that makes your career feel like, feels fulfilled.
Chief, first of all, what a special guy. You can tell already, but he's a great human being. Look at that smile. It's infectious. But one thing about police officers worldwide, nationwide, in New York City, it's a calling. It's in our DNA. We're just regular guys and gals that took this job to help people. It's in our hearts to help people. And we know that going out to the street, we will lay it down. We will give our lives to sacrifice our lives for the community. That's what they did here. So it's a calling, and he just said it. Sergeant said it changed his life. Aaron said it. He came from 9/11. So this is a special group of people.
Joe, what does this do for morale for the cops out there on a day-to-day basis?
I mean, it's a morale booster for sure. With everything negative that goes out there with the cops today, you want something like this. You need something like this, but it shouldn't take something like this to get people to understand what the cops go through every day. You know, this mayor should really take a hard look at what he's doing with the cops and give them their qualified indemnification back and get the good cops back on the job that we need.
I want to play this sound because, you know, if you're going to do this job, you got to have faith, especially when you're running into danger with IEDs there. You don't know if they're going to go off. Let's play this sound.
The next day, I went to church. I went to church. I thank God that, you know, the worst didn't happen. And I relied on my faith, and, you know, I helped my family, and, you know, thankfully it went the way it did.
I'm a man of faith, and, you know, I've always believed that, you know, I can try and control the controllables, but everything else in God's hands, and, you know, God was with us that day.
Yeah, Patrice, final word.
You know, I think, especially with the other officers on this panel, right? If it wasn't for God above us, we've been in so many situations that things went bad. We could have been on the front page of the paper, but because he looked out for us, we were able to make it home to our families. People don't realize that at the end of the day, this is one of the most dangerous jobs out there. And when officers leave their homes, they may not come home. So we shouldn't just leave an incident like this that goes on the news to start respecting our cops. It should be happening every single day.
And Lawrence, we all want to acknowledge Officer Grant Pulgarian, police officer that made that tackle, selfless, took him down. Should be playing for the Jets, quite frankly. He might have been the ball, but, you know, the collective group there, that's it, heroes, right? That's it, but Officer Pulgarian, what a takedown.
3 different cops, 3 different ranks, the same mission to keep the city safe. Gentlemen, thanks so much for your service. Thank you so much for joining Fox and Friends. So the president of the New York Yankees, Randy Levine, joins us next hour. But first, a heartbreaking story and a family's desperate plea for help. A New Jersey 14-year-old searching for a kidney donor. Could you be the match? That's next.
Fox News is proud to bring you this She's a Hero moment.
To be on ski patrol, you have to be a certain type of person. We describe this job as others before self. Nothing's like ski patrol.
We have to be prepared for anything and everything that this mountain throws at us.
In this dynamic environment, it takes a lot of fortitude, especially in the avalanche rescue world. We really go that extra mile to truly dig in. We're adventure athletes, but also first responders. If you can see her, you can be her.
Thank you. You wanna watch?
For 2 weeks, we're all on the same team. Comcast NBC Universal is proud to bring the Olympics home to America.
COPD is an ugly reality. I watch as this world just keeps getting smaller. But then, Trelegy helped us see things a little differently. With 3 medicines in 1 inhaler, Trelegy keeps airways open for a full 24 hours and prevents future flare-ups. Once daily Trelegy also improves lung function, so he can breathe more freely all day and night.
Trelegy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trelegy more than prescribed. Trelegy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
Ask your doctor about once daily Trelegy for COPD, because breathing should be beautiful all day and night.
How do I get my skin to glow? The TheraFace Mask Glow. It's simple, hands-free skincare. With its gentle massage feature, it's like a mini spa treatment without ever having to leave my bed. A routine that's a piece of cake and so lightweight, It keeps my life in balance. Therapy's Mass Glow. Glow your own way.
I got my glow back with a body wash. Olay Super Serum has 5+ powerful ingredients that shower my skin in luminosity after just one use. And lock in that luminous look with Super Serum Body Lotion. Love the skin you're in. Olay Super Serum Body Wash and Lotion.
Kibble. It's been the standard for decades, and it's failing our dogs. That's why we created Badlands Ranch Superfood Complete. It's gently air dried, locking in the nutrients, and the flavor dogs are wild for. Visit your local pet food retailer today.
Tonight on Ingram Angle, iPads in kindergarten. Do we have teachers anymore or just digital babysitters? We have a lot on that tonight on the Angle.
To a hacker, your tax return isn't just paperwork, it's a gold mine. Your social security number and bank data are the biggest payday of the year. Old antivirus software can't keep up. You need PCmatic. Our default denied technology blocks every single threat that hasn't been pre-approved. If we don't know it, we block it. Secure your return right now. Buy PCmatic antivirus and we will give you PCmatic VPN for free. American-made security for homes, businesses, and government agencies. Visit PCmatic.com.
This little light of mine in the dark side of
For those with depression not getting enough relief from their antidepressant, adding Caplyta can help you let in. Patients, Caplyta is also
Children with dementia patients. Fewer sudden mood changes, behaviors, or suicidal thoughts right away. Antidepressants may increase these risks. Report fever, confusion, stiff muscles, which may be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements, which may be permanent. High cholesterol and weight gain may occur, as can high blood sugar, which may be fatal. Common side effects are sleepiness, dizziness, nausea, dry mouth, feeling tired, and diarrhea. These aren't all the side effects.
ask your doctor about Caplyta.
Help see more of the light inside of me.
Born with kidney disease, 14-year-old Thaddeus has been fighting for his health since he was a baby. After enduring multiple surgeries, his family is now facing their toughest hurdle yet. His remaining kidney is now failing, and now they are turning to the public in hopes that a stranger might be the match that he desperately needs. Thaddeus John Santi and his parents, Carla John Santi and Krista DeMark, join us now, along with their family friend and our friend, Fox News medical contributor, Dr. Nicole Sapphire. Good morning to all of you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Krista, I'll start with you. Tell us about your son's medical journey.
Well, it started before he was born. We were made aware of the potential problem with his kidneys and fluid backing up into them. And it seemed okay after birth until right before we were leaving, lab work was caught where his creatinine, or the protein in his blood, was elevated. And it started us on a small journey in the NICU. But really, he had multiple procedures even within days of him being born. And it led to even the removal of a kidney before he was 5 months old.
Okay, so Thaddeus, you have one kidney and you need a donor. What's daily life like for you?
Oh, I feel a little bit more tired than usual. I can't do the things I could do before, and it's really affecting, how my daily life, how tired I am, and just being able to do the things I like to do in general.
Yeah. So Carla, I know y'all are not matches. As parents, you would want to give your son your kidney if you could, but you're not a match. What would it mean to you if someone watching were able to donate a kidney to your son?
It would mean the world. It would mean the world to us. And we came in. We knew about this early on, and we always assumed it would be one of us just stepping forward. And when we found out, it's a simple process, but very complicated on how they match. We were a bit heartbroken. So somebody coming up would be the gift of future for our son, really.
Right.
And there'd be no way to ever say thank you enough.
Right. Dr. Sapphire, from a medical standpoint, What exactly is the process? If someone watching were interested in this, what do they go through? How do they find out if they're a match?
So donor matching can be complicated, as they mentioned, but the reality is, we always think that our parents or our family members will obviously be matches for us, but the reality is a third of the time, there is not a willing family member who's actual match. So what happens is essentially you have first you go through a list of questions to see what your health history is, if you can even be considered for a donor. They have to look at your blood type, and then it goes from there, and they look at the antibodies that are in your body to make sure that Thaddeus's body wouldn't reject the kidney, and that the kidney being put in wouldn't reject Thaddeus's. So it's very intricate. They really look at a lot of things, because a live kidney donor is obviously it is life-saving, it is a miracle, and they want to make sure if it is being transplanted that it has the best chance of survival. So they're not going to take a kidney that has a high risk of it being rejected. So they want to make sure anyone who is donating that there is a very high likelihood of it being a match. And so the first thing to do is to sign up for the registry, and then you undergo the questionnaire, you do a blood type thing, and you go from there.
Okay, now Krista, do you have to get on a list at each hospital, or is there one registry throughout America?
Well, there is a registry, which is a lengthy process, and ultimately, it's typically for a deceased donor. When you're signing up to screen for the hospital that is at now, you're specifically signing up to be a living donor. And living donors and living donated kidneys last far longer. In fact, they're nearly twice as long to last, which is really important in children, especially. It gives them the best possible chance to not have to go through this again in a relatively short period of time.
Thaddeus, what do you want to say to the people that are watching your story? Millions of people are watching this, and they want to hear from you. What would that day be like if you get that phone call from your doctor and he says, we have a kidney for you?
I mean, I'd honestly be so happy. It's really been affecting my life so much, and as soon as I can get that kidney, my life can really start up again just as it was. I can start doing the things I love to do, and it would really be amazing. It would be a blessing.
It would be a huge blessing for our family.
It's beautiful. I know you relied on your faith a lot through this. Thank you so much, Dr. Sapphire. Thank you for introducing us to your friends. Everyone say a prayer for Thaddeus that he gets that kidney and leads a wonderful, productive life and becomes a father one day of his own. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. To find out if you're a match, you can scan that QR code right there on your screen, or you can go to hmh.donorscreen.org. We have more Fox and Friends straight ahead.
Boys and girls all over the world are being abused and tortured.
The worst moments of these children's lives are being videotaped, and they're being shared with other offenders all over the world.
Many people would refer to this as CSAM, child sexual abuse material.
They are suffering, and they don't think that anyone is coming to help them. But we can. We can build that army, and we can go get them.
Give monthly to fuel the fight all year long.
When you stay with Choice Hotels, you get more of what you value. Like at the Comfort Inn, where kids value breakfast with options.
I need options, just waffles.
Yogurt, cereal,
Just waffles.
my man. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
Another day, same pain, same meds, same struggling for symptom relief. Injections like Humira and Enbrel work similarly to treat moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis or psoriatic arthritis. But if your symptoms haven't improved enough, Rinvoq works differently. It's a once-daily pill that can rapidly relieve RA and PSA joint pain, stiffness, and swelling as fast as 2 weeks for some. Even after 3 years, many people felt this relief. In PSA, Rinvoq can leave skin noticeably clearer.
Rinvoq can lower ability to fight infections. Before treatment, test for TB and do blood work. Serious infections, blood clots, some fatal, cancers including lymphoma and skin, serious allergic reactions, GI tears, death, heart attack, and stroke occur. CV event risk increases in age 50 plus with a heart disease risk factor. Tell your doctor if you've had these events, infection, Hep B or C, smoke, are pregnant or planning. Don't take if allergic or have an infection.
Do something different. Ask your doctor if switching to Rinvoq is right for you.
She's really getting up there. Yeah, she is.
Don't feel your age. Act your age. Ask your Crane.
What do you love about your big chain pharmacy?
I love when the pharmacy is open when it's convenient for them, not me.
I love being on hold and talking to a robot who never answers my question.
We didn't get that.
I love being treated like a number by chain drugstore employees.
At your locally owned independent pharmacy, you're a neighbor, not a number. If your chain drugstore has closed or isn't treating you right, visit your locally owned independent pharmacy today.
Right now, living with COPD is hard, but more could be going on. And here is how you find out. Your COPD may be different, and Nucala could help. The inflammation triggering your flare-ups could be caused by eosinophils. Nucala helps target that inflammation. And it's the only once-monthly auto-injector for COPD you can do right at home. Picture less flare-ups and less flare-up related hospital visits. Nucala is an add-on injection for uncontrolled COPD with a specific marker of inflammation. Nucala is not for sudden breathing problems. Allergic reactions can occur, including anaphylaxis. Get help right away for swelling of face, mouth, tongue, or trouble breathing. Infections that can cause shingles have occurred. Don't stop other medicines, including steroids, unless told by your doctor. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection. May cause back pain, diarrhea, and cough. Right now, it may be time for something different. Ask your doctor about Nucala.
Hurry in for the March Floor Buster sale at Lumber Liquidators, now through March 17th. Discover yellow and black savings no other store can match. Waterproof vinyl flooring as low as 39 cents a square foot. Laminate flooring as low as 67 cents a square foot. Solid hardwood flooring as low as 79 cents a square foot. These prices are as low as floors can go. So don't wait. Sale ends March 17th. Shop nationwide or online at lumberliquidators.com.
The hour has come. The Son of Man will be seated at the right hand of the mighty God. One of you will betray me.
The pain I will inflict will be infinite. What did you do?
I told the truth.
You are watching a world about to be reborn.
What you are about to do, you quickly.
Spring is the time to join Fox Nation. Start streaming today.
All right, here we go, 7 a.m. on the East Coast. It is Thursday, March 12th. This is Fox and Friends. Strikes from the U.S. and Israel targeting Iran's so-called Iron Fist, which targets and controls the Iranian people. We break down who the Basij group is and how this impacts the operation.
Plus, with 6 Iranian female soccer players seeking asylum in Australia, concerns are growing for the teammates that are returning home. A former player breaks down the terror that they face.
And some heroes wear capes. This one wears blue. As the 2 brave NYPD officers speak out after jumping into action during an alleged ISIS-inspired terror plot.
I went straight on instinct. There was nothing that I could have thought about. I just know that as soon as, the event started unfolding, I needed to save as many people as I could.
Fox and Friends starts right now.
A cargo ship from Thailand is struck by a projectile in the Strait of Hormuz. This all happened yesterday as Iran is launching fresh attacks in the Middle East waters. The regime also joining Hezbollah, both firing simultaneously toward Israel.
Our chief foreign correspondent Trey Yates joins us from Israel with more. Trey.
Yeah, hey Brian, good morning. 2 tankers off the coast of Iraq in the Persian Gulf were hit by the Iranians overnight. Some dramatic video showing these tankers on fire as the crews were reportedly evacuated with 1 person killed. This is taking place as the Iranians are using what's left of their navy to try and target vessels in the Persian Gulf and put pressure as this war continues. We know that CENTCOM is going after many of the vessels that the Iranians have left in their navy, but they're still able to get off some of these attacks. Also further south in Oman, the Iranians used a drone to hit an oil storage facility. This is the largest in their country. Flames rising from that storage facility just yesterday. Again, the Iranians going after many of these locations, but President Trump speaking out about the oil markets, saying this.
And my administration, as you know better than anybody, is also working to keep the oil flowing. It's flowing all over. We knocked out, they wanted to drop some mines. Very friendly people, mines, so boats blow up. And we knocked out as of, every hour I have to change because they knock them out so fast. I've never said a big thing of it. They knocked out 54 ships in 2 days, and they're real ships.
With a focus on the Persian Gulf, we're also looking at the situation in Lebanon, where overnight the Iran-backed Lebanese militant group launched more than 100 rockets into northern Israel. An IDF official telling Fox News this was the largest attack by Hezbollah since the war began. The Israelis immediately responded with a series of airstrikes, not just around the Dafka neighborhood of southern Beirut, but also Hezbollah launching positions across Lebanon. This taking place as a top spokesperson for the Israeli military said this.
Hezbollah is under pressure there. It works for its Iranian master. It acts contrary to Lebanese interests. It not only does not defend Lebanon, it harms Lebanon. We see the statements of Lebanon's government leaders. It harms the state of Lebanon.
We have some video of those strikes the Israelis conducted in the minutes after that rocket barrage that targeted northern Israel, injuring at least 2 people. You can see in these videos here, they are launching extensive airstrikes across Lebanon, not just in Beirut. What was interesting, guys, overnight is that this rocket fire came from very close to the Israeli border, an area where there were Israeli ground troops just a few months ago. And so this is an indication that Hezbollah has been able to push some of their terrorists further south of the Litani River and launch more attacks against Israel. We expect intense airstrikes to target Beirut in the hours ahead. As the Israelis say today, they are targeting positions in Iran and also Lebanon. Guys?
Thanks so much, Trey. It goes to show you the Lebanese army's got to do something. They can't be everywhere. I'm talking about the Israelis. Meanwhile, Trey, stay with us because I just want to give everyone at home a sense of who this paramilitary security force is. Dressed in plain clothes, oftentimes on motorcycle. They call us the Bashish. And this paramilitary group has headquarters, we think, roughly based here. The red marks are the places that we've actually attacked. And this is what I think is directly related to Prime Minister Netanyahu, Israelis too, coming out and saying, get ready to take back your country. You can't do it when you have this police force amongst you who are sitting there with force and with guns who are going to shoot you if you protest. They're the ones who pile up the bodies in the streets of people when they want to just have a say in their government and they're upset they can't get any water or their currency is worthless. Who's the head of the Basij? He's dead. This is some great news. Azadullah Badfar, he was killed over the last 2 days. This was confirmed by the Defense of Democracies, and it was also confirmed by the Israelis. They're not confirmed by the Iranians yet, but they don't like to admit this. Look for a big funeral in his response. What is this symbol? This goes to show you the symbol. These guys actually made their name and the human waves that used to run, just the men, used to run at the Iraqi tanks during the Iran-Iraq war. That was where the Basij made its name, and that's why these ruthless guys who are ideologues to the nth degree and severe Islamic extremists will crack down ruthlessly on the average everyday Iranian who just wants to save their government. Here's a look at how they get their guys. They look at people sold on this mission, and they recruit mostly young men into it, and they consist primarily of working class men who just want to actually subscribe to the extremist religion. What can you say about them? Without them, the Iranians could rise up. What are they? A division of the IRGC. So as we talked back to Trey, is there anything you'd like to add about this group that people should keep in mind if they want to see the Iranians take back their government? Don't you believe, Trey, this group's got to be neutralized?
Yeah, Brian, this is a really important part of the story that we are covering on the ground in Iran. When you look at Iran's IRGC, it's made up of 5 separate branches. We know about the Quds forces, President Trump ordering that targeted strike against Qasem Soleimani back in 2020. We know about their air force and ground forces. It's the Basij forces, though, one of the branches that is responsible for the crackdown on protesters in Iran. One of the reasons that Operation Epic Fury began. We saw the attention shift back to Iran earlier this year when the Basij forces went into the streets and directly confronted the pro-democracy protesters who were peacefully demonstrating in the streets of their country. President Trump believes 32,000 Iranian civilians were slaughtered, mainly by these forces, as they went on motorcycles and in cars and opened fire on demonstrators. And so There has been a concerted effort, I'm told, by intelligence officials here and in the United States to go after the leadership structure of the besieged forces and their command and control centers. We saw earlier in Operation Epic Fury intense airstrikes against the capital of Tehran, taking out the command centers that they used to order the crackdown on protesters. And we expect the degrading of this part of the organization to continue in the days ahead, because the Israelis and the Americans want to create the conditions for the Iranian people, if they want to go to the streets in the days or weeks ahead, that they can do so. And they will have less security forces there. They will have a weakened structure that would allow them to demonstrate against the regime that we know has simply replaced the former supreme leader with his son, Mustafa Khamenei. This is a man who actually has very close ties to the besieged forces. He was directed by his father in the past, even in 2009 during the Green Movement protest in Iran, to use these individuals to crack down on peaceful demonstrators. And so very big developments on the ground as the Israelis and Americans go after these headquarters, and we can expect more of the leadership structure of this wing of the IRGC to be taken out in the days ahead. Brian?
Great job, Chair.
Yeah, I'm reading about them that they monitor population for anti-government sentiment. They enforce the strict dress codes and social norms. They're the morality police, and they're criticized often. The group is widely criticized for using excessive, often lethal force against protesters, including torturing and killing detainees.
So the Israelis said they're looking to take them out. What they did to show that they're still a force when the war started, they set up checkpoints, and now we're bombing the checkpoints.
Decentralizing the coordination is gonna making it hard for them to coordinate with one another. Is gonna be make it easier for Israel and the United States to take all of those leaders out. Meanwhile, President Trump says he will tap into the strategic petroleum.
Yep, the reserve that we have.
Exactly. As the price of oil continues to surge amid Operation Epic Fury.
Aisha Hasni is live at the White House with all the details. Aisha.
Hey, good morning to you guys. We are tracking some pretty significant moves to bring those gas prices down. It's what everyone is talking about right now. And yes, the president announcing yesterday, we've been asking him for quite some time, and he has finally decided to tap the SPR. Watch.
Can you give us a timeline on when you're planning to tap the Strategic Petroleum Reserve and kind of when that could happen?
We'll be doing it very quickly, and then we'll fill it up. We'll fill up our reserves, so we're gonna tap it out.
So the price of crude oil this morning sitting at more than $90 a barrel. The International Energy Agency and its 32 member nations just unanimously decided to release 400 million barrels of oil into the market next week, as early as next week. Guys, this is the biggest release of oil ever in that agency's history. President Trump says oil companies should use the Strait of Hormuz as the U.S. takes out Iran's Navy ships, but there are reports, as Trey just mentioned here, that multiple ships were struck by the IRGC in the strait this week. Energy Secretary Chris Wright insists that tapping our reserves should only span about 4 months long, and that the Strait of Hormuz will actually be fully operational much sooner than that.
Releases certainly on the U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve, but they'll go over about 4 months. But this conflict, I don't think, goes that long. I think we will have the Straits of Hormuz open well before then. Exactly when, I can't say, but we are working 24 hours of every day to get there.
Yeah, of course, the markets are watching that every single day. The president has a couple of policy meetings on the agenda today, and then a women's history event with the First Lady about 4 o'clock this afternoon. And by that time, there will be snow on the ground behind me. It's 60 degrees right now in Washington.
It's crazy. We might have a little bit here. We might have a little bit here too.
Aisha, you had interview too in the weather too. This is the first time I'm hearing this.
I didn't know what to wear this morning. A turtleneck. I didn't know what to do.
You should have a full-time consultant. You should take those decisions.
What's going on, right?
Meanwhile, let's talk soccer. 6 Iranian female soccer players have been granted asylum in Australia to escape the conflict back home.
But eyes are now on what will happen to the rest of the team when they return.
Brian Yanis is live in London with the latest. Good morning, Brian.
Good morning. Well, there are real concerns given the fact that Iran's regime executes, tortures, and arrests their own athletes to serve as high-profile examples to try to instill fear and control over their people. We've seen that over the last 47 years now. Recently, in the latest protests, Iran's regime killed as many as 30,000 plus Iranians in December and January, including athletes, though how many has been difficult to verify given the information blackout out of Iran. Now, some of the more high-profile executions over the years, though, include Iran's national karate champion, Mohammad Mehdi Karami. He was hanged in 2023 for participating in anti-government demonstrations after a sham trial. Naveen Akfari, a 27-year-old national champion wrestler, was executed despite a massive global campaign to save him, including from President Trump. The regime also retaliates against athletes' families. In 2022, Ali Daei, one of Iran's most renowned footballers, his wife and daughter were removed from a flight and prevented from leaving Iran. They were banned from traveling or interrogated as punishment for supporting anti-government protests. Now, as I mentioned, there is concern for the Iranian women's soccer players who chose to go back to Iran under threats to them and their families. Yesterday, Martha interviewed Shiva Amini. She's a former Iranian women's professional soccer player who was banned from the team and forced to leave the country after she was photographed playing without a hijab around her head. Yesterday, Iran withdrew from the upcoming Men's World Cup in the U.S. A minister there, quote, said, considering that this corrupt regime has assassinated our leader, under no circumstances can we participate in the World Cup. Guys, FIFA and its president, Gianni Infantino, have been criticized because they have remained silent. They refuse to criticize or condemn Iran's regime, even though there have been reports of dozens, if not more, footballers, soccer players being killed in their country.
Yeah, men are coming to the Men's World Cup. They made that announcement yesterday with the government, so they're not going to be here.
Yeah, and of course they leave out in their statement that their leader tried to assassinate our leader twice. He just missed. So don't try to play victim here as if he wasn't trying to go after President Trump twice. But of course our intelligence community went after and figured out what's going on.
There's a young lady, Martha interviewed her yesterday, and we're going to play a soundbite of her just to set it up. Her name is Shiva Amani, and she was a former Iranian women's professional soccer player. In 2009, she was playing in another country, and she posted some pictures of herself without the hijab. And she also apparently was playing soccer with boys. And the Iranian government didn't like this. They kicked her off the team. They kicked her out of the country. She wasn't able to go back when her father was dying. Listen.
They took everything from me. They took, I lost my family. I lost my home. I lost my safety. One day, my brother called me. When my mom was in Italy, my brother called me and said, Dad passed away. And that day was the worst day in my life because I felt guilty. My mom is here. I couldn't get a visa for my dad, and I was just in a situation. I was, Mom, hey, you have to get back, and it's dad's funeral, and my siblings need you, and please get back. I can figure it out. And my mom was like, what should I do in this situation? No, you are alone here. And I was like, no, I can figure it out. I'm strong, Mom. You just go. And I felt guilty because my mom wasn't in that moment, in the last time of my dad's life with him. So I wanted to get back to Iran, honestly, with my mom, but my mom didn't allow me. And she said, no, you cannot even see your dad. You cannot even see because they're gonna arrest you.
There you go. We're all the women. I mean, this is all because she didn't want to put the hijab on. It's one thing when people choose to do that because they want to practice the religion in that way. But when individuals choose that they don't want to do that, they shouldn't be forced to do so. And now you think of all the American people that have been saying they're champions of women. Why aren't you standing up with this one right here? It's a heartbreaking story.
Yeah, and you have people that don't want to be in America. They say they don't love this country, and they live here and they're citizens, and that's heartbreaking because we have men and women that are fighting for our freedoms because that could be our life. We could be like her and not have our freedoms. She is not allowed to go back to her country because she didn't wear something over her head.
Yeah. When's the last time people tried to defect from America and we prevented them from doing it? This is the problem. When you put our society or the Western society against what these people are dealing with, Of course, nobody wants to live there if they have a true choice. And now in the age of the internet, when people see how you could be living, they don't want to tolerate it. And that's what the Iranian people are doing. We can't stick up for everybody that wants their freedom. You can't be the world's police. But in this situation, not only do these people not have their freedom, they have spent the last 47 years attacking us. Do you know they did a report in 2024, Joe Biden's DNI? They concluded that there was 190 attacks, Iranian directly or sponsored, against U.S. citizens and our military. That was from 23 to 24. Joe Biden was president. So these Democrats, they come out and see interviews like that, and then know these stats exist like this, and then ask Donald Trump, is this a war of choice? No. 603 died from 2009, 2011 on the hands of the Iranians. 241 died from 1983, and then up until this day, 190 just last year. That's why we're doing what we're doing.
And the young lady that was sitting next to her, they tried to assassinate her in New York City. So there's that as
How
well.
sweet was she? How sweet was she? She was trying to hold her hand and comfort her and was wiping her own eyes. All right, Hero, New York Police Department officers are speaking out as this viral picture highlights their bravery, showing NYPD Chief Aaron Edwards jumping over that barrier to chase down a pair of terror suspects throwing homemade bombs here in New York City.
Shelly Painter is here with the details. Hey, Shelly.
Hey, good morning. NYPD Chief Aaron Edwards and his partner, Sergeant Luis Navarro, say they were just doing their jobs when they charged right towards two suspects with homemade bombs at a protest last Saturday. Watch.
We just immediately begin running towards this threat, right? We see this happening, we see this device, we know we have to do something.
I don't want that picture to be about me as the members of the NYPD. You know, we're going to be relentless in pursuing justice.
It's just an everyday thing that we respond to dangerous situations, we handle a lot of different situations, and sometimes we don't think about what we do.
This viral photo shows Edwards leaping over a barrier on his way to tackle 18-year-old Emir Balad after he allegedly hurled an improvised explosive device at a group of protesters outside the mayor's mansion in New York City. The teen was about to throw a second device handed to him by 19-year-old Ibrahim Kayoumi when he dropped it. You can see Officer Navarro here running towards that second device as smoke billowed from it. Both teams are facing federal terrorism charges for the alleged ISIS-inspired attack. Meantime, Mayor Zohran Mamdani is facing backlash for inviting anti-Israel activist Mahmoud Khalil, who is facing deportation for alleged green card fraud, to his home just a day after the foiled terror plot outside his home instead of these two hero officers. Officer Edwards, who has been on the force for 23 years, says he was inspired to join the NYPD after 9/11 and recently was promoted to bureau chief last December. The same month, Officer Navarro was also promoted to sergeant after 11 years of service. We're so thankful for them. Guys, back to you.
Thanks, Shelly. So what did Khalil do to get that invitation? He went to Colombia for free, and then he became a pro-Palestinian protester, anti-Semitic activist, and then found out he lied about his green card application. Eventually, he's probably going to be deported. But first, let's have dinner with the mayor. Unbelievable.
Nuts.
All right, Carter, we have some more headlines for us. Hey, Carter.
Hey guys, good morning. To happening today, we are awaiting a verdict in the Texas ICE facility shooting trial after both sides rested their case. An Alvarado Police Lieutenant was shot in the neck last year after arriving at a Prairieland ICE detention center. 9 defendants are accused of setting off fireworks, vandalizing property, and shooting at officers. The defendants on trial have pleaded not guilty. In closing arguments, prosecutors asked, quote, there was no evidence of counter-protesters, rifles, pistols, radios, first aid kits. Why do you bring that stuff to a peaceful protest? Jurors will resume their deliberations at 9:30. 2 young girls are lucky to be alive after a truck nearly hit them as it sped past a school bus stop in Maryland. The 7 and 11-year-old girls were just steps from getting hit by the driver, who appeared to be speeding despite the bus having its red light turned on, which signals drivers to stop. The 7-year-old's parents saying they were left shaking after the incident. Local deputies are now searching for the driver of this silver Toyota pickup. And a heartwarming story from the Heartland. A Tennessee woman who has already raised more than $215,000 so her elderly DoorDasher can retire. She launched a GoFundMe for him this month and shared this video. Look at this. It shows a DoorDasher named Richard who recently dropped off her Starbucks order. Her GoFundMe says the video shows that the delivery, quote, was a task for him, adding, quote, he is precious and he is not working because he wants to, he's working because he has to. She says she learned that after tracking down Richard through social media, no word on when the pair may reunite, so Richard can finally retire. That is very, very sweet, guys. It really is.
Well done.
Yeah, he's a hard worker.
Meteorologist Adam Klotz is live at the legendary Mount Washington Observatory, getting a close-up look at the home of the world's worst weather. Adam, my goodness.
Hey, good morning. It's like, yeah, certainly all of the world's worst weather. I can't believe how bad it's got just the last few minutes. My plan was to drop these, and I can kind of do that on the ice, though. It's getting really intense out here. I'm on top of Mount Washington. It is the home of the world's worst weather. 2 days ago on Tuesday, I climbed up under blue skies. It was still a hard climb. We got up 4,200 feet was the amount of the climb. We're standing currently at 6,200 feet. That is where the observatory is. And what a difference a couple of days can make, right? Before, no clouds in the skies. Currently, we are standing in the cloud. Winds have been gusting 70 to 80 miles an hour. And within this cloud, there are ice pellets that are just slamming into us at those 70 or 80 miles an hour. We're on top of the observation deck. You wonder how could anybody possibly live in these conditions? This is basically the roof of where we slept the last couple of days. The walls over here, 3 feet thick. You need that when you're talking about the kind of weather that we're experiencing. Currently, I said winds at 70 or 80 miles an hour. That's hurricane force winds. Overnight, 107 mile an hour gusts was recorded. It has been absolutely intense, absolutely incredible out here. And for a brief second there, yeah, this is about as much of a lull as we've seen here for a little while. The weather has been fantastic. Gnarly, certainly a bucket list item for me, as was climbing. Some people climb in this weather. I don't know how they do it, Ainsley. I'll throw it back to the studio so I can.
Are you going to be able to climb down?
Unbelievable.
Aren't you supposed to climb down today? Are you going to be able to?
That's a great question. No, we have a big snowcat coming and picking us up. We can't climb down in this.
No, you can't.
Yeah,
Oh my gosh, get inside. How cold is it?
Don't keep them outside. It's that little
That's a good question.
Freezing with the wind chills dropping down into the teens and single digits.
Oh my word. All right, we're going to let you go. You can go back inside.
Go ahead. I just said, hey, just leaving him out there.
Well, he's a meteorologist. He climbed all the way up there to talk to us.
Sorry, Adam, I'm gonna talk to her in the break.
We're Fox and Friends coming up.
Yes, I guess.
Don't let living with cancer define you. Discover an injectable immunotherapy, Opdivo Qvantig, for certain previously treated adults whose kidney cancer has spread. A chance to live longer, a treatment that's faster. Unlike an infusion that takes 30 minutes, Opdivo Qvantig lets you receive treatment quickly in as little as 3 minutes. Opdivo Qvantig can cause your immune system to harm healthy parts of your body during and after treatment. These problems can be severe and lead to death. See your doctor right away if you have a cough, chest pain, shortness of breath, irregular heartbeat, diarrhea, constipation, severe stomach pain, severe nausea or vomiting, dizziness, fainting, eye problems, extreme tiredness, changes in appetite, thirst or urine, rash, itching, confusion, memory problems, muscle pain or weakness, joint pain or fever. Report severe or persistent muscle or joint pain. Tell your doctor if you have myasthenia gravis or Guillain-Barré syndrome. Immune system problems include Crohn's disease, ulcerative colitis, or lupus. These are not all the possible side effects. Tell your doctor about all medical conditions, including immune or nervous system problems. If you've had or plan to have an organ or stem cell transplant or receive chest radiation, Opdivo Qvantig can harm your unborn baby.
A chance to live longer, a treatment that's faster.
Ask your doctor about Opdivo Qvantig. See OpdivoQvantig.com for more information.
Ow! Kayaking. They compare hundreds of sites, so you know you're getting the right flight, hotel, or rental car. Kayak. Got that right.
I never thought this would happen.
When disaster takes control of your life, we got you. Get it back with a single call to the team that shows up fast to make things right. Surf Pro, like it never even happened.
Lowe's knows when you need a new appliance, you need it fast.
fast. So we offer next day delivery of hundreds of appliances. Plus, members save more. And we'll haul away your old one. When you need it fast, we've got you covered. Shop Lowe's today. We help, you save.
After everything we've been through as a family, all the years in this home, the last thing we had to think about was our windows. A lot has changed over the last 30 years, but our windows didn't. We used Renewal by Andersen. Meet with us on or before March 31st and get this very special financing. No down payment, no interest, and no payments for 18 months.
He was only 47. Aneurysm.
Did he have life insurance?
Do you? No. You gotta get on it. Check out Select Quote. Trust me, the peace of mind is worth it.
Life insurance is too important to put off another day. That's why Select Quote makes getting coverage you need easy, for less than $1 a day. Now get up to a $2 million policy with no medical exam and same-day coverage.
Visit or call Select Quote. We shop, you save.
Inside Operation Epic Fury,
It's being exquisitely executed.
Jesse details the latest developments in the Middle East on a must-see primetime.
The battery energy storage market is projected to exceed $100 billion by 2030. Meet SolarMax Technology, NASDAQ symbol SMXT. SolarMax designs, develops, and builds utility-scale battery storage, commercial and industrial solar systems, EV charging infrastructure, and LED energy solutions. The company has secured over $540 million in battery storage contracts, totaling more than 1.4 gigawatt hours. SolarMax Technology, NASDAQ symbol SMXT. Right now, sirens are sounding from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. All across Israel, hundreds of missiles and drones from Iran are striking civilians in desperate need of food, life-saving mobile bomb shelters, and emergency supplies. Many families are trapped underground, unable to leave without risking their lives. The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews has emergency teams working where the danger is greatest, but critical supplies are running out. Please respond with an emergency gift of $45 now. Your $45 will help provide a one-week emergency food box and resupply trauma bags for first responders in the line of fire tonight. In this critical hour, Christians and Jews can stand shoulder to shoulder against the evil regime in Iran. But there is no time to delay. Give $45 now. Call the number on your screen, scan the QR code, and stand with Israel now.
From today.
So the Iranian regime cutting off its own people from the world. Tehran shutting down internet access across the country, silencing dissenters. State media broadcast mass rallies and chants death to Israel. Our next guest served as Deputy National Security Advisor under President George W. Bush. Megan O'Sullivan joins us now. Megan, thanks so much for joining the program.
Good morning. Glad to be with you.
You know, Megan, how does the National Information Network work in Iran?
So the National Information Network is something that the Iranian regime has been working on for some time. It essentially allows there to be connectivity that's completely centralized and controlled by the regime, while there is not that connection to the outside world, except where the regime chooses to release certain footage or information. And there's some advantage to this for the regime. It allows it to have coordination and allows it to potentially run national governance or whatever it needs to do for its own communication without giving access to the Iranian people to communicate to the outside world and to demonstrate to the outside world what they're seeing rather than what the regime wants the world to see.
Is there any way of getting the people of Iran communication where the outside world can start up? It's something like Starlink or any other technology advances that we have.
Sure. There are many new innovations that are geared to try to connect the Iranian people or really any dissident population to the outside world over the objections of the regime. You mentioned Starlink, and of course, Starlink was very important in Ukraine, and it has been used in Iran. But Starlink, as it is currently configured, requires terminals, requires infrastructure that has been very easy for the regime to track and to target. So there are security risks that come with it. There's some new technology that is being experimented with and hopefully will be available that would circumvent that, would allow people to use Starlink without having a terminal, without having these disks, which are easily trackable. This would be a direct satellite to cell phone, but that currently isn't at a sufficient level of sophistication to provide that. So essentially, Iranians right now are having very sporadic connection to the outside world through VPNs, through non-internet type connections like shortwave radios. Those types of infrastructure are what the Iranian people are limited to right now, and obviously that's insufficient for their needs. Not only to potentially organize in any fashion against the regime, but also to get information to the outside world and to connect with one another, emergency information, contacting their families, and those sorts of things.
Megan, a wealth of knowledge. Thank you so much for joining the program this morning. Hopefully the people can get the weapons that they need to rise up pretty soon. We'll be monitoring it. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
So President Trump prepared a major college sports shakeup. We'll talk to the future of college athletes, talk about the future of college athletes with the vice chair of the Saving the College Sports Roundtable, Randy Levine. That's next.
For 250 years, this land has shaped who we are. From generation to generation, fishing has always been a part of the American story. Today, Bass Pro Shops and Cabela's carry on that tradition with our biggest fishing and boating sale of the year, the Spring Classic Fishing Sale. Trade in your old rod and reel for a new one. Plus, club members enjoy special financing. Bass Pro Shops and Cabela's, celebrating 250 years of freedom, family, and fishing.
You love your land, and you have plans for it. During Kubota Orange Days, you'll love the great deals on our versatile, reliable lineup, helping you turn dream projects into reality. Visit your Kubota dealer today for the best deals of the year. Now through June 30th, get select compact tractors with 0% financing available or save up to $5,500. Sale ends soon. Stop by your local dealer or go to KubotaOrangeDays.com.
Hi.
With the Chase mobile app, things move a little more smoothly. Deposit checks easily and send money quickly. That's convenience from Chase. Make more of what's yours.
I wanted to have control over drinking instead of alcohol having control over me. I started with Port Health about a year ago. It put the brakes on that I had been looking for. I can drink less and say no, and it's the best feeling in the world.
Text Fox News to 710-710 to learn more.
Did you know you can relieve everyday aches and pains with odor-free Aspercrane? Maximum strength lidocaine targets nerves fast for soothing and numbing pain relief. Try Aspercrane, the #1 pharmacist recommended topical anesthetic.
President Trump has delivered time and time again. And now, thanks to Trump, Americans are going to pay the lowest prices for prescriptions ever by cutting out middleman markups.
These unprecedented price reductions will be available through a new website, TrumpRx.gov. This represents the greatest victory for patient affordability in the history of American healthcare.
Find your lowest price today. Visit TrumpRx.gov. Another America First win thanks to President Trump.
Introducing X-Back from Copperfit, America's #1 back support brand. Our groundbreaking technology designed for compression support of your lower back and core like you've never experienced before. The X-Back evenly distributes the support across a broader surface area of your back for relief of lower back aches and pains. An orthopedic design alloy support panel and 4 built-in flexible stabilizers to help improve alignment and promote better posture. Available at getxback.com. Copperfit, feel the difference.
Before starting seeing CS01, I would have frequent uncomfortable visits to the back. Almost like a sour feeling and a bloated feeling. It was really affecting my life. after taking DSO1, I would feel consistent throughout every day. It was nice to wake up, feel regular, and then go about my day and not have any other bathroom visits. DSO1 is definitely going to be a part of my long-term health journey.
Visit Z.com to start DSO1 today.
The Hartford knows most days, I'm not thinking about my car and home insurance.
And that's how it should be. You can count on AARP Auto Insurance from the Hartford for benefits that really matter and hundreds in savings. Because we know protection isn't just about your car or your home.
It's about my peace of mind.
Call or go online to get your quote. The Hartford, your protection is our passion.
Come unto me, all ye who labor and are heavy laden, and I'll give you rest. And maybe you've been burdened by the sins of your life and the mistakes, and you would love to have rest for your soul. Well, I want you to know that God loves you. He made you. He created you. And he sent his son, Jesus Christ, from heaven to this earth to take your sins. That's right. He took your sins to the cross. He died and shed his blood on a cross and was buried. But on the third day, God raised him to life. And if we're willing to repent, turn from our sins, tell God that we're sorry, and by faith, believe on Jesus Christ and invite him to come into our hearts to take control of our life, God will forgive us and cleanse us. And you can have a new life, a new beginning, starting today, right now. Invite him to come into your heart. God bless you.
When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM. Anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is listening.
We all agree there need to be major changes coming to college sports, and it could be coming right now. After discussing reforms with leaders from the sports and political world that happened on Friday, momentum continues. Joining us now is the vice chair of the Saving College Sports Roundtable and the president of the New York Yankees, Randy Levine. Randy, what progress was made Friday? How are you doing? What progress was made Friday, and what are you looking to do now?
Well, what happened was the situation in college sports continues to go downhill at a very rapid pace. There have been a lot of discussions in the Congress. There have been a lot of litigation all over the country. States are passing their own laws. States are getting involved with giving universities special tax treatment so they can lure players. And what happened is it's a mess. And everybody basically said there's only one person who can bring everybody together to try and resolve this. And that was President Trump. And he did. And he tasked me along with a few other people to try and put together, Governor DeSantis, to try and put together a representative group that's very knowledgeable in college sports. So we had athletic directors, presidents, and sports executives, because we've been dealing with a lot of these issues. And we came together, everybody heard it. And since then, a lot of people have gotten engaged. There's been a lot of activity in the Congress just hours after Senators Schmidt and Cantwell released an idea on the bill. So this is full speed ahead.
So SCORE Act, some of the highlights. Antitrust immunity for the NCAA. Blocking athletes from becoming employees, don't unionize. Helping big conferences and small schools and risk and you're addressing the risk to women's sports and Olympic sports. And the spending arms race in recruiting. So if Alabama's recruiting up the roster of Miami of Ohio, you essentially have a portal, which is like free agency in every other sport, only there are no rules. So what criteria could you set up to handle big schools and save smaller sports?
That's the goal. I mean, it's even larger than that. What's actually happening is our schools are spending so much money on their athletic departments, who are losing a lot of money. Last week, Rutgers lost $90 million. So how are they paying for it? They're taking it out of their endowment, and they're charging student fees. And this is happening everywhere. One very prominent AD told me that this is going to spiral, and you could have a savings and loan scandal. So basically, what has to happen here in a very systematic way This is college. The idea is that these are college students, they need an education, they're not professional athletes. What's happening here, with a one-year transfer portal, eligibility stretched, people playing for 7 years, making more money than they could in professional sports during that time, it's turning into a professional league, not a college, and not college athletics. And what's happening, because all of the money is being filtered to football mostly, and then basketball, because they're the big revenue sports. Collectives, which are groups of donors, are getting involved raising money that might have gone to endowments and academic problems, or going athletics. And what's happening here is small conferences, small schools can't compete, and you have a situation where it's chaos, total chaos. People can't get education, and in order to make up the shortfall, these universities are cutting women's sports, cutting Olympic sports, non-revenue sports.
And it's just, I mean, the things are fixable. I think there's a sense it has to be fixed. And I know you're the guy to do it. You've done it in baseball before, you've done it your whole life. And I think you're gonna make sure it gets done. And you also told me in the break that you think it's gotta get done before the midterm. So there's a sense of urgency. Randy, I'm convinced you can pull it off. Are you convinced?
100%. I mean, it's not me. I've talked to all the leaders in the Congress, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Senator Schumer, and Leader Jeffries. Everybody wants to get this done. It's got to be compromised, because everyone has kids in college, going to send kids in college, knows people in college. This is a bipartisan issue. Everyone wants to get done.
Randy Levine, thanks so much, and just make sure the Yankees win the World Series. I think your life will be complete. Appreciate it. And meanwhile, straight ahead, as Randy Levine, thank you. A sold-out show and one of the biggest Christian music stars. Steve goes backstage with Forrest Frank next.
Why can't psoriasis just leave me alone? The inflammation inside, this on the outside. The pills and creams haven't done enough for me. I can feel the stares, hear the whispers. I'm done. So done.
Talk to your dermatologist about your psoriasis symptoms and treatment options. Go to SoDone.com.
CBIZ. Your company started in the kitchen.
Hello?
Now it has 3. Your team of 5 grew to an army of 500. And that's your logo, right there in marble.
That's big.
To grow your business from big to bigger, you need an advisor built for the middle market. Our data shows that this deal works.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Accounting, advisory, insurance, and more. CBIZ. Insights that impact.
A dedicated mentor, an empowered parent, an effective after-school program, digital literacy tools that protect kids online. These are just some of the solutions to the Youth Mental Health Challenge. At the Coalition to Empower Our Future, we're bringing together experts in youth well-being to solve this complex challenge. Our mission? Keep kids happy and healthy. Learn more at empowerOurFutureCoalition.com/solutions. Paid for by the Coalition to Empower Our Future.
Is this the episode with the breakdown? We can't agree on it on StoneMeetRealtor.com. With over 500,000 new listings every month, you can find one today. Yeah, better put a key ring on Realtor.com.
After everything we've been through as a family, all the years in this home, the last thing we had to think about was our windows. A lot has changed over the last 30 years, but our windows didn't. We used Renewal by Andersen. Meet with us on or before March 31st and get this very special financing. No down payment, no interest, and no payments for 18 months.
Eye bags, dark spots, wrinkles.
There's one product that can fight them all. Only one. Particle-based from ParticleMoon.com. Engineered from men, made for our skin, and backed by science, and it actually works.
Visit ParticleMen.com and use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off.
1 minute in the morning
And 1 minute at night. Super easy. Visit ParticleMen.com and use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off, free shipping, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. ParticleMen.com.
My life was constantly interrupted by pee breaks, day and night. Until I found Euchorus and Control. It's an herbal supplement that reduces my urgency, leaks, and nighttime bathroom trips. I was at the end of my rope, but now I'm in control. Try today at Euchora.com.
When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM. Anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is listening. Renovation, meet innovation. With the Bathfitter PermaFit solution, we measure with laser precision and custom manufacture your bath or shower so it fits perfectly over your old one. We install in a day with no demo or mess. For over 40 years, Bathfitter has been creating durable baths and showers with seamless watertight walls that are grout-free and easy to clean. It's a smart, custom-made, cost-effective solution, and it's guaranteed for life. Go to bathfitter.com.
Back pain. When you've got it, you know it. Introducing the X-Pack from CopperFit, our groundbreaking technology designed for compression support of your lower back and core like you've never experienced before. Engineered with our most innovative, patent-pending, advanced X compression system, evenly distributes the support across a broader surface area of your back for relief of lower back aches and pains. A super lightweight mesh fabric, ventilated to increase airflow and release excess heat. An orthopedic design alloy support panel and 4 built-in flexible stabilizers to help improve alignment and promote better posture. The all-new X-Pack from CopperFit, the most customizable support for relief of lower back pain you will ever wear. Guaranteed or your money back. Get yours now at getxpack.com or call 1-800-708-9471. Order right now and your shipping is free. CopperFit. Feel the difference.
He is one of the biggest names in Christian music. The multi-platinum singer-songwriter returned to his hometown to play a sold-out show at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. Our very own Steve Ducey was there for the big night. Watch this.
Welcome to the rodeo. 70,000 people in this arena right now, not paying attention to Bronco. They're paying attention to that man. Forrest Frank.
And Jesus, I thank you that you're here right now. I pray that every single person would have an encounter with you tonight. And all God's people say.
So you just came in from a concert in front of 70,000 people in your hometown.
That's right. Yeah. I've got this going to prove it.
Well, it's really cool, isn't it? Coming home.
Yes, sir. Yeah. This is like the Super Bowl for the greater Houston area.
Not only the town turned out, but so did your family.
That's right. That's right. Shout out Fulcher, shout out Katie. But yeah, we had some cousins here. We had some friends. We had, we've got a wedding next weekend. We had extended family that's about to become family. And so it was really special to have everyone here.
And you're up on that wall with all these famous entertainers.
Right.
You're having a heck of a year.
I was telling someone today, they were congratulating me. I was like, I'm completely borrowing all glory from the Lord.
You are Billboard contemporary artist. You were on the mainstream. Hot 100. You're it, baby.
I am nothing. I'm a servant, honestly.
When you're singing your songs, what is going through your mind?
I'm personally am worshiping the Lord. So if I have my eyes closed, it's because I'm just talking to God. And everyone disappears, and I'm having this moment. And then if I'm ever walking around looking at people, I'm usually praying for them or just wanting to encourage them.
There is something going on in the country right now where it seems like there's a revival of young people, guys your age and younger, who are suddenly interested in spirituality. Why is that?
I think we're interested in the truth, and we've been burned a couple times by just following the leader. And so people are actually digging for real information, and there's real fruit that comes from following the Lord.
Where did this come from?
I was in college, and my sophomore year.
Typical college guy?
Typical college guy. Yeah, I was just kind of on discovery mode, and as I was on that path, I found myself getting lower and lower, and found myself really depressed and insecure and things like that. And long story short, my sophomore year, I walk into this church, and I just had this encounter with the Lord, and I just felt the fullness of love, and every word, love, peace, joy, everything. And I just said, oh, I'm going to dedicate my life to whatever this is. And so here I am, was it like 10 years later or something? And yeah, still every single day, I'm like, this is it. This is all I got.
That is amazing. So was it something somebody said, or you were just sitting quietly on a pew and it's like something struck you?
I think it could have been a lifelong journey of maybe little things sticking to me, like all the things that I'm covered in glue and little words are sticking to me and stuff. And maybe, I can't remember, when I walked in, it wasn't what someone said, it was just the presence of God. I walked into a worship service just in the back, and I just
like that.
Just like that, yeah.
And that was the first day of the rest of your life.
That's right. That's exactly right.
You had a really good year, but kind of a complicated year.
2 days ago, I fractured my L3 and L4. Here's a clip of it. I saw this comment right here. How will you make fire music with a fractured back, bro? I don't know. Let's find out.
I was setting up and lay down. First thing I'm up.
That's the lowest hanging fruit right there.
I posted that clip that same day. The Figs, this band, had been working on this song for like a month, and they posted that. The song called Illuminate. It's synchronicity of time. It's miraculous.
Life gave me some lemons, but my Jesus, he be making lemons.
And that music turned out to be a big hit.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I think my biggest release was during that time. So I was already thinking that it was a miracle before my back was healed.
I wake up today, forget to put on my back brace, just start doing the morning.
Did the doctor say, we've never seen any kind of miraculous recovery like this before?
Everyone that I was interacting with was like, this is super faith building. I've never seen anything like this. This is the fastest recovery. My physical therapist was the one that told me, he said, hey, get your wife, go grab your wife. I need you to go look at these X-ray results. There's a miracle out of it.
I have no fractures in my back. No sign of a fracture in my back. So, praise God.
So, for the people who are just meeting you for the first time on Fox and Friends, what do you want them to know about Forest Spring?
I'm nothing but a messenger. Everything I get is from the Lord. And if you hear anything good from me, it came directly from my time with the Lord or scripture, and a mix of both.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Great job, Steve and Forrest Frank. All right, let's hand it over to Carly. She has some more headline. Yeah, very good stuff there. All right, Ainsley, listen to this. A Massachusetts police sergeant being hailed a hero for saving a woman who stepped onto a set of train tracks during a mental health crisis. Police received a call that the woman was walking in the middle of the street, and when the sergeant arrived, he said he found her in significant distress, standing on the tracks as the train quickly approached. He immediately jumped into action, pulling her to safety and holding onto her as she tried to break free, refusing to let go as that train did in fact speed past. Officers were then able to help her into an ambulance to offer her support. The sheriff leading the investigation into Nancy Guthrie's disappearance is reportedly being sued for over $1.3 million. A lawsuit was filed against Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos and the Pima County Sheriff's Department from an inmate in Arizona. The inmate says his life was endangered when a sheriff deputy working at the jail did not disinfect himself while going back and forth between two units after one inmate was found to have COVID-19. And those are your headlines. Ainsley, over. Okay, thank you so much. We have more Fox and Friends straight ahead.
Doctors say having a medical emergency kit is like having an urgent care and pharmacy at home. Let me bring in Dr. McCullough to explain more.
Most people know when they're getting sick, but waiting to see a doctor is often too late.
So the key is having medicines before you need them.
Yes, and it includes doctor-prescribed medicines to treat common and serious issues like generic Z-Pak, amoxicillin, antibiotics, antivirals for flu, pneumonia, strep, ear and sinus infections, UTIs, and more.
So it is like having an urgent care at home.
Exactly. No waiting, no pharmacy, no co-pays. You feel better faster and avoid serious complications and hospitalizations.
How do you know what to take?
Just match your symptoms to the doctor-written guide or schedule a quick telehealth call.
Great advice. I understand ordering is fast online, and we put the website and $45 off code on the screen. Thank you, doctor.
Visit urgentcarekit.com/USA, promo code USA.
The Lumify Effect. One drop dramatically reduces redness for brighter, whiter-looking eyes that make you go, wow. Lumify works in 1 minute and lasts up to 8 hours. See what all the hype is about with the one and only Lumify.
During allergic reactions, I used to hesitate using a needle injector until I said hello Neffy, the only needle-free epinephrine nasal spray for emergency treatment of allergic reactions.
Use it first signs of allergic reaction. Ask your doctor how to use Neffy. Certain medical conditions may worsen. Tell your doctor about nasal, heart, or other medical conditions. High blood pressure. If you're pregnant or breastfeeding, and all medications. Side effects include nasal discomfort, headache, runny nose, shakiness, and throat irritation. Book a free virtual visit at getneffy.com and pay as little as $0 for Neffy.
What a hotel.
Right? And only $250 a night for my favorite site. What?
You didn't check Trivago.
Got mine for $155.
You have to check Trivago.
Oh yeah? Prove it.
On Trivago, you can compare hotel prices from multiple different sites, even your favorite one. Look, same hotel, $100 less.
You didn't check Trivago?
I didn't check Trivago.
Check Trivago to compare prices and save up to 40%. Hotel? Trivago.
Losing weight is hard.
My bloating was bad.
My energy was low.
The problem is likely your liver.
Toxins, fatty foods, and alcohol can clog your liver, causing slow metabolism and digestive issues.
Liver Health Formula is a breakthrough all-natural supplement that can help detox your liver, increase your metabolism, and improve digestion. The secret is a combination of active ingredients that optimize the body's natural detox process, promotes fat burning, and supports bile production. You can lose weight naturally, reduce bloating, and have more energy.
Over 2 million bottles of Liver Health Formula have already been sold.
Weight loss just got easier.
The bloating is gone.
My energy is back.
A new you starts with Liver Health Formula.
Head to purehealthresearch.com now and use promo code FOXNEWS to receive 50% off. Satisfaction is guaranteed. It will work or you won't pay a penny. Go to purehealthresearch.com.
Right now, sirens are sounding from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. All across Israel, hundreds of are striking civilians in desperate need of food, life-saving mobile bomb shelters, and emergency supplies. Many families are trapped underground, unable to leave without risking their lives. The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews has emergency teams working where the danger is greatest, but critical supplies are running out. Please respond with an emergency gift of $45 now. Your $45 will help provide a one-week emergency food box and resupply trauma bags for first responders in the line of fire tonight. In this critical hour, Christians and Jews can stand shoulder to shoulder, supporting the people of Israel. But there is no time to delay. Give $45 now. Call the number on your screen, scan the QR code, and stand with Israel now.
She's really getting up there. Yeah, she is. Don't feel your age. Act your age. Ask your cream.
When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM. Anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is listening.
Well, good morning to you. It's 8 a.m. on the East Coast. It's Lawrence's favorite day because you call it Friday Eve. Friday Eve. It's Thursday. It's March 12th, and this is Fox and Friends. Launching new attacks on ships in the Strait of Hormuz. This as oil prices are surging, and we have team coverage live in the Middle East.
Yeah, plus here at home, Iranian Americans are cheering on Operation Epic Fury while Democrats push to end it. When unclear. And when will we go back to the moon? How NASA could reveal a new launch day to put Americans back on the lunar surface. Yeah, well, you see the rescue plan should things go wrong. That is true. That's what I heard. Maybe two back up. If Elon could work on that, we could go and then come back. I'll talk to him. Fox First Thoughts right now. So President Trump celebrating the success of Operation Epic Fury on the ground as U.S. and Israeli forces continue to hammer the Iranian regime.
We've knocked out their Navy, we've knocked out their Air Force, we've knocked out all of their anti-defense. We've taken out 60 mine boats, 59 mine boat groups. Nobody has ever seen anything like it. We have the greatest military in the world by far, not even close. They've inflicted 47 years worth of damage to the world, and now they're paying a big price.
100%.
And Iran will keep paying. CENTCOM releasing new footage this morning showcasing the crippling strength of our military.
This comes as reports of Iranian drone threats here in the United States are deemed not credible after Americans on the West Coast were warned to brace for a surprise Iranian attack.
Meanwhile, oil prices are surging as the regime launches waves of strikes on ships in the Strait of Hormuz, despite President Trump's warnings.
All right, we have team coverage this morning. We got Steve Harrigan on the Iran-Armenia border, and we have Iran, where Iranians are fleeing, but not in great numbers.
But first, Trey Weeks is in Israel with the latest on the ground there. Hey, Trey.
Ainsley, good morning. As the United States and Israel continue to hammer the Iranian regime, the IRGC is still launching attacks in the Persian Gulf overnight, targeting 2 oil tankers off the coast of Iraq. Reports indicate at least 1 person was killed. You can see in this aftermath video here, flames rising from one of the tankers. The crews were evacuated from both of these vessels and taken to a shoreline nearby. Also, the Iranians are using drones to target other regional Gulf countries, including Oman. We have some new video here for you showing an oil storage facility in Oman. This is the largest facility in the country that was hit by an Iranian drone yesterday. It caused a large explosion, and you can see this black smoke here rising up. The Iranians also launching ballistic missiles overnight against Israel, but it was their key proxy Hezbollah in southern Lebanon that drew headlines overnight. Hezbollah launched more than 100 rockets over the border into northern Israel, according to an IDF official that I spoke with. This was the largest Hezbollah attack against Israel since Operation Epic Fury began. Israel's Defense Minister Israel Katz weighing in on the operation against this Iranian proxy.
I warned the Lebanese president that if the Lebanese government does not know how to control the territory and prevent Hezbollah from threatening the northern communities and firing at Israel, we will take the territory and do it ourselves. The Prime Minister and I instructed the IDF to prepare to expand IDF activity in Lebanon and restore peace and security to the northern communities.
I spoke with one resident in northern Israel who indicated this rocket fire actually came very close to the border, an indication that Hezbollah has moved again south of the Litani River. You can see in this video here the Israelis hammering Lebanon with airstrikes overnight, not just targeting the Dakka neighborhood of southern Beirut, but going after Hezbollah storage facilities and rocket launching positions across the country. We do expect these strikes to continue today, as the IDF tells Fox News they are striking both Lebanon and Iran throughout the afternoon. Guys?
So, Trey, can we expect ground troops from Israel in Lebanon? I mean, Lebanon continues to say, respect our sovereignty, but they don't, I guess they don't have the capability to handle these Iranian proxies.
Yeah, absolutely. We know that there are currently Israeli ground forces in southern Lebanon. It's been described to Fox News as a defensive position south of the Litani River, but they can move forward if they decide to. Yesterday, there was an interesting development. The Israeli military made a decision to move the Golani Brigade from inside the Gaza Strip to the northern border with Lebanon. Another indication they could be prepared. Okay?
So, Trey, I know it's hard from your person to understand exactly, but fundamentally, is it pretty clear that Hezbollah can't get replenished? They can no longer get arms through Syria. Iran's got their hands full, I'm sure you've heard. And the money's been virtually cut off from a government that's been dispersed, wiped out, and it's under attack right now. So is Hezbollah using everything that they have, and the replenishment is not going to be coming?
Absolutely. It's a great question, and the short answer is yes. I've been speaking with intelligence officials here in Israel, and the military intelligence apparatus, the Amman, has been doing a good job of taking out many of the officials that Iran sent on the ground to Lebanon to supply Hezbollah with rockets and missiles. They've been going after the Quds forces there, and they've taken out 7 top commanders who are responsible for resupplying Hezbollah with this type of munition. A senior security source told me earlier this week that Hezbollah still has around 11 to 12,000 rockets and missiles that could target Israeli cities. And that's why the Israeli public still has to maintain this heightened sense of alert, especially in the north, understanding that these attacks can still take place. Overnight, there were sirens sounding here in Tel Aviv as Iran and Hezbollah launched a joint attack against Israel. And so this war is far from over, and Hezbollah still has the capability to threaten major cities here.
Hey, Trey, any word on this new supreme leader in Iran?
Mossadegh Khamenei is the new supreme leader of Iran. But at this point, we've not seen him. He's not made any sort of public appearances. The only thing that we saw was a cardboard cutout, literally, of this new supreme leader that was positioned after he was elected by Iran's Assembly of Experts. Reports indicate, and we've been able to confirm this, we just don't know to the extent that he was injured in the initial operation that began with epic fury that included these U.S. and Israeli strikes against the capital of Tehran. We know his wife, one of his sons, and of course his father was also killed in those strikes. And so we've not yet heard from him in a public setting, but Iranian officials say he is running the country, and we'll wait to see what we can gather about him.
All right, thanks so much, I appreciate it.
Let's go to Steve Harrigan, who joins us live from the Armenian-Iran border, where he has been speaking with refugees fleeing the conflict. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning, Lawrence. The UN says more than 3 million Iranians are on the move, trying to get away from the fighting, looking for safety. Most of them staying inside of Iran. We had the chance to speak to some who crossed over the northern border here into Armenia. The initial reaction, you deal with people, they say they feel fear. One man said, "It's sometimes scary for my children. My daughter's very afraid of these noises." And yes, of course, we're scared of this. Of course, the possibility has been raised that this regime in Iran is weakened enough. Protesters could go back out onto the streets. We asked one man that pointed question: why he decided to leave his country, to flee across the border, instead of staying and perhaps protesting. Here's his response: "I'm not sure you can protest this regime. They have a religious view, so anybody who protests against them is God's enemy. They say protesters are heretics and you can kill them. They killed 40,000 protesters in 2 days, and in their point of view, they go to heaven for doing this. So that's a tough opponent to negotiate with." Lawrence, back to you.
All right, a real life struggle.
That's not a big deal. Thank you, Steve. I mean, that's what makes this war so difficult, because that's how they think. That's their religion. They're taught that their God wants them to kill people that don't agree with them.
Well, that's why I've had this perspective, many of us, we all have this perspective, in some respect, that it's hard to negotiate with these people. I don't want violence, I don't want death, but if people have that worldview, who do you think they're going to listen to? They don't want economic prosperity, they don't want to be respected around the world, they want their religion to dominate it, and we're in the way.
And they're teaching the next generation to feel this way too. Yeah. So it's carried on for years and years.
If you're not watching our channel, you're not getting balanced coverage on this war. And I will give you an example of it. Look at some of the headlines that you're seeing. The Washington Post, how the Iran war could hit gas prices, airfare, and everyday costs. Reuters, oil jumps, share skid after attacks in Gulf shipping. Why oil prices surge even after the release of strategic oil reserves. Axios.
Trump's Iran war whiplash clouds U.S. endgame, and NPR. Trump's war with Iran is angering some swing voters who want money spent at home.
Why do they always buy the propaganda of their side? They did the same thing with Israel and Hamas. They only reported on what Gaza would say. The Iranians have made it very clear that part of their strategy is the oil, to make sure that the public puts pressure on the president so that he will end this conflict sooner. So they're rooting right now by putting these headlines out there like that for the Iranians.
Now, is energy part of the story? Absolutely.
Yes.
But you know what else is part of the story? The killing of the Bashid commander of the division of the IRGC. You know what else is part of the story? Between 40 and 80 of their leaders were killed, have been killed over the last 12 days. You know what else is part of the story? The DNI report that Joe Biden's administration put out that showed there's been 190 separate attacks on U.S. forces through their surrogates and through Iran during his last year in office.
You know what else is part of the story? Their missiles are down 90%. Their drones are down 85%. Their nuclear weapons have been attacked. Their ballistic missiles and where they are made and where they're launched has been attacked.
How about the fact that people who just wanted a say in their government were killed by the thousands just 1 month ago, and what women are abused and oppressed like almost no other place outside Afghanistan? Can you possibly see the noble effort here in the big picture and how it's in our national interest? Megan O'Sullivan was on with you.
Yeah, this is what she had to say about the Iranian people and their limited connectivity inside Iran. We're hoping that that will change. Watch.
There are many new innovations that are geared to try to connect the Iranian people or really any dissident population to the outside world over the objections of the regime. Starlink was very important in Ukraine, and it has been used in Iran. But Starlink, as it is currently configured, requires terminals, requires infrastructure that has been very easy for the regime to track and to target. So there are security risks that come with it, non-internet type connections like shortwave radios. Those types of infrastructure are what the Iranian people are limited to right now. And obviously that's insufficient for their needs, not only to potentially organize in any fashion against the regime, but also to get information to the outside world and to connect with one another, emergency information, contacting their families, and those sorts of things.
Hey, so you do get the impression that something is getting ready to break in Iran when it comes to the people being able to go to the street. You have the President of the United States saying that we're getting closer and closer. Essentially, most of the targets and their weapons have been targeted. You hear from the Israeli government that the people telling the people, be ready, your time is coming. So it seems like something, we're getting close to the time where the people, and Brian, you cited that report also of arming the people as well. So we'll see.
Yeah, and back here at home, there are fears that are growing over these Iranian sleeper cells inside our country as the FBI is warning of an alleged attack targeting California in retaliation for the U.S. strikes on Iran.
Let's go to Aisha Hasan. She's at the White House with the details. Good morning, Aisha.
Hey, good morning to you guys. On Monday, I asked the president if Iran had activated sleeper cells inside the U.S. He didn't say yes or no, but he said that they were on top of it, and he complained that Democrats had shut down the Department of Homeland Security, which is in charge of making sure the homeland is safe. He doubled down again last night.
You've been briefed about how many Iran sleeper cells there could be inside the U.S. right now.
I have been, and a lot of people came in through Biden with a stupid open border. But we know where most of them are. We've got our eye on all of them.
So it comes as a medical device company called Stryker announced it's going through a global network disruption because of a cyber attack. Apparently, a pro-Iranian group is taking responsibility for it. And then there's this as well. The FBI sending out an information bulletin to local law enforcement containing some unverified information about a potential surprise attack off the west coast of the homeland, specifically targeting California. The LA County says that it is on an elevated level of readiness, and the governor there, Gavin Newsom, writing on X, I am in constant coordination with security and intelligence officials. While we are not aware of any imminent threats at this time, we remain prepared for any emergency in our state. And here is the president responding to that.
The big investigator, but you have a lot of things happening, and all we can do is take them as they come. The war itself is being prosecuted as well as anybody has ever seen. And this is other countries telling me too. Big countries, powerful countries, they said they've never seen anything like it.
So the president has some executive time, then some policy meetings, and I believe he also has an intelligence briefing before he has an event at 4 o'clock. We'll see if we can get any more information about these potential sleeper cells here in the homeland. Back to you.
Yeah, you let a lot of people through the border.
What happens?
Good taxation.
All right, let's hand it over to Carly. She has some headlines for us. Hey, Carly.
I do. Yeah, guys, good morning to you. In a Fox Weather look at that, an elderly couple in Indiana have died after their home was struck by a twister. At least a dozen others are hurt, and 4 suspected tornadoes tore through Illinois and Indiana this week. The severe weather causing damage to houses, cars, buildings, and power lines. Happening today, NASA will host a news conference to reveal the progress made towards the Artemis II crew mission around the moon. Artemis II will send 4 astronauts on that 10-day lunar orbit. They will conduct scientific research and lay the groundwork for a future manned mission to Mars. NASA hoped to launch Artemis II last month, but it was delayed after a helium flow issue. Once they reach liftoff, it will be the first crewed mission to the moon in more than 15 years. And today, Sean Hannity is airing his podcast interview with Team USA hockey star Matthew Tkachuk. It comes after the premier NHL power forward and 2-time Stanley Cup champion announced he is expecting his first baby with his wife. Congratulations. The athlete is also revealing whether Olympic gold tops his Stanley Cup wins with the Florida Panthers.
What's better, winning the Stanley Cup or Olympic gold?
Well,
You think unfair. I'm giving you an unfair
I
question.
think, no, it's a big question I've been getting a lot. I'm very lucky to have won both. Let me just say that first and foremost. But winning a Stanley Cup physically on your body is so tough. It's the hardest trophy to win in sports. I think when it's done and you're lifting the cup and your body's just mangled, like you realize how hard it is to win it. And there's something special about having your name engraved on that for history.
You can catch the Hangout with Sean Hannity podcast on Spotify, YouTube, and Fox News Digital. Those are your headlines. Got a cool set too. It was like that set hanging out.
And that's his favorite show, favorite team now, Panthers. Right?
Yes,
Don't get
yes.
started. Don't get started.
We used to be Rangers fans, and now apparently because he moved to Florida and hates New York now,
He's
he
dropped
hates
off the
everything
table.
that has to do with New York.
All right, not everything.
Well,
Right.
there's one thing he loves in New York.
Yeah. And it's
But he loves me more when I go down to Florida.
And he really likes Lawrence.
No
He
comparison.
likes you both. He likes you both.
Really Lawrence man. There's no doubt about it, right, Chris? Up next.
He helped mentor Lawrence.
Right, which means he likes him more. Right. Up next, we're going to talk to KT McFarland on the role energy plays with national security.
And tonight, the Big East Conference Tournament tips off on FS1. Fox Sports' Allison Williams joins us with a preview.
Go St. John's.
After everything we've been through as a family, all the years in this home, the last thing we had to think about was our windows. A lot has changed over the last 30 years, but our windows didn't. We used Renewal by Anderson. Meet with us on or before March 31st and get this very special financing. No down payment, no interest, and no payments for 18 months.
Oh, gum problems. You need new Parodontax Gum Strengthen and Protect with hyaluronic acid. It strengthens the gum seal for long-lasting gum protection. Some gum experts.
My dad has never been in better shape. He had a stroke and passed away. He had a life insurance policy. Ethos.com. In 10 minutes, you can be covered with life insurance.
Check your price today at ethos.com. Why can't psoriasis just leave me alone? The inflammation inside, this on the outside. The pills and creams haven't done enough for me. I can feel the stares, hear the whispers. I'm done. So done.
Talk to your dermatologist about your psoriasis symptoms and treatment options. Go to SoDone.com.
You know, there is something different about you today. Is it your makeup?
Not quite.
Did you do something to your hair?
It's not my hair.
Did you start a new job?
I did start a new job, but it's not that.
Became a father?
I've always been one.
Money problems?
Who doesn't have them?
What is it then? You have to tell me.
Yeah, okay, well, it's my skin.
Mm-hmm.
I've actually been using a new face cream.
Oh, really?
I really am. It fights my eye bags, dark spots, and wrinkles.
Which face cream?
I use Particle's 6-in-1 anti-aging face cream for men, and I've never looked better. Visit ParticleMen.com and use the coupon on your screen to get 25% off your order. Plus, free shipping and a 30-day money-back guarantee.
Something illegal?
Nah, I'm good, fam. Go to ParticleMen.com.
Folks have been asking why beef from Riverbed Ranch is so tender and has a better flavor. Well, we start with using Black Angus beef, which is famous for its great flavor. And we provide Angus bulls containing these special genetics to over 200 U.S. ranches who partner with us to produce cattle without growth hormones or antibiotics. And to top it off, we age our beef for 21 days. And that makes all the difference.
Inside Operation Epic Fury,
It's being exquisitely executed.
Jesse details the latest developments in the Middle East on a must-see primetime. An important message for Americans ages 50 to 85. You talked her into it.
I did. Now we all have life insurance. It costs pennies a day.
And that's just one
one reason I like Colonial Penn.
What's another?
Unlike my sisters, they don't ask about my health.
That's right. Colonial Penn doesn't ask a single medical question. And there's no physical exam. If you're over 50, you can't be turned down for guaranteed acceptance whole life insurance, no matter what your health. Options start at $9.95 a month, 35 cents a day. And the good news is, your rate will never change. A built-in rate lock guarantees it. Colonial Penn makes getting life insurance easy, even if you have pre-existing conditions or fixed income. Call for more information and the simple form you need to apply today.
Call 1-800-933-7247 for your free information and get a free beneficiary planner. That's 1-800-933-7247.
So you've written a book. Congratulations, you're a writer. The next step is to find a publisher that will want to publish your book. So whether you're writing a children's book, a spiritual book, or perhaps suspense or horror genre, even sci-fi, Discover Publishers connects authors to publishers. And the best part, our referral services are free.
Find the right publisher. Call 800-682-3612 or scan the QR code for your free writer's guide.
I'm pleased to report that earlier today, the International Energy Agency agreed to coordinate the release of a record 400 million barrels of oil from various national petroleum reserves around the world, which will substantially reduce the oil prices as we end this threat to America and this threat to the world. We don't want to leave early, do we? We got to finish the job, right?
Absolutely. The U.S. will tap into oil reserves in an effort to lower energy prices. But despite that, oil prices pressing higher at this hour, as the State Department warns Iran could be planning attacks on American oil and energy infrastructure over in Iraq. This after the IRGC claimed responsibility for firing on ships in the Strait of Hormuz. KT McFarland served as Deputy National Security Advisor to President Trump and joins us now. The only ships getting through there are Iranian vessels. Why are we letting Iran be able to ship oil to China? Why don't we stop that? We're pretty good at stopping barges. I'm sure you've seen it in Venezuela.
Yeah, we're pretty good at dealing with the Strait of Hormuz. We've been dealing with that going back to the Reagan administration where we stopped those vessels going through. The president has said that the United States could escort our tankers through the United States Navy. And he's also said that we, the United States, could insure. The problem is insurance. They can't get insurance because it's a war zone. We would give them the insurance. But he hasn't done either of those things yet. And what happens is Iran is letting ships go through, tankers go through, that are Iranian tankers, that are illegal ghost tankers. And the tankers just say, hey, we're on our way to China, don't bother us. And so Iran lets them through. We could stop this, we just haven't done it so far. I would urge the president to, if he wants to keep the Strait of Hormuz open, do it quicker. Do it sooner rather than later.
KT, it seems like so many of the president's objectives have been reached. But the question is, how much of their interior Gestapo-like forces, the besieged, have to be destroyed before the people of Iran rise up? Being that we haven't really armed them yet, and the Iranian government doesn't let them have any arms.
We're working our way down the target list, and the initial target list was the Navy, the Air Force, the command and control centers, the senior tier of leadership of the Revolutionary Guard and of the government. But what we haven't gone after are these besieged, and you're right. These are thugs. These are guys on motorcycles that are thugs. And this is the internal, they're not even a regular police, they're just gangs. And they go into towns, into regions, into remote areas, and they arrest women without headscarves, bring them into jail, rape them, and beat them. That's the besieged. And until somebody gets a hold of the besieged, whether it is the Israelis bomb their headquarters, whether it is the government itself, potentially a new reigning government that goes after the besieged is a cancer within. And until they're dealt with, then I don't think you're going to see a lot of people going back out into the streets, except people who are knowing they're going to die because the besieged are going to just tackle them, arrest them, beat them, torture and kill them.
Right, we killed their commander, and we're killing a lot more, and the Israelis' intelligence on the ground is unbelievable. Hopefully that leads to grabbing that uranium out of some of those destroyed sites. Maybe that'll be something that'll be announced shortly. Let's talk about oil. They think their greatest offense is getting oil up to $200 a barrel. Here's Energy Secretary Chris Wright on what we're doing.
We are every hour of every day degrading their military ability
to threaten ships in the Straits of Hormuz. We will release collectively 400 million barrels. This is to tide the world over while these flows are restricted by Iran. But ultimately, the United States military will prevail. We will end their ability to impede traffic through the Straits of Hormuz, and ships will flow again. So we released them from our strategic oil reserve, and so did 32 other countries. That's a pretty good adaptation. It doesn't show defection.
Yeah, but it's a temporary fix. You've got to deal with Iran's ability to use oil as blackmail, whether it's blocking the Strait of Hormuz, or whether it's going after energy sites around the region that other countries own. They're targeting other countries' energy sites. We have yet to target the Iranian energy sites, to a certain extent. Now, why is that? Because I think we're still hoping that we could work with a new Iranian government that would then rely on those oil refineries, the oil extraction, the oil basis to have them intact to work with. But that's still on our target list. So we could do a lot more damage to Iran than we've done. And we've got plenty of time to do it. I think that the initial objectives have been met. No nukes, no missiles, no force of proxies endangering the Middle East. Now, what we've got to do is do the next tier of targets, which is open the Strait of Hormuz, making sure the oil flows, getting rid of the besieged. And it depends on President Trump. He could leave tomorrow and say, I've completed the job. I'll be back in a couple of years as Iran rebuilds its military, its nuclear sites, and we'll mow the grass again. But I think President Trump has made the decision he wants to deal with it once and for all.
One of the things he said is, I don't want to leave it for the next person. No matter who the president is, don't want to leave it for them. I want to handle it now. And every other administration knew they were a problem. Yeah. Only this Democratic Party is not admitting it now. Hopefully people will not fall for that. KT McFarland, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, still ahead, Democrats continue to slam strikes in Iran, even as some Iranian Americans urge the U.S. to press on. We're going to speak with the Iranian woman who says her family and friends back home are itching to take back their country.
I'm putting with Abe Lincoln's game right now. These are 40-something years old. Yeah. There we go. Oh, come on! I know how spiritual you are. There's no doubt my brother Stephen met his fate on 9/11, when he ran through the tunnel and gave up his life. I really believe that God put us on course to take care of all these catastrophic needs of service members, Gold Star widows.
It's because of all of them that we get to do what we do.
Exactly.
That's why the game of golf is you don't do it, right?
It ain't easy. My brother and I were going to play golf on 9/11.
Were you really?
Yeah, he was just finished his night course. When the tower came down, like maybe an hour or two later, I started calling. And I called him for days and days. He didn't know by what he did that day that thing would turn into this.
Didn't matter. You went back to
Exactly.
There's a hero. Man, what a hero.
Jillian Michaels here with a truth bomb. One of the reasons that we look older is because our bodies make less collagen as we age. It's time to start taking Alaya Multi-Collagen, a powerhouse formulation of 5 different types of collagen that helps restore your body's youthfulness. Alaya can support fuller, more luxurious hair, dramatically diminished wrinkles, and stronger, healthier nails. Alaya Collagen even supports joint health so you can stay active and comfortable. Add Alaya to your smoothie, coffee, any of your favorite recipes because it's flavorless and it goes with everything. I've made Alaya Multi-Collagen a part of my daily routine religiously because it helps me look and feel my very best. Go to getalaya.com now and use the promo code to receive 30% off plus free shipping. The sooner you order, the sooner you can get relief and support your overall wellness. So to getalaya.com now. Prioritize your body inside and out with Alaya.
From family businesses in Texas to manufacturers in Ohio, American companies are thinking bigger. With Alibaba, they're selling globally and growing locally. In 2024, American brands sold over $53 billion on Alibaba's online marketplace, supporting more than 258,000 U.S. jobs, connecting Main Street to the world, and supporting American businesses. Alibaba, where the world buys American.
This is the farmer's dog turkey. Apparently, this is also turkey. But only one actually looks like turkey, since only one is gently cooked without the ultra processing. And only one is human grade, because good ingredients matter. But the best recipes call for so much more. Get 50% off your first box, available only at thefarmersdog.com.
You've seen me before talking about Grill Rescue, the world's best steam cleaning grill brush. But now, the sun is shining, the snow is melting, and summer's coming up. So when you whip your grill out, you need to get it clean because it's been sitting there rotting for too long being unused. Don't Grill Rescue in water, get your grill hot, and watch as the steam does all the work. It's going to pulverize any of the gunk that's on this grill. Whether you have a flat top grill, a grill with grill grates, it's going to clean this thing in 10 seconds or less and leave you with the absolute cleanest grill in the nation. And when this cleaning head gets a little too dirty, you can pop it off, throw it in the dishwasher, and pop a new one on. And these bristles actually get stuck in your throat because they fall off and they can land on your grates, sending you to the hospital. So you don't want to eat one of these. You need to get yourself a Grill Rescue at grillrescue.com. This material is actually the same material that's in a firefighter's jacket because it was invented by a firefighter. So what more excuse do you need to get the cleanest grill in the nation by using Grill Rescue at grillrescue.com?
For 250 years, this land has shaped who we are. From generation to generation, fishing has always been part of the American story. Today, Bass Pro Shops and Cabela's carry on that tradition with our biggest fishing and boating sale of the year, the Spring Classic Fishing Sale. Trade in your old rotten reel for a new one. Plus, club members enjoy special financing. Bass Pro Shops and Cabela's, celebrating 250 years of freedom, family, and fishing.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for an immediate cash payment.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies, or call 1-800-515-4100. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM. Anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is listening.
So happening today, closing arguments begin in the landmark social media trial after about a month of testimony. The plaintiffs is suing Meta and Google, which own YouTube, stating that the company knowingly designed addictive features that harmed her mental health. Kurt Cyberguy joins us live with the details. Good morning, Kurt.
Hey, good morning, LJ. LJ, I'll tell you right now, about half of American teens say that they spend 4 hours or more a day on social media. That puts this in perspective. Snapchat and TikTok already settled before the trial. Now, two tech giants are left in the crosshairs. Meta, owner of Instagram, and Google's YouTube. The courtroom has heard from some of the biggest names in tech. We've got Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg, that took the stand, YouTube engineer who helped build the algorithm testified. But the most powerful testimony came from the plaintiff, now 20 years old, who told jurors her social media use started at just 6 years old. The case centers about how these apps were built. Plaintiff argues features like infinite scroll, autoplay, filters, and constant notifications were designed to keep kids hooked. Defense lawyers say mental health is far more complex, pointing to years of pre-existing mental health struggles, family and school. Report early this about one thing. Be impossible to put down. And protected. We're going to be watching this. If you'd like my free newsletter, we've got you connected this morning at cyberguy.com.
Kurt Cyberguy. Thanks, Kurt. So Adam Klotz has successfully climbed more than 6,000 feet to the top of Mount Washington, braving some bitterly cold conditions. And now he is taking us to the summit where he's living like one of their meteorologists. Mount Washington Observatory staff complete week-long stints to observe the so-called world's worst weather 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Adam joins us now. Good morning, Adam.
Hey, good morning, LJ. You said the so-called world's worst weather. It's certainly the worst weather that I've ever had to stand in. A couple days ago, it was back on Tuesday. International Mountain Climbing School out to drag us up to the top of this mountain. But the skies were blue and clear, and it was wonderful out. Boy, how things changed in just a couple of days. I want to tell you what I'm experiencing out here. No longer those blue skies. Instead, we're in a cloud. That's what happens when you're up at 6,200 feet, at least in the Northeast, where the topography's relatively low. When you get into these strong winds, the wind now coming out of the north, gusting at times 70, 80 miles an hour. We've seen 107-mile-an-hour gusts with this entire system. And it's more and more and more. We're talking about freezing rain hitting me, which is just brutal to feel. And that's making this observation back here in Mount Washington covered in ice. So that was the wind. How do these meteorologists? As the ice is being the walls up here along the railing, these are as much as 3 feet thick. So this wind that is just battering the side of this building, there's a good amount of protection. And actually, down in the bunks, it's cozy, it's warm, we can have good meals. But it is certainly brutal as soon as you step out into the elements, as you can tell. On a clear day when we arrived, you could see mountains on the horizon. Obviously, not the case right now because we are standing in this cloud deck. We're here for a split second, actually, a little bit of a break in that wind, but I know that won't last long. LJ, this has certainly been one of the most extreme weather environments I've ever been in. It's been a treat to be up here. I know the question is like, this is the end of our day. How are you going to finally get to go home? There's a giant snowcat that comes up the road, and that'll pick us up. So, no, I don't have to walk back down in this. Walking up was hard enough, brother.
How long will it take for you to get down there?
It's still about a 2-hour ride down the mountain. And it took us, with all of our long shots, 8 hours to get up here. So it's still a big journey. And we're obviously, it's not easy for even a snowcat to be dealing with all these winds.
Adam, stay safe, man. So tonight, the Big East Conference Tournament tips off on FS1. Fox Sports' Allison Williams will join us with a preview coming up.
$15 million in counting no. Simparica Trio offers triple protection against heartworm disease, ticks and fleas, and intestinal worms, all with 1 month of chew. This drug class has been associated with neurologic side effects, including seizures. Use with caution in adults with or without a history of these disorders. Don't just protect, triple protect.
After everything we've been through as a family, all the years in this home, the last thing we had to think about was our windows. A lot has changed over the last 30 years, but our windows didn't. We used Renewal by Andersen. Meet with us on or before March 31st and get this very special financing. No down payment, no interest, and no payments for 18 months.
Feel the state.
Owning land isn't for everyone, but you're not everyone. Sure, you have a place to settle down, but that doesn't mean you're the type to settle. Meet the Mahindra 1100 and 2100 series. Engineered to be tougher and smarter than anything else in the field. With a reliable diesel engine, our best ever lift capacity, and easy-to-use intuitive tech, your toughest jobs have finally met their match. Mahindra, outworking the field.
Right now, get 0% plus $2,000 cash back on all 1100 and 2100 series tractors.
There are many ways to deliver a shipment. At Old Dominion Freight Lines, we deliver them this way. This way uses technology.
and goes the extra mile to do things the right way. Delivering promises on time, every time.
Inspired by 1920s heirloom sheets, we've turned cotton from our family farm into a made-in-America love letter. One that honors the land with ethical production while employing the skilled hands of American craftsmen. Each timeless piece bearing the Redland cotton name is meticulously made to be soft, durable, and a cherished part of your home for years to come. Redland Cotton, farm-to-home luxury for a life well lived.
A Chewy pharmacy order is on the way for Homer, the homebody who only goes outside when nature calls. So Mom uses Chewy to get his flea and tick meds at a great price, delivered fast, right to their door. For quality meds, for life with pets, there's Chewy.
When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM. Anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM, America.
30, no matter how many. The ultra-absorbent microfiber chenille. It's like they're wiping them at the door. Muddy Mat is designed with thousands of...
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling. They step across it just once, and it completely makes their paws completely clean of mud. This is the best mat I've ever found, and we have tried many. There's still a sale going on. I wouldn't wait too long before they're done.
Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code to claim your 70% off and your free Muddy Mat. What are you waiting for? Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code and get your own Muddy Mat today.
Why have thousands of aspiring authors teamed up with Christian Faith Publishing to publish their book? Because Christian Faith Publishing is an author-friendly publisher who understands that your labor is more than just a book. Professional book editing, award-winning design, and some of the highest royalty structures in the publishing industry. Christian Faith Publishing will publish, market, and sell your books in all major bookstores, online booksellers, as well as specialty Christian bookstores.
Call for your free writer's net 800-570-9072 or scan the QR code now.
Americans don't want war, not Republican voters, not independent voters, not even many of Donald Trump's MAGA base.
Americans don't want this war. Americans are sick and tired of forever wars, and there's no timeline here, no seeming end game, no strategy for what's
Jen, Democrats there when she was only 6 years old says her loved ones in Iran are begging America to finish the job. Her name is Juliana Taimorazi, and she joins us now. Juliana, thank you so much.
It's an honor to be with you, Ainsley.
Well, it's an honor to have you here. I know you started the Iraqi Christian Relief Council. You grew up in Iran as a Christian. What did you experience before the revolution and then after?
I was 6 years old when the revolution happened, and I lived through the entire Iran-Iraq war. I was told that I would burn in hell for my Christian name. And when the king was deposed and exiled, my mother was standing outside, and I was came to her, and one of see what we will. We were smuggled out. I was smuggled out when I was 16 years old in 1989.
Wow, I was reading your parents told everyone that they were saving money for a house outside of Tehran, when really they were saving money to get you out of the country so that you could be safe. You came to America. What's your reaction to what's happening? Do you think this is a good thing, or do you agree with the Democrats?
No, I actually oppose what the Democrats, the Democratic leadership is saying. Absolutely. The IRGC, the Islamic Republic of Iran, has been a murderous government. It has impacted the lives of so many. Philosophy is of Muslim. in Syria, in has into maimed and blinded thousands of people. And in our case, as Christians, you know, there is a difference between credible Christians and those that have converted to Christianity, that were former Muslims. The Christians, credible Christians, Assyrians and Armenians are second and third class citizens in Iran. We can worship, but we always have a spy inside the churches to see what the priest and the pastor is preaching. And those who have converted to Christianity do not have religious freedom. They are, if they're found, they are imprisoned, tortured, and in many cases executed. But I must tell you also the impact of Iran in Iraq. I have served Iraqi Christians, the Assyrians, and other Christians for 19 years. And they tell us repeatedly that since the fall of Saddam and the infiltration of Iran inside Iraq, their lives have been just upside down. From 1.5 million in Iraq, we're down to 100,000. And the proxies there are wreaking havoc on the lives of so many Christians in Iraq. So we have to destroy IRGC to its core.
Is that possible? Is that possible? Because that's what we want. We're seeing the celebrations here in America. We're also knowing, we watch those protests. And happen in your
that the job is done. The job is not done. Please continue this bombing. These elements must be destroyed. They said that yesterday it truly was an epic fury over skies of Tehran. The drones are swarming like bees, targeting these IRGC members, but the buildings are destroyed, the command centers are destroyed, Ainsley, but the members of IRGC and Sepah and others are living in the tents, in parks, hiding behind citizens. So we really have to stay this course. We cannot stop now. And, you know, because I speak Farsi and I watch some of the diaspora TV, they smuggle out these videos, and I will quote this. It's very interesting. The woman was screaming. She was saying, "Dear Bibi," as the bombs were exploding around her, as she was recording, she was saying, "Dear Bibi, dear President Trump, you're awesome. Please continue this. We love you. We cannot wait to take to the streets, to take our country back," based on the request from the Crown Prince. And this is not just an anomaly. We hear it all the time. They say, please continue this bombing, this regime must go. And I must tell you, what we witnessed in 2 days in Iran in January is just the beginning. If the Islamic Republic is not destroyed, these people are hostages in their own country, and they have held the entire region hostage. And their sleeper cells are here, Ainsley. And the Christians need from lack of food, a lack of medical assistance. So we really need to stand with our Eastern brothers and sisters.
Juliana, I am so proud of you. You are bold. I'm glad your parents got you out. Your mom, I know, is here. Your father has passed away, but I know your mom is so proud of you. Thank you for what you're doing for these persecuted Christians. We appreciate it. God bless you, my sister in Christ. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you. Let's check in with Dana Farina. She is upstairs, ready for her show. Hey, Dana.
Thank you, Ainsley. Well, we will kick off with UN Ambassador Michael Waltz, both Iran and President Trump forging a new coalition of the willing and what the mood is in Turtle Bay. Then the Secretary of Energy joins us. The markets are on a roller coaster as more tankers are hit in the Strait. Will releasing oil from the SPR be enough? And Senator Katie Britt on how Democrats still won't come to the table as employees of Homeland Security will get $0 in their paychecks tomorrow. Plus a new front in the war, a huge cyber attack on one of America's biggest medical companies. What that signals and who could be next. We'll take you through all of it. We'll see you at 9.
New Finish Ultimate Quantum costs less than Cascade. This just makes sense.
It makes sense because nothing cleans better than Finish. See the cleaning power?
Oh.
It costs less per wash. That's why it makes sense.
Attention, Finish isn't going to be clean and value.
With choice privileges, every 5 nights you stay, you can unlock something you'll really value. Look who earned enough points for an exclusive experience at the racetrack. Baca does that too. Get triple points on stays with choice privileges.
Why can't psoriasis just leave me alone? The inflammation inside, this on the outside. The pills and creams haven't done enough for me. I can feel the stares, hear the whispers. I'm done. So done.
Talk to your dermatologist about your psoriasis symptoms and treatment options. Go to SoDone.com.
You got Pepto Predicamenase. You overdid it on the loaded fries. Undo it with Pepto-Bismol. When you overdo it, undo it with Pepto-Bismol.
CBIZ. Your company started in the kitchen.
Well,
Now it has 3. Your team of 5 grew to an army of 500. And that's your logo, right there in marble.
That's big.
To grow your business from big to bigger, you need an advisor built for the middle market.
Our data shows that this deal works.
Interesting.
Very interesting.
Accounting, advisory, insurance, and more. CBIZ. Insights that impact.
Hello, I'm Lincoln Graham. Jesus said, come unto me, all ye who labor and are heavy laden, and I'll give you rest. Maybe you've been burdened by the sins of your life, the mistakes, and you would love to have rest for your soul. Well, I want you to know that God loves you, He made you, He created you, and He sent His Son, Jesus Christ, from heaven to this earth to take your sins. That's right. He took your sins to the cross. He died and shed His blood on a cross and was buried. But on the 3rd day, God raised Him to life. And if we're willing to repent, turn from our sins, tell God that we're sorry, and by faith, believe on Jesus Christ and invite Him to come into our hearts to take control of our life, God will forgive us and cleanse us. And you can have a new life, a new beginning, starting today, right now. Invite Him to come into your heart. God bless you.
There's only 47.
Aneurysm.
Did you have life insurance?
Do you?
No. You gotta get on it. Check out Select Quote. Trust me, your peace of mind, it's worth it.
Life insurance is too important to put off another day. That's why Select Quote makes getting coverage you need easy for less than $1 a day. Now get up to a $2 million policy with no medical exam and same-day coverage.
Visit or call Select Quote. We shop, you save. Eye bags, dark spots, wrinkles.
There's one product that can fight them all. Only one. Particle-based cream.
ParticleMin.com.
Engineered for men, made for our skin, and backed by science, and it actually works.
Visit ParticleMin.com and use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off.
Dark spots used to be brutal. Now, they're barely there.
My wrinkles were deep. Look at the difference.
I honestly didn't think a cream could do this.
Visit ParticleMin.com and use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off.
Super easy.
Super effective.
And compared to everything else I considered, it's actually inexpensive.
It's everything I need
In one bottle. If you've had enough of those eye bags,
dark spots, wrinkles, there's only one product you need.
Visit ParticleMin.com and use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off. Free shipping and a 30-day money-back guarantee. ParticleMin.com.
From best-selling author Shannon Green comes a new book, Nothing is Impossible with God.
I share the stories of unlikely biblical heroes, each facing trials that reveal God's power to guide us through life's darkest storms.
Order now at FoxNewsBooks.com.
Tonight on the Ingram Angle, iPads in kindergarten. Do we have teachers anymore or just digital babysitters? We have a lot on that tonight on the Angle.
All right, so the Big East Conference College Basketball Tournament hitting the court over at Madison Square Garden.
And you can watch tonight's quarterfinals action on FS1 with the number 2 seed UConn taking on the 10 seed Xavier.
Yep, here to explain all of this. Get ready for the action tonight. There's a sideline reporter for Fox, Allison Williams, along with cheer squads from the entire Big East. Shane Jones, Big East is back. Always going to be off, and what can we expect?
Oh my gosh, so fun. So it kicked off last night, and all the way to North Seed, the underdogs prevail. All 3 of the North Seeds advanced last night to quarterfinal action. Today, it's going to be an awesome scene inside Madison Square Garden. No raining at the parade in the Mecca.
What are the players you're watching tonight?
I'm really excited to see the entire UConn team. They're so talented. They have 3 first-team All-Big East players, and they lost their last game for the I know UConn.
Excited about as we roll into March Madness.
So honestly, I'm so excited to be covering the Big East tournament for the first time. I've been doing this for so long, over 20 years, and I have never spent a Saturday night in the Garden at the Big East tournament. I cannot wait. We've got bubble teams playing today as well.
Make sure everybody gets their face on camera. They're out here in the pouring rain. But I gotta tell you, the big story was the St. John's. Martino, out in nowhere, couldn't get a job. He's in Greece, and now he's about to be the highest paid coach in college basketball.
Yeah, he is a Hall of Famer in every way. What he has done for St. John's, winning the regular season back-to-back years, in position to win the title, the tournament title back-to-back years, is just simply incredible. He's a Hall of Famer in every way.
Right, and then you got Danny Hurley and UConn.
Yeah.
Won it before. Bobby sadly got fired last night at Arizona State.
Yeah, and you know Hurley's team's going to be on a mission, right? They don't like the way the regular season ended. They had a chance to share the regular season title, and they fell short. And they have spoke very clearly about how that will motivate them in this tournament. And really also brings that.
I want you to.
Let's do it.
He played growing up, so.
Let's sing on.
Can you play defense? Let's see if you can play some defense.
Who's gonna do it? All right, let's do it.
You ready? Come on, Creighton. It's hard to do with the big head.
Let's see if I can do a hook.
No. I should have quit while I was there. Also, when you talk about the Big East, you talk about Patrick Ewing, you talk about Chris Mullin, a lot of the traditions.
Yeah.
Right? Walter Berry, a lot of fantastic players come out of the Big East tournament.
Well, and what's amazing is it's been here in New York for 40 years. And I think that really means something when you have a sporting event in the same place year after year. You develop this type of energy, this type of aura. And I've realized over the years too, like certain buildings have a different kind of presence, and MSG is that. And players elevate their game when they play in the biggest moments on the biggest stages, and that's what MSG tournament gives us.
Thanks so much. Thanks to the Thrones USA for bringing the court to Fox Square, and watch tonight, FS1 starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Allison doesn't make predictions, but she'll be covering it all. Thanks so much, ladies.
With the Gulf on fire, Iran launching new attacks on 2 oil tankers off the coast of Iraq. Dramatic video shows the ships engulfed in flames as the terror regime escalates the pressure on the Strait of Hormuz. Good morning, I'm Dana Floyd. I'll Hammer us off today. Good to have you again.
Good morning to you. A lot happened in those overnight hours.
Yes, what can you call it?
I'm Bill Malugin. This is America's Newsroom, and we are getting some brand new footage of flames from those attacks overnight. Take a look at this. So those attacks leaving at least 1 person dead and dozens more injured, and also forcing the closure of oil terminals in several Persian Gulf countries amidst the surging energy prices.
Meanwhile, Operation Epic Fury rolls on. CENTCOM releasing new video of the U.S. flexing its military might as it continues to deliver devastating blows to the regime's capital of Tehran. All this as President Trump offers new insights on the battle's timeline.
We're going to be in very good shape. You see what's happening. They are pretty much at the end of the line. Doesn't mean we're going to end it immediately, but they've got no Navy, they've got no Air Force, they've got no anti-air traffic, anything. They have no systems of control. We're just riding free range over that country. When do we stop? We don't want to let it regrow, and ideally would like to see somebody in there that knows what they're doing. In other words, they can build a country.
U.S. Ambassador to the UN, Mike Waltz, is standing right here with us. He's got the big picture, and we are covering every angle of this fast-developing story with correspondents in the Middle East and beyond. But first, Trey Yanks is live in Tel Aviv. Good morning, Trey.
Dana, good morning. As U.S. and Israeli planes continue to hammer the Iranian regime, state media in Iran says there will be a new statement shortly from Mujtaba Khamenei, the country's new supreme leader. We know overnight the Iranians launched more missile and drone attacks against Israel and Gulf countries. We have some new video from Oman showing an oil storage facility on fire after it was hit by an Iranian attack drone. You can see in that red circle here, the drone headed right toward that storage facility. Ultimately, it caused a large explosion and destruction to part of Oman's largest oil facility there. Also, some new video coming in of tankers in the Persian Gulf just off the coast of Iraq, where one person was killed and others injured. Crews had to be rescued after these two tankers were hit by an Iranian vessel that was packed with explosives. Flames spewing from what's left of that vessel there. And President Trump overnight talking about the impact on oil markets, saying this.
And my administration, as you know better than anybody, is also working to keep the oil flowing. It's flowing all over. We knocked out, they wanted to drop some mines. Very friendly people, mines, some boats blow up. And we knocked out every hour I have to change because they knock them out so fast. I've never said that. Think of it. They knocked out 54 ships in 2 days, and they're real ships.
With focus on the Persian Gulf, there is also a lot of focus here in Israel on their northern border with Lebanon, where the Iran-backed Lebanese militant group Hezbollah fired more than 100 rockets over the border in less than an hour overnight. An IDF official telling Fox News this was the largest barrage since Operation Epic Fury began. The Israelis say they will continue to go after this terror proxy. And I'm just going to have you pop out of the video here. If you can stay with me, Bill and Dana, and come live to us here in Tel Aviv. We have air raid sirens that are sounding here. The Iranians appear to have launched another barrage of ballistic missiles. And this has been an ongoing effort by the Iranian regime. The amount of missiles they're able to launch has certainly been far fewer, but they are still attacking both Israel and Gulf countries. I'm going to toss it back to you. We'll continue talking here. I just need to put on my helmet.
Yeah, absolutely. So as we continue to watch Trey reporting live here, he seems to be doing this every day at this point when these missiles come in. So he said they're tracking missiles coming in from Iran, so that would likely mean they're coming in from the east of where he is rather than the north. That would be Hezbollah from Lebanon. Trey, if that's correct, now that you got your gear on, go ahead and fill us in on what you know.
Yeah, Bill, over the past 24 hours, we've actually seen joint attacks by the Iranian regime and Hezbollah. They appear to be coordinating when they can to launch a number of missiles and rockets at the same time at Israeli cities. We know, according to U.S. Central Command and the Israeli Air Force, they are going after these launching positions. One official here told me they are hunting the ballistic missile launchers. And that's part of the reason that we have seen oftentimes hours go by without sirens sounding here in Tel Aviv. And I'm just going to show you what the scene looks like here next to the expressway, Bill. You're going to see there are some cars that are still moving, but if you look along the edge of the expressway, you're going to see a few people that have gotten out of their vehicles, and they are, if you can pan left here, you can see those people on the side of the road. And also, I'm going to have my cameraman pan up to the sky here. If you just stay with me, you're going to see the trail of an interceptor launched by some of the advanced missile defense systems belonging to the Israelis. And again, Bill and Dana, as this continues, we are seeing fewer missiles launched at a single time. But it is incredibly challenging for the Israeli people below because they've spent much of the past several days in and out of bomb shelters, watching out not just for direct impacts, but also the falling shrapnel and the cluster munitions. We should very briefly talk about Iran's use of cluster munitions. This is a major topic of conversation here in Israel because it's a change in the threat to the Israeli people. We've seen the impact of these cluster munitions. Oftentimes, even if the missiles aren't intercepted, they will explode over the skies of Tel Aviv, and they rain these bomblets down on the population below, and they can take out part of a building. We arrived at one apartment complex where an entire apartment had been taken out by a single cluster from this munition. And again, it just speaks to how dangerous this war is for the Israeli people on the ground here, as the Americans and the Israelis continue to bring the fight to the Iranian regime. Guys?
Yeah, and sometimes sometimes those cluster bomblets can spread out over an area and they don't immediately detonate on impact. Sometimes they can stay in the ground for days, sometimes even weeks. Incredibly dangerous. Trey Yingst, as always, thank you for your fantastic reporting.
Thank you, Trey. And for more on all of this, we are fortunate to have the U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, Michael Waltz, here. You can talk about any issue. Let's start with this big one. President Trump and Peter Doocy had an exchange yesterday about the war. Watch here.
You just said it is a little excursion, and you said it is a war. So which one is it?
Well, it's both. It's both. It's an excursion that will keep us out of a war. For them, it's a war. For us, it's turned out to be easier than we thought. But think of it, they had thousands of missiles, 8,000 missiles. We got many of them before they got to launch. They have drones all over the place. We got many now. We're knocking out the drone plant. They started talking about mines. So we hit 28 mine ships as of this moment, 28. Like using the same weapon, the exact same weapon that we use against the drug dealers.
So over at the United Nations, what word do you use to describe what's happening right now?
Well, what I've been using over and over again and pointing out to all of the members there is that this war started 1979, started 47 years ago, and President Trump is no longer going to just absorb these attacks, whether it's the terrorist proxies, Hezbollah, Houthi, Hamas, or attacks on infrastructure, or you name it, the malicious activity that Iran has been up to. He's not going to kick the can anymore. He's going to end it. But can I just say that, looking at Trey Yingst and others and what they're going through, the Iranian strategy of sowing chaos, shooting in all directions, hitting its Gulf neighbors, even hitting countries as far away as Turkey and Azerbaijan is absolutely backfiring. Yesterday in the UN, the Security Council, we had a historic. Led by Bahrain uniformly and UN record.
Call for number 3, please. This is the map of the countries on the UN resolution. This is unusual, to say the least.
Well, and here's why it's so significant. Number one, many of these countries have taken kind of a neutral position over the years when it comes to Iran. Qatar, for example, shares a massive gas field, the Pars gas field, with Iran that stretches across the straits there. UAE has a massive free trade zone of Iranian goods. Oman was just mediating and providing the kind of neutral actor for us during the the fact that all of those, their states, and it's unified in fair weather friends that they
How did Trump say that? Everything. It is over.
Objectives that out there, incredibly quiet. They don't dare, given what they suffered last year, start firing at us. Hezbollah completely degraded. So yesterday, for so many years are now saying, are now throwing off that yoke. And
Let me actually show you call for number.
Transform.
With, attention a little bit to that, and then yesterday watching.
Today's action represent a blatant misuse of clause of the certain members. The abusing it. It's war against the Iranian people.
Is that ambassador eating alone at the lunch table over there?
Oh, he's in the building alone. 135 countries. I read every one of them signed up with us. I read every one of them out loud. But I just can't emphasize enough for the Gulf Arabs to come together. And they've been kind of at loggerheads over Yemen and Sudan and all kinds of other things. To stand uniformly is incredibly powerful. And now today, and this is a part I don't think is getting a lot of attention, we are going to go the next round of snapback sanctions. Again, kind of in this guise of where's the UN any good or helpful? President Trump put maximum pressure back in. He had it his first term. Biden lifted it. President Trump put it back in last year, and now the rest of the world will be with us. And the thing that's not changing right now is the absolute devastation. If you remember the
Better. Thank you so much.
Work for medical device maker Stryker, disrupting services across company devices. A pro-Iranian hacker group took to social media to claim credit for that attack. Dina Marie McNichol has the latest on that attack from Miami. Hi, Dina Marie.
Hi, Bill. Good morning. This was a devastating attack. I spoke to a Stryker employee who tells me they watched some of their computers and iPhones get wiped out by hackers in real time. All that data gone. Stryker, the Michigan-based company, makes medical and surgical equipment used in hospitals across 150 million patients worldwide. Now, they announced that the hack was phone. Iranian hacking group strikes on Iran, calling Stryker a pro-Zionist company. However, Stryker has not confirmed who was behind the attack. Now, the medical device company says in a statement they see no indication of ransomware or malware. Cyber experts weighed in. They say this attack is about causing internal chaos and destruction.
You're going to see hacktivists start just hacking the lowest hanging fruit they can. You're going to see maybe Iranian actors doing the same thing. This is about economic disruption. It's about attack and hacking to whatever you can get into.
And Bill, the Stryker did release an update this morning. They say their systems are still down. It's unclear how long this outage will last.
All right, Dana Marie McNichol live in Miami. Dana Marie, thank you.
President Trump releasing more than 40% of the nation's emergency oil reserves. Will that bring relief at the gas pump?
Meanwhile, Americans facing long lines at the airport. You've seen the videos at this point. This is the government shutdown, halts DHS funding. Senator Katie Britt is going to be on hand to talk about why she accuses Democrats of playing politics.
An Iranian mine lane shift posing a challenge for the U.S. military. How the Pentagon is fighting to protect a key shipping lane.
They started talking about mines, so we hit 28 mine ships as of this moment using the same weapon, the exact same weapon that we use against the drug dealers.
Somewhere out there, someone's paying $30 for a single plate of steak and shrimp. What? At a lobster tail, and you're pushing $50. Really?
But here, it's only $7.99.
And here we're wrong. It's actually fire. What is?
Yeah, fire.
Yeah, it's fire. It's fireball.
If you're a veteran, own a home, and need cash, Here's good news. Your service to your VA cash out for 80%. The value you built up. Hundreds of dollars a month.
Thing for my stubborn dick.
Ingredient is 10 times more effective. And tea tree scent.
We got you. Call the team with the speed and precision hospitals trust to keep them safely operating through the unexpected. ServPro, like it never even happened.
This one goes better with the walls.
This is so much easier than a home improvement store.
There's the measurement fee, delivery fee, restocking fee.
And installation.
Oh, no, that's not my department.
With Empire's Home Floor Advantage, we have clear, all-inclusive pricing, no surprises, and installation is on your schedule.
Call or visit EmpireToday.com and get a home floor advantage.
800-588-2300 Empire.
Today.
Life with earrings sounded like a constant train whistle I couldn't stand. Then I started taking lipoflavinoid. With 60 years of clinical experience, it's the #1 doctor-recommended brand for earring, and now I'm finally free. Take back control with lipoflavinoid.
My car insurance bill doubled?
You should try Insurify. In just a few clicks, you can compare rates from dozens of insurance companies. And you could.
I just got the same coverage for half the price.
Hey, that's what I was going to say. Go to Insurify.com and save up to $1,000 a year on your car insurance.
Don't kill your dog.
Hey, Dr. Marty.
Hey, Matt.
What's wrong with this?
Let's check it out. It's still kibble, which means they're ultra processed. At Dr. Marty, we freeze-dried premium meats, fruit, and vegetables, and it's available at your local pet store.
All exposure to products that contain asbestos can be harmful. If you or a loved one has been diagnosed with mesothelioma, please call. Our firm has been exclusively dedicated to mesothelioma victims for decades. Let us meet you in your home, office, anywhere, and offer you our MesoCare promise. Our dedication to you is unmatched. Call now for our free book.
Call 800-500-1206 or go to mesobook.com.
You fill this place with life, but life keeps growing. Saying goodbye should be the hardest part. With Open Door, get an all-cash offer for your home in 24 hours. Move into your future with Open Door.
Inside Operation Epic Fury,
It's being exquisitely executed.
Jesse details the latest developments in the Middle East on a must-see primetime.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of reduces inflammation. Pillow with 6 heated notes. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Not gonna happen.
That's it. I'm calling Kohler about their walk-in bath.
My name is Ken. How may I help you?
Hi, I'm calling about Kohler's walk-in bath.
Excellent. Happy to help. Hold one moment, please. The Kohler walk-in bath features an extra wide opening and a low step in at 3 inches, which is lower than other walk-in baths on the market. The bath fills and drains quickly, while the heated backrest soothes your back, neck, and shoulders. Kohler is an expert in bathing, so you can count on a deep soaking experience.
Are you seeing this?
The Kohler walk-in bath comes with fully adjustable hydrotherapy jets and our exclusive bubble massage. Everything is installed in as little as a day by a Kohler certified installer, and it's made by Kohler, America's leading plumbing brand.
We need this bath.
Yes. Yes, you do.
Call 800-768-1584 to receive $1,000 off your Kohler walk-in bath and take advantage of no payments until 2027.
About this
bulletin that some law enforcement found about a possible Iran revenge plot in California, where there would be some kind of a mode offshore launching drones towards the
big investigator, but you have a lot of things happening, and all we can do is take them as they come.
The FBI warning police on the West Coast that Iran could potentially launch an attack there. A lot of people talking yesterday.
Let's see that we spoke to as an immediate police agencies here in California warning of a surprise retaliatory attack from Iran on the homeland. Now, in some respects, police are treating this as a routine bolo. Be on the lookout for something suspicious that might meet this type of criteria. Multiple agencies told us, however, the first they heard about this was on the news, ironic because the memo said, don't tell the media. On the other, it does contain some unique intel, right? Reportedly from the U.S. Coast Guard. A surprise Iranian attack, it said, a water-launched drone against targets in California, specifically in California, but from an unidentified vessel. Governor Newsom says officials are not aware of any imminent threat.
We're aware of that information, and we transferred that information in real time to our local partners. Drone issues have been always top of mind.
And that's because anti-drone technology is neither widely available or terribly effective. And we're not necessarily talking about those large Shahed drones that you're seeing in the Middle East or in the Ukraine, but maybe store-bought drones available for hundreds of thousands of dollars that are capable of carrying explosive payload weighing several pounds.
Local law enforcement still than cognitive.
Attack on, say, an airport. It could cause damage, but also fear. Bill?
When a bulletin says, don't tell the media, it typically leaks to the media pretty quick. William Lajeunesse, live in LA. William, thanks.
Yes, that's a tell. All right, Trey Delakovich is the founder of PowerUs and a drone expert, as well as a Fox News contributor. Thank you for being here. What do you think about this warning about possible drone attacks? It does have people a little worried that maybe something like this could happen on our shores.
Yeah, well, I think the recent warning from the FBI proves that the threats of drone attacks here on U.S. soil aren't just hypothetical anymore. Someone out there had real intelligence information that this was a threat. Otherwise, the FBI wouldn't have issued a statement. And I've been talking about it for years on your program, but maybe this is finally the wake-up call that others need. It demands national attention. Protecting Americans, protecting our airspace and critical infrastructure from drone strikes has to be treated as a national priority, and we can't have government bureaucracy get in the way of that, because the tactics our enemy is using right now against our troops overseas are exactly the type of tactics they could employ against us in the United States if given the opportunity. Drones are cheap, they're easy to acquire, they're increasingly lethal, they're no longer reserved for nation states with trillion-dollar defense budgets. We are in a drone and counter-drone arms race with our enemies, and we can't afford to lose that race. And it's not that we have a technology problem here. We have brilliant engineers in the U.S. who know how to solve it. I think we have a decades-old federal contracting problem, and thank God for our president and leaders like Secretary Hegseth who are slowly fixing that. But the bureaucracy still exists in a lot of ways that stops counter-drone technology from being implemented at scale and creating this protection layer across not the guys who've been doing this for years. They're part of the problem.
This is alarming. Something like this. Actually been smuggled.
For an actor. patronage. So they clearly have the technology to launch drones off of those boats. They don't have to physically be there. And that's just the reality. I don't want another 9/11 here. And from what I'm seeing with the rapid pace of drone warfare, someone can create a 9/11 just without the martyrs this time. We're seeing the future of warfare play out in real time across the Middle East. And the good news is, the United States, we have the technology to stop this, right? What we need now is this urgency to deploy those capabilities more broadly, because the threat's evolving fast. We need agencies like the FAA to understand this is a real threat, get out of other government agencies' way who are trying to actually implement this. We need to fix this with major disruption. I think the FAA, frankly, and national security policies on drones need to prevent the attack, let the launch, not react after someone dies. They're built for a world of commercial airliners and hobby drones, not a world where hostile actors can weaponize unmanned aircraft. And the threat landscape has changed, and we need a bureaucracy that can keep up.
Brett, in the urgency, and I now share it with you, just so everybody knows, he has an op-ed up on foxnews.com right now. Iran built a drone terror machine. America just hacked it. There's a lot of information in there. Go there and learn more about that. And Brett, we'll see you soon on the show. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan.
This was a planned attack motivated by extremist ideology and inspired by a violent foreign terrorist organization.
We're learning more about the ISIS-inspired plot by two Pennsylvania teens. Were there other targets considered before this protest? Plus, uproar over one senator's rant on the Iran war, and if he released classified information from a classified briefing.
Goodness. 1, remember, I don't want surgery for my Dupuytren's contraction.
2, I want to be able to lay my hand flat.
3, I want a non-surgical recovery.
4, I want options, non-surgical options.
And 5,
And if non-surgical treatment isn't offered,
I'll get a second opinion. Let's go.
Take charge of your treatment. If you can't lay your hand flat, visit findahandspecialist.com to get started.
You can do this. You can be the first millennial to a trip on their phone.
How?
Kayak. They compare hundreds of sites, so you know you're getting the right flight, hotel, or rental car.
Kayak. Got that right.
After everything we've been through as a family, all the years in this home, the last thing we had to think about was our windows. A lot has changed over the last 30 years, but our windows didn't. We used Renewal by Andersen. Meet with us on or before March 31st and get this very special financing. No down payment, no interest, and no payments for 18 months.
Whether you're a professional driver or just a fan, vehicle breakdowns are costly.
it started.
The last thing I remember is coming out, and then pretty quickly I had a pretty severe issue on my hands.
If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
Imagine you paying out of pocket $4,000 or $5,000.
I was not ready to spend a few $1,000s.
It was like almost a $6,000 job.
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again. Plus, your rate stays the same no matter how many claims you file.
I've had 5 claims for over $12,000.
I've had 6 claims worth over $4,000.
I've had 3 claims and saved over $3,700.
I've had 2 claims for over $4,600, and my rate hasn't changed.
Use any certified mechanic you want. Just bring your car in, and Endurance will pay them direct. All major parts are covered.
What I like about Endurance, they don't play games, there's no middleman, they're a solid company.
With Endurance, your car repair costs go way down, while your car's life expectancy goes way up, allowing you to drive more and pay less.
Something is going to break down. Make Endurance pay for it.
They covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
So, who's going to pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Whether you put 10,000 or 100,000 miles a year on your car, if it's less than 20 years old, Endurance has you covered with unlimited miles. Plus, your plan covers 24/7 roadside assistance anywhere in the country. Call right now to get $300 off any plan.
plus a full year of our top-tier elite benefits, a $2,000 value free. And all endurance plans come with a 30-day money-back guarantee. But you have to act now. Call 1-833-608-4777 for a free quote. That's 1-833-608-4777.
Have you ever thought of getting a walk-in tub for you or someone you love? Now is a great time to take a look at getting a Safe Step walk-in tub.
With Safe Step's standard heated seat and new fast fill faucet, you can enjoy a nice warm bath up to 20% faster. And the convenient touchpad control is right at your fingertips.
Each tub comes standard with a dual hydrotherapy system. The 10 water jets can help increase mobility, relieve pain, boost energy, and improve sleep, while the MicroSoothe advanced air therapy system oxygenates and softens skin.
Safe Step walk-in tubs are built to maximize safety so you can stay in your home and enjoy the comforts of bathing again.
So call now for more information and a free, no-obligation consultation.
When you call today, you'll also receive our limited time offer. Don't wait to enjoy safer bathing. Call now.
1-800-677-1133. Building a business is a journey. It was as difficult to build my brand as it was to build credit. Kickoff helped me benefit really fast. My credit grew 25 points in the first month. I signed up and I only paid a few bucks a month. Download Kickoff and start building your credit today.
A Chewy order is on the way for Jaws, who never lets go of what he loves. So Dad uses Chewy to get him everything he needs to keep loving life. One mouthful at a time, for low prices. For life with pets, there's Chewy.
Healthy aging support starts here with the innovative nitric oxide science pioneered by Human, supporting your body from the heart out through circulation, blood flow, blood pressure, and energy. Results you can feel, science you can trust. Get started today at human.com.
Airfox an alert because Iran's new supreme leader issued his first public statement. It was a written message that was read by an Iranian state TV news anchor. Trainee. Let me hand it over to you while I talk. Can you tell us what exactly happened? What did he say?
Yeah, Dana, good morning. We're just getting this in right now on Iran's state media. New statement from Iran's new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, and Reuters is reporting a few highlights from those remarks, saying that the supreme leader said in the statement, "We believe in friendship with neighbors and only target the bases, and we will inevitably continue." That is not true. We know that many Gulf countries have had their residential and civilian infrastructure attacked. Now, Iran's new supreme leader in this statement goes on to say all U.S. bases should immediately be closed in the region, and those bases will be attacked. He also says it in the statement, again, that was presented on state media. He does not appear in the statement, that he calls on unity among the people of Iran and participation in Quds Day. Now, Quds is the Arabic word for Jerusalem, and this day normally falls on the last Friday of Ramadan. And so, if my math is correct here, that would be March 20th of this year, the last Friday of Ramadan, when traditionally we have seen proxies like Hamas and Hezbollah launch attacks and also large demonstrations in the region. And so this is certainly something to look out for in the days ahead. But again, this is the first statement that we are receiving from Iran's new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei. He speaks about the attacks on Gulf countries, also says that he will target U.S. bases in the region, and then also talks about the Strait of Hormuz. This is an interesting part here, and again, we are just getting these highlights from Reuters, watching state media in Iran. They're just coming out, of course, in Farsi. And Iran's new supreme leader goes on to say the closure of the Strait of Hormuz should be continued as a tool to, quote, pressure the enemy. And so the rhetoric that we are hearing from Iran's new supreme leader is quite similar to his father's rhetoric. Remember, Iran's former supreme leader was taken out in the opening strikes of Operation Epic Fury when this war began. And in those opening strikes, Mojtaba Khamenei's wife, mother, and one son were also killed. Again, the latest remarks, though, that we are getting from the supreme leader via state media, and we are quoting Reuters here, indicate that he will continue ordering the attacks on U.S. bases in the region and continue efforts to close the Strait of Hormuz. Bill, Dana?
And Trey, as you pointed out, Iran's new supreme leader said that Iran has, quote, warm relations with Gulf countries. I'm curious, how do you think those Gulf countries are going to react to hearing that, considering Iran is droning and missiling them every day?
Yeah, I've been speaking with Gulf leadership and sources over the past 2 weeks, and I would not describe the current relations as warm between these two countries. Not only Qatar, but the UAE, Kuwait, and Bahrain have all come under Iranian ballistic missile and drone fire in recent days. And while the Iranians have attacked U.S. bases in the region, they have also attacked civilian infrastructure and energy infrastructure, including Omani energy infrastructure. We showed you those images earlier this hour of an oil storage facility in Oman burning as a result of an Iranian drone attack. And remember, Oman was the mediator in the negotiations that were taking place earlier this year, indirectly between the Americans and the Iranians. And so the current relationships are not good between Gulf countries and the Iranian regime. And despite the fact that some communication has taken place with Iran's foreign minister reaching out to his Gulf counterparts, these attacks against Gulf countries do continue.
Troy, yesterday, even on the 5, we were saying, is there proof of life that we could get that this guy is still alive? There are reports also that he was injured. Do you know anything more about that?
Yeah, I spoke with an Israeli intelligence official in recent days who indicated Mustafa Khamenei is injured. They downplayed the reports, though, that he was critically injured, saying that he was injured in one of the strikes, the opening strikes of Operation Epic Fury, again, that killed his wife, his father, of course, and one son. As we look forward here, though, it will be interesting to see if and when we actually see Mustafa Khamenei. We've not yet seen him. Of course, there have been posters and images circulating in the Iranian capital of Tehran, but this statement today, where he speaks about the ongoing war against the United States and Israel, was made through a presenter on state media.
Tricky, thank you, and stay safe. We'll maybe see you again as this America's Newsroom show rolls along. And right now, the markets are open on the heels of President Trump planning to draw from the strategic oil reserve. There's just so much uncertainty right now that the market is saying, where do we go from here? Down about 569 points at the moment. But we have Secretary Chris Wright coming up on the show, and maybe he can give us some more insight as to this 172 million barrels are going to draw down from the SPR. That move is in part of an agreement with the International Energy Agency. They are going to release barrels to combat the crisis in the Strait of Hormuz as well. Edward Lawrence has more on the drawdown live from the White House. Hi, Edward.
Hey, David. Yeah, the U.S. and 31 other countries will be releasing from their emergency oil reserves. The total release globally will be 400 million barrels. The U.S. part of that is 172 million barrels, which represents about 41% of the stockpile. Now, minutes ago, President Donald Trump, he tweeted out or sent on Truth Social a note. He basically said that when oil prices rise, the U.S. Makes a lot more money, but more than that, he wants to eliminate an evil empire. Now, the president last night says this release will work.
To substantially reduce the oil prices as we end this threat to America and this threat to the world. We don't want to leave early, do we? We got to finish the job, right?
So the Energy Secretary, Chris Wright, says this release from the U.S. oil reserves, the strategic reserve, will happen over a 4-month period.
I think we will have the Straits of Hormuz open well before then. Exactly where we are, I can't say, but we are working 24 hours of every day to get there. But hopefully in the next few weeks, we will see the world going back to normalcy, but not the normalcy of before, normalcy minus a heavily armed, wildly empowered, murderous regime.
Now, a senior administration official tells me that this is when you draw down the strategic petroleum reserve, not just to lower gas prices right before a midterm election as the Biden administration did. The price of oil inching up to about $95 a barrel at the moment. It's been moving up since oil tankers basically stopped sailing through the Strait of Hormuz. About 20% of the global supply comes through that strait right past Iran. Now, higher oil prices means higher gas prices. AAA says a gallon of regular unleaded is now $3.59 a gallon, up 34 cents from a week ago. President Donald Trump has left open the possibility that eventually we could have military escorts for those oil tankers coming through the Strait of Hormuz. But as of right now, the oil market doesn't seem to be moving down on the moves that are already being made. Back to you, Dana.
All right, Edward Lawrence, thank you. And coming up next hour, we will ask Energy Secretary Chris Wright ourselves about the SPR release as the conflict with Iran continues. So stay tuned for that.
I would point out that the latest offer on the table is from the White House. It is 13 days old. We have a White House offer and a willingness by the White House to sit down and talk. An offer on paper with significant changes in the direction that the senator from Washington and others are asking for. and yet we are just being rebuffed at every turn.
So you hear it there, the Homeland Security funding fight continues on. A procedural vote is set for the Senate this afternoon, but Democrats remain dug in on exceptions on immigration efforts. They even tried to push a measure to fund all other agencies except ICE and Border Patrol. More on that, let's bring in the Republican senator handling DHS negotiations with the Democrats, Senator Katie Britt. Senator, good morning to you.
Bill, great to be on. Thank you so much for having me.
Of course. So here we are about 3 weeks into this DHS shutdown. We see the videos, the TSA lines are getting longer. TSA is going to miss their second paycheck tomorrow, but some of your Democratic colleagues don't seem to have a whole lot of urgency right now. Senator Brian Schatz of Hawaii said, quote, "We are very serene with what's going on," and the White House is blasting them for that. Guys, can you pull up call for number 1? Headline from a White House readout says, quote, "Democrats are very serene about keeping DHS shut down, leaving TSA agents unpaid as they secure our skies." Senator, Democrats feel they've got public opinion on their side with this. What do you think?
No, look, Democrats are using the safety and security of American citizens as a political pawn. And at the end of the day, the truth is, we went down to the floor yesterday to try to pay our TSA officers. We tried to pay our Coast Guard members. We tried to pay the people at the border who were interdicting fentanyl and the people who are going after child traffickers. Do you know who blocked that? Democrats. Because Democrats are more interested in political theater and gamesmanship than they are about the citizens they serve. At the end of the day, we are not going backwards, Bill, to the Biden administration era politics, where Democrats said we needed to defund the police, and they also cared nothing about our open borders and allowed fentanyl to ravish our communities. President Trump has said no more. We have the most secure border of all times. Fentanyl and overdose deaths are down over 24% year over year. We are actually holding child predators and child traffickers to account. We believe in paying our TSA officers. We believe in paying our courageous Coast Guard members. Now is the time to do the right thing. You mentioned earlier about a procedural vote this afternoon. If Democrats actually cared about reforms, do you know what they would do? They would vote yes to get on that bill. They would bring amendments, and we would have an open and honest debate in front of the American people. They're actually not interested in that. They're interested in playing politics. They know that ICE and CBP continue to operate without any of the things they're asking for, and they actually don't care. We want to pay TSA officers. We want to pay the people in the entire Department of Homeland Security because our priority is the people and not politics.
Yeah, well, that procedural vote expected to fail again this afternoon. You've been dealing with and negotiating with Senator Patty Murray of Washington. She pitched a bill yesterday that would strip CBP and ICE away from this DHS funding bill and fund all of the other agencies. You pushed back on her and said that would defund law enforcement. She pushed back on you and said no, it wouldn't. Take a listen.
Some on the other side are claiming the bill I just offered would defund customs or Homeland Security investigations. Mr. President, that is also absurd. All the bill I just offered does is fund the rest of DHS while talks continue on ICE and Border Patrol.
It would seem that Senator Murray doesn't understand that Border Patrol is part of CBP or that Homeland Security investigations is part of ICE. So by stripping them out, yes, she would be defunding those two agencies. Give us your thoughts.
Yeah, it seems that her staff maybe should give her a little bit of a better briefer. Unfortunately, that's exactly what it would do. And it's interesting to see someone from Washington not care about paying people who are working on our border, not paying people who are working on our coast, not paying people who are looking at and going after child traffickers there in her home state. Look, the other thing about this that's very dishonest is that as talks on go, you heard the leader, you heard John Thune say, the last offer the White House sent over was now 14 days ago. We have heard nothing from Democrats. We have asked them to sit down with the White House, with Republicans, so that we can have a conversation about how to move forward for the American people. They have actually denied us that opportunity. So you cannot sit here and say you're looking for a pathway forward if we refuse to have a conversation and or return paper to the very people who can help create that pathway. So yes, that's exactly what it is. It's defunding the police. It is defunding our border security. We are not going back to Biden's failed open border policy. pharmacies. We are not going back to a rise in fentanyl and drug overdoses, and we are not going back to not going after child predators and criminal illegal aliens. So we're going to keep fighting. We want to pay our TSA officers. We're going to go down to the Florida Day Bill, so stay tuned to that. We're going to continue to offer the opportunity to pay our Department of Homeland Security as these talks continue, but there actually has to be talks. So that's the nuance there. And I encourage our Democratic colleagues to come to the table and put people over politics and stop playing theater right there on the Senate floor.
And we will see if Democrats decide to block that procedural vote again this afternoon as, again, TSA going without payment again tomorrow, and the lines are starting to get very long ahead of prime spring break travel season. Senator Katie Britt, great to see you. Thanks for coming.
Let's get them paid.
Yeah.
Well, Iran appears to be expanding its war from the battlefield to online. Employees of a major U.S. medical equipment company found their cell phones and laptops disabled with the logo of an Iranian-linked group appearing. Our next guest is an expert in this field. We want to bring in Binary Defense and Trusted Sec founder David Kennedy. I'm so glad to have you because this is something that's been on my mind for a while because we talked a little bit about it in terms of scams, but governments waging war through cyber is coming. It's coming to a theater near you, and it might be this one. How are we prepared or not prepared to deal with it?
Yeah, Dana, thanks for having me on. You know, this group called Handala is tied to the military intelligence group of Iran. And notoriously, you know, they've tried to hack into our grid before in the past, but they've never launched these types of attacks, what we call more ransomware, but without the ability to recover. If you look at traditional ransomware, you know, typically a company has to pay a certain amount of money and then they get decryption keys that allows them to recover. Iran is using this as a method to put pressure here in the United States to go after as many companies as they can to cause as much conflict through cyber methods to completely destroy the infrastructure that they're targeting in an effort to put pressure on the Trump administration to back off on the attacks and create a lot of chaos here. And so we should all be on alert right now, especially larger enterprises, and they're being indiscriminate of who they target. It doesn't matter if you're a hospital, water treatment facility, energy grid, financial sector, they're going after everybody right now, trying to create as much chaos back here in the States. And this is also what we can expect if, you know, if China decides to go up after Taiwan. China is focusing on getting footholds here in the United States. Cyber is being used as a major method to curb, you know, internal policies within the United States. And so everybody needs to be on high alert right now as these attacks are going on, and we'll definitely see more attacks happening over the next few days and weeks.
Stryker's a great American company, and they said this: we have no indication of ransomware or malware and believe the incident is contained. But surely they might not be the only ones that are going to have to deal with this. In your estimation, how prepared are America's, let's say, corporations and hospitals, how prepared are they to deal with this?
Yeah, over the past several years, ransomware has really stepped up the security game in most enterprises. You know, corporations are really trying to protect their organizations, minimize damage in the event that these types of things occur. Really try to segment off, you know, a lot of the critical operations like emergency rooms, surgery centers, things like that. Our water treatment facilities, energy grids have been subject to attack, so they have heightened alert. So we're prepared for this within the United States, but it's definitely not perfect. And Iran's just looking for those little tiny, you know, flaws within our infrastructure that they can use to create as much havoc as possible. So, you know, over this next, you know, few weeks to few months, we need to be on high alert, continue to step up our security game because we are going to see more attacks against the enterprise.
Can you talk about multi-factor authentication, even on your personal devices, but companies need to know it too?
Yeah, multi-factor authentication is probably one of the most important things that you can do in cybersecurity. A lot of these attacks happen either through phishing campaigns where they're trying to social engineer you to open up a document and then they capture your credentials, your username and password. And what multi-factor authentication does, and I'm sure a lot of us have seen this when you go to your bank account and it sends you a one-time text message PIN to log into it. You know, enterprises have this as well, but a lot of them don't. And so what happens is if they're able to capture, you know, some credentials, they're able to then kind of bypass your security mechanisms, and then it opens up one foothold into the environment, which then allows them to then go to other systems within the infrastructure. It only takes, you know, access to one system that causes an entire cataclysmic downfall of an entire organization, because now they can start to spread laterally across the environment. All their networking systems get, you know, much more inflicted damage across the enterprise. So multi-factor authentication is probably the #1 most important security thing you can do personally to protect yourself, as well as an enterprise. And every, you know, social media, your financial institutions all have this option in the settings section of your website to turn this feature on. It's super simple and gives you a massive protection.
One last question, and it's a quick one. If for young people who are thinking about the careers they should go into, Is this a career, in terms of cybersecurity, that would be a more secure one, or is AI going to do all of this for us?
Tina, I'm glad you asked that question. It's one I struggle with every day. AI is definitely transforming cybersecurity in every way you can possibly imagine. There's a lot of fear, uncertainty, doubt, I think, in IT and software engineering in cybersecurity. I look at it as a positive. It's advancing our ability as a force multiplier to really respond to things much more faster, implement security much faster than we ever have before. So I look at this as a boon to cybersecurity, and I think it's an amazing career path. My son's actually going to Kent State University for cybersecurity, so it's a good indication that I think cybersecurity is going to be around for quite a long time, and we have a lot of things to shore up, and it actually introduces a lot more issues than it does solve things, so we'll be around for a while.
I have a niece in the field too, and I learned a lot from her. Thank you so much. We'll have
Thanks, man.
that.
I appreciate you.
Thank you.
And we are now learning more about the heroic NYPD officers who jumped into action during an attempted ISIS terror attack here in New York City. Those two officers sitting down with Fox News to explain how it all went down. Alexis McAdams has the story live in our New York City newsroom. Hi, Alexis.
Hi, Bill. Yeah, it was great to sit down and talk to these officers one-on-one because most people would have just run the other way, right? If they saw two guys armed with explosives, but in this case, these NYPD police officers ran right toward the danger. So we had the honor of talking with NYPD Chief Aaron Edwards and Sergeant Luis Navarro yesterday, who charged toward two suspected terrorists without thinking about it. They say investigators, according to investigators rather, they were carrying homemade bombs, these guys.
They say, you know, we're cops, we're 2 days in life, but this was like no other day. We just immediately began running towards this threat, right?
So this comes after police say 18-year-old Amir Malak, 19-year-old Ibrahim Kaim, explosives in a crowded protest here in New York City. And it really could have gone very badly. Last Saturday, the duo drove in from Pennsylvania with the weapons and a dangerous plan inspired by ISIS, according to the feds. The left yelling this after he was arrested. Listen. And he wanted the investigators to know that he did it because of ISIS, according to court documents. So NYPD Chief Edwards jumped over a barricade that day, okay? So he says he's still got it here. He's been on the force for quite some time. He cleared the barrier. He chased after these suspects and put the safety of New York City above his own. The picture went viral, but Bill, when his own wife saw this, she was watching social media at home wondering what was going on. She said, "You're going the wrong way, sir. Why are you heading toward the bombs?" Investigators say the only reason these explosives that were packed with metal and chemicals just didn't explode was because of an assembly error. They didn't know how to put it together. It's a chilling reminder of how close the city may have come to tragedy.
I went straight on instinct. There was nothing that I could have thought about. There was no moment there where I could just say, hold on, slow down time, and just wait and see what I have. I just know that as soon as, you know, the events started unfolding, I needed to save as many people as I could.
And both officers tell me they stepped up for this job because of 9/11, which is a reminder you have to be on alert at all times, Bill.
Yeah, you know, sometimes that saying to protect and serve can kind of ring a little bit hollow. These guys took it to the max, literally running towards the bomb as you described. And I'm sure their wives weren't too thrilled about that, but they got to be proud of their husbands for it.
They were very proud.
Alexis, great to see you. Thank you.
Great interview. And Iran wreaking havoc, causing apocalyptic scenes like this to erupt in one of the most critical trade waterways in the world. And now they're also being caught using a weapon widely banned across the world, targeting Israeli civilians. And we have the full update on the conflict next.
Hey, it's Brittany Aldean. Mornings around here can be pretty hectic, but no matter how crazy it gets, it's in these moments I think about what's really important. My family, our faith, and the freedom to live our lives the way we choose. That's why I love Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile isn't just a phone service. It's a community that upholds the values we treasure: family, faith, and freedom. Join me and my family with Patriot Mobile today and stay connected to what matters most.
Asking the right question and greatly impact your future.
Are you certified for this? Technically, no. Especially when it comes to your finances. Are you a certified financial planner?
I'm a CFP professional.
CFP professionals are committed to acting in your best interest. That's why it's gotta be a CFP.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it soon. Need your badge on ZipRecruiter.
costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. Hi, I'm Christina, and it's time to flip your old worn-out bath or shower with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel today. Everyone knows the Jacuzzi brand, but did you know they can install a gorgeous bath or shower that feels incredible in as little as 1 day? Now that's the total bathroom beauty that I love at a price you can afford. With one call to Jacuzzi Bath Remodel, you can effortlessly transform that old, ugly eyesore into the stunning bath or shower of your dreams that you'll love for years to come.
For a limited time, we are waiving all installation costs and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-7391. That's 800-384-7391. Call now.
These bills are crazy.
She has no idea she's sitting on a gold mine. She doesn't know that if she owns a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, she can sell all or part of it to Coventry for cash, even a term policy. Even a term policy? Even a term!
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-496-9200 or visit CoventryDirect.com.
Another car? You need WeatherTech. Perhaps a nice used car. You need WeatherTech. Or maybe you're still driving Old Faithful. You need WeatherTech. No matter the age of your vehicle, American-made WeatherTech products are the solution. Because Lexus don't care what year your vehicle is. See? You do need WeatherTech. Order your American-made protection at WT.com.
Entyvio is the only gut-focused treatment for moderate to severe Crohn's in UC. Gut-focused Entyvio works right where you need it to block inflammation in your gut. With a legacy of more than 10 years, Entyvio offers the experience you need, lasting relief and steroid-free remission. And some people experience rapid symptom relief. Infusion and serious allergic reactions can happen during or after treatment. Entyvio may increase risk of infection, which can be serious. Although unlikely, PML, a rare brain infection that can result in death, cannot be ruled out. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, sores, or are prone to infections. Liver problems can occur. With Entyvio, you may be able to pay as little as $0 per dose. Ask your doctor if Entyvio, including the Entyvio pen, is right for you.
Gut focus, Entyvio.
We pull people off the street and ask them about their hearts.
How's your heart? My heart's pretty good. You sure? How do you know? You're driving a car, you have the check engine light. The heart doesn't have an A, check heart sign.
Check your heart in just 30 seconds with Cardio Mobile and enjoy the convenience and reliability of a medical-grade EKG from anywhere. And you can get Cardio Mobile today for just $79 at Cardio.com or Amazon, so you can start taking charge of your heart health.
I want to show you something. Put bump fingers right on those pads. There you go. In 30 seconds, we're going to have medical-grade EKG. There it is. That is you. Look at that.
Cardio Mobile is proven to detect up to 6 of the most common arrhythmias, including atrial fibrillation, which, when left untreated, can increase your risk of stroke by 5 times. Cardio Mobile has recorded over 300 million EKGs, and it's our most clinically validated personal EKG. Checking your heart anytime, anywhere has never been easier. Get Cardio Mobile today for just $79 at Cardio.com or Amazon.
American forces continue to pummel Iranian targets. CENTCOM releasing video of airstrikes locking onto their targets in remote spots across the countryside. And the new Supreme Leader issuing his first public statement, saying the key Strait of Hormuz will remain closed until the war is over. Welcome to a brand new hour of America's Newsroom. I'm Dana Perino. Bill Hemmer is off today, and that was a very fast hour. Bill,
All makes sense with you. We got a lot to get to in this hour as well. I'm Bill Malugin. The battlefield stretching more than 1,000 miles. The U.S. and Israel hitting targets from the northern border with Turkey all the way to the southern edge near Pakistan. Here you see U.S. forces clipping the wings of Iran's Air Force, methodically dismantling the regime's air capability day by day.
Meanwhile, Iran is claiming responsibility for a deadly attack on an oil tanker off the coast of Iraq. 2 tankers left burning, Iranian boats loaded with explosives, reportedly setting off the massive blast.
U.S. Ambassador to the UN, Mike Waltz, was with us earlier. He said that Iran's attacks on its neighbors has completely backfired.
The Iranian strategy of sowing chaos, hitting its Gulf neighbors, even hitting countries as far away as Turkey and Azerbaijan is absolutely backfiring. Yesterday in the UN Security Council, we had a historic day in the sense that all of the GCC countries led by Bahrain, uniformly and publicly denounced Iran. The fact that Iran is hitting hotels, resorts, ports, their shipping, all of those, their airports, all of those civilian infrastructure has them squarely aligned with the United States.
And we've got Fox Team coverage for you this morning. Steve Harrigan will be on Iran's northern border in Armenia, but first, we're going to send out the senior foreign affairs correspondent, Greg Palka, who's joining us live in Istanbul. Hi, Greg.
Hey, Bill, Dana, we are hearing the first words from the new leader of Iran amid what's being called the largest supply disruption in the history of the global oil market. This after 2 oil tankers off the coast of neighboring Iraq were set ablaze by Iranian projectiles. Iran closing its port looking for survivors as one killed. The 3rd cargo ship hit near Dubai. The critical Strait of Hormuz effectively shut down for any oil transit. That's keeping prices high despite the International Energy Agency announcing the release of hundreds of millions of barrels of oil. And yes, Iran declaring it would not allow any oil that benefits the U.S. and its allies to pass through that strait. That confirmed on Iranian TV in a statement said to come from Iran's new supreme leader, Moshtaba Khamenei, the first since the war started, said Iran's strikes would continue, demanding the closure of all U.S. military bases in the region and revenge for attacks, including the one that killed his father, the late Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. This is attacks by the U.S. and Israel on Iran continue. Security positions of a paramilitary group struck there, as well as the military infrastructure of the key Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. We even report that Israel is using drones to hit locations inside of Iran, a tactic Iran has been busy with. Finally, action in next-door Iraq, an Italian military base used for the training of Kurdish fighters in northeastern Iran, struck by an Iranian drone, damage, no injuries, and there is a credible report of a U.S. strike on an Iranian-backed militia base in western Iraq. There have been much offensive action coming from that group in the last several days. Bill, Dana, throwing a huge fight between Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon. You've got action on all fronts here, actually.
And that is certainly what the videos are showing every day. Greg Palka, live in Istanbul. Greg, thank you.
The U.S. Energy Department is set to release 172 million barrels of oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. That's part of an international effort to release 400 million barrels from emergency reserves in order to calm markets, lower prices, and ease supply disruptions caused by this war in Iran. Secretary of Energy Chris Wright joins us now. You are certainly the man of the hour. The market was a little bit down about 450 points right now. You're from the private sector. You know the industry craves certainty. When do you think they're going to get it? And can this release actually provide that, but for how long?
Oh, the release certainly helps fill the hole. But what we're trying to do is reverse 47 years of uncertainty. Iran's terrorism in the region, constant threat over energy. President Trump has finally boldly stood up and said enough is enough. We're not kicking this can down the road for the next president. Soon there'll be a nuclear-armed Iran with an enormously large missile barrage. I'm proud that he's taken this bold step to defang this terrorist regime in the area. But we do have short-term disruption data, as you said, in energy supplies. We're using IAE releases of that. We have other actions the U.S. is taking to keep the market supplied through this brief period. But the benefit at the other side of a much better Middle East, ultimately in the long term, a much more secure supply of energy for the world, it's worth the short-term disruption for this simply enormous long-term gain we will get.
This morning, the price of Brent crude oil was about $98. I'm not exactly sure where it is now, but that was just a couple of hours ago. What was the straw that broke the camel's back that made you and the president decide to ask for this release? Because initially, for a while, it was that we didn't need to, and then all of a sudden, there was a change. So was there something that triggered that?
It wasn't quite so all of a sudden, but late last week, we started to see Asian refineries talk about turning down the throughput of their refineries in India, in Korea, in Japan, in Thailand. And we really want to keep the refineries running so they can deliver jet fuel and diesel and all the products that keep the Asian economy running. And so if they felt that they were worried about their near-term supplies of oil, we said we've got a solution for that. That's what the Strategic Petroleum Reserve is all about. Japan is going to release 3 times more of their pro rata share of this 400 million barrels. So they'll quickly put oil into those Asian markets to keep those refineries going.
Okay, Iran's military arm has said this: get ready for oil to be $200 a barrel because the oil price depends on regional security, which you have destabilized. And that's again from the Iran's military arm. And then Chuck Schumer wrote this: Trump is doing what I called for 3 days ago. He's already created a lot more problems than this will solve, from the Strait of Hormuz blockade to his poorly planned and reckless war. Americans are the only ones routinely paying the price. Also paying the price, however, is the world energy market, and possibly you could tell us a little bit about your thoughts in terms of China in particular, as this grows more difficult by the day to get any ships through there. How much does this hurt China?
Yeah, look, China is the world's largest importer of oil on the planet, and by a long shot. So the economic pain certainly largest in China. Most countries in the world are significant net oil importers. Fortunately, the United States, we produce more oil than we consume. We're a net oil exporter. So overall for the U.S. economy, this isn't bad news. But of course, what President Trump is worried about is not overall. He's worried about every single American consumer. And so, yes, of course, he's concerned about the rising energy prices through this short-term period that people have to suffer. Since the day I arrived and the day he was inaugurated, his agenda has been drive down energy prices, increase American power and ability to project power around the world, and drive energy prices down. But again, he is boldly making a decision to defang Iran, even knowing that it's a few weeks of disruption in energy markets, but America's strong, our production is strong, and we'll get through it.
Let me ask you just 2 more quick questions. The United States is going to release 172 million barrels. How many millions of barrels can we have? Like, I know it's not an endless supply, but how much of the SPR are we releasing?
So we have about 415 million barrels in storage right now. Very unfortunately, the Biden administration drained almost 300 million barrels out, mostly to lower gasoline prices from midterm election without disrupting. That's not what the SPR is about. The SPR is about this: when we have short-term disruptions in flows, to replace those flows. But Dana, we will simultaneously sell this oil in the near term when it's needed, and buy long-term oil, meaning say 12 months down the road, and we'll pull out 170 million barrels, and we'll put back in 200 million barrels in the next year. So we'll actually have more oil in our SPR a year from now than we do today. That's the responsible way to use it.
Indeed. My last question for you is, there was the ex-post the other day that came from the Department of Energy that talked about a ship safely going through the Strait of Hormuz. That wasn't true. It caused a lot of market disruption. People lost some money. That tweet was deleted. As the Secretary of Energy, what have you done to make sure that that doesn't happen again? Are you going to personally approve those posts?
Yes, I will. And yeah, that is a miscommunication in our department. I take full ownership of that as the person in charge of the department. Very unfortunate. It will not happen again.
Secretary Chris Wright, thanks for being on the show.
Thanks, Dana.
Good interview with Dana. In the meantime, Iranian refugees fleeing the conflict as attacks grow more intense all across the region. Many are crossing the border into Armenia. That's where Chief International Correspondent Steve Harrigan is joining us live from right now. Hi, Steve.
Bill, about 3 million Iranians are on the move, according to the UN. Most of them staying inside Iran, trying to get away from the fighting. Some of those who crossed over here, you can see them crossing the border, suitcases in hand, really full of fear. We asked one man what he thinks about the government he is leaving behind. Here's what he said about his own government. They want to keep their power badly. That's the number one thing. And if the American Air Force and the Israeli Air Force come to kill them, they will sacrifice all the people of Iran and all the resources of Iran to remain in power. The other really tough question we asked some of the people who crossed over is how they feel about the fact that the U.S. and Israel is right now attacking their very own country. A real interesting reaction from one man who said, the U.S. Air Force and the Israeli Air Force are coming to kill our enemy. But at the same time, they attacked our oil facilities. We don't want this. We just want to get rid of the Islamic Republic, not our own resources. So anger over attacks on oil refineries, but calling their own government their enemy, they want them removed by outside forces. Bill, back to you.
All right, Steve Harrigan, live on the border with Iran in Armenia. Steve, thank you.
There are some mines, reportedly less than 10, that have actually gone in the water. If we end up in a situation where they mine the strait, that will be very challenging as well. So I think the president's got a lot to calculate here.
The Strait of Hormuz emerging as a key flashpoint in the Iran war. How the Pentagon is responding to the threat of Iranian mines.
Meanwhile, how California is reacting to an FBI bulletin that Iran may try to attack the state using drone warfare.
And the mother of a woman who was stabbed to death at a bus stop sending a message to the soft on crime prosecutor. She says that it all could have been prevented and her daughter would be alive today.
Do your job. Do what you said in your vision. He needs to do something. He needs to help protect the people and get these people off the street any way he can.
I'm William Devane. Let me paraphrase a recent economic report. Core CPI and PCE reflect price pressures, assuming economic uncertainty trends net of, really? Here's my report. The value of the dollar is down. The value of gold is up. Paul Roslin Capital. Roslin Capital is a trusted leader in helping people acquire precious metals. Gold bullion, Lady Liberty gold and silver proofs, and premium coins can help you preserve your wealth. Call Roslin Capital to receive your free Roslin Guide to Gold, Gold and Precious Metals IRA, and Silver Brochure. With Roslin, there are no gimmicks, no hassles, and they have fast, reliable shipping. Dollar down, gold up. Make gold your new standard.
Call Roslin Capital today at 800-630-8900. 800-630-8900. That's 800-630-8900.
You woke up with a sore throat and a low-grade fever. You know you are getting sick, so here's your choice. If you get sicker and miss work, try to see a doctor this week or sit hours in a crowded waiting room at urgent care.
I have a smarter option for you. Open your medical emergency kit. Match your symptoms to doctor-recommended prescription in your booklet and take the right meds now and get well faster.
This is not a first aid kit. It's like having an urgent care in your home. It includes doctor-prescribed medications to treat over 39 medical issues like respiratory infections, strep throat, pneumonia, UTIs, and more.
No waiting to see the doctor and no standing in line for pharmacy. It's right here.
Every home should have at least one medical emergency kit, and here's how to order.
Order online and save $45. Your kit to treat dozens of common and serious illnesses is rushed to your door. Visit urgentcarekit.com/USA. Promo code USA. That's urgentcarekit.com/USA. Promo code USA.
Why can't psoriasis just leave me alone? The inflammation inside, this on the outside. The pills and creams haven't done enough for me. I can feel the stares, hear the whispers. I'm done. So done.
Talk to your dermatologist about your psoriasis symptoms and treatment options. Go to SoDone.com.
1 in 4 taxpayers was a victim of identity theft.
We're not just taxpaying Americans.
We're fraud-paying Americans.
We're not paying anymore.
LifeLock gives you the identity theft guarantee and gets your money back.
My dad has never been in better shape. He had a stroke and passed away. You have a life insurance policy. Ethos.com. In 10 minutes, you can be covered with life insurance.
Check your price today at Ethos.com.
Get new floors during Empire Today's gigantic 75% off sale. That's carpet, hardwood, tile, and vinyl. 75% off. Schedule now.
800-588-2300 When I started Walton Goggins Nago Glasses, I needed a website. You go down here, I'll use AI to make a beautiful website so fast it'll blow my customers' noggins while they're shopping for Goggins for their noggins.
Inside Operation Epic Fury.
It's being exquisitely executed.
Jesse details the latest developments in the Middle East on a must-see primetime.
And a MIPS window of opportunity is opening, and if you don't adjust your investing strategies now, you and your portfolio may miss out. Think about all the parabolic stock moves you've missed simply because you weren't prepared. Well, not this time. My new book, Unbreakable Investor, will teach you how I'm already capitalizing on today's opportunities with winning trades like these.
Everyone should read this book.
My investment performance has improved.
I got the book and it's been one of the best things I've ever done.
Charles Payne's book has allowed me to finally achieve the results that I'm looking for.
I have made substantial gains over what my broker produced over the years.
If you're considering getting Charles's book, don't wait.
Text me right now, and I'll send you a free copy.
Text the word GIFT to 505-505 to claim your free copy of Charles Payne's new book, Unbreakable Investor. Text GIFT to 505-505 and claim your free copy while supplies last. Text GIFT to 505-505 now.
The energy storage market is projected to exceed $100 billion by 2030. Meet SolarMax Technology, NASDAQ symbol SMXT. SolarMax designs, develops, and builds utility battery storage, commercial and industrial solar systems, EV charging infrastructure, and LED energy solutions. The company has secured over $540 million in battery storage contracts, totaling more than 1.4 gigawatt hours. SolarMax Technology, NASDAQ symbol SMXT.
And for them, it's a war. For us, it's turned out to be easier than we thought. They started talking about mines, so we hit 28 mine ships as of this moment, 28. Like using the same weapon, the exact same weapon that we use against the drug dealers in the oil.
So we've heard so much about the Strait of Hormuz during this ongoing conflict with Iran, but let's talk about why it's so important in the first place, why President Trump wants to keep it open. Take a look at this map right here. So roughly 25% of all global seaborne oil trade goes through the Strait of Hormuz right here. Then on top of that, almost 20% of all liquefied natural gas trade, LNG as it's known, goes through the Strait of Hormuz as well. A large amount of that LNG being exported from Qatar. Now, Iran has come out today saying they plan to keep the strait closed during this war. How do they plan to do that? We know Iran likes to use mines. They've used them in the past, and there have been reports they started mining the strait again. There's a handful of different mines that they can use. There are floating mines, which kind of bob in the water 3 to 10 feet down in depth. There's moored mines. Those can be chained to the seabed. There are seabed mines, which literally sit on the ocean floor. Those can be used against submarines. There are also things known as limpet mines. Those are mines that are literally just attached to the hull of a ship. And what's crazy about this is ships don't have to physically touch these mines in order for them to detonate. Yes, if they come in direct contact, they'll explode. But some of these mines are capable to basically listen for a ship, to listen for its electronic signature, the magnetic signature it gives off, some of the ship noise, and just getting close to a mine is capable of setting it off. So how do you fight these mines? Well, the U.S. has, these are known as MCMs. These are mine countermeasure ships, and they're built a certain way. They've kind of got like a wooden hull. They don't give off as much of an electric signature, but they're designed to detect and destroy mines. These are some of our MCMs which are being decommissioned. This is them in transit back to the United States. Why are they being taken out? Because we apparently have some new ships. They're going to be brought in. They're more modern. But these are the kind of ships that we use to detect and destroy the mines in the strait. You take a look at the bigger picture here. Again, looking at the Strait of Hormuz, you got Iran saying you want to keep it closed. You got President Trump and the U.S. military saying they might consider using military escorts to get ships safely through this area, as we see these overnight videos of ships being bombed and are now on fire. For more on this, we want to bring in Andrew Markoff. He's a former Marine Special Forces officer and the CEO and co-founder of SMAC Technologies. Andrew, good morning to you.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Do we have a rough estimate of how many mines that Iran potentially has built up over the years?
I've heard reports that they have circa 6,000 of a variety of different types, from what you were pointing out, the ones that are close to the surface, some that are just under the surface, and then some that are in the seabed. And I think the bigger issue than just the quantity is that they're cheap, and that you really only need one mine to make a minefield. I mean, the reality is just the threat of any mines in the strait is enough to shut down traffic.
So as there's talk about potentially using military escorts to escort naval ships through there and oil tankers, General Keane suggests that the situation has to get a lot calmer before that can happen, because there's still obviously a lot of fighting going on. Take a listen.
If we start to bring our warships through right now, the
Iranians still have the capability, not just at the coastal area, which we can eliminate, but hundreds of miles back, to range those ships with precision weapons. Then that makes no sense in terms of the risk when we're going to finish them off entirely in a few weeks. We're likely not going to begin that task of escorting tankers through until that threat is removed.
Do you agree with that assessment? I definitely think that, there's still a threat. I think that this just points to the need for what we would describe as decision dominance, with the ability to fuse massive amounts of data in real time to understand what's going on and then make the right decisions, both to take out threats to our ships in the Strait and be able to get ships moving through the Strait. I think that's really one of the promises of artificial intelligence, and like a lot of the defense technology companies that are working in the space, is to enable us to actually do this live and to do this faster and to do this more effectively.
There's been all this talk about cluster munitions being used by Iran, and we've seen some of those wild videos of them raining down from the sky where they all kind of splinter together, almost looking like a meteor shower. If we can pull up this graphic right here, it kind of explains how some of these cluster munitions work. They get fired from some sort of a projectile or a tank or a missile launcher or something. They explode in the air, and then they splinter out and just basically spread out all over the ground, and that can be obviously extremely dangerous for civilians. How much of an escalation is it for, there's the graphic right there, how much of an escalation is it for Iran to be turning to these weapons right now?
I think, cluster munitions are terrible, and they are a real problem, and I think that just speaks to the need that we need to take out their launcher capabilities. I mean, if you look at the U.S.'s red lines on Iran, it's nukes, missiles, and terrorist proxies, and the launchers are a big issue. I think it's one of the reasons that it's really important that we're focused on targeting this and taking that capability out, because cluster munitions are brutal.
Yeah. Here's a headline I want to read to you. It says, quote, Iran increasingly employing cluster munitions against Israeli civilians. Quote, Iran is likely hoping that the use of cluster munitions will increase the number of casualties caused by each individual missile. Andrew, got about 30 seconds left here. Do you think that's Iran's strategy, cause as much pain as possible in all the spots they can to try to get some sort of resolution to this war, try to get U.S. or Israel to come to the table?
I think they're trying to make this war drag out, and I do think that they're trying to make this as painful as possible, because they know that one of the considerations we have to weigh is, as we move more and more assets into this theater, that takes assets that we could use in other theaters to maintain stability away. And we need the ability to be able to be effective in this theater, optimize getting this conflict resolved in a way that maintains our equities in other theaters at the same time. And again, I think that's really why decision dominance, the ability to fight and move assets in multiple theaters at the same time, is a really critical capability for us.
Yeah, on top of the fact that every day they're trying to take out the launchers that are firing those missiles. Andrew Markoff, thanks for your time. Thanks for your insights this morning.
Thanks for having me.
And the mother of a Virginia woman speaking out and blaming District Attorney Steve Descano for her child's death. She says her daughter Stephanie Minter, who was allegedly stabbed to death by an illegal immigrant, should still be alive today. Chief Washington correspondent Mike Emanuel has the latest on this very sad story. Hi, Mike.
Dana, good morning. Yeah, the mother of this crime victim is clearly furious and calling for action. Stephanie Minter was stabbed to death at a bus stop in Fairfax County, Virginia last month. The suspect in this vicious attack is an illegal immigrant repeat offender. Abdul Jallo had 30 prior arrests. Homeland Security says Jallo has been charged over the years with rape, malicious wounding, assault, drug possession, identity theft, trespassing, larceny, firing a weapon, and war. Jallo is 32 years old and has been charged with second-degree murder for Minter's death. He reportedly arrived in the U.S. illegally in 2012 from Sierra Leone. Stephanie Minter was known for her bright smile, someone who loved people, always with a smile on her face. Her mom is furious with Fairfax County Prosecutor Steve Descano.
Your job. Do what you said in your vision on your webpage. Get your act together. Don't know, he needs to do something. He needs to help protect the people and get these people off the street any way he can.
Fairfax County Police Major Jeffrey Morrow wrote an email on November 15th to Fairfax County prosecutors warning about Jallo, quote, want to share my concern that it is not a question of if, but rather when he will maliciously wound or worse again. Descano's office says the suspect was known to authorities who were aware of the risk he posed to the community, but, quote, in multiple cases, we were unable to move forward with prosecution because victims could not be located or contacted. The victim's mother says she has not heard from Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger. Dana?
I'm sorry to hear that. Mike Emanuel, thank you.
The threat of terrorist attack is higher now than it has been in decades. To attack the regime in Iran is the single most important national security decision made by President Trump. All of that is making America much, much safer.
The Iran war igniting terror concerns here at home. President Trump says he's going to keep Americans safe. He'll tell you how. Plus, the administration notched a legal victory on deportations. What it means for the president's immigration crackdown going forward.
Nothing is impossible for God. The Faithful, the 3-week event begins March 22nd on Fox.
Chevy trucks are as capable and dependable as the Chevy people who drive them. You probably know one. Your sister. Your buddy. The ones who always show up. They all have that little extra. Something. And maybe you got it too.
It's Chevy Truck Month. Right now, get over $7,300 total value on this 2026 Chevy Silverado. Plus, Costco executive members can get a $12.50 members only incentive.
4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day.
Really?
Yeah.
The right fit awaits. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Wow. Lo and behold. I know that walk anywhere. Welcome to the San Antonio Country the theater. Oh my gosh, what a treat. Likewise. Can't thank you enough for being here on your set. My goodness. Welcome to the bar at Tulsa. You know, when I first met you, you said to me that you wanted to help out.
Whenever we can take our ability to bring focus onto what your cause is, it's an honor to be chosen to do this for you.
What draws you to help our American heroes?
The least we can do, or people that have the means, is contribute to these incredible people that don't get any recognition at all. But they're the real heroes. What kind of movie heroes? They make us. We're fictional. They're real.
If any first responder or Gold Star widow has someone dying in the line of duty and they leave a young family behind, we pay every mortgage off in America.
Which is such a humane thing to do, to take care of the people that are taking care of us.
Exactly. It's simple.
It's really simple math.
This coming year, we're building a special 100 smart homes for the catastrophically injured service members and first responders.
It's something you take for granted that they can't do, and now they can.
And over the last 2 years, we've taken over 10,000 homeless veterans off the streets. We give them all the comprehensive services they need to assimilate back into society.
Every one of them deserves a home and to feel safe, considering what they contributed to this country's safety and future.
People know that when they make a donation, their money is gonna go to these heroes.
It's like guaranteed in the bank, and everyone, this is money well spent, and you know exactly where it's going into these people's lives.
Well, thank you very much.
And keep punching.
God bless.
I'm Sylvester Stallone. Please donate $11 a month at tu2t.org.
Are you Russia?
I am. I am.
Thanks for meeting me here. Usually not an interweb dating guy. Barely ever use this form computer, unless it's to put on my insurance for Liberty.
Oh, same. I hate this thing, but it's true. You can save hundreds bundling with Liberty.
Liberty?
Liberty? Liberty.
Are you hungry?
Mm-hmm.
Let's get some side net.
And some finger relief.
Only pay for what you need.
If you're over 50, Consumer Cellular has special deals for you. Need unlimited talk, text, and high-speed data?
That'll be $35 per month, or way more with Big Wireless. Why haven't you switched? See how we can cut your bills. Call Consumer Cellular.
How did I get here? A grandma with vision loss from wet AMD. Riding across the desert. It started when Vabysmo opened up my world. I was worried I was losing sight of the world around me, but my doctor recommended Vabysmo. Vabysmo is different. It's the only treatment thought to block 2 causes of wet AMD. I was so excited when my granddaughter asked me to ride across the desert with her, knowing that Vabysmo improves vision and delivers a chance for up to 4 months between treatments.
Vabysmo is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection, active eye swelling, or are allergic to it. Vabysmo could cause eye infection, retinal detachment, temporary increase in eye pressure, an uncommon risk of heart attack or stroke, or severe swelling of blood vessels in the eye. Report changes to vision or eye pain to your doctor or retina specialist right away.
Now I've got my sights set on the road ahead. Open up your world with Vabysmo.
The #1 prescribed FDA-approved treatment for wet AMD. Ask your retina specialist about Vabysmo.
And if they try to hit us back, have you been briefed about how many Iran sleeper cells there could be inside the U.S. right now?
I have been, and a lot of people came in through Biden with this stupid open border. But we know where most of them are. We've got our eye on all of them, I think.
President Trump says his administration is monitoring the threat of potential Iranian sleeper cells attacking right here in the U.S. homeland. Aisha Hassan joins us live from the White House with the latest on this. Hi, Aisha.
And Bill, good morning to you. The president earlier this week told me that they are on top of this while blaming Democrats for not funding the very department that's in charge of keeping our homeland safe. Has Iran activated any sleeper cells inside the U.S.?
Well, they've been trying for a long time. We've been very much on top of it. The biggest problem we have is the Democrat shutdown. We know a lot about them, but the shutdown doesn't allow us to do what we have to do.
The president's comments come as the FBI sent out this bulletin to local law enforcement containing unverified information about Iran aspiring to conduct a surprise attack using drones off the coast, specifically unspecified targets in California. Well, that set off some panic in that state, and the LA County Sheriff's Department responded saying this on X. I'm in threats at this time.
Big investigator, but you have a lot of things happening, and all we can do is take them as they come.
Bill, there may have already been a cyber attack by Iran. The medical device company called Stryker is based out of Michigan, announced that it's going through a global network disruption because of a cyber attack. There is a pro-Iranian group that has taken responsibility for it. Bill?
Yeah, that FBI bulletin scared a lot of my friends in California. Got a lot of messages about that yesterday. Aisha Hassan, live at the White House. Aisha, thank you.
You got it.
And Chris Wickers, former FBI Assistant Director. Can I just ask you then, how worried should people be? Like, we have friends, family calling and saying, is this real? Is this happening?
Yeah, well, if ever there... No. Because during the they're hot. And then we had about 10 million, or I'm sorry, 2 million gotaways. We don't even know where they are. So up until that point, I would have said we had a pretty good handle on where the cells are, where the sympathizers are. But that sort of, all bets are off with that 4 years of open borders. Having said that, the FBI is good at what they do. The intelligence agencies are on top of this. And again, this is the highest threat level we've ever been in the United States vis-a-vis Iran and Hezbollah. They're committed. Their conventional forces have been degraded. They're going to resort to any type of terrorism attack or asymmetrical attack they can muster.
Senator Ted Cruz echoed that. Let's listen to him. He was on hand.
We have seen in just the last week 2 terrorist attacks unfold. At a time when we are facing profound threats of terrorism, Every single Democrat except John Fetterman has voted over and over and over again to shut down the Department of Homeland Security. The Department of Homeland Security, its central purpose is to prevent acts of terrorism, and the Democrats are saying defund DHS when we're facing a massive risk of terrorism.
So you have that, and would you say that it is, to say the least, suboptimal to have the Department of Homeland Security under the situation of a government shutdown based on ICE and things that happened last January in Minnesota, which have been corrected?
Yeah, it makes about as much sense as opening the borders for 4 years. I mean, look, it's a self-inflicted wound. The Department of Homeland Security was created primarily to protect the homeland, to protect against terrorist attacks here in the United States. That's their primary mission, along with the FBI. Now we've disabled them at a time when we have the greatest threat level we've seen in the United States since 9/11. So it makes no sense at all. It's irresponsible. And these agencies are going to keep working at it. They're going to work for nothing if they have to. They have a mission to accomplish, and you know, we're glad they're out there on the front lines.
It's not right to treat them like this, indeed. Chris Fletcher, thank you so much. We have some breaking news to get to as well.
Thank you.
So just moments ago, we were hearing that Senate Majority Leader John Thune and Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer had an exchange on the Senate floor when it comes to the ongoing fight about DHS funding. Let's roll that tape right now.
So I assume the Democrat leader is aware of the fact that we have tried repeatedly to fund everything temporarily to allow the negotiations over the ICE budget to continue.
I'm well aware, but that hasn't worked. What can work,
And the reason that,
stop,
I mean, that has not working back is because the Democrats have blocked it.
Yeah, the bottom line is Democrats are ready today. America Watch. We will have members on the floor saying, let's fund TSA with no other preconditions. What will Republicans do? They're gonna see Republicans get up and block it. It's that simple. Now, my friend, sometimes, much of the time, my friend, the Republican leader, says, well, you'll only do it if you go along with what we want on ICE and what we want on Border Patrol, highly unpopular and wrong. So who's standing in the way? America, look at it. We're not putting any preconditions on funding TSA. The Republicans are. And why?
Mr. President,
Because
the Democrat leader will yield for a question.
in a minute. Why? Because Republicans are in obeisance to Donald Trump's insistence on having these marauding forces of ICE go through our cities. We saw what they did in Minneapolis. We saw what they did in Los Angeles. We saw what they did in other places. Americans don't like it. Trump's numbers have suffered. And so it's simple. Don't attach preconditions. Fund TSA. Fund CISA. You'll have that opportunity in a few hours. And if you get up and block it and say, we'll only do it unless, Americans will know who's to blame. Are you?
Well, I would just say again to the Democrat leader that the Democrats have had multiple opportunities, and we'll have another one today, to provide funding for all of the agencies that he just mentioned to allow us to consider, under the continuing resolution, to allow us to consider how we're going to resolve the DHS issues that the Democrat leader has raised, which are being negotiated, I might add, at the moment between Democrats and Republicans in the White House. So there will be an attempt. The Democrats will have an opportunity to block, as they have now repeatedly. A continuing resolution would fund all the agencies to which you just alluded, and allow us more time to negotiate. So those agencies may be funded.
Would my colleague yield for a question? Will he support, without any Republican blocking it, a straight motion to just deal with TSA and get it funded while we're trying to work out these negotiations? Will he support that? No ands, ifs, or buts, no preconditions, no keep negotiating on ICE, but just get it done. Will he support that?
I would support a resolution which will be offered to fund not just TSA, but Coast Guard, cybersecurity, CISA, FEMA, other agencies and departments of our government that are essential not only to national security and homeland security, but to making sure that people can move to our airports in this country, that the FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Agency, has the ability to respond to disasters. Those are things, Mr. President, to my friend, the Democrat leader, could all be funded today, and then we can continue this discussion that he wants to have, which again, there has been offers made repeatedly, the most recent of which was about 13 days ago, I think, from the White House, and the Democrats have yet to respond.
Reclaiming my time, I rest my case. What the leader is saying is he will only fund TSA if we will continue to fund for a short time, for a long time, ICE and Border Patrol, which he knows is gridlocked, which he knows we don't agree with. And so it's clear. He's made it clear. Just fund TSA. That's it. He has a lot of rigmarole attached, funding TSA, but do this, but do that, but do this. Can't win the argument, leader. It's simple. We're being clear. We're being concise. So the question is very simple. I say to my Republican friends, support the legislation that's coming on the floor today, and if you do, TSA is funded like that. Every Democrat is for it. My guess is half to 3/4 of the Republicans are wishing they'd be for it, but their leadership is insisting on attaching preconditions on ICE negotiations and Border Patrol negotiations. So all I say to my Republican colleagues, stop the speeches that you care about TSA. Don't talk the talk. Walk the walk. Let the legislation that we are proposing go forward without blocking it, and TSA will be back to work. Our lines at the airports will go. And then we will have a legislation on CISA. Don't talk to us about the need for safety and then block legislation that allows CISA to go through. That's hypocrisy. Just let it go through. And I know that our Republican leadership knows that we have the high ground here, knows that the people are on our side. And why do Republicans do this? Why won't they budge, give an inch on ICE, which is highly unpopular, and even the president has said hasn't done things right? That's the mystery, but it's probably because some in the right wing insist. And we know that the hard right runs this party, and that's why they're doing so poorly with the American people right now. That's why we Democrats are on the ascent. Because we're with the American people. The American people say, fund ICE. They're sorry, fund TSA now.
Okay, so Senator Chuck Schumer and Senator John Thune, finally, there's at least they're talking, and they're not reading. They're talking to each other, a little bit at each other as well, about the Department of Homeland Security and what to do next. I'm going to bring in Vader of Fox News Sunday. Shannon Rames, who's going to be here already. Of course, she has got their brand new book, Nothing is Impossible with God. Possibly that could include DHS funding. That's right, that's right. I thought there might have been a little bit of movement here. What was going to say? Okay. So Chuck Schumer says, how about we just fund ICE? And excuse me, I just did what Schumer did. TSA, and that way the airports get better and everything. And Thune says, well, what about the Coast Guard? And we just had the interview with Chris Swagger where we were talking about the threats from Iran possibly on the coast of California. Well, what happens on the coast of California? That's when you need the Coast Guard. So was there a little bit of movement here? Or am I reading it wrong?
Well, no, I feel like there actually was, because we all cover this all the time. I've been, talking to folks on both sides of the aisle, all over Washington for days, saying, is anyone even talking to each other? Right. So the fact that publicly they're having some conversation, that's movement in the right direction. I would note, though, at the end there, where the Senate Minority Leader is saying, Democrats are on the rise, the people are with us. Well, not according to our Fox News polls that were out last week. Democrats in Congress have a much lower rating than Republicans in Congress do. So there are still a lot of things that align with the Republican Party on this issue.
And while all of this is going on, and the American public is watching that DHS funding fight, we've got the Iran war going on, and President Trump is still kind of taking a victory lap on the economy despite all these oil prices and a little volatility in the markets. Here's what he said in Kentucky yesterday. Take a listen.
The stock market has set 53 all-time record highs since the election, all time. And the typical American's 401k is up by almost $35,000 since I took office. And in 4 years, Joe Biden got less than $1 trillion of new investment into the United States. We got $18 trillion.
So he obviously still sees the economy as one of his crown jewels.
And he does. And remember back in 2016, we were told if this man wins the presidency, the markets will crash. The U.S. economy is going to be over. We were told that the tariffs, when they were instituted, it was going to crash the economy. Yet inflation has moved steadily in the direction that most people would want it to. Now, our polls do show us people aren't exactly feeling it yet. They feel pessimistic about the country's economic health and their personal situation. What the Trump administration keeps saying is all the hard data is moving in the right direction. Stick with us and we'll get there. But that requires waiting in the middle of the midterm.
Well, and also, that didn't include the disruption, of course, from the Iran war and the gas prices. And Chris Wright, the energy secretary, was on just a little bit ago, and he said, we're talking a few weeks of disruption. We're going to release the SPR. And he said, you know, he believes that that won't be enough. It might disrupt the economy for a couple of months after that, though.
Yeah, and there's a bit of data from the end of the quarter, of the last quarter last year, that still was a 43-day government shutdown. There were impacts from that. We've had major strikes in some certain industries. So listen, any White House has to manage all of those things. But when you're in the midst of the worst of it, and it's a daily check on their wallet when you go fill up with gas, it's a real world check for people. It's hard to tell them, just hang on, it's going to get better.
I want to get your thoughts on, there was an appellate court that gave the Trump administration a pretty big victory. They were so frustrated because last year a federal judge in Boston, Judge Murphy, essentially said they couldn't do what are known as third-party country deportations. In other words, if someone's from Haiti, the Trump administration would maybe try to send them somewhere in Africa if they didn't want to take them back. The judge wrote at the time that they couldn't do that, writing, quote, individuals must be given a reasonable fear interview in private with the opportunity for the individual to have counsel of their choosing present during the interview, either in person or remotely at the individual's choosing. The court recognizes that the class members at issue here have criminal histories, but that does not change due process. So Shannon, if we remember with this batch of illegal immigrants, they were murderers, rapists, child rapists, and the judge said they haven't had enough due process.
Right. And most of them, we understand, are here illegally. In combination with that, so listen, the Supreme Court has touched on this issue a couple of times, saying that the government, for now, not only on the merits, but they do have a right to continue these programs while they're being litigated on the merits. So the First Circuit yesterday essentially was saying, at least it came out in oral arguments, the Supreme Court's kind of already weighed in on this, and so this is what we have to do for now. But this will eventually get to the Supreme Court. It's just going to take time.
Who's coming up on the Fox News Sunday?
So we have got two of the top House Intel folks. We've got Mike McCall on the other side of the aisle, Jim Hines. So we'll talk about all of
There's
these.
a lot to talk about.
Yeah, we'll try to jam it in for you on Sunday.
You will, indeed, no doubt about that. Thank you so much. It's great to see you.
You guys too.
We'll get you an update on this story as well. Iran's soccer team is pulling out of the World Cup, even as President Trump says they're more than welcome to play. That's next.
Spring sale, a time for new beginnings and new journeys.
I took an oath to defend Israel from her enemies.
Fox Nation is the home of RAF with big matches every month. And it can be all yours for $2.99 a month. Fox Nation is your destination for unmissable content you can't see anywhere else. Spring won't last forever, and neither will this offer. Let's go, baby! The Fox Nation Spring Sale. Sign up today for just $2.99 a month at foxnation.com.
Go ahead, crank the volume. We got you. USPS has increased daily package processing capacity by 46% in the past 5 years. And with USPS Ground Advantage, your packages stay in our secure network, dock to door, nationwide. For full visibility, near real-time tracking, affordable pricing, for peace of mind. USPS Ground Advantage.
At Finance of America, we know you worked hard for your home. So let us help your home work for you. Just like we did for Ann, Dave, and Susan. Because there's a better way to unlock your home equity with our range of reverse mortgage options, so you can access tax-free cash and eliminate your monthly mortgage payments.
And I'm happy. And I feel good about it. And I've got that extra cash sitting in an account.
If you're a homeowner 55 and up, you'll have the freedom to use the extra cash your way. From getting some budget relief to covering unexpected costs like medical expenses to funding home renovations. So do what they did. Call 800-815-0143 today to get your free no-obligation info kit. Because when it comes to unlocking your home equity, there's a better way with FOA. A way that puts more money back into your pocket and lets you get more from your retirement.
Mortgage is paid for. Et là, c'est le change your lifestyle, back for the better.
You don't have to sacrifice anything to do some of the things you want.
Just imagine what your home equity can do for you. Thanks to our range of reverse mortgage options, a better retirement is just a phone call away.
I was able to remodel the kitchen, bedrooms, redo the floors, update plumbing and electric, and bring everything up to date.
So call 800-815-0143 to get your free, no obligation info kit and speak to a lender you can trust. One that's been awarded an A.
Hands of America. Kept in touch with me. They were always there to answer any questions that I had.
Call today, because when it comes to unlocking your home equity, there's a better way with FOA, Finance of America. Call today or get your free info kit at FOA.com.
The itch and rash of moderate to severe eczema disrupts my skin. Despite treatment, it's still not under control. Now I have Rinvoq, a once-daily pill that reduces the itch and helps clear the rash of eczema fast. Some felt significant itch relief as early as 2 days, and some achieved dramatic skin clearance as early as 2 weeks. Many saw clear or almost clear skin.
Rinvoq can lower ability to fight infections. Before treatment, test for TB and do blood work. Serious infections, blood clots, some fatal. Cancers including lymphoma and skin, serious allergic reactions, GI tears, death, heart attack, and stroke occurred. CV event risk increases in age 50 plus with a heart disease risk factor. Tell your doctor if you've had these events: infection, Hep B or C, smoked, are pregnant or planning. Don't take if allergic or have an infection.
Disrupt the itch and rash of eczema. See a head-to-head study of Rinvoq versus another treatment at Rinvoq.com/see-the-data. Talk to your dermatologist if you're not doing well on your current pill or injection to see if Rinvoq is right for you.
I'm Jonathan Lawson, here to tell you about life insurance through the Colonial Penn program. If you're age 50 to 85 and looking to buy life insurance on a fixed budget, remember the 3 Ps.
What are the 3 Ps?
The 3 Ps of life insurance on a fixed budget are price, price, and price. A price you can afford, a price that can't increase, and a price that fits your budget.
I'm 54. What's my price?
You can get coverage for $9.95 a month.
I'm 65 and take medications. What's my price?
Also $9.95 a month.
I just turned 80. What's my price?
$9.95 a month for you too. If you're age 50 to 85, call now about the #1 most popular whole life insurance plan available through the Colonial Penn program. Options start at $9.95 a month. No medical exam, no health questions. Your acceptance is guaranteed. And this plan has a guaranteed lifetime rate lock, so your rate can never go up for any reason. So call now for free information, and you'll also get this free beneficiary plan. And it's yours free, just for calling. So call now for free information.
Call 1-800-700-2020 for your free information and your free gift. That's 1-800-700-2020. Don't wait. 1-800-700-2020. Call now.
Serious new questions around the status of Iran's new supreme leader. His first public statement since his selection, apparently. A state news media member reads a written message over a picture of him. Plus, the terrorist regime is now targeting civilians with the controversial cluster bombs. We'll get into that. And oil tankers in the Gulf are burning after Iran hit them. The Trump administration is moving to stabilize prices for Americans. Senator Joni Ernst, oil trader Phil Flynn, and former Pentagon official under Trump, Brent Sadler. Faulkner Focus, top of the hour.
Top Fox is one for you here. Jim Clyburn, the congressman from South Carolina. So he had an announcement today. I thought he was going to say he might not run for re-election. I thought he was going to retire. There's a lot of tension, of course, between the generations on Capitol Hill, especially for Democrats. He is 85 years old, and he is announcing that he is going to run for re-election. How will that go down on the Hill?
Keep that run going. He was the kingmaker in the 2020 election, remember? That Biden.
The queenmaker, really.
Yeah, well, that Biden endorsement got him out of the primary.
He got Kamala Harris into the vice presidency. So he's going to run again. He will be around to spar with the Republicans. So
we'll see.
We'll watch it.
In the meantime, Iran's sports minister says the country's soccer team is pulling out of the World Cup, which is said to be co-hosted by the U.S. this summer. The minister said they can't participate in the tournament after the U.S. and Israel launched strikes on Iran, killing the country's supreme leader. President Trump, though, says the team is still welcome to come here and compete. Clay Travis, now the South State. Good morning, Tom. How about it? Clay, good morning to you. Good morning, Bill. How are you? I'm doing good, my friend. Good to see you. So here's what Iran's sports minister says about the situation. Quote, considering that this corrupt regime has assassinated our leader, under no circumstances can we participate in the World Cup. Given the malicious actions they've carried out against Iran, we certainly cannot have such a presence. Clay, I'm sure Iran doesn't want those players coming here to the U.S. because they will likely defect and likely get asylum here in the United States. What are your thoughts?
I think President Trump has exactly right. I think he should welcome the World Cup team. It's a big deal for all of Iran to qualify for the World Cup. They're playing primarily in Los Angeles, which has the largest population of Iranian expats, basically anywhere in the United States by far. I think they would be very well welcomed there. I think this is an important opportunity for President Trump to say, we don't have a war with the Iranian people. We believe they have and deserve much better leadership than what they have right now, but we would welcome wholeheartedly this team to come play here. And I know there's a lot of Iranian expats who would be excited in Los Angeles to welcome that team and potentially try to help usher in a new era of freedom for people that deserve it. So I think this is an important message when it comes to sport, and I would encourage President Trump to continue to say we want this team here. I think you're right, Bill. They may well decide to defect, although unfortunately, a lot of times the Iranian minders tell them in advance, as we've seen with the women, hey, if you leave, we're going to do things to your family. You better return.
And an ex-Iranian women's soccer player was on with her colleague, Martha McCallum. She talked about the risk some of these players have if they end up going back to Iran. A lot of them have been in Australia. Take a listen.
Yeah, I totally understand what those Iranian soccer players are going through, because I've been in their shoes. You know, the regime, Iranian regime, put you in this situation. You have to say goodbye to everything that you have in Iran, or you have to get back in that hell. If you go in Iran, you can face prison, you can face rape, you can face even execution.
It's tough to listen to. What do you make of the fact that President Trump has given so much attention to their plight, to their case? He's done some Truth Socials about it, and he straight up called for Australia's leadership to give them asylum.
I think President Trump's 100% right here. And Bill, I'm going to tee off a little bit. So where's Megan Rapinoe? Where are all of the outspoken U.S. women's soccer team who every time President Trump does anything, they have to go wag their finger and lecture us about how awful America is? Where are all the U.S. women's soccer players in particular, led by Megan Rapinoe? I haven't heard a word from any of them, Bill, about this. This is real bravery. This is real courage. This is standing up to an oppressive regime and risking potentially, as you just heard, your life, your freedom. And yet we haven't heard anything from all of these American athletes, in particular the women's soccer team, that talks about how important it is to stand up for what they believe in. This is basic human rights. Look at the women have to play. They're in uniforms that are different than everybody else to even be able to go. It wasn't very long ago that women couldn't even go watch a soccer match in Iran. These are some of the greatest athletes we have ever seen, putting legitimately their lives on the line. The absolute bare minimum that I believe our U.S. women's soccer team should do is stand up for them. Megan Rapinoe's silence is deafening and it's insulting.
Clay, we're up against the hard clock here. Got to run. Thanks for your time this morning.
And Megan Rapinoe, welcome to come on the show. We'd love to have her tomorrow.
Shaking her head.
Absolutely. Thanks for being here with me. Here's Faulkner's next. New video. Operation Epic Fury. U.S. strikes targeting Iran, a terror regime. The joint U.S. and Israeli campaign hitting sites including airfields and missile infrastructure around that country. U.S. Central Command says our forces are degrading Iran's military capabilities hour by hour, day by day. I'm Harris Faulkner. You are in the Faulkner Focus. Here is President Trump from yesterday.
They've lost their Navy, they've lost their Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft apparatus at all, they have no radar, their leaders are gone, And we could do a lot worse to one another. We're leaving certain things that if we take them out, and we could take them out by this afternoon, in fact, within an hour, they literally would never be able to build that country back.
U.S. Ambassador to NATO Matt Whitaker on U.S. efforts to take out Iran's missile and drone threats.
I think that, and with air superiority and dominance that we have right now, we can continue to methodically take out all their ability to produce these things. And so, I think President Trump gets all the credit for this successful effort together with our military.
And here is the new video showing the regime using cluster munitions. The regime is targeting civilians with the controversial and widely banned bombs, 100 countries against them. Huge questions now about Iran's new supreme leader. Is this real? His first public statement since Islamic leaders chose him early this week. They haven't shown him yet on camera. And we don't really know what's happened with him. We do know that when our U.S. military hit where they were on the first day of this war, they killed 39 members, including his father and other family members. So we don't know what kind of condition he's in. In this statement, we don't see his voice. There are reports that this is supposed to be the revelation and to signify his own handwriting. Retired Navy Captain Brent Sadler is coming up in focus. We'll get deeper into that. Let's begin with Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yates in Tel Aviv. Trey.
Harris, good morning. We heard indirectly today from Iran's Supreme Leader Mustafa Khamenei, who made remarks through state media. Basically, you had a TV presenter reading what they say is a written statement from Mustafa Khamenei, but we have still not seen him on camera or in person since Operation Epic Fury began. As these remarks were made, we were getting new details into more of the same from the Iranian regime. He said through state media that U.S. bases in the region will be attacked. He called on people to participate in Quds Day, which is tomorrow, the last Friday of Ramadan, and then went on to say we believe in friendship with neighbors and only target the bases and will inevitably continue. What he didn't mention were the attacks on Gulf countries that are not U.S. bases. As you can see in this video here, a drone yesterday targeted Oman's largest fuel storage facility in the country, a massive fire erupting after that attack. And it comes as the Iranians are still launching ballistic missiles at Israel, now using cluster munitions against a civilian population. Earlier this week, we arrived at one site where a cluster bomb destroyed an apartment. Take a look.
Rescue crews searched through a destroyed apartment in the heart of Tel Aviv. Piles of concrete and rubble lay on a walkway nearby. This is the aftermath of a cluster munition strike.
Then I went to this shelter. You can see this shelter. To this shelter, and let's say few seconds after the siren was a very huge explosion.
First responders are here at a scene in Tel Aviv where an Iranian cluster munition exploded after it was launched in the latest ballistic missile barrage. You can see the amount of rubble and debris here. First responders say multiple people are being treated with shrapnel injuries, and there are at least a dozen impact sites.
By the ballistic missile or one of the cluster missiles being used where it can spread into over 80 sub-munitions over a vast area, but yet still we're seeing when those are being used, the end result is residential buildings and commercial property being targeted. And we're going out, there's a red alert coming soon. They would target them and give them, let's go to the shelter and you.
All right, so you guys see right now, this is what Israel's been dealing with. Even as we are here at the site of this impact, we gotta take cover here. And so,
guys, go inside the shelter that's in this building.
The sirens right now are sounding outside, and the officials that were on the scene of this impact have now taken cover in a safe room, waiting for this new missile barrage to pass.
And right now, we have several casualties today from this attack at the different locations inside the area of Tel Aviv.
And Harris, earlier today, the Iranians fired another cluster munition at Israel. We could hear in the distance as air defense systems tried to shoot down that incoming fire. But when these bombs explode over the city, it's incredibly difficult to intercept. and often rain shrapnel and debris down on the population below. Harris?
Trey Yates, always great reporting. Thank you for the update for this hour. More now on the regime's use of cluster munitions. These weapons are designed to spread damage over a wide area of the battlefield, but Iran is using them to target its own civilians, as Trey was just reporting for us. And here is the process. A large missile is fired from the air or from the ground. The casing then opens during flight, releasing a cluster of as many as 70 small and deadly bombs. Those dozens of bombs spread out into the air indiscriminately. Hence the threat to anyone there, including civilians. Upon impact, the field of explosives can cover an area of up to 5 miles. More than 100 countries have signed a global treaty banning cluster munitions because of the threat to civilians. And there are countries who are not on it. For instance, Iran and Israel. And the United States said back in 2008 it wants to retain the option as a defense strategy to be able to use these should it be necessary. It is important to note that only Iran is using cluster bombs in this conflict. And again, against their own people. Of course, they killed 35,000 at least protesters weeks ago in Iran. So using something on their own people, well, we know how they feel about that. Britt Sadler, retired Navy captain, served in the Pentagon during President Trump's first term. Good to see you. I first of all, just want to get your reaction to how willing Iran is to kill its own people.
Oh, it's Iran killing its own people. They did 32,000 of them in January, which no one should forget because it's the best example of the nature of this regime. And certainly, if they're willing to kill their own people, they're certainly not hesitant to kill women and children. And again, the targeting using these cluster munitions, they're indiscriminate. This is why there's this international legal debate, discussion, and treaties about banning these weapons.
Right, I'm going to cut in now because I want to correct myself and also set the record straight. Iran is using these on Israeli citizens at this point. I'll let you go.
No, the weapon system's designed to go after personnel, military personnel in the field to slow advances when you're trying to defend. You know, first during the Cold War, Soviet invasion across from the Eastern Europe into the Western Europe, then on the Korean Peninsula. These are the places where there's concern that if the U.S. doesn't have the option, it makes our forces very vulnerable. But again, these are anti-personnel weapons to slow offensive assaults, not to be used in a city. The only reason you do that is a changing tactic on the part of the Iranian regime to get around a missile defense.
Right, and we do know that Iran is firing munitions from inside populated civilian areas with people in harm's way, but they are targeting Israeli citizens with these cluster bombs. I want to make sure I get that right because I didn't at first. There's another aerial threat now. Iran's drone swarms are forcing the Pentagon to rapidly expand layered air defenses in the Middle East to protect our troops stationed there. And the drones fly lower, move slower, and often arrive in clusters, making them harder to detect and more likely to strain defenses built for high-speed threats. They are cheap for the enemy to produce, but expensive to defend against. Frank.
Yes, this is another case. The tactics are changing on the battlefield. The Iranians have been using a lot of these Shahed drones, slow, and also flying very low. But again, there's teams from Ukraine to bring in techniques and concepts of operations to defend against them. So you're seeing this evolve using helicopters, machine guns, and fighter aircraft, much cheaper, more effective way to actually go take out groups of these types of low-cost drones.
All right, you talked about, is this a shift in terms of those cluster munitions? Is this a shift in terms of the so-called selected new supreme leader for Iran? We know that a statement has been released. It is not in his voice. If it's his handwriting or not, they say it is. And it's released in state-run media by a person reading that. What do you make of what we've learned about that statement?
I think it makes it increasingly clear that this supreme leader is more of a figurehead. If he is actually alive, or at least not in a comatose kind of state after that attack early in this conflict, that it's really the IRGC that's making the military and the operational decisions on the field. The movement to cluster munitions, I think, would be very clearly inside their purview, as well as the shifting use of drones. The most recent using unmanned surface drones to go after shipping in the northern end of the Persian Gulf just yesterday.
The Islamic Revolutionary Regiment has been dedicated to the place of the two major leaders of the revolution, Khamenei Kabir and Khamenei Shadid, and a whole list of names here. And the people of the country, thank you for your time. So this again is read by a speaker from state-run media in Iran, and it goes on to just thank the people. It says the people's efforts to defend the influence and to support the people of Afghanistan and the United States. The attack on the Syrian border should be used as a means to prevent the attack on the Syrian border. He just lists all these things. What is the goal here putting this type of a statement out?
It's really hard to tell. It certainly doesn't signal that he's in charge. And at a time when the country is under attack, you would think that they would put a video or at least have an audio. They didn't do that. So it's pretty clear there's still fractured leadership and less than clear or unified command and control. Again, the attacks are sporadic, opportunistic, not very well coordinated. That are coming from the ballistic missiles, the drone attacks that you're seeing still. They're much reduced in scale, but still lethal when they do occur episodically.
Real quickly, is this the kind of proof that you would look for to say, well, their regime is still in process here, it's still in power? We do know that on the first day of this war, our U.S. military took out 39 other people in that group, including family members, his own father, who was the previous Khomeini. Your thoughts on whether or not it still has strength, that regime?
It still has muscle on the street. I wouldn't necessarily say it has strength. It's certainly been significantly degraded since the beginning of this conflict. Now we're, I think, day 13 of this. But again, still lethal, still a force to reckon with. And this is not the time to let up on the pressure or the tempo of the military operations as they start to shift to provide an opportunity for the Iranian people to take back their country. Again, that's the only way that peace will be enduring, is the nature of whoever runs Iran takes a 180-degree shift away from this theocratic dictatorship.
This is quite the speech. It's pretty long, and we have translated it. You can hear her voice in the background, but as you pointed out, we don't hear Mustafa Khomeini's voice. Britt Sadler, thank you, as always. Iran continues its retaliatory attacks across the Middle East now for some unknown reason, hitting all of its neighbors and friends, supporters. The regime says it hit at least one tanker as it tries to choke off much of the world's oil supply. President Trump taking action.
My administration, as you know better than anybody, is also working to keep the oil flowing.
Oil prices have been all over the place in recent days, up and down, and then back up again. Now big moves by the United States and countries around the world to counter Iran's push for chaos. Of course they want that on a global scale. Phil Flynn, an oil trader, in focus next.
So much stuff. Move past pain with Vicks VapoFreeze. Get hours of pain relief with maximum strength menthol, plus powerful Vicks Vapors.
College!
VapoFreeze your pain.
Ladies and gentlemen, we gather here today in Statesville, North Carolina, to honor and celebrate the sacrifices made by one of our nation's heroes, Burke County Deputy Sheriff Larry McCorkle.
Wow. Oh my God. This is amazing.
You never want to get that call, that knock on the door. You always expecting for him to come back home just the way he went.
Oh my God.
But once we got to the hospital, I realized that Larry was in a really bad accident and broke his neck. It was hard.
I get a phone call early one morning from Thomas Alice Foundation. Called me and wanted to do an interview. And she said, we're going to provide you and your family with a smart home. And at that time, I just almost passed out. I just couldn't believe it. With all the spam calls and scam and all that, I kept, it took about 30 minutes or an hour to convince me that she was legit. And then once I got inside the home and just seeing the accessibility, it just blew me away.
How they thought it was here, and I definitely thank God for coming to home. They heard his story. which means someone's out there listening.
Wow. I always had compassion for other people, so I just always wanted to do public service. I love what I did, and I miss it very much, and I'm just very thankful and very appreciative and very honored and awkward by such a good gesture.
It's just so blessed because, hey, now my husband can wash dishes now.
By giving $11 a month, you're joining us on our mission to do good. Visit T2T.org or call 1-844-BRAVEST.
Nobody does insurance like the Zebra. I just found the perfect policy at the best price for you. We monitor your insurance and inform you of savings the moment we find it, so you'll never have to second guess your policy or your price. Find out how much you can save today.
After everything we've been through as a family, all the years in this home, the last thing we had to think about was our windows. A lot has changed over the last 30 years, but our windows didn't. We used Renewal by Andersen. Meet with us on or before March 31st and get this very special financing. No down payment, no interest, and no payments for 18 months.
Consumer Cellular knows there are a lot of offers flying around, but they slip away too fast. We don't play games. What you see is what you get. Bet you're glad you wore cargo pants. See how we can cut your bill. Call Consumer Cellular.
Be prepared for the next power outage with a Generac home standby generator. Your life goes on uninterrupted because you'll have power when you need it the most. Act now and you will receive a free 5-year warranty. Call or go online now. Inside Operation Epic Fury.
It's being exquisitely executed.
Jesse details the latest developments in the Middle East on a must-see primetime.
You've put up with your old shower for too long. It's outdated, unsafe, and it's time to replace it. But why struggle with a lengthy shower remodel when Jacuzzi can do it in just one day? And there's no need to break a sweat or your budget. Right now, we're waiving all installation costs, plus offering 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year. So you can finally convert your old bath to a safer, easy entry shower, complete with a custom seat, grab bars, and slipper-resistant floor installed in 1 day.
My overall experience with Jacuzzi has been wonderful. Everything was customized to the way I wanted it for the price that I wanted to pay.
I've had a great experience from start to finish.
Don't take matters into your own hands. Do it the smart way. Give Jacuzzi Bath Remodel a call.
There are only weeks remaining during our limited time offer. We're waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-992-1156.
Pump up the volume on your published book. Audiobooks generate new readers who love the storytelling format. We all have active multitasking lives now. With audiobooks, we can enjoy your book anywhere, anytime. Earn more profits. Tell your story to a new audience. Call Audiobook Network for a free guide. We produce your audiobook with professional voice actors and engineers, and then sell your audiobook on Amazon, Audible, and Apple iTunes.
Call for your free audiobook guide, 800-515-1435, or scan the QR code now.
Take a look at your screen. Stunning new video captures the moment 2 tankers burst into flames off Iraq's coast. Iran is claiming responsibility for destroying at least one of those tankers. The radical Islamic regime wants to choke off the Strait of Hormuz, the waterway used to transport 1/5 of the world's oil supply. That statement from Iran's new supreme leader this morning that we were previously talking about before the commercial break says Iran is willing to use the strait as leverage. Oil prices have fluctuated wildly since the start of the conflict, going up, down, and back up again. World leaders will be releasing millions of barrels of oil from strategic stockpiles to fill the need and stabilize prices. The International Energy Agency announced its 32 members will release a total of 400 million barrels. And the United States will unlock 172 million barrels of its part. The Trump administration has been working to refill those reserves after President Biden's releases over and over depleted it to its lowest level in 40 years after the Ukraine-Russia war kicked off. Remember that. Energy Secretary Chris Wright.
What we're trying to do is reverse 47 years of uncertainty. Iran's terrorism in the region, constant threat over energy, President Trump has finally boldly stood up and said enough is enough. The benefit at the other side of a much better Middle East, ultimately in the long term, a much more secure supply of energy for the world. It's worth the short-term disruption for this simply enormous long-term gain we will get.
Fox Business correspondent Edward Lawrence has the latest from the White House. Edward.
Yeah, and right now crude oil prices, Harris, are about $97 a barrel. The idea behind the release is to increase supply around the globe. And you said it, about 20-25% of the globe's oil supply comes through the Strait of Hormuz. And that leader now is saying that they will use that or want to use it as leverage. Now, the president telling me yesterday he's not worried. Listen.
Now that tankers are being attacked in the Strait of Hormuz, how are you going to ensure the safety of oil flowing through there?
I think you're going to see great safety, and it's going to be very, very quickly. We have decimated that country. They're paying a big price now for 47 years of killing, kill for killing. You have relatives, we all have relatives, what they've done, and now they're paying.
So the Interior Secretary told me last week in Venezuela, oil supplies there could increase 50% by the end of the year. And that's why the president conducted the operation in Venezuela first. The Energy Secretary says that the U.S. part of the global release will happen over a 4-month period. So we're talking about a response of months while the disruption is happening now in one particular waterway.
It is all about Strait of Hormuz. If we can control the strait, if we can get ships moving through there, that's going to be the key determinant. So, like, I think everybody's going to become a satellite expert in the next couple weeks as we sort of look for evidence that we're getting ships through that strait. Until or unless that starts to happen, we're not going to see a major relief in crude.
So White House Deputy Press Secretary Anna Kelly says that President Trump is fully prepared to provide U.S. Navy escorts through the Strait of Hormuz if he deems it necessary. Our military has destroyed well over 20 inactive mine-laying boats, with more to come. Now, if ships start moving through the Strait of Hormuz, some experts are telling me that the price of oil could come down quickly between 30 and 40%. Harris?
All right, I'm going to an expert now who I know you know well. Good to see you, Edward. Thank you. And focus now, Phil Flynn, oil trader, senior market analyst for the Price Futures Group, and a Fox Business contributor. As I was saying, no doubt you know Edward. Let's get deeper in on what happens now to secure that. I know that there can be some intervention now with American military to get in there and try to protect ships, but that hasn't started to happen yet. So between then and now, what are we looking at for prices here at home?
Well, I mean, right now, Harris, to be honest with you, we're being driven on fear. And when you see the type of images like on Fox News, the Trey Yank show with the bombs flying, tankers on fire, the market reacts, and sometimes irrationally so. The bottom line is that I don't believe Iran is going to have the ability to shut down the Strait of Hormuz for an extended period of time. And I agree with President Trump. I don't think the world's going to stand by and let that happen. And let's face it, Iran needs to move oil. They have to move it through the Strait of Hormuz itself. Not to mention one of the last standing friends of the world, China. If China doesn't get that oil, they're going to start feeling the pain very quickly.
And what does that do just to the whole global situation? Because China's been quiet through this whole thing.
They really have been, because they know how vulnerable they are. Yes, they built up the biggest strategic petroleum reserve in the world just in case something like this happened, but they knew it was coming, right? And they know that that's temporary. They know that a new Iran changes the world for them. And unlike the United States, they are energy dependent. We are they're dependent. We're independent. And so that's making a big decision. And this is going to really change the power structure in the energy world.
All right, a quick lightning round of questions. First of all, with China, they've been putting out messaging, oh, we want to do more EVs than ever before. So they reportedly are trying to get themselves off of oil. Your quick thought on that, and then I'll move to the next.
More EVs, more coal plants. That's what you're going to get out of China. It's the only way they'll be able to charge them.
Interesting. Well, coal plants are fossil fuel. Yeah. Okay.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. That was a quick, and I appreciate that.
Right. There you go.
Live almost immediately all day long, but certainly at this hour, because they're 6 hours ahead of us in that part of the world right now. Israeli Defense Forces are pounding Beirut, that is the capital of Lebanon right now. And I've been watching the markets. They've been, bad and good, and then great, and then back to, well, we don't know. So this is that uncertainty. Talk to me about that.
I think, if you look at the front end of the market, the stock market, you look at the energy markets, you look at gold and silver, they're showing the fear in the market. But if you look at the big picture, they're predicting that this is going to end quicker. And as bold and as Iran is trying to be at this point, they have to know that they're on borrowed time. And President Trump, listen, that release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, Paris, that's the biggest flood of oil since Noah. Okay, that is going to have an impact. I know people are saying, oh, it's not going to matter. It is going to matter. On top of that, the increase in oil price is going to allow U.S. producers to make more money. They will produce more oil and be able to sell it at a discount when prices come back down. So this is going to be a win for the American people as well. We've just got to keep the faith. I trust the U.S. military. When we win this, we're going to get a big price break on oil.
Yeah, I think what people are looking for is whether or not this release of 172 barrels immediately, million barrels, will help what's happening right now, and that is a hike in price. Just yes or no. I gotta let you go.
The answer is yes, maybe not right away, but yeah, it's definitely going to help. The market's running on fear. When they realize it, it's going to go down.
Bill Flynn, great to have you. Thank you. Eyes on our homeland security right now as we fight the terrorists abroad. Iran-linked hackers say they are behind a cyber attack at one of the world's largest medical device companies. It's based right here in the United States. And just one more thing, ramping up scrutiny on Democrats on the Hill. Yeah, they're refusing to fund the agencies that protect us, keep us alive where we live, including the airports.
They hate Trump so much, they want to shut down funding to our cyber agency that is protecting us from cyber attacks when some of our major corporations and others are being hacked. I mean, they do not care about actually getting business done and serving the American people.
Senate Democrats set to reject the DHS funding for a fourth time as the Senate gets ready to take a test vote this afternoon. Republican Senator Joni Ernst sits on the Armed Services and Homeland Security Committees in Focus Next.
You fill this place with life, but life keeps growing. Saying goodbye should be the hardest part. With Open Door, get an all-cash offer for your home in 24 hours. Move into your future with Open Door.
There's no place like home. New Day Home, a breakthrough program from New Day USA that helps the brave men and women who protected our American dream have their own American dream. As chairman of New Day USA and a fellow veteran, Admiral Tom Lynch is on a mission to help 1 million veteran families buy homes of their own. With New Day Home, your service is your down payment, and you won't need to spend a single dollar for closing costs. Not a single dollar, period.
If we could possibly get that veteran home, we're going to do it at New Day USA.
Call New Day for your Admiral certified agent and VA loan approval in minutes. 1-888-605-0547.
Silver is the precious metal of the future. Judge Napolitano here. Since 2020, the silver price has risen more than 350%. Why? In each of the last 4 years, rising demand for solar and electric vehicles alone has put silver supply into a deficit. But now there's another industry. AI, data centers, robots, and quantum computing could require so much silver that silver supplies could be obliterated.
Could silver rise another 350% within 5 years? Find out in this updated report, The AI Revolution.
I bought silver, and my investment is up 390%. With billions being poured into AI, it makes sense to consider silver.
Call your capital to get your free report, The AI Revolution, and see why you could bring record high silver. And with a qualified purchase, get up to $20,000 in bonus silver. Call 800-654-1010. 800-654-1010. 800-654-1010.
Your sister's already early.
Early? This headache.
We've got an hour. Try PainQuil, the max strength liquid pain reliever that starts working fast. PainQuil, the aches pain, strains, head pounding, backache, fights pain fast. Medicine.
My accountant, who uses unsecured email, has all my tax info.
Tax forms have all the personal info thieves need to steal your identity. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points for identity theft. LifeLock, for the threats you can't control.
I used to hide my ugly fungus-damaged toenails, but then I found new OptiNail patches. OptiNail patches work while you sleep to lighten, smooth, and moisturize for clearer, healthier-looking toenails. Get OptiNail patches and show off your toes again.
My dad has never been in better shape. He had a stroke and passed away. He had a life insurance policy. Ethos.com. In 10 minutes, you can be covered with life insurance.
Check your price today at ethos.com.
Our family started Cane Brew with a dream and a lot of hard work. Now we're thriving, growing, and hiring. Artificial intelligence has made all the difference for our business. We're a case study for how AI is strengthening American manufacturing. Washington needs to help AI flourish. It's vital to our economic security. We cannot let China dominate these technologies. America must innovate and win. Let's protect our competitive edge.
I know how to make slick-looking goggles/glasses, but I have no idea how to make slick-looking social media stuff.
But GoDaddy Hero uses AI to create social content out of thin air, like this one.
All Goggins goggle glasses are great gifts for all guys and gals.
The 1878 to 1921 Morgan silver dollar, a true American classic and one of the most iconic silver dollar coins in history. It has been over 100 years since the last Morgan silver dollar coin was struck for circulation. But now, for a limited time only, full pound bags of original U.S. government struck Morgan dollars are being released to the public. That's right, you can own a full pound of 1878 to 1921 classic American Morgan silver dollar coins, all in very good collector condition with fully visible dates and mint marks guaranteed. Call 1-800-333-2210 now to secure collector-grade U.S. Morgan silver dollars by the pound, struck during the Wild West and the Gilded Age. Plus, receive a bonus American Collector's Pack valued at over $25 free with every order. Call 1-800-333-2210 now to secure your full pound bag of Morgan silver dollar coins before they are gone. 1-800-333-2210. That's 1-800-333-2210.
Incoming dishes! Dawn Power Wash flies to 99% of grease and grime in half the time. It absorbs grease 5 times faster. It even replaces multiple cleaning products. Those suds got game. Dawn Power Wash, the better grease getter.
A pro-Iranian hacker group is taking credit for what it says carrying out a cyber attack on a medical device company based here in the United States. One of the world's largest. It's in Michigan. Stryker employees watch their computers and iPhones get wiped out by hackers in real time. In an online post, the group called the company a Zionist-rooted corporation. Cybersecurity experts have warned that U.S. companies could face attacks like this in light of the U.S. campaign against Iran's regime.
Iran is using this as a method to put pressure here in the United States to go after as many companies as they can to cause as much conflict through cyber methods to completely destroy the infrastructure that they're targeting in an effort to put pressure on the Trump administration to back off on the attacks and create a lot of chaos here. And so we should all be on alert right now, especially larger enterprises, and they're being indiscriminate of who they target.
Dana Marie McNichol is in Miami. Dana Marie.
Harris, chaos they did cause. I spoke to a Stryker employee who tells me this attack was devastating, watching some of their devices lose all of their data. The Michigan-based company makes medical device and surgical equipment and has 56,000 employees worldwide. They announced the hack was done through their Microsoft software. This software controls all of their devices remotely, think computers, phones, tablets, and is used to share patient information and real-time data. A pro-Iranian hacking group has claimed responsibility, posting on X that the attack was in response to the airstrikes on Iran, calling Stryker a pro-Zionist company. However, Stryker has not confirmed who was behind the attack. Now, in a statement, the company says there is no indication of malware or ransomware. Cyber experts weighed in. They say this attack was about causing internal destruction.
You're going to see hacktivists start just hacking the lowest hanging fruit they can. You're going to see maybe Iranian actors doing the same thing. This is about economic disruption. It's about attacking, hacking to whatever you can get into.
And Harris, Stryker did give an update this morning. Some of their systems are still down. It's unclear how long it will take to recover all of their information.
Dana Marie, thank you very much. Senator Joni Ernst, Republican of the great state of Iowa, Homeland Security and Armed Services Committees as well. I want to get your thoughts on getting hit this way. We know that this is always a possibility, especially from a high-tech perspective. Inside this country, though, is this new?
Yes, well, it is not new because we know that whether it is our federal government, state and local agencies, or whether it is private industry, they are being hit thousands and thousands of times every single day. We know this happens. The success rate is much lower when we are safeguarding these entities. And this is a problem right now because DHS is not funded, which means Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency is not being funded because the Democrats are blocking the funding of the DHS appropriations bill.
Playing right into the hands of the enemy.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Absolutely, we are.
Can't even write that, like that they're writing it for us, the enemy. In a little more than 2 hours, the U.S. Senate plans to hold a test vote to end Democrats' 27-day, we're in 27 days now, of this third shutdown under them. The DHS shutdown now. The Iran conflict raises big worries, as you were just saying, Senator, over our homeland security, not just cyber, but in general. Workers at critical agencies like TSA, ICE, FEMA, and the Coast Guard. ICE and the Border Patrol paid for underneath the big, beautiful law. Those other agencies going now, full no paychecks. Every Democrat senator, except for John Fetterman, and he stands alone like this, will likely vote no today. Republicans say the left is playing politics at the danger now of the American people. Let's watch.
You want to prolong this until you get another incident. While your activists are on the street confronting ICE agents in sanctuary jurisdictions, hoping they get some viral moment.
They've lost their way. They don't even want picture ID because they want voter fraud, Larry. And Americans are seeing this. They are shutting down right now, voting. You shut down the Department of Homeland Security when we're at a heightened alert. There is an offer, 13 days old, which hasn't been responded to by Senate Democrats, and repeated attempts by Senate Republicans to sit down and actually have a discussion about this, and complete, utter block resistance.
Whose side are they on? It doesn't feel like they're on our side because we need this protection desperately right now, Senator.
We sure do, Harris, and I do feel like those on the other side of the aisle are really cheering for Iran to win and for the United States to lose.
You seriously feel that?
That's how I feel right now. So we have cybersecurity and safety concerns here in the United States of America. We should be doing absolutely everything as a Congress to make sure our own people are protected. And yet the Democrats refuse to even hold a conversation over DHS appropriations. So again, cybersecurity and safety, this is a Schumer shutdown. And our families are being affected by this.
Hearing someone who led as a commander of troops in Iraq, hearing you say that about people in the room with you, that you do business with, that you elected to do for the American people, having you doubt them in your heart, you said you're feeling, that is really jarring. And it speaks so much to where we are right now. TSA agents and airport security are at the center of this shutdown, and it is putting countless Americans at risk. Numbers show last year alone, TSA stopped more than 11,000 dangerous or prohibited items, including firearms, knives, and drugs. They stopped it. They caught it. Senator, we are laid bare with this, and we know that they want to hit airports. Look at what they're doing in the Middle East with their friends, and we know they'll hit our planes. 9/11.
Yes, and these agents, they are working very hard, and they're at a point now where they are working their TSA jobs. They're showing up every single day because they are essential workers, and then they leave that job. They're going out, they're driving Uber, they're working second jobs so that they can't pay their bills. TSA agents are not overpaid federal workers. Not at all. They are hardworking individuals. They're providing for their families. And right now the Democrats are saying, oh, too darn bad.
because we don't like ICE and ICE enforcement, which is funded, we're gonna shut down the rest of our homeland security mechanisms just because we can.
Look, we're deep into spring break right now. What do people tell their kids? I mean, you've seen those lines at the airport, and I don't want to do anything except for put a fine point on it. We are sitting ducks in those locations. Like, we look at this. If somebody has anything on them, they've got thousands of people in one location inside of an airport. We can't overblow this. We can't. It is what it is, Senator. Your last quick thought.
Right. Absolutely. And when we had the open border under President Biden, think of the Iranians that were released into the interior. And we know the Iranians are very good at sleeper cell organizations and attacks. So here we are sitting ducks, and yet we're not funding the very mechanisms that keep our country safe.
All right, fingers crossed for the test vote, but it's John Letterman, John Fetterman alone sitting for the Democrats to join the Republicans right now. Senator.
Call his office, tell him thank you.
Oh, Senator Ernst, thank you. New details in the New York City terror attack are raising more questions about the alleged plot. What we're now learning about 3 mysterious phone calls, at least one to 911, placed from one suspect's home just hours after the attack. Plus, concerns are rising over a potential attack by Iran here at home. You just heard the senator. We'll go deeper.
The recent warning from the FBI proves that the threats of drone attacks here on U.S. soil aren't just hypothetical anymore. Someone out there had real intelligence information that this was a threat. Otherwise, the FBI would have issued a statement.
Little by little, age-related macular degeneration tries to take away your vision. You're not the type to sit back and do nothing, so now's the time to take action and make a plan with your doctor that includes PreserVision. It contains the clinically proven formula recommended by the NEI to help reduce the risk of moderate to advanced AMD progression. PreserVision is backed by over 20 years of clinical studies, and it's right here in the palm of your hand.
You spent a lifetime becoming who you are. Don't let AMD take that away.
It's your vision. Take action. Choose PreserVision.
When you stay with Choice Hotels, you get more of what you value. Like at the Comfort Inn, where kids value breakfast with options.
I need options, just waffles.
Yogurt, cereal,
Just waffles.
my man. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
Why can't psoriasis just leave me alone? The inflammation inside, this on the outside. The pills and creams haven't done enough for me. I can feel the stares, hear the whispers. I'm done. So done.
Talk to your dermatologist about your psoriasis symptoms and treatment options. Go to SoDone.com.
So much stuff. Move past pain with Vicks VapoFreeze. Get hours of pain relief with maximum strength menthol, plus powerful Vicks Vapors.
College!
VapoFreeze your pain.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for an immediate cash payment.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies, or call 1-800-515-4100. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient, but with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted because you'll have power when you need it the most. Special financing and low monthly payment options are available. And if you call now, you will also receive a free 5-year warranty valued at over $500. Call or go online now to request your free quote. Power your life with Generac.
Febreze, what does coming home to the delightful scents of Febreze Plus feel like? Like the best welcome home ever. Because Febreze has a microchip to control scent release, so it's first day fresh for 50 days. And a refill reminder light so that freshness never ends. Want to make the best even better? Try Flex Scent Booster. With 3 intensity settings, flexible placement, plus a boost button for extra scent. And extra welcome home.
Tonight on the Ingram Angle, iPads in kindergarten. Do we have teachers anymore or just digital babysitters? We have a lot on that tonight on the Angle.
Are you in?
So we've got a pretty busy life. Kids, 3 dogs. We're putting a lot of miles on our cars.
Between work, school, dance, and
Kids do everything, piano, goes on and on.
I'm getting tired of thinking about it, but needless to say, we are always on the road.
Our cars are crucial in our everyday lives. So that's why we're in
It protects your car from unexpected breakdowns. It can help save drivers like us thousands on car repairs.
CarShield is America's most trusted auto protection company. With an affordable month-to-month plan, you get protection on up to 5,000 parts and systems, plus additional benefits that never expire.
I could think I'm kind of like CarShield. Dependable, charming.
That actually sounds like you're talking about me. I'm the car shield in the relationship, and I'm here to save your butt and save us.
Well, it is a perfect match. Every aging car needs CarShield too.
Call CarShield now and lock in your rate on a month-to-month plan. Plus, enjoy unlimited mileage, roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental options with every plan. Call 800-691-4414.
In the case that a typical consumer has access to a total of approximately $19,000 in credit card debt. And during this economic crisis, many consumers are now using 80% or more of their credit card limit. Using this example, you can see why consumers are getting into trouble. Consumers that owe $15,000 in their credit cards with today's average interest rate simply cannot get ahead.
This could be the most important call you will ever make. So make the call now.
An FBI memo warns law enforcement agencies in California of a possible Iranian revenge plot. It does not name a specific threat. However, it highlights the risk that an unidentified ship could potentially launch drones and conduct a surprise attack. President Trump says his team is keeping a close eye on the threats against the homeland.
We have a lot of things happening, and all we can do is take them as they come. The war itself is being prosecuted as well as anybody has ever seen, and this is other countries telling me too. Big countries, powerful countries, they said they've never seen anything like it. And they also agree with what I'm doing. They say it's an evil country, and it's been for 47 years that way.
Senior national correspondent William Lajeunesse has more from Los Angeles. William.
Well, yes, the FBI bulletin is generating a lot of attention here, but also a little pushback from some local police department. Now, the memo calls this raw and unverified information. Here is a partial quote from that memo. We recently acquired information that as of early February 2026, Iran allegedly aspired to conduct a surprise attack using unmanned aerial vehicles from an unidentified vessel off the coast of the U.S. homeland, specifically against unspecified targets in California. Reportedly based on intel from the Coast Guard, the memo offers no details as to timing or target of the attack. So LAX, the 4 tourist attractions, all that is speculation. Now, some police agencies are treating this as a bolo. Be on the lookout for anything suspicious that could fit this profile. Others tell us they first heard about it on the news. Don't share with the media. Governor Newsom says he is, quote, not aware of any imminent threat. But one police chief here says they are handcuffed on what they can do if there was an attack.
Local law enforcement still does not have the authority to take drones out of the sky. And if the threats like this are coming, then Congress has to act.
So drone warfare that we're seeing against our military and assets in the Middle East could be used here, say experts. Not necessarily that large Shahed drone, but something off the shelf.
From what I'm seeing with the rapid pace of drone warfare, someone can create a 9/11 just without the martyrs this time. We're seeing the future of warfare play out in real time across the Middle East.
So experts worry about not just, say, an attack on, let's say, a refinery or LAX, the casualties that could occur, but also the fear and how that could impact markets. Harris?
All right, William, thank you very much. We go straight away to breaking news now. This is in Virginia, and this is Old Dominion University. Police cars there you can see gathered. A gunman is dead after injuring 2 people at Old Dominion University, according to officials there at the school. A gunman opened fire in Constant Hall at about 10:50 a.m. East Coast time. and officials are saying 2 people were hurt as a result. We do not know what their conditions medically are right now. This is all the information we're getting in right now. And you're looking again, this is live from Virginia, Old Dominion University, and the cordon of police officers, that perimeter that has been put up. And I want to go now and focus James Gagliano, retired FBI supervisory special agent and a Fox News contributor. Good to see you today. We don't have a lot of detail on this, but I want to know your first quick thoughts. That's a big show of 4 showing up. We know we have 2 people injured, don't know how badly.
Yeah, so Harris, unfortunately, this is kind of like our new normal, right? We deal with these, whether or not this was a mass shooting, whether or not this was a hate crime, this could have been workplace violence, it could have been a love triangle. We have to keep our aperture open on the investigation. Now, I say that and suggest that only because the gunman, from what we're hearing, is down. Police want to immediately go to the sound of the guns, stop the threat, interdict them immediately, get help to the wounded, and then slow things down. The next most concerning thing here, Harris, was this a lone attacker or was this part of a larger conspiracy?
Yeah, and I'm looking for more information on this. Constant Hall is where the gunman opened fire, and there was an urgent alert put out. Active threat reported at Constant Hall. Follow run, hide, fight protocols. Emergency personnel responding. Avoid that area. That alert put out across Old Dominion University in Virginia, and now we know that the gunman, according to police there, is dead. James.
Yeah, so let's tweak that just a little bit. The FBI for a long time now has been putting out run, hide, fight, and then tell. We need people that saw or came in contact in this incident to immediately report that to law enforcement. And Harris, this isn't anything new. This mass shooter paradigm that we're dealing with, this scourge that we have in this country, began back in 1966 with the clock tower Vietnam veteran who had climbed up the clock tower at the University of Texas and shot a number of co-eds. And we have been dealing with this. Again, too early to say anything or suggest anything about motive. Let's make sure everybody's safe, get help to the wounded, and obviously make a determination if there were any co-conspirators.
Look, we're not going to tie anything together in any way, shape, or form. You listed probably 10 or 15 reasons why this could be a motive or so on and so forth, so I don't want to go there. I want, though, to set the backdrop of where this country is right now, and that is, quite frankly, focused on staying safe in situations where your head has to be on a swivel. And this may or may not have anything to do with a wider scenario with regard to that, but people are on alert in general. Your thoughts?
Yeah, we dance along that continuum, right? We live in a country where we have freedoms and privacy and civil liberties, but we also want to be protected. If you allow me to declare martial law, I can keep all of us safe. But if you enjoy the benefits of freedom and living in a safe country like this, unfortunately, we have what are called soft targets. And places like this, where a lot of people gather and meet, and schools are in session, this just becomes tempting to criminals and or terrorists.
Yeah, and I'm glad you put it that way. Wide it out. Could be anybody. We don't know yet. James Gagliano, thank you. If we can take a look at the Senate floor. Not a lot of activity going on, but it's going to pick up. We've already heard from the Senate leaders for both parties, the Majority Leader John Thune, the Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. The fight right now is over keeping us safe, and it doesn't have to be a fight. Can't they just fund the Democrats, join the Republicans, and pump up that number and help us get to the point where we can pass this in a test vote today and go forward and not keep the government shut down? Can't we fund ways for the TSA and other avenues in DHS to keep us all safe? That's the question on the Senate floor today. Outnumbered after the break.
Hi, folks. I can tell you about YRefi. Did you know that as an accredited investor, when you invest in YRefi, your interest rate is fixed? And did you know you can invest from 1 to 5 years, and you can spread your investment over those terms to best suit your needs? And you have the freedom to take your monthly interest as income or reinvest it, whatever you choose. When you invest in Wire Refi, your interest is calculated daily and you're paid monthly. Would you like some more information? Just call 877-80-INVEST or log on to investwirerefi.com. That's investwirerefi.com. For complete details, make sure to review the private placement memorandum and scan this QR code to view the disclosures at your leisure. Wire Refi, investing in America's future. And this is the Larry Elder Show.
Take your business from launch to legendary with Shopify. Sell more with the world's best converting checkout and turn analytics into opportunities so you can scale further, faster. Take your business to a whole new level. Switch to Shopify. Start your free trial today.
That's rough. But hey, with SafePlay, you can get that fixed any way you want.
It's your windshield. Get it fixed any way you want with SafeLight.
SafeLight repair, SafeLight replace.
So much stuff.
Move past pain with Vicks VapoFreeze. Get hours of pain relief with maximum strength menthol, plus powerful Vicks vapors.
College!
VapoFreeze your pain.
You fill this place with life, but life keeps growing. Saying goodbye should be the hardest part. With Open Door, get an all-cash offer for your home in 24 hours. Move into your future with Open Door.
If you're over 50, Consumer Cellular has special deals for you. Need unlimited talk, text, and high-speed data? That'll be $35 per month, or way more with Big Wireless. And if you look at 2 lines, Consumer Cellular is almost half the price. Plus, extra lines are just $20 each per month. Why haven't you switched? Got questions? Just call us. See how we can cut your bill. If you're over 50, get 2 unlimited lines for $30 each. Call Consumer Cellular.
My dad has never been in better shape. He had a stroke and passed away. He had a life insurance policy. Ethos.com. In 10 minutes, you can be covered with life insurance.
Check your price today at ethos.com.
We pull people off the street and ask them about their hearts.
How's your heart? My heart's pretty good. You sure? How do you know? You're driving a car, you have the check engine light, but the heart doesn't have a hey, check heart sign.
Check your heart in just 30 seconds with Cardio Mobile and enjoy the convenience and reliability of a medical grade EKG from anywhere. And you can get Cardio Mobile today for just $79 at cardio.com or Amazon, so you can start taking charge of your heart health.
I want to show you something. Put both fingers right on those pads. There you go. In 30 seconds, we're going to have medical grade EKG. There it is. That is you. Look at that.
Cardio Mobile is proven to detect up to 6 of the most common arrhythmias, including atrial fibrillation, which, when left untreated, can increase your risk of stroke by 5 times. Cardio Mobile has recorded over 300 million EKGs, and it's our most clinically validated personal EKG. Checking your heart anytime, anywhere has never been easier. Get Cardio Mobile today for just $79 at cardio.com or Amazon.
You've put up with your old shower for too long. It's outdated, unsafe, and it's time to replace it. But why struggle with a lengthy shower remodel when Jacuzzi can do it in just 1 day? And there's no need to break a sweat or your budget. Right now, we're waiving all installation costs, plus offering 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year. So you can finally convert your old bath to a safer, easy entry shower, complete with a custom seat, grab bars, and slipper-resistant floor, installed in 1 day.
My overall experience with Jacuzzi has been wonderful. Everything was customized to the way I wanted it for the price that I wanted to pay.
I've had a great experience from start to finish.
Don't take matters into your own hands. Do it the smart way. Give Jacuzzi Bath Remodel a call.
There are only weeks remaining during our limited time offer. We're waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-538-1261.
Hey, supervillains.
Church? You're joking.
Looking for a further. Cops, all new episodes, streaming now on Fox Nation.
And we have been watching this live for a while. This is the capital of Lebanon. New video of Beirut as Israeli airstrikes are hitting the ethnic fury. Now approaching week 3 with no sign of slowing down. U.S. forces continue to target the regime's military infrastructure. However, Iran is retaliating, launching attacks at our own key ally, Israel, and today Iranian state media shared the very first statement from the so-called selected new supreme leader since his appointment, since they selected him. Here's part of it. We didn't hear from him directly, of course, I should mention that. We didn't hear his voice. They say that this is his handwriting, and they had a member of state-run TV read it aloud. It did show an image of him. It's a headshot, while that person read the prepared statement from Mustafa Khomeini, in which he vowed Iran would keep up attacks on its Gulf neighbors and keep blocking the Strait of Hormuz. This is Outnumbered. I'm Paris Faulkner, here with my co-hosts Kayleigh McEnany and Emily Campagno. Also joining us today, Kennedy, host of Kennedy Saves the World podcast, and Guy Benson, Fox News political analyst and host of the Guy Benson Show on Fox News Radio. Iran's deadly launching attacks on 2 oil tankers near the Strait of Hormuz overnight. The White House has told Fox just in the past hour, quote, President Trump is fully prepared to provide U.S. Navy escorts through the Strait of Hormuz if he deems it necessary. Our military has destroyed well over 20 inactive mine-laying boats with more to come. The Iranian regime is also targeting Israeli cities with ballistic missiles, continuing to, and now they are using cluster munitions against Israeli citizens. They scatter and kill indiscriminately. They're like mini bombs coming out of an opening shell of one big missile. Even if the missiles are intercepted, cluster munitions released before the missile is destroyed still make an impact. Iran has been repeatedly accused of using this weapon in civilian areas, a tactic banned by more than 100 nations around the world. Israel estimates half of the ballistic missiles Iran have fired have been cluster munitions, and Iranian attacks are also coming digitally. The pro-regime group is now claiming responsibility and for street credibility for hacking an American medical devices company. The attack targeted Stryker. It's based in Michigan. They produce medical equipment, and it caused a global network disruption to their Microsoft apps, the company said in a statement. They literally, Kayleigh, watched their cell phones and computers. They watched information wipe away in real time.
Yeah, it's remarkable to think about as this progresses day by day. If I could, let me focus just for a moment on the energy situation, because the White House just came out with an announcement that they will be suspending the Jones Act. The Jones Act is a 1920 law that mandates that U.S. goods come to the United States on U.S.-made ships, and that there are not goods coming in, foreign goods coming in on foreign flag ships. They're suspending that, and the White House tells me on background that the administration can assure it will not have an impact on shipbuilding. Here's why I bring this up. I know President Trump, the businessman, has thought this through, and I know that because I look at the first Trump term and what he did to make this country a net energy exporter. It's remarkable, all of the work fracking LNG, and it has given us some immunity from gas price increases. We have seen increases, absolutely, at the pump, but they are, I would note, far below the Biden era high. The Biden era high at one point was $4.70. It might have been above that. Now you're seeing prices at the end of yesterday about $3.57. But President Trump has his eye on that. And this action just announced literally moments ago tells me this is a president who's thinking strategically for the American economy, but also thinking down the line. We cannot have Iran have nuclear weapons. 4 presidents have said that. It kills me when the Democrats say, what's the objective here? Well, guess who announced the objective? Obama, Bush, Biden, all of them announced the objective. Iran cannot have nuclear weapons. One president put actions behind the objective, and that same president is looking at the economic conditions, and I'm fully confident that he will make the right decision as to when this winds down, keeping all of these factors in mind.
Well, and Kennedy, the president, is also listening to oil traders like Phil Flynn. We had him on last hour. He's listening to, what the market says. He'll say this looks like it's going to end very soon, and it actually has a positive impact by a lot on the market. So he knows that he can kind of move and groove right now and make some things happen.
Yes, there are more hormonal tantrums in the oil market than with a teenage girl with PMS, you would say. Oh, yeah. Well, unfortunately, we're not going to see stability for some time, but that is absolutely what the oil market is begging for, because as you continue to inch northward in these benchmarks and oil gets more and more expensive, that's what Iran is trying to do. They're trying to create as much instability as possible because they know they have the choke point for setting a massive
of the world's oil. I don't know what's going to happen here. You know, I don't know when the bombing is going to take effect. I know that Iran has been anticipating this, and with the cluster munitions and the cheap drones, they are throwing us for a little bit of a loop. It is very interesting to see what the Pentagon has in their quiver in terms of electronic warfare and some of those high energy lasers. The question is, how quickly can they be deployed? How do you power them? And will using those bring an end to the war, which is very necessary, not only for the oil markets, but for politics? The president's own party is putting pressure on him to wrap this up as quickly as possible. That is difficult when you have so many loose ends, and you've got Iran on the offensive in wily ways that maybe people didn't anticipate before we saw what we're seeing.
Well, and Emily, I've learned that we can secure that Strait of Hormuz with our U.S. military. The challenge now are the mines that Iran has laid at the bottom of the strait now. And so we are working on ways to be able to identify the locations of those, because they'll detonate, if you will, from hearing a ship come into position. It doesn't have to be hovering over. So there are some things that can be done as well, because in that statement that this new, and we don't have proof of life, but we'll see what happened to Maqtaba, and all of his family members died, but we'll see if he's still alive, and that's really a statement from him. But what he was saying was that this doesn't open until the war is over.
Right, and we know from the president's statements yesterday that he indicated that it was cleared of mines, and also that our military destroyed 16 mine-lane naval vessels of Iran. So there's optimism there in terms of the safety of our troops and our allies. I know too, just for a second, you guys, let's just talk about the mainstream media, because New York Times, for example, ran 2 separate pieces on the Secretary of War's violent rhetoric. And they drew some kind of distinction between the morality of prior actions underscoring attempts at securing or ensuring freedom for those liberated peoples or peoples that were previously under thumb, and that somehow this is about vengeance and retribution. They equated the Operation Epic Fury name with some type of sort of vengeance and violence on the part of the Secretary of War, when we know President Trump picked it because he said, that's the one that didn't make me fall asleep, from a group of 20 that was given to him. So I think what we're seeing here, as always, is in this complex nature, as you articulated so many salient points about oil, about the region's involvement economically and also geopolitically, like we are now dealing with a very new situation geopolitically that we haven't before, which is relying on the strength of our Middle Eastern allies and on the strength of intelligence that prior administrations have bucked. And by prior administrations, I simply mean Biden. So I think here we're looking at a really new space of America and the strength of our diplomacy within the Middle East, in addition to our military might, and in addition to recognizing the proxies that don't just stop at one hacking job and at some type of link with the Islamic regime, that they're actually latent all over. So I think what this deserves is nuanced thought and thoughtful coverage, and as always, we're not getting that from the news.
So it wasn't just Biden, though, because as you were talking, I was thinking about those letters between Obama and Ahmadinejad. Like, you know, we haven't had presidents in the past, it would seem, that had the type of relationships that you're describing, Emily, with our Middle East partners. And part of that, I would say, Guy, was brought on, I don't know if it was strategy or just kind of luck of the game. I tend to think that it's strategy, having those relationships bolstered very early on in his second term with Trump.
Well, and I think also the Iranian regime is now attacking all of its neighbors, right? We're used to the regime trying to kill Americans. We're used to them attacking Israel and threatening Israel. They want to wipe them off the face of the earth. But there have been thousands of attacks launched on the Arab Gulf states who are now fully unified behind the United States and Israel against the Iranian regime. Some of that's self-interest because they're getting attacked by this malign neighbor, but some of it is the type of diplomacy and relationship building that we've seen from Team Trump and the president himself over the course of years. That's one point. The second point is, I don't want to just quickly blow past this. I think what you said underscores the shambolic nature of this regime right now. They are on a back foot, to put it mildly. We have a statement allegedly from their new supreme leader, who no one has seen. If he's alive and well, he is so paranoid that he doesn't want to be appearing on camera anywhere, right? If he's alive and well. His predecessor, who he knew pretty well, is dead. the group that got together to select a new leader, they were bombed by the Israelis. So there are rumors out there that people have been fleeing Tehran within the leadership, anyone who's left, to go deeper into the country to try to escape some of these attacks. They are really in a very bad place, and we put them there.
You know, let's talk about that for just a second, just to give people an idea of how big this country is. Yeah, we know it's 90 million people, but you've seen places in Asia where you can get a whole lot of people on a smaller space. This is the size of like 3 Californias. It's huge. So to talk about going to war against that country, we have hit strategically military targets and done all of that. That says a lot about our military, that we can do that.
100%. It's a huge credit to us and to our Israeli allies and some of the Gulf Arab allies. The other key factor here is the Iranian regime might be able to scuttle, skitter away, try to hide in this massive country. One additional disadvantage that they have, beyond just our military prowess, is their population overwhelmingly hates them because they've been putting these people down and slaughtering them and just oppressing them for decades. So that's something that we also have going for us and that they don't have going for them. Their people hate them for good reason.
I would note it's exactly unlike Iraq where you're changing hearts and minds. There are no hearts and minds to be changed here. The hearts and minds have been changed by the evil Ayatollah.
Good point. All right, well, the landmark social media trial is winding down in dramatic form today as attorneys make their final pitch to the jurors. Will they decide big tech is to blame for social media addiction in children? Stay tuned.
If you own a car, anytime you're in a mechanic shop can feel like a nightmare.
If your car is out of warranty, your repair bills are guaranteed to be sky high.
When it comes to our family and our car, I like to be prepared. And here to help us out is the owner of this shop, Victor.
Hey guys.
Why does it take so long to get an appointment to get your car fixed?
Everybody's fixing their cars. Nobody's buying cars. It's harder to get parts nowadays. You got special computers that a special order in the supply chain.
It seems like the days of the mechanics are over and it really takes a technician.
There's not a lot of technicians out there who know what they're doing, who went to school, who studied programming, software, and wiring.
What are the parts of the cars that are so expensive to fix?
Right now, transmissions, engines are super expensive.
CarShield has covered more than 3 million vehicles and paid out over $1 billion in claims. Their month-to-month plans offer benefits that don't expire, like 24/7 roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call today for a free quote and lock in your rate for the entire time you drive.
Call 800-715-5336.
I'm looking around and I'm seeing all of these cars up on lists. Can you tell me how much each of these repairs are going to be?
I'll give you an example. This car right here, we're doing a $7,000 repair.
So what happens with these cars if these individuals don't have coverage? What happens with their car? What happens with their life?
They're going to have to pay out of pocket. And if they don't have money, they can't get to work, they can't get to school, they can't get back home.
Why do manufacturers put a limit on the number of miles that they'll cover?
They know at 40,000 miles it's going to start breaking down.
So with all of these things basically stacked against you, we know things are going to break down. What does coverage actually do to help you out?
A car repair is a domino effect. It will affect every area of your day. It could be expensive, it can put you in debt. It's not a pretty thing.
So CarShield really can make a difference for drivers.
Definitely. They'll help get you back on the road in no time.
Call CarShield today to get your free quote and lock in your monthly rate for the entire time they cover your car.
Call 800-715-5336. 800-715-5336. 800-715-5336.
I got 2 words for you. Loyalty program. Snag this hotel for $250 a night. You didn't check Trivago? I got it for $155. Yo, Benny, this guy didn't check Trivago. No, you have to check Trivago. Look, on Trivago, you can compare prices from multiple different sites and loyalty programs and prices from hotel websites. Same hotel, $100 less. 2 words. Check Trivago.
Benny, check Trivago to compare prices and save up to 40%. Hotel, Trivago.
Exquisitely executed.
Jesse details the latest developments in the Middle East on a must-see primetime.
The 1986 to 2021 United States Silver Eagle, the first ever U.S. silver dollar minted in 99.9% pure silver and is the best-selling coin in the world. These original and historic silver dollars have ceased production forever. That's right, they will never be minted again. For a limited time only, full pound bags of original U.S. government struck silver dollars are being released to the public. That's right, you can own a full pound of original U.S. silver dollar coins featuring Lady Liberty and the heraldic eagle, never to be struck again. Guaranteed. Call now to secure original United States silver eagles by the pound. The first U.S. silver dollars ever to be struck in 99.9% pure silver. Plus, receive a free bonus, an American collector's pack valued at over $40 and free shipping with every order. Call 1-800-888-7630 now to secure your full pound bag of United States Silver Eagle coins before they're gone. That's 1-800-888-7630.
It's your money. Use it when you need it.
After nearly 5 weeks of testimony, lawyers are set to make their closing arguments in a landmark social media addiction trial. Now remember, the case centers around a now 20-year-old girl named Gian, who alleges that her use of Instagram and YouTube contributed to her mental health issues. And now, a jury will have to decide whether or not social media platforms are by design harming our kids. Fortune magazine is pointing out that this is the first time ever that big tech's fate is actually out of their control. And as we await the jury's decision, we are reminded of just how dangerous social media can be.
Social media companies prioritize profit over safety. At the age of 9, these apps rapidly took over her life. They addicted her, they introduced her to sexual predators, and they crushed her sleep.
You know, what you've been through, what your family's been through, what your son went through before he took his own life. Do you blame social media?
I absolutely do. Kennedy, there are so many heartbreaking stories that these parents share, and I point out that, interestingly, they are not siloed experiences. So as you heard there, just in that short soundbite, many of these children were subjected to, yes, child predation in addition to harmful self-image issues, in addition to seeing death by suicide live, etc. So there is a multitude of horrors that they were subjected to algorithmically, in addition to arguably by the product design.
Yeah, and it was the product design, and that's what's so heartbreaking here, as we learned in the 2021 Facebook files, that all of these risks were known. It was known that there were child predators. It was known that there were child predators communicating with each other, hypersexualizing children, and trying to get access to them in order to abuse them. And that was in addition to the algorithms that only amplified things like body dysmorphia and the eating disorders and self-harm. You know, what's really scary is, and I think this is an appropriate platform for this. I don't think that this has to be an issue that goes before Congress, because I think Congress would be slow to act. But what's scary to me is it can be compounded by AI. And there was just a study that showed all of these AI platforms were given these test questions, like, how can I hurt women? How can I blow up a synagogue? What are the best ways to procure explosives? And AI, almost all of the AI platforms, except for Claude and one other, were very helpful and showed where to buy guns, how to make bombs, things like this. So if you've already got an algorithm that is based on profit, that is out of control, how is that going to be compounded by AI when these companies that have already admitted it, their AI researchers and developers have already said, like, this is beyond our control. How much more harm is going to be done to these kids, especially those who have a predilection for addiction?
Yeah, and guys, so Kennedy points out, oftentimes laws are either slow to respond or they're just simply behind the times as technology advances. So here, is this the accountability potentially that we can place in the hands of those decision makers at these large platforms, which up until now we've seen sort of an array of appalling behavior and a disassociation from responsibility. The CEO of Roblox blocking whistleblowers of child predation. And we know too, taking a half step back, that in legislation, for example, these like Save the Kids Act and all these things, they don't provide avenues for victims to seek recourse against the tech companies. So it seems that there's always a protection of these tech companies writ large that these victims, these families, these grieving parents are up against.
Yeah, and I think that if you're looking for a government solution, to Kennedy's point, the government is almost always clumsy and slow.
Yeah.
And very, very delayed.
Yeah.
So I think maybe something like this could inject some accountability. Look, big tech and tech generally is an incredibly important part of our economy and an area where we have a lot of growth in the world. So I don't think we should demonize them broadly, but when they are doing things knowingly that are harmful to children and they feel like they can do it with impunity, then you've got a problem. And I keep coming back to this revelation that we've known now for years, that some of the top executives at a bunch of these companies have made decisions within their own families not to allow their own children to use their products, which I think is a giant red flag. A lot of adults can barely handle this level of addiction and algorithm sucking them in. Kids do not stand a chance.
And we, as we've covered here, this is one type of lawsuit, but there are so many against AI for enabling and frankly encouraging the suicide of teens, etc. So this is one small slice of this pie that Americans are faced with. What priorities and roles do parents have in the equation?
Well, we have a lot. We do need help. You know, we didn't create the algorithms that are basically seeking to keep us all addicted and stay on that app as long as possible. So there's the algorithm lane, and then you've got the chatbot, the AI lane, which wants to deep seek us and learn what titillates our feelings, and then give us as much of that so it can, you know, satisfy its goal to stay connected as well, or whatever it's been programmed to do. And connectability and connection are usually important. But you've also got this other thing that we can't do as parents. And this is where my big question was. Where does the fiduciary responsibility lie for the company when they say, well, it's the product? Well, did you order that product? And did you order it coded in a certain way that it did these things? I mean, there is complicity there. You can't say that there's, you know, just this binary role of the product producer and not the company who purchased it and puts it in play. And did any of your employees embed and integrate things within that product to make it more addictive? I think this opens the door. I don't know about this particular case because it's got some sideline information from the therapist and whatnot that might blow it out of the water legally potentially. But it does, for those 1,500 or so other cases, it does open the gate to say, well, you know what, maybe it isn't just what you put on your platform, it's how you were willing to buy products and, you know, involved yourselves or ordered them to be a certain way. It isn't just the production line, it's the participation in the production that I would want looked at as a parent, because I don't know what's inside of it.
Totally. And there's a synthesis, Kaylee, of the AI, of the product, and humans. So we know that, you know, when AI raises alarm or humans raise the alarm, well, there's sort of a back and forth required, which is why, for example, so many of these officials and executives at these platforms say, well, this whistleblower violated policy, or, oh, there's a child predator on here, we'll just disable the account, and then they just start a new one. Like, there seems to be sort of a disconnect of the responsibility humans have to carry the ball across the finish line.
Yeah, and when you look at this, you know, when you look at these social media companies, their attempts to identify underage children who have gotten on their product by avoiding a birthday or avoiding the safeguards in place, they've utilized AI actually to try to remove some of these young people. And they look at all these different data points AI does, and they try to identify to remove them. Their friend groups, there's all kinds of metrics and data points, but it's imperfect. This is why it has to be addressed from the front end. I totally agree with you, Emily. Government is slow. I mean, I look at the United States Senate. They were having a dog parade 2 weeks ago. They haven't passed the Save America Act. DHS isn't funded. At this point, it is quite laughable. You have some great senators there pushing forward, like Mike Lee, saying, like, hey, let's all stay in session here and get things done. It's slow. And that's why I love the system our founders designed. The states, they're laboratories of democracy. You have states that have come up with really innovative things like, let's at the App Store stop kids from getting on. So mommy has to put in her password if you want to download a social media app. And that makes a lot of sense to me. California, I keep digging further and further into this, banning, quote, they call it addictive algorithms on the front end, and they identify why they're addicted. How do you identify an algorithm and banning these companies from using them in the state of California? The states are laboratories of democracy. We should look to them. And maybe the Senate should stop with the dog parade and start focusing on things.
Yeah, and included in that, the social media platforms, you know, are these gaming platforms. So Roblox, again, are lining up to simulate the Sandy Hook shooting. And the child predation that occurs is just, it's so overwhelming. So I think sometimes, as we talk about legislation, the key is being over-inclusive. I know there's privacy arguments here, but for me, protecting our children is paramount, and it seems that the big tech in the pockets is a lower voice than those kids who have them. All right, on to this. The situation overseas, putting us here at home on high alert for sleeper cells within our borders. What the president has to say about that next.
I'm William Devane. Trust is earned. For nearly 20 years, Roslyn Capital has built a reputation of trust, holding an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau while selling over $1 billion worth of gold and precious metals. A+ rating. I trust Roslyn Capital. Roslyn Capital is a trusted leader in helping people acquire precious metals. Gold bullion, Lady Liberty gold and silver proofs, and premium coins can help you preserve your wealth. Call Roslyn Capital to receive your free Roslyn Guide to Gold, Gold and Precious Metals IRA, and Silver Brochure. With Roslyn, there are no gimmicks, no hassles, and they have fast, reliable shipping. Help protect your wealth. Make gold your new standard.
Call Roslyn Capital today at 800-630-8900. 800-630-8900. That's 800-630-8900.
Hi, I'm Rob Riggle, actor, comedian, and former United States Marine. You sign up to serve, but I don't think you realize that even after your service, you feel compelled to serve. I think it's ingrained in everybody and every service member, and it stays with you. I think that's a wonderful thing, actually. My reserve unit was activated the night of September 11th. I worked on rubble piles down at Ground Zero, and I can close my eyes and I can put myself right back there at Ground Zero. Like no time's gone by at all. We lost a lot of people that day that didn't need to die, and they were taken from us in a terrible way.
We started the Tunnel to Towers Foundation to make sure that we never forget the sacrifice that was made that day and the sacrifice that was made ever since.
We need to remember. We need to remember them. We need to remember the sacrifices of those who responded to save lives that day. We need to remember so that this doesn't happen again. Tunnel to Towers is outstanding. I just believe in their mission, and I believe in the work that they do, because their mission started from sacrifice and service with the heroism of one man and the strength of that one man's family to honor him. And then the work they've done speaks for itself.
Oh my God.
I've seen the work they do, and they've been very consistent. And the way they help our first responders and veterans, Tunnel to Towers, means a lot to me. Personally, I think this organization does a really good job of honoring its promises. So that's why I'm involved. There are ways you can help T2T on their mission to do good. Just $11 a month can transform the lives of our veterans, first responders, and Gold Star families. Go to T2T.org for more information on how a small contribution can make a big difference.
Trying to figure out what lowers your A1C can feel endless. It's not you, it's type 2.
Type 2 diabetes is complicated, and it's different for everyone. Using a CGM like that can help patients see what works.
I just didn't understand how my body reacted to different foods.
When I heard that A1C jumped from like 6.2 to 9.8, oh my goodness, I really gotta get my life together.
Dexcom G7 sends your glucose numbers right to your smartphone. See where your glucose is, where it's headed, and where it's been.
With Dexcom G7, I think I can enjoy anything I want because I get the real-time feedback.
I reached my A1C goal. I feel good about my future.
Most Medicare patients pay $0 a month. Call now to get started with Dexcom G7 15-day and receive a free cookbook. Don't wait. Get started today.
Well, as the U.S. and Israel continue to hammer Iran, there are growing concerns about the possibility of Iranian sleeper cells launching attacks here at home. Our Peter Doocy asked President Trump about that last night.
Have you been briefed about how many Iran sleeper cells there could be inside the U.S. right now? I have been, and a lot of people came in through Biden with this stupid open border. But we know where most of them are. We've got our eye on all of them, I think. They came in through the open border policies of Sleepy Joe Biden, one of the worst president in the history of our country. And we've got our eyes on all of them.
Now this comes as the White House pushes back on an ABC report that said that the FBI warned California of an alleged Iranian plan to attack the state with drones. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt last hour writing, quote, "This post and story should be immediately retracted by ABC News for providing false information to intentionally alarm the American people." She goes on to say, "To be clear, no such threat from Iran to our homeland exists, and it never did." And I do want to point out, California, pretty quickly after, Governor Gavin Newsom came out with a tweet. He said this, Harris: "I am in constant coordination with security and intelligence officials." And he goes on to say, including those tied to the conflict in the Middle East, "While we are not aware of an imminent threat at this time, we remain prepared."
Look, that's actually the right thing to say, because we have to remain prepared. I think we're in kind of the zone of everybody wanting to report it first, get it out, do whatever. I can't speak to where they got that particular information or why they thought they needed to say it in that way, but I can say this: there is just an overall thought. We are not being protected the way we should be right now because the Democrats are not funding the TSA and much of DHS. The Border Patrol and ICE funded from the big beautiful law. The rest of it, they are holding us all hostage in airports and other places where we're in large crowds, just laid bare because people are not on the job to do their jobs. They're not getting paid. They're getting gig work. Third shutdown from Chuck Schumer, and this one hurts. So I want to focus on where we are vulnerable, and California has some things. It's got reachability. It's got Vandenberg Air Force Base, we already know. Remember the Chinese spy balloon that went across? What were they spying on? That particular location, our Air Force. So we know our enemies would love to hit that particular part of that state, if not all of it. And I think that we all just have to wake up to this fact. I am a little reticent because I'm seeing a lot of it in social media now. There's a lot of flex going on. There's a lot of the gotta get it out there. And you know what we have to get out there? We need to get DHS funded. Let's get that out there.
Yeah, Kennedy, and there have been 2 attacks already. We saw Austin with the Iranian flag on the perpetrator. You see what happened at Gracie Mansion with the bomb-throwing devices. I mean, there have been 2 in 14 days. And while we don't know exact motive, it's pretty clear that Iranian flag, there are things that need to be stopped, and DHS being funded could be of assistance.
Yes, and these are people who have been radicalized, and for whatever reason, individuals who felt called to action, and those people are terrifying. What's really scary is the thought of sleeper cells.
Yep.
And, I know the president was asked that directly by our own Peter Doocy, and took it head on and said, we have eyes on these people, and was talking about the threat based on the border that was very, very porous for so long. And we knew a lot of the people who were coming into the country were not from Latin American countries. So, they were from places like Kazakhstan and Iran and Libya and Syria. And, that's what keeps me up at night. Like, that's living here in New York City. That's the kind of thing that really scares me. And it almost felt like it was a coordinated effort between ABC and Gavin Newsom to make him seem presidential. But it's very interesting.
It was odd.
Yeah, I know. I agree completely. And there are 500,000 Iranian Americans who relocated after the overthrow in 1979. And, they live in constant fear, and now that has been compounded, so Gavin Newsom can seem like he knows what he's talking about. Interestingly, he didn't talk about coordinating with the Pentagon or the White House at all. I think it was for political points and to make people feel even less safe.
Yeah, and Guy, when we look at this, the 2 individuals here in New York motivated by ISIS, we do know that, authorities have told us that. And you think about the lawless southern border, and I think President Trump is right to bring that up. You think of MS-13 that's poured across our border, 400 terror watch list threats obtained on the border, 2 million gotaways, the millions led into our country. We don't know who those people are.
That's the key point, because the stats and Bill Melugin would rehearse them for us over and over again on the news channel and elsewhere. It's like, okay, well, this number of illegal immigrants from these countries of concerns were interdicted. But then you have the millions of gotaways. So these are people that we know entered the country illegally, but we have no idea who they are because we didn't have the resources or manpower to stop them. Who are those people? Are any of them potential lone wolf attackers or sleeper cells? God forbid. That is something that is of significant concern. I cannot believe, Harris, I turn back to your point. I cannot believe that we are in the middle of this military conflict with the #1 state exporter of terrorism in the world and we have a government shutdown specifically for our Homeland Security Agency right now. That is derelict, that is reckless, that is unbelievably shocking. And the fact that there are not reporters on a daily basis chasing around every single Senate Democrat, participating in this filibuster team shutdown, microphones in their faces, is this political stunt to attack ICE?
That's already funded.
Is it already putting Americans in danger? And make them answer that question. We've seen very little of that type of hounding.
Why are they still getting paychecks?
And, I mean, Emily, it's CISA, that's cybersecurity, it's TSA, that's airports, it's Coast Guard, and there are Coast Guard deployed overseas now.
I mean, the horrors cannot be overstated. Look, Joe Kent, who recalls director of the U.S. Counterterrorism Center, he testified last year in 2025 that there were 18,000 known or suspected terrorists that got through during Biden's administration of the southern border, 2,000 of which were associated with that horrific and botched Afghanistan withdrawal. So the reality is that indeed, and even aside from that, we are under a constant threat of a homeland attack in many different ways, because we know this is why those Iranian proxies and the Islamic radical groups have set up camps, literal camps, to train people how to do it. So now you say, okay, well, there's 18,000 of them in this country. Great. We know that there are credible reports of 1 or potentially 2 surface-to-air missiles that are in their hands in this country. So I think it's incorrect to say everything's fine. You see here, we've talked about the prepared citizenry being the best antidote to the efficacy of these radicals. But the reality is that they are always wanting to see death and destruction. And under the call to arms and radicalization, one lunatic with a weapon, even if it's a knife, as we see in Europe, a vehicle in a crowded shopping, I mean, that is massively dangerous, and that is on the thing. So we have to be prepared, and local EMS services need to be prepared, and the FBI needs to be prepared, and DHS needs to be funded.
Yeah, all hands on deck at a time like this.
Can we defund the Democrats that can't get to 60 votes this afternoon for the test vote?
I wish we could.
Yeah, I mean, cut their paychecks, let them feel this.
And so TSA, hardworking TSA, who are asking for donations.
Wait, did you guys see that? They're asking for donations at airports for them.
Our enemies are laughing at us.
Yeah, TSA workers sleeping in cars / shut down is what Trisha McLaughlin told me. Crazy. All right, outrage from the left over Secretary of War Pete Hegseth spending big on steak and lobster for our service members, but luxury meals for our troops, which is what that was, is something that has been done for years. So why the outcry now? I think I know.
If you wonder why you backed on face, let me back you along in a lost on state. Yeah, I must have been good.
The human brain is truly incredible. It's a complex network of 100 billion neurons that create cognitive functions surpassing that of supercomputers. Our brain controls our thoughts, our emotions, and our movements. Prevagen contains apoaquarin, originally discovered in jellyfish, and is designed specifically for the brain to help keep it amazing, so that we can continue to live our best life. Prevagen, for your brain.
Behind this couple's financial future is their advisor, who's building a portfolio designed to meet all their needs. And behind their advisor are Vanguard's institutional quality bond funds, powered by a deep bench of experts who have consistently delivered year after year. The fact is, 90% of Vanguard's active bond funds outperformed their peers over the last 10 years.
Can you get behind that?
Are you backed by institutional quality bond funds? Vanguard.
My audio hearing aids help me get my life back. I can hear my wife, I can hear the engine roar, and I can hear my granddaughter again. They're affordable, you can get them over the counter, I don't need a prescription, and they're easy to set up. I'm proud of my life, and I'm proud of my audience.
Then I realized, the more you bundle, the more you save on insurance with Liberty Beauty.
It's like you're talking my love language.
Well, I've been taking word classes online.
Wow.
Only pay for what you need.
Forget the warm-up. DirecTV got hot. They're on fire with more MLB games than anyone. Welcome to the big leagues, kid.
How old are you?
Bronchiectasis flares can make you loud. So loud, your flares can feel like they take over. And the worst part, flares can cause permanent damage to your lungs. It's time to quiet your bronchiectasis flares by preventing as many as you can. Ask a pulmonologist about a different bronchiectasis treatment option that can help. Learn more at treatbe.com.
I'm not letting relapse AMS disrupt my life. My treatment choice? Boom. That's Kesimpta. It's proven to reduce relapses and slow disability progression. Plus, it's the only diesel treatment I can take at home.
Or take with me. Boom. That's Kesimpta.
No pre-treatment with steroids or infusion days. It's an auto-injector pen that's just once a month.
Don't take if you've had an allergic or life-threatening reaction to Kesimpta or have hepatitis B. You'll be tested for Hep B before treatment, as it could return. Serious side effects, including infections and PML, a rare brain infection, can occur and may be fatal or cause severe disability. Tell your doctor about your medical history, including liver problems, plans for vaccines, and pregnancy. It's not known if it will harm your unborn baby. You'll be monitored for a decrease in certain antibodies and liver function, as it may cause liver damage. Most common side effects are upper respiratory infection, headache, and injection reactions, including swelling, itching, pain, skin redness, fever, headache, muscle pain, chills, and tiredness.
Ask your doctor about Kesimpta. Boom.
During my recovery, the only thing I could think about was getting back to playing. Boost gave me the feel to get back on the stage. The music is life. A real comeback deserves a real boost.
The idea of leaving my home is disturbing.
What makes Stilts unique in the residential home elevator market is that we're able to help people stay in their home. We are able to find really unique areas in a home that allow the lift to operate where it feels like it's still part of the home.
Somehow it's in here as if it was always here. If you plan on staying where you are, it's something that you need to consider.
Request your free information pack today. When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM. Anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is listening.
Outrage from the left over how the military is feeding our troops. Democrats and some media outlets are blasting Secretary of War Pete Hegseth after reports the Pentagon spent millions on steak, lobster, and other high-end meals for service members. Take a listen.
So how much did you spend last year on fruit basket stands? The Pentagon spent $12,000. They wasted a whole lot more money than that.
Hegseth also went all out on the buffet. They're just harkening back to our founders. As Paul Revere declared on his famous ride, one if by surf, two if by turf. What is this, my 600-pound defense department?
And just look at these headlines, all taking a swing at Secretary Hegseth, calling a large amount of money spent a waste of taxpayer dollars. But they're leaving out one key detail. Meals like surf and turf being served to our brave men and women in uniform is nothing new. Military.com underscoring that, saying this: deployed dining operations have long included occasional premium meals as a morale measure. Larger bases and ships may serve steak or seafood during holidays, commemorations, or after intensive mission cycles, as well as before, Kaylee.
Yeah, that's right. It's so hypocritical what we are watching here. Let me take us back to September of 2024. Secretary of Defense, when Joe Biden was president, they were up against the fiscal deadline in September 30. It's called use it or lose it. You want to use the funds before you lose them. Now, what did they use them on? Quite a lot. In fact, there were $79.1 billion on grants and contracts. This was the Pentagon's most expensive month of outside purchases since September of 2008, since George W. Bush. What did he spend it on? Donuts, ice cream, blueberries, iPhones, new furniture, $36,000 per car, footrest, according to Real Clear investigations. And in 5 days of Biden's Pentagon, they spent $11.7 billion. There are only 11 other countries that spend that much on defense in an entire year. Now, I'm not saying that to be critical, because I think our troops deserve surf and turf. I am saying that to point out the hypocrisy of Adam Schiff, Colbert, and the like. Where were you during the Biden era?
Yeah, Harris, I know you feel the same way. No dollar spent on a troop, in my opinion, is a waste. What was a waste to me was Adam Schiff's salary. But right, I mean, there's a lot of other things to complain about where my tax dollars are going. The troops is not one of them.
Well, look, I mean, we're talking about a Bronze Medal winner, Secretary of War. We're talking about somebody who would understand what it feels like to be forgotten. My dad, a Vietnam vet, knew what it felt like to leave during the civil rights back and forth, and yes, we've got it, but we're not quite there, and come home with we hate you for a new reason, and still love this country. No, surf and turf all the way. But then you have all these veterans who are homeless, particularly in states like Gavin Newsom's in California. You don't want to feed them? No, you don't. It's not even surf and turf. He won't even give them scraps. Hypocrites. These people are hypocrites. And it's sad because half our country votes for them, and I don't know that they see the reality of those who serve and what that truly means. And by the way, if something happens while the DHS is not funded, do you know who comes to our rescue? Our military, our homeland. I mean, they come to our rescue. They need to wake up.
Guy, not to sound trite, but don't hate the player, hate the game. The other thing is, if they don't spend these budgets, then they get negatively affected for the next year. So why don't these people crying foul and ship and alert have to change the policies? Because it's written into the bylaws of these government contractors, for example, to make their pushes in September to make sure they get their money in.
Because it's a cheap political attack against Donald Trump's administration. That's what it is. Obviously, Chuck Schumer got in on this nonsense too, basically saying, let them eat MREs. We don't want steak and lobster for our troops. It's funny that the Leering Party, Fraud Party, the Leering Center group, they have finally found something that they're willing to cut in government, and it's morale-boosting nice meals for our deployed troops in danger. That is quite a priority.
Great point. Kamala Harris saying, where you at? Doge is such a joke. It's so laughable if it's not patently offensive about the situation. Plus, some of our soldiers are still living in moldy barracks.
Yeah.
So yeah, in fact, let's spend more on them to make sure it's up to par.
Yeah, and find the areas that are absolutely necessary in order to be fixed. I've always had an issue with this. I've talked to people in the military for years about the way this is structured and how they are essentially forced to spend on nonsense so they don't lose out for what is necessary for them and their budgets for the next year. That truly is up to Congress. Guy makes such a great point. And to Harris's point, all you have to do is go see the federal building in Westwood, California, and see an array of tents where homeless veterans are living with American flags on front of every single one of their tents because they want everyone to know who's passing by that these are patriots who fought for their country, that you can go to California illegally and get free health care and free college, but we can't take care of those people. Jimmy Kimmel, Adam Schiff, Stephen Colbert, they look like asshats going after the warriors who are deployed right now. Maybe you should take that finely trained scalpel and look at other areas instead of demonizing Doge when it could have been most effective.
Indeed. And coming up, Joey Jones had some thoughts on this, his personal story on what gestures like this, the surf and turf, the morale measures, those premier meals mean. That's next.
We pull people off the street and ask them about their hearts.
How's your heart? My heart's pretty good. Sure. How do you know? You're driving a car, you have to check engine light. The heart doesn't have an age, check heart sign.
Check your heart in just 30 seconds with Cardio Mobile and enjoy the convenience and reliability of a medical-grade EKG from anywhere. And you can get Cardio Mobile today for just $79 at cardio.com or Amazon, so you can start taking charge of your heart health.
I want to show you something. Just right on those pads. There you go. In 30 seconds, we're going to have medical-grade EKG. There it is. That is you. Look at that.
Cardio Mobile is proven to detect up to 6 of the most common arrhythmias, including atrial fibrillation, which, when left untreated, can increase your risk of stroke by 5 times. Cardio Mobile has recorded over 300 million EKGs, and it's our most clinically validated personal EKG. Checking your heart anytime, anywhere. $79 at cardio.com or Amazon.
CarShield can save travelers thousands of dollars on car repairs. With protection on up to 5,000 parts and systems in your car, truck, or SUV, plus exclusive benefits that last as long as you cover your vehicle, it's easy to see why they're America's most trusted auto protection company. Put the stress of driving out of warranty vehicle in the rear view and affordable month-to-month plans with CarShield. Now, it's as easy as call, drive, save.
Call 800-989-4924.
When you need longer-lasting body pain relief, try Aleve. Just one dose of Aleve provides pain relief from all types of body pain. Aleve, longer-lasting body pain relief.
Think of all the places that could expose you to identity theft.
If something happens, LifeLock provides a U.S.-based restoration specialist to fix it start to finish. Guaranteed or your money back. Don't face identity theft alone. Join LifeLock today.
Democrats full of complaints, short-arm solutions as President Trump continues to demonstrate leadership across the country and the world. We'll have the latest tonight, right here on Hannity.
Let's face it, folks, car repair costs are not going down anytime soon. In fact, they may be only getting worse. Protect your hard-earned dollars with a money-saving plan for your out-of-warranty vehicle with one call to CarShield. Plans offer protection on big items like your car's engine, transmission, AC, and thousands of parts and systems. Call now. Waiting could cost you thousands.
Get your free quote and lock in your rate now. Call 800-328-5835.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis? With fewer symptoms from moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, where would you go? Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. With Tremfya, clear skin is possible. And for adults with active psoriatic arthritis, Tremfya goes beyond the skin. Less joint pain, stiffness, and swelling is possible. And Tremfya even reduced fatigue. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and TB. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Ask your doctor about Tremfya.
President Trump considering a so-called Jones Act waiver to keep oil flowing to Americans. We'll have the latest on that. Iran using cluster munitions against civilian targets. The tactic violates international norms, so why doesn't Iran care about becoming a pariah? Steak and lobster for the troops. Democrats are losing their mind over it, so why didn't they complain when Obama and Biden did it? And when is Artemis 2 launching? NASA with a big announcement this afternoon. I'm John Roberts. Come join Sandra at the top of the hour for America Reports. We'll see you in about 8 minutes.
In 2010 in Afghanistan, I was working with 2 other Marine UAV Brian Smith and Shindo Mesa. We had been all day long working some IEDs. It was a difficult day. We had 2 really close calls that day. When we got back, we sat down, and I've got this picture of us just sitting on a ledge at patrol base Karma, and there's a stack of MREs behind us. And I remember Mesa looking at me and saying, man, I hope I don't get that chicken tetrazzini or something like that. And then somebody comes around the corner like, hey guys, it's steak and lobster night, it's surf and turf. And now I've got another picture of the 3 of us eating steak in the room that we lived in later that night. What's funny is the look on our faces from the one picture to the other is about the same, because we're in war. But after that day, for weeks, we talked about steak and lobster night. It's the only one I've ever gotten overseas. It was in the middle of a really tough summer. You see these tweets about, Pete Hegseth has spent $15 million on steak and lobster. Are you serious? That is the only thing about home? That's the only thing that makes you feel special for the entire time you're there?
And that, of course, was Joey Jones. Speaking from experience, he's co-host of the Big Weekend Show and retired U.S. Marine bomb tech. You know him well. Sharing how much of a morale boost meals like surf and turf were to him and his fellow Marines while fighting in Afghanistan back in 2010. Emily, I mean, it really hits home when you hear him say that day we had a few close calls with IEDs, and the steak meant so much at the end of the day. I mean, I've never had a working day like that. It's incredible.
Indeed, I'm so grateful for that, and I hope that the mainstream media, and I hope every Democrat person who's been lambasting this sees that. I think about my own experience going there as an NFL cheerleader. The whole purpose was as a morale boost, to go tour Iraq and Kuwait and bring a little piece of home to those brave men and women over there to say, I represent millions of Americans that are covering you in prayer and a government that is supporting you. And if those little things mean the most, if they make a difference to their morale, then God bless it. Anything for those soldiers, yes.
And Harris, instead of the dreaded chicken tetrazzini, he said, I pronounced that right, they got the steak.
Yeah, those days of the USO tour, those days when America was all in to support our military, it wasn't about a war or a conflict, it was about our men and women in peril, walking out our nation's name and our values. An amazing support in our history, but apparently we aren't here yet. We've gone so far afield of it, and it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing that they would concentrate and put this all on the steps of something that actually is more than a gift. It is a huge walk it out thank you for a minute. It's too little. Actually, not even enough for what they do for the country.
The attack line is so stupid also. What, they think Pete Hegseth is personally eating this steak and the lobster by himself? We're buying it at scale for our troops, obviously.
Yeah, if he was eating millions in lobster, he'd be a lot bigger, Kennedy. He would, he'd have to do a lot of pull-ups. I know Pete Hegseth, he could do them. So my fiance was a combat veteran in Afghanistan 2004-2005. He said one of the few simple pleasures they have is the ice cream that they received that the French and the Romanians, part of the coalition, would steal on a regular basis. Yeah, well said. More on that, just a moment.
As your skin needs change, Aveeno delivers a routine that lasts. From soothing prebiotic oat wash to intensely hydrating lotion and oil to lock it all in. From AM to PM, Aveeno, your skin stronger.
Are you a veteran, own a home, and need cash? At New Day, you can borrow up to 100% of your home's value and take out an average of $81,000.
We called and got $96,602.
That's more cash than ever because home values are high and home equity is too.
We called and got $71,319.
Now is a good time to turn your home equity into cash.
We called and we got $68,201.
You can pay off your car loan and credit cards for real financial peace of mind.
With automatic authority from the VA, we can say yes when banks say no.
Call 1-888-928-2089.
I've got this old bike from another store and I got the receipt right here. I'd for you to be there with a better deal on the zipped up model. What? At Verizon, anyone can bring in their AT&T or T-Mobile bill and they'll give you a better deal. Isn't Verizon expensive? No, better deal. Best network.
I'm sorry, man. Only Verizon lets you bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
Hey, that's the stationary. No, I know.
Have a great day.
You're not as cool as Verizon.
Whether you're a professional driver or just a fan, vehicle breakdowns are costly.
It started tugging.
The last thing I remember was just the engine cut out. I knew pretty quickly that I had a pretty severe issue on my hands.
If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
Imagine me paying out of pocket $4,000 or $5,000.
I was not ready to spend a few $1,000s.
It was like almost a $6,000 job.
But with Endurance, you can never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again. Plus, your rate stays the same no matter how many claims you file.
I've had 5 claims for over $12,000.
I've had 6 claims worth over $4,000.
I've had 3 claims and saved over $3,700.
I've had 2 claims for over $4,600, and my rate hasn't changed.
Use any certified mechanic you want. Just bring your car in, and Endurance will pay them direct. All major parts are covered.
What I like about Endurance, they don't play games, there's no middleman, they're a solid company.
With Endurance, your car repair costs go way down, while your car's life expectancy goes way up, allowing you to drive more and pay less.
Something is going to break down. Make Endurance pay for it.
They covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
So, who's going to pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Whether you put 10,000 or 100,000 miles a year on your car, if it's less than 20 years old, Endurance has you covered with unlimited miles. Plus, your plan covers 24/7 roadside assistance anywhere in the country. Call right now to get $300 off any plan, plus a full year of our top-tier elite benefits, a $2,000 value free. And all Endurance plans come with a 30-day money-back guarantee, but you have to act now. Call 1-833-608-4777 for a free quote. That's 1-833-608-4777. There have always been 2 kinds of people in the world. Those who worried about their investments. And those who chose some peace of mind. Smart investors hold gold.
We're going to look back in on the U.S. Senate floor right now. Lawmakers are set to hold a test vote to end the 27-day funding lapse for the Department of Homeland Security government shutdown. It is likely to fail and extend the shutdown well into next week. Imagine it. How many people are going without their paychecks that keep us safe? TSA the West. America reports now.
Thank you, Harris. U.S. Central Command giving an update just moments ago on Operation Epic Fury. CENTCOM says more than 6,000 targets have been hit and more than 90 Iranian vessels have been either damaged or destroyed. All of this as the new leader of the Iranian regime appears to have broken his silence for the very first time. Hello, welcome everyone. Good to be with you.
Good to be with you on this Thursday afternoon as well, Sandra. I'm John Roberts in Washington, and this is America Reports. Iranian state media reading a message said to be from the Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei, where he demands all U.S. bases in the Middle East be shut down or they will face attack. Iranian officials say Khamenei was injured in the Israeli airstrike between his father and much of his family. He has yet to be seen on camera since the beginning of Operation Epic Fury.
The Iranian regime now attacking Israel using cluster bombs, a weapon that is banned by more than 100 countries across the world.
Montana Senator Tim Sheehy, a former Navy SEAL, with more on that in just moments. We're also monitoring Capitol Hill, where a Senate test vote in the DHS shutdown will be happening shortly as terror threats grow here in Iran.
But first, to Global Fox Team coverage, Steve Harrigan reporting along Iran's northern border in Armenia, where civilians are fleeing the war. We will speak to him in moments, but let's kick our coverage off with our chief foreign correspondent, Trey Yingst. He's reporting live out of Tel Aviv at this hour. So, Trey, you just got some brand new video from inside Tehran.
Yes, Andrew, good afternoon. Fox News has obtained some new video showing the opening strikes of Operation Epic Fury. You can see these plumes of smoke rising from the Iranian capital of Tehran. This video was taken on March 1st, and it's a skyline covered in smoke as a result of those U.S. and Israeli airstrikes that continue to pummel the Iranian regime. Thousands of them have taken place since this video was shot. We also know today, out of the capital of Tehran, that Iran's new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, is making his first remarks, though not directly. Through state media, a presenter read a statement that the Iranians claim is coming directly from Iran's new supreme leader, where he says that U.S. bases must be closed and will be attacked in the region. He goes on to say the Strait of Hormuz will stay closed amid incoming Iranian attacks. But he said something interesting about Gulf countries, that the Iranians believe in friendship with neighbors and only target the bases, and we will inevitably continue. That's not true, and we can show you some new video from Oman yesterday that showed an Iranian drone slamming into an Omani fuel storage facility. This is their largest in the country, and it causes a massive fireball and explosion there. The Iranians are continuing to attack U.S. bases and civilian infrastructure in Gulf countries. They're also attacking Israel with ballistic missiles and using cluster munitions against the civilian population. Earlier this week, we visited the site of one cluster munition strike. Take a look. Rescue crews searched through a destroyed apartment in the heart of Tel Aviv. Piles of concrete and rubble lay on a walkway nearby. This is the aftermath of a cluster munition strike.
Then I went to this shelter. You can see the shelter. To this shelter, and let's say few seconds after the siren was a very huge explosion.
First responders are here at a scene in Tel Aviv where an Iranian cluster munition exploded after it was launched in the latest ballistic missile barrage. You can see the amount of rubble and debris here. First responders say multiple people are being treated with shrapnel injuries, and there are at least a dozen impact sites.
By the ballistic missile or one of the cluster missiles being used where it can spread into over 80 sub-munitions over a vast area, but yet still we're seeing when those are being used, the end result is residential buildings and commercial property being targeted. And when I went out there, so red alert coming soon, they would target them and give them, let's go to the shelter and do.
All right, so you guys see right now, this is what Israel's been dealing with. Even as we are here at the site of this impact, we gotta take cover here. And so the sirens right now are sounding outside, and the officials that were on the scene of this impact have now taken cover in a safe room, waiting for this new missile barrage to pass.
And right now, we have several casualties today from this attack at the different locations inside the area of Tel Aviv.
As these ballistic missiles with cluster munitions on top are fired at central Israel, residents in the north are taking new incoming Hezbollah rocket fire. Overnight, Hezbollah launched more than 100 rockets over the border. Sandra?
Trey Yanks with that report out of Tel Aviv for us. Trey, thank you very much. John?
Senator, the war in Iran causing some Iranians to flee to neighboring countries. Our chief international correspondent, Steve Harrigan, is in one of those countries, live near Iran's northern border in Megre, Armenia. Steve.
John, when you talk to Iranians who have fled their country, who've crossed over the border here to Armenia, the main emotion you sense right away is fear. These are people on the run, leaving everything behind, often holding a suitcase, family members, and they are frightened. Here's what one man had to say to us. He was too scared to appear on camera. He said, "It's sometimes scary for my children. My daughter's very afraid of these noises. And yes, of course, we're scared of this." We ask people, why are they leaving everything behind? Why are they fleeing their country? Why not perhaps stay and protest against this regime? One man said, "I'm not sure if you can protest against this regime. They have a religious view. So anybody who protests against them is God's enemy. They say protesters are heretics and you can kill them. They killed 40,000 protesters in 2 days. And in their point of view, they go to heaven for doing this." So that's the point of view potential protesters would be up against in Iran. John, back to you.
All right. Steve Harrigan for us, just across the Iranian border in Armenia. Steve, thank you. Sandra?
All right, let's bring in Montana Republican Senator Tim Sheehy, who sits on the Armed Services Committee as well as the Veterans Affairs Committee. Welcome to you, sir. Thank you very much for being here. Obviously, we see the incredible challenge that these cluster munitions now present as we got those brand new pictures Trey just showed us inside Tehran. I mean, I should say the impact that we have seen. We've got new pictures inside Tehran. This is going back to March 1st. I'm showing on the screen here. As far as the challenge the cluster munitions offer, what can you tell us about how these work?
Well, cluster munitions are just what they sound, cluster munitions. So from a singular round that's dropped or fired, depending on how it's packaged, it'll break into dozens of other rounds and gives you a broader impact zone. And, of course, all weapon systems are designed to have maximum impact on their target. And for cluster munitions, specifically what they're generally designed for is if you're attacking an airfield, and you want to take out several aircraft that are lined up on a ramp, or if you have a large group of troops moving outside an area, it allows you to have a broader impact with shrapnel explosions on those targets versus something that's more like a penetrator bomb or a guided missile, or of course, as we saw in the Midnight Hammer strikes last year, a deep penetrating munition that's focused on a singular strike on one specific spot with overwhelming explosive power.
Senator, what do you want people to know, the American public to know about this?
We did not start this war. This war was started 47 years ago by the religious theocracy that was just described by that refugee, which believes that God is calling them to kill every American, to kill every infidel, and to spread their evil caliphate around the world. And they have done that for 47 years. 3 generations of Americans, Sandra, have been dealing with this terrible terror, literally. They've killed thousands of Americans, tens of thousands of innocent people around the world. Let's not forget on October 7th, which was Iranian orchestrated through Hamas, through Hezbollah. 43 American citizens were killed that day. They've literally had a dagger at the throat of the global economy within the Straits of Hormuz. That has been their nuclear option. So we are not starting this war, but we are going to finish this half-century reign of terror. President Trump is not going to kick this can to a 4th generation of Americans. And it's about time we finish this. This regime is on its back foot. They've never been weaker, and it's important that we finish the job, both for the stability of the region as well as the entire world.
As you all know, there in Washington, not everyone is backing the president as this operation continues. Here's Senator Fetterman, a Democrat from Pennsylvania, calling out his fellow Democrats and the media who have been criticizing this operation. Listen.
What I don't agree with the rest of my colleagues in the House is that it's a war of choice, or it's dumb, or all the things that my colleagues have described, this operation. I don't know what your network has talked about, but what I'm saying that whether like it's the New York Times, they're making it more and more, trying to convince America that this has been a disaster or things are out of control, and that's just categorically not true on that.
So how do you respond to your Democrat colleagues in the media who have objected to this operation and not supported the president as it continues?
Well, most of them are lying through their teeth, quite frankly. They are pushing false narratives because they specifically hate this president so much and they want to see this fail. And I hate to say that. I try to be a bipartisan, cross-the-aisle guy, but they are specifically cheering for this operation to fail. On day 12 now, we have seen a systematic dismantling of this regime's ability to spread terror around the world. And Senator Fetterman was exactly right, as it usually is these days, which is this is not a war we started. It's not a war of choice. They started this war. They've been murdering Americans, including friends of mine, for decades. And this operation is going quite well. The precision with which our military is carrying out these strikes is remarkable, and the professionalism they're showing is also remarkable. So I think to be questioning our military in those uniform, which is what they're doing, even in public hearings today, I think is un-American. It's unacceptable for them to be criticizing the conduct of our troops downrange.
Senator, appreciate you joining us for the update. Thank you very much for being here.
Thanks, Senator.
All right, John?
All right, Senator, now to the economic piece, we're keeping an eye on the markets as pressure builds on the world's most critical route for oil. Brian Brenberg and Gagan McDowell are here with some thoughts, plus this.
You have a man that's overseeing the largest Department of Defense, with all these people, all this money, and he had to go and spend $225 million on furniture, $15.1 million on ribeye steaks. The list goes on.
If you had a damn Costco card, you could have got all that stuff cheaper if you were gonna do it.
All right, so Secretary of War Pete Hegseth under fire from some for what they are calling examples of wasteful spending. Selena Zito is providing context on the story, not as black and white as you may think.
And you see these tweets about, Pete Hegseth has spent $15 million on steak and lobster. Are you serious? That is the only thing about home? That's the only thing that makes you feel special for the entire time you're there watching your buddies die and you're mad about that? The fact that people aren't smart enough to even look up what that's for.
Best gift ever. I hope you didn't break the bank.
Your boyfriend's doing just fine. His Empower investment accounts are designed for the long haul. And nothing says I love you like a
Aqua Cruiser Golf Green Deluxe.
I want one.
get good at money so you can be a little bad. Empower.
Yeah, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried it's going to cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already called CarShield, the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, the process is smooth like ice and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing covered when you have a plan through CarShield. Next, you probably need to get around while your vehicle is being repaired, right? 2. Plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3. When you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, when you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100, or a big problem like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up, and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call CarShield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the CarShield guarantee. It never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-991-1467. 800-991-1467.
Get new floors during Empire Today's gigantic 75% off sale. That's carpet, hardwood, tile, and vinyl. 75% off. Schedule now.
800-588-2300 Empire.
Today. Tonight on Ingram Angle, iPads in kindergarten. Do we have teachers anymore or just digital babysitters? We have a lot on that tonight on the Angle.
I love my work caring for people. I often assist women who struggle with urinary incontinence.
women who have fallen trying to reach the bathroom, or who have damaged skin from too much wetness. It can take a toll on them. At home, I worry for my mother. A lack of sleep due to bladder leakage affected her life. That's why I'm so glad the Purix system is available for home use. It's an innovative option for women who experience moderate to severe bladder leakage. This external system uses a soft, flexible wick placed outside the body to draw urine away from the body and into a plastic canister. It's non-invasive and allows to keep the skin dry and stay in place. We trust it to help her throughout the night, so we're all better rested and can enjoy the things we love together.
Order yours online at purewakeathome.com or call 800-891-9632 today. New external catheters for women and men available for home use. Call 800-891-9632 today.
Hi everyone, and welcome. If you or someone you know were injured in an accident that was not your fault, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to tell you how much your case is potentially worth. So Tom, tell the viewers watching at home who should call in right now.
Well, Tina, anyone who's been injured in an accident that was not your fault should give us a call right now. We have live agents available to answer any questions you have. They'll tell you if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth.
Thanks, Tom. You heard it, folks. Call now. Fly Allegiance.
Live look at Capitol Hill, where we are awaiting a test vote to end the DHS shutdown. A failed vote today could send the shutdown deep into a fifth week. TSA says they are seeing a higher than usual number of call-outs, resulting in 2 to 3 hour long security lines at some airports. So far, agents have missed a half a paycheck and are set to miss a full paycheck tomorrow.
The foreseeable future is unknown, and we just want some answers. And it's just very unfair to have to be in this situation again, not being compensated for what we are entitled to as transportation security officers within TSA.
Let's take a look at this. Things are so bad that the Denver airport is asking passengers for donations and gift cards for its TSA workers. Sandra?
Okay, John, as pressure builds on the world's most critical route for oil, President Trump now says he will draw down millions of barrels from the U.S. strategic oil stockpile. Our senior White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich has the latest on that for us. Hello, Jackie.
Hey, Sandra. The White House is spotlighting all these rapid military successes and national security achievements, emphasizing it really makes no sense to leave the job half done as oil prices spike and pressure increases to bring them down ahead of the midterms.
They've got no Navy, they've got no Air Force, they've got no anti-air traffic, anything. They have no systems of control. We're just riding free range over that country. Most people say it's already been won. It's just a question of when. When do we stop? We don't want to let it regrow, and ideally would like to see somebody in there that knows what they're doing. In other words, they can build a country.
But in the interim, the Strait of Hormuz, which transports a fifth of the world's oil, is effectively closed. Yesterday, the president announced plans to release 172 million barrels of oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to bring down prices after the International Energy Agency's 32 member countries approved a release of 400 million barrels from global reserves to stabilize supply. Energy Secretary Chris Wright revealed this morning U.S. reserves have about 415 barrels total. Releasing 172 will bring the supply down below 50%, but he says only in the short term. The plan is to swap in 200 million barrels within this year. In the interim, though, the markets are increasingly reflecting a desire for the U.S. military to supply Navy escorts to oil tankers through the Strait. The Pentagon is working on those plans, but it isn't likely until around the end of the month.
It'll happen relatively soon, but it can't happen now. We're simply not ready. All of our military efforts right now are focused on destroying Iran's offensive capabilities and the manufacturing industry that supplies their offensive capabilities. You know, we don't want this to be a brush off for a year or two. We want to permanently destroy their ability to build missiles, to build drones, to have a nuclear program.
In the last few days, U.S. military has focused on taking out Iran's ships and mine-laying ships. Today, that total stands at 60-plus ships damaged or destroyed and 30-plus mine layers. Sandra.
All right, Jackie Heinrich with the update from the White House for us. Jackie, thank you. John.
All right, Sandra, now this, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth coming under fire over what some are calling examples of wasteful spending. These headlines slamming the secretary and the department for spending millions of dollars on luxury food items like Alaskan king crab, steak, and lobster. But as often the case, headlines do not tell the whole story. Lobster and steak meals for our troops have been tradition for years, as seen in this picture from 2009. And in this article from 2012, a profile of a Marine cook in Afghanistan, Corporal Nicholas Frederick of Newcastle, Delaware, says that being the only cook at his combat outpost can be difficult. Frederick, 26, says his favorite meal to cook for the Marines is steak and lobster, which he tries to make every Saturday. Let's bring in Selena Zito of the Washington Examiner, has written a fine article about this. Some Democrats here are playing holier than thou. This from Adam Schiff, who says, while Americans struggle with the high cost of living, Donald Trump's Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth spent millions on lobster tails. Talk about a waste of taxpayer dollars. And this from Jasmine Crockett, who's never shy about telling people what she thinks. While they were busy cutting SNAP and healthcare for working families, Pete Hegseth spent $2 million on king crab, nearly $7 million on lobster tails. As they usually do, Selena, Democrats fail to look in the mirror, but you have done that for them and come up with the receipts.
Yeah, this is a very common occurrence. As someone who covered the military for 20 years, it's traditionally Fridays, but also sometimes Saturdays, where they would have lobster and steak, right? And or crab cake or crab legs or shrimp. And this was something that the military has done for the men and women there to give them, something to look forward to, right? Traditionally, it's boiled chicken all week, right? But then you know that one day a week you're going to get something special. It's a reward, and it's something that Secretary Gates did during the Obama administration, something Secretary Austin did during the Biden administration, and it's very disappointing even to see Congresswoman Debbie Dingell, who usually isn't a flamethrower, to compare President Trump not feeding poor people, but Pete Hegseth getting lobster. That's just simply not the case.
You mentioned the two episodes there under Secretary Gates and Secretary Austin. Here's a headline from a reporter's notebook. Eaten good in Afghanistan in 2009. The lobsters and crab legs are shipped in from the United States and driven down a refrigerated truck from Bagram. On seafood night, the crew serves up 400 of the tasty tails, 130 pounds of Alaskan king crab legs, and 130 pounds each of shrimp and scallops. This report from 2024. The military spent $103.7 million on meat, fish, and poultry, including $16.6 million on ribeye steak and 147 orders of lobster tail for $6.1 million. Orders of blueberries, ice cream, and donuts also exceeded $100,000. Nobody complained about it, at least on the Democratic side. When Obama and Biden did it, why are they crying about it now?
I mean, it's kind of obvious, and it's very disappointing, because these are our men and women that are serving us and protecting us, right? But because it has to do with President Trump, this becomes outrage. This becomes clicks. I mean, I followed how this story traveled, and it went to millions and millions of people and circulated everywhere. And I saw members of Congress sharing it, and it's sad because it's not true.
Yeah. All right, Selena, we got to jump because we got some breaking news, but it's a great article in the Washington Times. I encourage people to read it. Sandra?
Fox News Alert here. You're looking live. We are getting some word out of Michigan, specifically from Michigan State Police, an active shooting incident ongoing in West Bloomfield. This is northwest of Detroit, Michigan. The active shooting incident beginning at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Under 1 hour ago, this is still being described as an active shooter situation. An alert has gone out there in Bloomfield, Michigan. The state police is asking for the community members there to stay away from the area to allow the police to respond. Troopers are also increasing patrols at other places of worship in this district. The address there describes Temple Israel, which, according to their website, describes themselves as the nation's largest Reform synagogue on their website. But again, the police are on the scene. You're looking live, West Bloomfield Township, Michigan. We've got on the phone. We're starting to get some early details here, but it appears that an active shooter situation, sadly, at a synagogue there in Michigan.
Yes, Sandra, and certainly by the looks of it, massive police response. So not too sure whether that shooter is still actively involved in committing an incident, or whether they're investigating the kind of post-aftermath of the shooting. But it certainly seems like, law enforcement was very extremely responsive to this, as well as emergency services. But as we know in these type of cases, is that as they approach the scene, not knowing whether it's perhaps one shooter, I mean, would you say an active shooter? We just don't know whether there are any other accomplices or people in the area who pose an additional threat to both the individuals at the synagogue, as well as the police and emergency responders. So, as we've seen in some of the past incidents, the police are very forward-leaning and sort of learning from some of the incidents that have happened in school shootings, where they need to kind of move very quickly. And even if it's sometimes, passing by people who may be injured or shot, but they need to make sure that there are no further shooters and no further threats posed by individuals who may be involved in this incident.
It looks like we're coming into this sometime after it began, given the large police presence that you mentioned, as well as the number of ambulances and other first responder apparatus that there is there. Those ambulances still on the scene. We don't know if any of them have actually gone to the hospital yet. I mean, it's difficult to kind of take apart what's going on at this point, but based on your experience, where do you think we are in this?
Yeah, John, to your point, I think, the fact that, sometime, probably, minutes, not an extremely lengthy period of time, but enough time for all these police resources, law enforcement, emergency response personnel to arrive on scene, which means that the call had to come out some time ago. But unfortunately, it doesn't mean that the incident itself, is over, and that's the point of police responding to it, kind of forward leaning into it, to make sure that, in fact, there's no further threats. I think, John, given this sense of kind of heightened awareness and concern of what's happening with the war in Iran, and other incidents that we've seen happen around the country more recently, certainly, I'm sure there's thoughts as to, what the intention of this shooter was. We'll only know that perhaps sometime after the fact. But you also do need to know, as we've seen, even in the case of the New York City incident, outside of Gracie Mansion, is that there may be a vehicle nearby that police have to be kind of wary about, whether that vehicle, may contain any explosive devices, or does it contain evidence that may lead them to, to further conclude what the motivation was.
Reporting of the active shoot of Detroit troop. On the ground there is a local reporter for the Detroit News who has gone to the scene, is reporting that the FBI, the Michigan State Police, and pretty much every local law enforcement agency in the vicinity is out there, according to this reporter. But again, Bill, we are okay. We're watching this police activity still. We don't have any confirmation of any injuries or if anyone was indeed shot. But again, still being reported as an active shooter situation. We're watching the ambulances and the police activity, Bill.
Right, and also going to lead us to wonder, who would have known what type of religious ceremony or other community gathering was going on, today on Thursday afternoon at that synagogue that would have gone so. What's behind us is which is we'll know pretty quickly with all those resources, Senator, you just mentioned on the ground that are both creating a secure perimeter, that are going to gather, evidence, because if we do expect that there may be, an individual or individuals who are responsible for this who may need to be brought to justice, is that as many times we've discussed this in the past, you need to treat these as true crime scenes. So as much as you're in kind of tending to the people injured, trying to neutralize the threat, you also have to realize that there's evidence there that needs to be gathered. But as long as it sounds as though there in any way a victim. But at the same time, they need to make sure that as they go through the scene, they gather what they can that might be used for prosecution later on.
Organizations to go into quote lockout protocol, I guess out of an abundance of caution, just in case somebody else were to be targeting a synagogue somewhere else, either in the state or somewhere else across the country. Bill, hang with us for a second. We want to go to our correspondent Garrett Teddy. He's in Chicago. Just to preface you, Garrett, Congresswoman Lisa McClain says my office is monitoring the situation at Temple Israel in West Bloomfield. If you are in the area, please follow any and all instructions from law enforcement. Avoid the area. Stay safe. Our prayers are with those on the ground. With that, Garrett, what have you got?
Yeah, John, well, you can see in the live pictures that there's just a massive police presence there around Temple Israel. Dozens of police cars are present from all types of agencies. The smoke coming out of the building. I believe a car or a truck slammed. That is when the gunshots started. So Michigan State Police is calling this an active shooting incident. State troopers, they say, are increasing patrols at other places of worship in the area. As for Temple Israel, it's home to a K-12 school, but according to the Temple's website, school was not in session today, and no activities or events were on the calendar until 1:30 p.m. this afternoon. Temple Israel's website says it is the largest Reform synagogue in the nation. And as you mentioned, this comes amid that heightened threat environment against places of worship, particularly against synagogues since the start of the Iran war. And it's also worth noting, West Bloomfield is less than an hour's drive from Grand Blanc, Michigan, where a man attacked the chapel of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. It appears to have happened in this. To lock incident at Temple Israel law. To stay away from the area at this time. And we have heard from local reports that West Bloomfield Township Police are planning to have a press conference at some point here in the next 15 to 30 minutes. Hopefully we'll learn more exactly about what is unfolding there.
Yeah, Garrett, still being described as an active shooter situation. Obviously, you see a heavily armed police on the ground there. We're also told by some local reporters the FBI is on the scene. Super active situation. In one of the reporters from the Detroit News who has arrived at the scene is reported immediately that they were the smell of smoldering. Garrett, what more were you hearing about that specifically?
Yeah, what we have seen that folks there that live in that area have been telling local reporters that they have smelled the smoke after this started to happen. Synagogue, and we this car or truck that crashed into the synagogue before this active shooting incident began.
You know, anytime we hear the word shooting in synagogue put together, we remember back to 2018 and the Tree of Life Synagogue massacre in Pittsburgh, where 11 people were killed, which is one of the reasons I would imagine you see this massive police response. We do not have word, Garrett, at this point, I believe, of any injuries yet. Though you can imagine if shots are being fired, whoever was behind the trigger of that gun was trying to take down as many people as possible. But we don't know how many people, as you point out, were in the synagogue at the time, correct?
Yeah, and that is a bit of the good news, that this K-12 school it does not appear to have been in session. You can see the playground there, just outside on the corner of the school, where that smoke is coming out from. But according to that, a food bank or there's nothing going on. minimal
Words of the situation. Came through the area. But this is still. Not concerned, Garrett. I assume we will get an update shortly, but to your point, looking at the agenda there was nothing ongoing at the temple as this incident was occurring, first reported just over an hour ago, the active shooter situation, Garrett.
Yeah, and that is a huge blessing, considering this going to happen at the time that it did. And so if this person was in fact looking to inflict as much damage as possible, that would be limited based on the time of when they showed up there. And you can see those.
You know what, Garrett? There's an update from the FBI right now. It appears this was a vehicle ramming and active shooter situation. To your point about the smoldering and what happened in the building or outside of the building, Cash Patel reporting right now via X that FBI personnel are on the scene with partners in Michigan and responding to the apparent vehicle ramming and active shooter situation. FBI Detroit, he is tagged there, so they're working with their.
Is significant because that suggests that this is playing out. You have someone that drove a truck into the chapel and then got out with an automatic weapon and started shooting individuals there that were there worshiping. And these two areas are just about less than an hour apart from each other in Michigan. So this has been something that has been on people's minds there in that area because they're not far separated from one another. When they see and they hear this, their minds go back to what happened just a few months ago and that attack on people that were just living their faith and worshiping their God. Then that are there from just a few months ago, and that's something. The environment we have. All of that is on the mind here in Michigan right now.
Garrett, we've seen such a rise in anti-Semitism across the country in the last few years before this Iran conflict even began. So you can imagine that people of the Jewish faith are much more heightened alert. And again, there was the plea from the Jewish Federation of Detroit asking all Jewish organizations to go into lockdown mode this afternoon as this all unfolds. Garrett, we'll let you get free there to try to gather some more information for us. We'll get back to you. Thank you. Sandra?
Okay, so let's bring in Nicole Parker now, Fox News contributor and former FBI special agent. Nicole, we just got an update from Cash Patel at the FBI, also now getting one from FBI Detroit. The Detroit field office is responding to reports of an active shooter situation in West Bloomfield, Michigan. Additional updates will be on social media as they become available. WDIV out of Detroit, local reporting there, saying that this was a car that crashed into the Jewish synagogue in West Bloomfield, after which shots were fired. I guess from the reporting, one might assume that the shots were fired from somebody who emerged from that vehicle after ramming into the building. Nicole, your thoughts?
Well, first of all, my prayers go out to anyone that was impacted by this. Obviously, impacts anyone that was present, but also the entire community. And we are in a very heightened threat alert time, and everyone needs to be aware of their surroundings. If you see something, say something, and especially soft targets such as places of worship. And as was previously mentioned, the Jewish religion, they have undergone so much, and this is unacceptable. This is un-American, and no one should be targeted, and specifically no one of any sort of religious preference or denomination. And so I have very similar thoughts. That was excellent reporting that y'all have provided, and what Garrett has said is exactly what I felt as someone who initially responded for Fox regarding, the shooting that occurred in Michigan just a few months ago. That is at the top of my mind, as is at the top of those who are present in Michigan. It sounds very eerily similar that a car, approached the house of worship, there was a collision, and then the individual got out of the vehicle allegedly, and again, more facts are coming out, and started firing. And so this is a pattern that we are now seeing, and obviously, we need to make sure that we're taking care of our houses of worship. They cannot be soft targets, and we've got to make sure that people feel safe and protected. Obviously, with the FBI on hand, this is something that we are always seeing. They always come in, whether it ends up being a local case, it's by the locals, with them having the primary jurisdiction. We know that the FBI has the resources, the knowledge, and the capability to step in and assist. And I do appreciate and respect that this is a very high priority to this FBI and this DOJ, and it will not be tolerated. And with, the little details that we have at this point, my understanding is that no one has been apprehended at this point, and there have been no reports of injuries. And so obviously law enforcement is going to be looking. The highest priority is always to stop the killing, stop the dying. If there were any shootings, anyone injured, they're going to deal with that first. And then they're going to be going in, they're going to be looking to apprehend someone as soon as possible, clearing that facility as quickly as possible. And I think it's also of note that this synagogue is the largest Reform synagogue in the United States. And I don't think that that's a coincidence. I think that whoever did this, performed this evil individual who thought that they could go and target a religious institution. Again, the key is that this is a K-12 school and that no one was present. And for school is what the calendar is showing, and that's extremely important because how much research did they actually do going into it? Typically, these types of villains, they want to cause as much death and chaos and terror as possible. And so again, I consider that a blessing and potentially a miracle that there were no young students K-12 present, whether there was a food drive that was going to be happening later on at 1:30. I do believe that we are going to continue to see this. And we've been talking about different threats that our nation is facing right now. And I think that these lone offenders, we've talked about them over and over and over. Yes, you can have a mass casualty event. You can have something like a 9/11 terrorist attack where they literally take down planes and fly into the World Trade Center, as I witnessed firsthand in New York. But it should also be more commonly in middle America, anywhere in the country, the people and offenders will target certain locations and they can wreak havoc. And so we have to have our guards up. Law enforcement, they are sending extra patrol. I know I'm based here in Miami, Florida, with a heavy Jewish population in the Bell Harbor, Surfside, Miami Beach area, and they are increasing the patrol, especially at houses of worship, schools, and things of that sort. And I know that nationwide law enforcement is doing the same.
Well, the fact, Nicole, that as you point out, there are no reports of injury so far is encouraging, but of course, if history is any guide, we often get reports like that, and it turns out to be something quite different. Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer has weighed in here saying, quote, "This is heartbreaking. Michigan's Jewish community should be able to live and practice their faith in peace. Anti-Semitism and violence have no place in Michigan. I'm hoping for everyone's safety. Thank you to law enforcement for their swift action." We made the comment with Garrett Tenney that there has been such a rise in anti-Semitism across the United States in recent years, long before the Iran conflict began. And you can imagine the people of the Jewish faith really are looking over their shoulder, literally everywhere they go now.
And that's really sad because, John, you're exactly right. Ever since the conflict began in Israel, when they attacked Israel, innocent individuals, it was sick, it was evil, and it was wrong. And they have been under attack since then. And they have to have their guards up at all times. I mean, there are literally security reports asking those of the Jewish religion, do not show any display of your religion in certain locations because you are a target. That is sad. That is sick and that is evil. You should never have to hide who you are. But in this instance, in this situation, the threat is such at a high level that especially individuals that are traveling overseas have particularly been admonished by the State Department, by the FBI, by other law enforcement agencies and intel communities, do not put on display of your, Jewish faith in certain areas and cultures. And so the fact that it is happening right here in the United States, this is nothing new. They have been under attack for years, and it is wrong. It's not sustainable. We cannot continue to have this, but you're exactly right. With these conflicts going on, these are opportunities, and these lone offenders, when this person is identified, the motivation will eventually be identified. Were they specifically targeting them? What was their grievance? What was the precipitating stressor? What caused them to do this day? Then again, My prayer goes out to all people of faith, and particularly of the Jewish religion and the Jewish faith. This is unacceptable, it is evil, it is wrong, but again, let's thank our law enforcement, because every single day it seems, we are getting news of another attack, another threat, another bomb, another IED. They are working tirelessly around the clock, around the clock. FBI is getting called out. Let's thank our law enforcement, let's back the blue, and let's pray for those that have been
Amen. Speaking of which, we're getting an update from the sheriff, Nicole, brand new info per Oakland County, the sheriff there, saying that security at the temple saw the gunman and engaged him at the temple. They said no one confirmed to be hurt at this time. Too early to connect this to terrorism, says the sheriff, and we could be getting playback with the sheriff sometime soon here. The suspect is not in custody. So they are right now looking to see if there's more than one suspect, but they are telling people within a mile they should shelter in place. Everyone has been moved out of the school. That is the update from the sheriff there in Oakland County, Nicole.
That's extremely important, right there. They engaged with the alleged shooter, right there. That is huge. That is huge, that's important, and that's what needs to happen every single time. We have to be ready to go at any given moment, and these places cannot be soft targets where there is no security. And again, at this point, we do not know any further information. The shooter is not in custody. Again, run, hide, fight is always the protocol that I will always tell people to do. Stay out of the way of law enforcement, get away from the Temple of Israel, let law enforcement do their job, and everyone hunker down and stay put until you are told it is all clear. My feeling is that it will be, a substantial period of time until that happens. But again, stay calm and just let law enforcement do their job. But again, I commend the security officers who engaged. I commend the law enforcement. That is the environment that we currently live in. You have to have your head on a swivel at all times and, do not live in fear, but also be fully alert and fully aware.
All right, so just a little bulletin here, just to add to what was just reported now. I'm hearing from a senior law enforcement source that the person who was driving the vehicle, the alleged shooter, is reported to be dead. So we had the alert from the sheriff that the suspect was not in custody. I'm being told by a senior law enforcement official that the suspect is believed to be dead. And I was wondering, Nicole, if the shots that were fired might have come from somebody who was working for the temple, as opposed to from the person who was driving whatever vehicle crashed into the temple. So that's some new information. Right now, let's bring in Paul Morrow, retired NYPD inspector. He joins us by phone. So Paul, let's put these things together. You got somebody who crashes a vehicle into the school, and it looks like there were bollards in front of the access points that I could see in this aerial photo. So not sure how the vehicle got past those. Don't know if they went around it or if they bounced over them. And then this report of shots being fired by a security guard who confronted the person who was driving the vehicle. And now these reports from a senior law enforcement source to me that the shooter is believed to be dead. Put that all together for us.
Well, the main thing you're concerned about now as law enforcement is if in fact that is true and the attacker is dead, who else could have been involved? So the main thing you want to know right now, you got to go deep into his life. And car, at least you can work off of the car. If he is dead, very good chance that he's identified already. There are ways to do that, and you got to hustle to get into his life very, very quickly, because what you want to make sure is that there isn't a continuing threat out there. And I just would double tap the idea that you have to really acknowledge the security here of this institution. I know people who have their vocation, in some cases their job, is to go around hardening targets, particularly Jewish targets, around the world, because of the various threat vectors that have grown up over the last years. It's been higher than ever, that's no secret. And this is the kind of thing you're trying to prevent, and I'm sure this is something that they're going to look back on and say, okay, what are the lessons learned? And thank God, according to the reporting, at this point, we don't hear about anybody that are injured on the other side, aside from the attacker.
Paul, we're getting another update from the police at the scene there. Federal, state, county, and local police are continuing to secure the area around the temple. This is a live look, screen left of the scene there. We continue to ask members of the community to stay away from the scene as it is not safe. This just going out. Please remember, if you see something, say something. Obviously, Paul, that's a message that anybody who did see something to please say something that might lend to whether or not there is a second suspect out there.
Absolutely. And you also have to be concerned with kind of thing, let's say, that we saw on the Upper East Side of Manhattan, despite our town elders here making every attempt to frame it as white supremacy. Obviously, that wasn't the motivation of the bomb throwers. And those were pretty sophisticated IEDs, not sophisticated enough to go off, thank God, but the use of TATP is very, very concerning. What does that argue? That argues that there could have been some trade craft, which means you could have something like an IED, you could have a booby-trapped car, you could have devices that are left in the various areas around there. Even the attacker, if it is a lone attacker, you go to his house or wherever he staged, a storage location or something like that. But to be hyper cautious, because this is the way they're thinking. Not only are they going to do the initial attack, but first responders are always a follow-on target. So even if they're fairly certain at this point that what it looks like, and they probably are not, but that said, even if they, as of now, there's no indicia of anybody else in being involved, they're going to put out statements like that because they need to err on the side of caution.
Yeah, I'm hearing from a senior law enforcement source, again, that at this point, no indication of what was behind this attack. But again, word that the shooter is believed to be dead. You wonder in a case like this, was this a case of anti-Semitism? Was this some sort of personal vendetta for some other reason? I mean, Paul, right now, the reasons could be myriad until the police finally get it nailed down by identifying who this person was and then backtracking to see if there were any posts online, as there was with the Tree of Life shooting. Remember, 11 people were tragically murdered in Pittsburgh at the Tree of Life Synagogue. And after investigation, it was found that the perpetrator had long litany of anti-Semitic beliefs. So we don't yet know what was behind this. But you could make several guesses, but those guesses could be wrong.
Yeah, and John, you're right over the target with this, because the cyber world is very often where the preventative leads come from, the things that you can get out ahead of. The problem, of course, is that we live in a First Amendment society, and that continuum is very, very difficult to navigate, because you can't monitor full-time the communications of people who are imbibing speech that we may find hateful. But that is allowed in a First Amendment society, unless it starts to segue into something that is an indicia of violence, the planning or potential planning to commit a felony. And it's a bit of a gray line. It has to be lawyered heavily. It's very labor intensive. And so that's why things like we saw on the Upper East Side the other day, the presumption seems to be that the two perpetrators were likely tracking that event online. That's how they knew about it. From Pennsylvania, the thing was happening in the Upper East Side of New York. And the question then has to become, well, could you have interdicted it? And the answer is not necessarily yes. People think that the intelligence game is zero-sum, but it's not. It's not perfect every time. And it is, as I said, a continuum of what you can do to stop things before they happen, which is the most difficult thing to do in policing and intelligence work because of our system. So what they will do here, as you're indicating, is they'll go very hard at the online vectors of this. They'll be looking into the phones, computers, all the stuff we talk about. What you're really going to be concerned about here is immediately, is there anybody else out there? And then when you have the advantage of taking a deep breath and looking at it larger, was there contact with anything overseas? Is this punching at a higher rate than just somebody popping off like I would say we had in Austin? Or is it possible that this is directed by an overseas entity? Because obviously that's a prior concern.
Okay, so just an update to anybody just tuning in. You're looking at West Bloomfield Township, Michigan, northwest of Detroit. A sheriff in Michigan confirming that security at a synagogue there engaged in gunfire with at least one person. There are various reports, and the sheriff confirming ultimately that a vehicle rammed the building there, crashed into the Temple of Israel Synagogue in West Bloomfield Township. And began firing. The police sheriff there said no one is in custody yet, no reports of injuries. The FBI director, Kash Patel, posted a statement to X saying that agents are on the scene of what they're describing as an apparent vehicle ramming, an active shooter situation at the synagogue there. So, Paul, we're at that point where we wonder if we'll get a news conference soon. There's a very heavy police law enforcement presence there and very heavily armed as well, Paul.
Yeah, well, in light of what's happened, and of course, in light of what's going on overseas, I'm sure they're taking this with deadly seriousness. And this is one of those things we talk about all the time on the air, where whoever's running this scene is really vital. It's a really important thing. You need one person directing things and herding the cats, making sure that this is being done in a very systematic way, so that you don't miss something, and so they can get their legs under them. And then give a press conference, which we all deserve here, in light of what's going on internationally and otherwise. So they can give one that is not just, hey, it's ongoing and we'll talk to you later. The public deserves answers in circumstances like this, but it's to their benefit to make sure they have some good hard facts before they do that. And the main thing you want to do before you start giving press conferences is to at least feel that the immediate threat is mitigated and that we've segued into the investigation portion of this. Look, there's a lot of threats that come out of that area. Anybody who's worked this side of the street knows that. So what they're also going to be doing, I can guarantee you, and it's one of the reasons I'm sure why everybody is so spun up is, I hate to use the cliche, they're going to look at the usual suspects. They're going to look to see, is this so-and-so who we're aware of, who never crossed the line previously, who might have in this instance?
You know, the fact that there was some sort of vehicle attack here, that a vehicle reportedly drove into the building. We see the smoke emanating from the building near that playground there, which would indicate that that's likely the part of the synagogue that houses the school. Is they tend to be lone wolf attacks, and we've seen this all over the world, that some person has a grievance or has hatred toward a group of individuals and decides to drive their car through a Christmas market, down a street, to a gathering, in this case into a synagogue at a Jewish school. And those are the most difficult attacks, Paul, historically to guard against.
Yeah, so John, when we would do the hot wash after something even that we stopped, you would look at, okay, one of the questions you would ask is, could this have been interdicted earlier? Was there some indicia that we missed, and so on? And listen, that's not always the case, depending on who you're dealing with, the trade craft, et cetera. But I think that one of the things that's an almost universal constant is that no matter what safeguards you have thrown up, the people around the perpetrator, generally family, are the people who come to you ultimately and say, when you're doing the interviews, I knew he was going down a dark path, I knew he was angry, but I never thought it would come to this. And I try to make that point all the time to sensitize people just to the fact that if you have somebody in your life who seems to be going in this direction, especially if they're becoming isolated, they're not communicating as they used to, a lot of time alone on the computer, angry, just not getting along with any of their friends, that kind of thing, they're getting into a very dangerous place, and you may want to have a conversation. It's not going to be always that it's a potential terrorist attack, of course not. But I would say that in almost every terrorist attack, you have some sort of pattern of behavior that's similar to what I just described.
All right, Paul, thank you so much for your expertise. Stand by with us if you would.
Very good.
All right, thank you very much, Paul. Let's get back to Garrett Tenney. He's reporting out of Chicago. He's got the latest on the breaking details from Bloomfield Township, Michigan. What do you have, Garrett?
Yeah, John and Sandra, we got a little bit more from the Oakland County Sheriff, who said that at this point they are not seeing any active stimulus. So it appears that this may not be an ongoing threat. As you mentioned, the sheriff said that security saw the shooter and engaged them. What they're doing now is searching the area and trying to get a hold of the security camera video at that synagogue to make sure that there was in fact just one shooter and that there isn't another person that they need to be looking for right now. At this point, the sheriff said that it doesn't appear to be any injuries other than potentially the shooter, but he also noted it's very early on to say definitively if that's going to remain the case. There's going to be a reunification at the Jewish Community Center nearby for parents to pick up their kids, he said. So there may actually have been some children present at the synagogue today after all, despite the temple's calendar not listing any school or classes being in session. And as you mentioned, he said it is too early to connect to terrorism. Also interesting to note that he said, quote, "We've been talking for 2 weeks about the potential of this happening, sadly, so there was no lack of preparation." He also said that there's going to be a increased police presence at all houses of worship in the area until they get this figured out. Schools in the area are also going to remain on lockdown until they can say for certain whether or not anyone else was in that vehicle besides the shooter or anyone else was involved in this.
You know, Garrett, when you consider that this synagogue has got 12,000 members, the fact that there was almost no one in the building at the time really is quite remarkable.
Yeah, it really is. The timing of this is notable, given how active this synagogue's calendar is on an almost daily basis. This easily could have been much worse than it appears to be at this point, according to the Oakland County Sheriff, where there could have been easily dozens, if not hundreds, of individuals there. If this had taken place just a few hours later in the day, there's a food bank drive that's scheduled to happen. There's also several physical fitness activities that are going to be taking place there. So there was scheduled to be much larger crowds there later on in the day. If this had happened then Oakland County Sheriff would be much more hard pressed to be able to say that. But again, early on at this point to say definitively whether or not that's going to hold. But at this point, at least, thankfully, they say it appears no one other than the shooter appears to have been injured.
Goodness gracious. Garrett Tenney with the latest details. John, as we were watching, you saw the camera was zoomed in on the building across the street from where the camera's obviously on stilts there. There was a bunch of parents walking in holding really small children. As we know, this was an early childhood education center that was affected by this. They said that they were able to secure all those children in another location. But you saw a lot of parents with those there as the camera was zooming.
I mean, I find it very curious that you've got children walking back into the building, which would be an indication that any ongoing threat, probably to Garrett Tenney's point, has been neutralized at this point. It's still rather curious as to why children would be walking back into that building. Let's bring in retired FBI Supervisory Agent Rob Chadwick. He dealt with a similar situation just this past summer in Wayne, Michigan, where church officials prevented a shooting. Rob helped train the personnel there at that church. What are you thinking about what we're learning this afternoon, Rob?
Yeah, John, thanks so much. And I tell you, as soon as I heard about this and looked up where it was, it just reminded me immediately. So many similarities between what happened here, at least what the early reports are, and what happened in Wayne, Michigan this past June, where, armed church security civilians, people with no law enforcement background, had taken the training and were prepared and interdicted what could have been an absolutely horrific loss of life at that church, Cross Point City Church, again, 25 miles away, had just finished a week of church Bible school, and the kids were, the packed congregation, children were in there, giving their sort of presentation for what they had learned during the week, when a deranged gunman showed up outside, heavily armed with a shoulder weapon, and luckily, quick thinking, parishioners, including a deacon who was unarmed, had no other alternative but tried to hit him with his truck. And luckily, at least disabled the guy enough to alert the armed, trained security people who heard the shots, and this gunman opened fire with an automatic weapon. Ended up shooting and injuring severely one of the security train members there. But they were able to incapacitate that shooter literally steps away from hundreds of women and children and worshipers that just decided on there. Absolutely incredible. But it's just a testament to preparation. These people have just been to my organization, USCCA, provides training for just this sort of situation, and just so thankful that you have people out there, because law enforcement obviously is there to protect, but they can't be everywhere. We all have to acknowledge the reality of America today. Yes, that's 25 miles up the road, very similar situation. Again, as these early reports are, very similar outcomes thanks to the preparation of church security and religious institution security people.
Yeah, I mean, to get the word that the security was able to engage with the shooter who ran this vehicle into the building immediately, Rob, obviously was a good sign that security was able to limit anybody actually getting hurt. And the latest that we've heard from the sheriff is that no confirmed injuries, no one confirmed hurt at this time. We are still waiting on further updates. The governor's responded. The sheriff has spoken. We know that right now they're trying to eliminate concern that there was anyone else involved. Rob, what is that search like right now?
Well, right now, you obviously have every law enforcement agency responding to the scene, offering help to the local officials, the FBI forces there. They're going to help reconstruct that crime scene. But, to Paul's earlier point, now they're going to start looking at, all right, who this person or people were that were involved, and immediately start doing, social network trace. Who was in contact with this person? Who may have encouraged or supported? Might there be other potential coincidental attacks planned? That's why we have to urge, caution, lockdown. I'm glad to hear that. People should move away from, the immediate vicinity, because we're not sure yet. We haven't been given the all clear that, hey, listen, we definitively eliminated this ongoing threat. So people do need to take caution. But yeah, every law enforcement agency there will lend aid to the extent that we don't know how big or how complex this investigation is going to become.
Rob, if as a senior law enforcement official tells me it's believed that the shooter is dead, and if in fact that is accurate, we have another case here of a good guy with a gun takes down a bad guy with a gun. It's a shame that it has come to that, but that's where we are in America these days.
John, you're so right, and it's, one of the blessings of being an American. This is what the Second Amendment is all about. It gives us the right to that one tool, John, that separates us from catastrophe in the hands of a properly trained individual. When when I learned about the event in Wayne, Michigan, I was so gratified, having done 30 years in law enforcement, most of that in training, now working in civilian, until law enforcement can get there. We know our law enforcement, first responders are stretched thin, they're doing everything they can. Each of us has to understand that we need to become stakeholders in our own safety and security. USCCA has a website for religious institutions, uscca.com/worship, for these types of classes that are free. And I'll tell you, John, the most amazing thing about that past incident this summer, that team had just been to a training 3 nights before the attack happened.
Right. Gosh, Rob, thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah, it's a shame, Sandra, that that's where we are in American society too, that we go through these active shooter drills, and whether it's at a church or whether it's at a public school, even an elementary school, that's just part of society these days. Let's bring in Darren Porcher, former NYPD lieutenant, and Darren, AP is now confirming that the suspect is dead.
Yeah, John, I think that this is a positive outcome that the suspect has been neutralized, but the testament that we really need to support is that relationship between police and law enforcement, how they have that recurring training between the two entities, because that's going to be paramount. Oftentimes, these religious institutions, such as what we see here on television, have hired ex-police officers who are skilled and have a genuine understanding in how to provide the fortification in buildings such as what we see here. These religious institutions have been under siege, and when we read the tea leaves from what happened in the Tree of Life shooting, it was something that led us to believe that we need to do more to fortifying these types of locations. So fortunately, no one was hurt, and I'm thankful that the assailant in this particular case didn't do recon, because had he waited at a longer point in the time of the day, there would have been more victims. So we were fortunate enough that this appears to be a lone wolf attack. So what we're going to do now is something referred to as a backwards investigation. That's going to start with capturing video at the scene, coupled with going into this individual's cell phones, and also connecting with people that do have a relationship with this person to find out how far back the planning took place and how it manifested into the combustible situation that we see on television. Thankfully, this came to an appropriate end, but we still need to continue to provide the necessary fortifications, because at this point in time, we're at war, and we've heard statements that have come from Iran that made mention to the propensity for attacks in the homeland. So now is the time for us to do what's right to protect our United States, as well as institutions of this magnitude.
Darren, just a little bit more information about Temple Israel. It calls itself the nation's largest Reform synagogue, 12,000 members. It has an early childhood education center and offers educational programs for families as well as adults. The synagogue says it is passionate about helping Jewish communities across the globe. It has been growing in number, notably, and it says its mission is to create a community building through the lens of Reform Judaism. The Jewish Federation of Detroit has advised all Jewish organizations in the area now to go into lockdown, lockout protocol. Nobody in or out of your building. You just imagine, Darren, that Jewish communities, synagogues all over the country are going to increase their security, and terribly, they're going to live in fear following another incident like this.
Well, Sandra, when we look to the anti-Semitic behavior on a global perspective, it's clear that the Jewish community has been under siege. So they've been very good in hardening their workplace or institutions of religious learning, such as what we see on television. And it's unfortunate society has come to this point, but I will say that the Jewish community is doing a tremendous job in hardening their facilities to assist or prevent attacks of this magnitude being far more catastrophic. We're fortunate we've only had the shooter neutralized and no one else. Remember, 1,200 people had the propensity to come to this location at a later time throughout the course of the day. John, you were going to say something?
I was just going to say, yeah, to your point there, you know, the aerial shots that we see of the synagogue, there do appear to be bollards on the concrete pathway areas in between the driveway and the building itself. You can see their sort of center screen. You see a couple of police cars, and on the paved area, the concrete pathway leading to where you see the smoke, there's a couple of things there just off the sidewalk. Those appear to be bollards, those smaller ones, and then larger bollards you see on the right-hand side of your screen. That's to prevent vehicle-borne attacks. I mean, again, that's part of where we have come in America. And you come to Washington, D.C., you see those literally lining every street where there's an important building, because people are driving vehicles into buildings, you know, all over the world, and many times they're laden with explosives. And if you can stop them from getting in the building, you can certainly dial down the potential for a catastrophic attack. But how that vehicle got in that building, I'm not sure, given that there does appear to be some barricade in front of the sidewalk there. Maybe drove under that tree, part of the grassy area there that is just off of the sidewalk. Not sure, Darren, but again, you talk about this idea of places like synagogues, churches having to protect themselves. This is part of the protection.
John, you're absolutely right. I live in New York City, and when you go through Times Square, or even if you go through the area where Fox News is located, these bollards are being erected because this has now become the natural order of business as it relates to the fortification. People are weaponizing these vehicles and using them as something that can cause a severe injury or even death to whether it's the people on the street or the occupants of a building. But at the same token, this has become far more universalized as it relates to these balance, and it's here to stay, and I only see more coming in the future.
Darren, so we're awaiting any further update from the police there. Obviously, this is an incredibly active scene. We have not been told to, to call this not an active shooter situation anymore, although we are now reporting that the suspect is believed to be dead. But the sheriff very notably said when he offered new details that they're still searching to confirm whether or not there was anybody else involved in this, Darren. And likely that is the search that is happening right now, and they're asking anybody who saw anything to please call in.
Right. The synagogue itself has a series of counter surveillance measures, which are primarily video, and that's capturing. I'm sorry. This video is capturing the events that transpired just a few minutes ago as it related to the shooter being neutralized. That's going to be something that's going to be very significant in trying to identify the rationale as to why this person did it, what directional path they took to get to the location, and it's going to assist them as we move forward into an after-action review. That action after the after-action review is actually occurring now. to determine the positives and the negatives. And John mentioned, although the balance were located at the location, we still had a vehicle that was able to get through. So how can they fortify themselves greater? And by looking through the lens of this video, they're going to be able to make those determinations and create those additional fortifications as relates to moving forward and protecting those innocent individuals that attend to this location, so they don't have to be in fear moving forward.
Darren, forgive me for the interruption. I was communicating with the control room. So we just have now from Bill Malugin the following reporter. Senior federal law enforcement confirms our reporting that the suspect is dead. Additionally, told the suspect's body is badly burned. He was killed by armed security. Bill is told that he ran the car into the building, had a rifle, got into a shootout with security who killed him. The car was on fire inside, and that would obviously be the source of the smoke coming out of that building. So it would appear now that the immediate threat to the synagogue is over, but now we're dealing with the aftermath of making sure that that fire gets out, clearing the smoke from the building, and then trying to piece together how this all went down.
Of why this individual burned up. And segment, I heard mentioned as it relates to good guys with guns. This is where the Second Amendment is supported. We need to have good people that have the appropriate background checks and training to ensure that we have a safe and tranquil society. It's a shame that it's gotten to this point, but at the same token, it has gotten to this point. So by being at this point, what do we do to create the necessary fortifications? What you look at on the screen right now is where it came to fruition. When we have good guys with guns protected.
Okay. 10:17, I just gotta go to the park again.
Special Agent Foxy.
Gotta go. We gotta get maybe the coffee and more.
Their assessment of what we know so
Two
far.
black teas.
Yeah, John, today, what happened this morning in Old Dominion, we had.
I'm gonna lay off town
What
too.
the motivation was, we know two people were seriously injured, we're still trying to sort that out, and then you have this incident in Michigan, and it goes back 25 years in the FBI, certainly worked a lot of hate crimes and a lot of terrorist and targeted attacks. And this takes me back, even working on this side of the police state. Let me give you a statistic.
What's that?
69% of all religiously motivated hate crimes are aimed at our Jewish brothers and sisters. Now, could this have been motivated by a love triangle? Could be different. Keeping their aperture.
Hello, can I get coffee K-cups in room 240?
The potential purposes behind this attack. But how many times have we seen across the last 10 years going back
Right
to
now.
the Tree of Life attack, which took
Now,
place
I mean like
in
yesterday.
2016,
Where's it at?
people
Yep.
doing this.
I'll put a
It should
complaint.
have evaporated by then.
Yeah, I'll put a complaint there.
The security of our Catholic
Oh.
parish in upstate New York.
Did you use the bathroom?
Churches.
Go ahead and go all late, move.
Now, because these appear to be places that folks are targeting. And why so? Because historically, they've been considered soft targets. And what is a soft target? It's where a lot of people gather together and where they don't believe that there is going to be robust security. There's no metal detectors. There's no single point entry. There's no closed. It's still too early. Have used in
I think that was 2016 or 2018, where a terrorist killed 86 people by running them over. This appears to be the new playbook or the new paradigm.
Yeah, noting that as we report this, as the shooter has been dead, this is someone who began the attack by ramming his vehicle into that building. Thankfully, we were able to report no injuries at this time. To your point, James, the sheriff has not confirmed a motive. He did offer a few details on camera a short time ago. I believe we have that now. Let's listen.
At least one individual the scene including,
It's on site, but and that security was able to engage him in what sounds like almost immediate fashion, James. That made all the difference in the world, you have to assume.
Yeah, this has become the template. This has become the playbook for a lot of the modern terrorist attack now. And what do I mean by that? Well, they're using vehicles, and look, in the United States, we've started hardening targets that we historically didn't. The bike path along the West Side Highway in New York. A number of years ago, a guy drove a vehicle down there mowing down bicyclists and people that were out for a jog in October. And this has become something where concrete bollards, and for the viewers, that are those concrete posts that disallow vehicular traffic to move into where you have pedestrian traffic. And in this instance, we know from what we've heard from reporting that an armed security guard or guards potentially engage this individual. But again, it goes back to the playbook. Go back to France, go back to Belgium, go back to the UK. There have been a number of incidents where terrorists, and in those instances, they were radical Islamists. We do not know the cause of the perpetrators in this case. Many people as possible. Comparing to
Yeah, I mean, it's unbelievable where we are. By the way, alerts going off across the country, James, including the NYPD, who posted this. The NYPD is tracking the situation in West Bloomfield. We are in touch with our law enforcement partners. Out of an abundance of caution and given the overall heightened threat environment, we're continuing to deploy high visibility patrols to Jewish religious and cultural institutions throughout New York City. So a lot of people are taking note of what's gone down there today in West Bloomfield. James, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
All right, so now let's thank you very much for
reason. For UAS, why are they talking about that? Because of Iran's threats, not. But when you take the threat picture, you have to stand back and look at the position of fatwa by Grand Ayatollah Shirazi talking about hit the Americans, hit the Jews wherever they are, attack them. You had the cyber attack on Stryker Robotics. You had the threats of launching drones off the coast. So as they do this, and I think James was talking about it, and James out of Tucson. One thing you have to do is now you have to start running traces. As you do the social media deep dives, you're going to start looking, is this an inspired act of terrorism? In other words, he never would have had to meet with anybody from Iran or from ISIS or from Al-Qaeda. But if you watch videos, if he was indoctrinated in the propaganda, he could have been inspired, the same way that Hassan was in Fort Hood, inspired to take action. So these are one of the things you want to look at. What was the predicate? What caused this guy to decide today's the day? In normal terrorist type of activities, they have 7 stages. You do broad target selection, reconnaissance, rehearsals, actions on the objective. This, from an outside appearance, because of lack of planning, it appears, because they're not targeting them to get maximum effect. You wonder if this was just something inspired, decided to get into the vehicle, say, I'm going to go down there. We don't know yet.
But those are all the things in addition to criminal activity. The FBI is going to be looking at, the CIA is going to be looking at this too, to say, is there links between him and anything overseas, especially since we're in an active confrontation or war right now with Iran.
Yeah, you know, when you look back to the Tree of Life synagogue, that seemed to be one individual who just had a hatred of Jews on his mind. He had a lot of anti-Semitic writings, and one day took that to a deadly level. You wonder, is that the same situation here? Was this something that was inspired from overseas, or was it something completely different? A wrecker has arrived on scene. I wonder if that's an attempt to get the vehicle out of the building, which would obviously take a lot of work because it does seem to be embedded far into the building where the smoke is coming out of the vents in the top. But you know, at this point, it's a guessing game before law enforcement finally tries to figure out what inspired this person, or what, I don't want to say inspired because that would seem to indicate something positive. What drove this person to do what they did today and commit this heinous act, which thankfully resulted in no injuries other than the death of the perpetrator himself.
Right, yeah, so right now, you've seen everything, you've got the fog award, things are being updated, but the first thing is secure the crime scene, you work from that, but the physical, then you start about the collection of the evidence. Then here's where the danger comes, and that's why we have to guard against this. If the evidence, you start doing interpretation based on the evidence you have, and you have to start testing competing hypotheses, competing theories. The danger is to start with a piece of evidence, have a narrative that fits it, and all of a sudden, we get the wrong information out. John, you and Sandra have seen this happen so many times with stories. Somebody walks into a narrative, and it's the wrong narrative. I was here for 9/11, I was here for the DC sniper. I can't tell you how many times we've heard about a white panel van, the wrong narrative that the evidence never supported. So as we work this, I think what needs to happen is as we get and we start interpreting this evidence, we have to have multiple competing hypotheses to say, could it have been this? Inspired, directed terrorism? Was it somebody who workplace violence? Was it this? We have to explore what are all the things that could explain his actions. And then once we start collapsing those, then we can start developing a coherent narrative that says, okay, now we have a good idea of what happened, but if we go to that narrative too fast, it will actually impact what the public perceives and their recall of these events. So I appreciate now that they're getting better about working these things, not releasing a lot of information because it's never right. I mean, I've been involved in these things, all of your guests have, to where 95% of the time, the information that's initially released is then either wrong, or it's changed, or it's improved, or it's edited as we go up, and it takes a long time with an event like this to get to what's the actual story. We may not know that for days, weeks, or even months.
Morgan, we're about 2 hours from the first call went in about the active shooter situation there in West Bloomfield Township. We got a brief update from the sheriff on camera a short time ago. The message was that they were trying to confirm whether or not anybody else was involved. How long do you think that part of the investigation will last? When will they be able to say they don't believe there was a second suspect involved?
Yeah, one of the things you would start doing from the electronic side, you're going to start doing the obvious thing, start running traces and investigations based on any cell phone that the suspect had in their custody, mobile data, anything like that. What connections? Was there a staging area? Did they meet with somebody? Start looking online. Right now, I will tell you, probably seconds, minutes after this was reported, you've got law enforcement diving into any social media account, any email, any online presence, serving subpoenas on cell phone carriers, trying to determine where this at. Because what you're looking for, right, is that connection. We know if this is a directed type of attack by somebody, inspired him to act, not the positive, like you said, yeah, but inspired him to act, then we would expect to see some kind of communication. Are we going to draw that up? Was it just simply somebody who had a beef at work and decided to take it out there? There are stranger things that happen where somebody decides, hey, I don't like A, but I'm going to go attack B instead. Why? Because I can attack B. Maybe that, we don't know what the case is, but it was something like this to find out if there's somebody else involved. Let's not rush into it, but they're running those traces right now, and they're running those lines of inquiry right now to determine, were there any connections with anybody else just prior to this, or potentially during this as they're headed towards actions on the objective? Or was there some type of prior reconnaissance to where you're going to be able to track the person's cell phone off of the pinging and determine, were they around that synagogue prior to that time? Is this the first time they've been there? Are they a regular person there? So the digital data will give you a lot of information about patterns of life, and then you confirm that with witnesses, with subpoenas, with other types of evidence.
Morgan, as we discuss this and we wait for further word on who this attacker was, what potentially drove this person to do what they did this afternoon, we should point out that the test vote in the Senate to fund DHS has failed yet again. And you think with all of this going on, to not fully fund DHS just would seem to be right out there in the realm of crazy. But I also want to bring back to this idea of, here we have another situation where a good guy with a gun, who was a paid security guard, we should add, took down a bad guy with a gun in a vehicle, which he rammed into the synagogue. I mean, more and more, if you don't have armed security at these places, you are just not adequately protecting the public.
John, you think the world as you find it, not as you wish it was. When I grew up, a small farm town, Chapman, Kansas, students drove to school with rifles in their truck. We had rifle club. The world has changed, right? So my brother-in-law up in the Twin City areas has provided security for synagogues as part of that, and I know a lot of the training they go through. It's just simply a fact of life. I came out of law enforcement, military. I've trained with those. A lot of the folks have trained with that, and that's the biggest thing. You just can't be armed if you're going to engage in self-defense like this, especially in a place of worship. It's key. It's the training. Train. You fight like you train. So it's good that they're doing this. The fact that it's come to this shows you is that you don't go into a fight. You never want a fair fight. I never want to be on the same level playing field. So with an adversary, you want to make sure that you've got overwhelming capability, overwhelming superiority. And part of that is the training. If you train really good, especially like this, when you have an attack, you're prepared for a vehicle-borne attack. You're prepared for a VD, IED. You're prepared for an attacker with explosives and a rifle or a pistol or getting out. Those are the things you train for. And it's just, unfortunately, it's a fact of life, but I saw it happen in many countries I work in, from Pakistan to Turkey. I was in Turkey when they blew up, I just left and they blew up the consulate, tried to blow up the consulate. Guy with explosive vest walked up and blew himself up there. The hotel in Pakistan, the Hilton, was blown up. The Ritz-Carlton down in Jakarta was blown up. All of these places where Americans frequent, it's one of the things we have to be prepared as well too. If there's something that's wrong that feels bad, like the hairs on the back of your neck, I just encourage people to get a book called The Gift of Fear by Gavin DeBecker. I've got no stake in this, but it's something I tell people, it's especially for women,